Chapter 5:27. The brutal beating before the palace. Yin Tianye's heart was heavy with gloom. He no longer had the luxury to ponder why Xiang Chen had not perished. He had witnessed Xiang Chen's prowess firsthand. My cultivation is superior to yours, and to avoid bullying you, I shall fight with one hand and half of my strength. Xiang Chen scoffed, one hand behind his back, while the other pointed directly at Yin Tianye, humiliating him just as he had once been humiliated. The young man's arrogance drew strange glances from those around them. Xiang Chen, Yin Tianye's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fists, unleashing torrents of true energy. Do not look down upon others, he roared, stepping forward, enveloped in crimson true energy, producing a 9th-grade treasured sword in his hand. With a whoosh, he transformed into a streak of light, his sword erupting with true energy, instantly generating multiple sword beams aimed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, with a cold smile, also vanished, becoming a zigzagging shadow that deftly evaded the onslaught of sword light with astonishing speed. Kill! Yin Tianye grasped his sword with both hands, condensing a sword beam several meters long, howling as he cleaved towards Xiang Chen. Yet, Xiang Chen was far too swift. The blade only struck his afterimage, leaving a long scar on the ground. Xiang Chen then surged forward, gathering immense power. As the force of the dragon elephant and the Yin true energy erupted in a single palm strike. Bang! Yin Tianye's protective true energy was shattered by the blow, and Xiang Chen's palm struck his face with tremendous force. Uffed! Yin Tianye spat out blood, his 2 molars mingling with it, as he was sent flying over 10 meters. Such speed! It rivaled that of individuals at the 3rd or 4th level of the Yuanyang realm. How had this person cultivated? The officials, most of whom were powerful figures in the Yuanyang realm, were astonished by Xiang Chen's agility. Bravo! Cheered many from the Tianxiang wine house, including Lu Qing and numerous members of the Gongsun family. My younger brother is indeed a hidden dragon in the abyss. He is bound to soar to the heavens. Lu Qing mused as he sipped his wine. Second young master's talent is truly remarkable. He must be among the elite in that sect, Qing Feng silently acknowledged. Prince Xianwang has been knocked down by a single palm. The crowd gasped, all eyes fixed in shock upon this scene. As Xiang Chen circled around Yin Tianye, he remarked nonchalantly, "You once claimed that even in 10 years, I would not surpass you. Yet here you are, lying on the ground. It's rather chilly down there. I truly only used 50% of my power just now." Yin Tianye rose from the ground, his eyes aflame with rage, half of his face swollen. "Kill!" he bellowed, brandishing his treasured sword once more, unleashing a violent wave of sword energy. As he slashed, a serpent dragon sword formed, several meters long, engulfed in roaring flames, rushing toward Xiang Chen. With a firm step, Xiang Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, evading the blow, which struck the ground with explosive force, sending shards of stone flying. The serpent dragon sword, forged from spiritual energy and seemingly sentient, altered its course and continued its relentless assault on Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly, stepping forth with a mighty kick. The divine elephant stomp. This kick unleashed a force of 200,000 to 300,000 pounds, crashing down upon the approaching serpent dragon sword. With a thunderous crash, the sword energy of the python saber was shattered beneath a single stomp. Die! At that moment, Yin Tianye thrust his sword directly at Xiang Chen's face. Xiang Chen reached out, barehanded, and astonishingly caught the force of the sword's thrust, his palms sliced and bleeding. A 9th-grade treasure sword, undeniably sharp. Yin Tianye's expression shifted as he attempted to withdraw his sword, but found himself utterly unable to do so. In a swift motion, Xiang Chen delivered a resounding slap. Crack! Another agonized scream erupted from Yin Tianye as he was sent flying, one side of his face swelling grotesquely. The wound on Xiang Chen's hand healed instantaneously as he strolled leisurely toward Yin Tianye, mockingly stating, "You truly are pathetic. Don't even think about forcing me to unleash my martial skills or draw my blade. You lack the qualification for me to exert even 10% of my strength." A hush fell over the onlookers as they witnessed Xiang Chen's prowess, which completely overshadowed that of the prince. "Liangzi, if you knew your son was this exceptional, you would surely take comfort in that," mused Prince Xiaohou, secretly delighted yet apprehensive. Would the royal family allow Xiang Chen to continue flaunting his talents and strength? Xiang Chen understood that the royal family was already aware of his exploits at the academy, hence he no longer cared for subtlety. After all, they intended to eliminate him regardless. Yin Chen, the merchant king, maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes concealed a tempest of murderous intent. This youth must be eliminated at all costs. Yin Tianye rose once more, his humiliation reaching its zenith. Xiang Chen's fighting style was a blatant ridicule, leaving him to ponder how he could ever hold his head high again after today. Xiang Chen, I will kill you, roared Yin Tianye, swallowing a medicinal pill. A surge of potent energy erupted within him, amplifying his strength and true essence instantaneously, elevating his presence from the first to a formidable level akin to the fourth stage of the Yuan-Yang realm. His body and meridians swelled, his eyes turning blood red. Oh, the violent Yuan pill, sacrificing your Yuan-Yang cultivation for this power, noted Xiang Chen, remaining unfazed. Let me show you the formidable martial arts I acquired in the spiritual realm. Yin Tianye bellowed as he stepped forward, gathering true essence into a circle of sigils that swirled and surged into his body, particularly into his left arm. Boom! As he advanced, his left arm expanded, growing several times its normal size, his fist resembling a massive grinding stone, radiating with ferocious black force. The intermediate-level martial art, Mad Demon Fist. Yin Tianye swung his colossal arm down with wild abandon. The power behind this punch was likely comparable to a strike from the 6th level of Yuan-Yang. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the punch. He deftly dodged, yet with a thunderous impact, Yin Tianye's fist struck the ground, shattering the blue stone tiles and obliterating the area within dozens of meters, the violent force crashing into Xiang Chen. He staggered backward under the onslaught. Yin Tianye, in a frenzy, relentlessly swung his immense arm towards Xiang Chen, who evaded the barrage of punches with remarkable agility. Xiang Chen, is dodging all you can do? Mocked Yin Tianye, his voice laced with derision. Xiang Chen gazed at Yin Tianye, who was constantly evading, and scoffed. Even after taking drugs, you're still this pathetic, unable to even graze my side. Yin Tianye, can you possibly be any more useless? Under the watchful eyes of Yutong, despite Yin Tianye's formidable strength, his simplistic martial arts could hardly touch him. Stung by the taunt, Yin Tianye was on the verge of a breakdown as all his vital energy surged violently into his arms, launching a frenzied assault on Xiang Chen. However, a cold smile crept onto Xiang Chen's lips as he suddenly darted forward, his fingers converging sharply to strike a vital point on Yin Tianye's arm. Bang! The youth uttered a single word, and in an instant, the overstrained meridians of Yin Tianye's arm swelled uncontrollably, culminating in a resounding explosion that obliterated his entire arm. Thank you to Old Cat for the unsealing support. As a token of appreciation, here are 2 extra updates. Chapter 528, Seeking Justice. Yin Tianye howled in agony as his massive left arm erupted before the astonished gazes of onlookers, flesh and blood bursting forth, leaving only shattered bones and torn sinew. He himself was thrown to the ground, writhing in pain. Your Highness, Lin Ho, Yin Tianye's mother, could not contain her sorrow and rage upon witnessing this scene. Xiang Chen casually flicked his fingers. Yin Tianye's left arm had borne a weight of power that his realm and physique could not withstand. By striking the meridian point on the opponent's arm, he had abruptly blocked the raging flow of vital energy, resulting in the catastrophic explosion. The human body's meridians are designed to withstand increasing force in tandem with one's cultivation. This fool had recklessly consumed medicinal pills to enhance his strength, pushing his meridians beyond their limits. The notion that an ordinary person could suddenly inherit the prowess of a master was utter nonsense. It was akin to forcing a tractor's engine to endure the power of a Ferrari, an inevitable disaster. Of course, there are exceptions, those with extraordinary talent and robust meridians and physiques. Yin Tianye clutched his bloodied arm, his face contorted in agony as he curled up, howling in torment. Xiang Chen approached and delivered a harsh kick. Bang! Yin Tianye was sent flying by Xiang Chen's strike, crashing heavily against the palace wall before collapsing to the ground like a broken doll, his chest bone shattered. The surrounding spectators were left in utter shock at the sight. Xiang Chen strode forward, grasping Yin Tianye by the neck and lifting him effortlessly, sneering. I once proclaimed that I would hang you on a flagpole for all to see your princely demeanor. I keep my word. Xiang Chen, you've already won. Release the prince at once, thundered Yin Xiao, the commander of the Imperial Guard. Xiang Chen glanced at him dismissively before hoisting Yin Tianye aloft, charging forward and leaping several dozen meters into the air, carrying his captive as he ascended the nearly vertical palace wall, reaching a height of over 100 meters. All eyes were glued to the spectacle as the pitiful Yin Tianye, resembling a lifeless dog, was suspended at the top of a grand flagpole on the palace wall. In that moment, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Was Xiang Chen openly slapping the royal family in the face? Yin Tianye was suspended on a flagpole over 100 meters high, his life hanging by a thread as he swayed precariously. How degrading it was for a prince of the realm to be treated in such a manner. At that moment, the faces of the royal family turned pale. Even Shang Wang Yin Jingchuan's expression darkened considerably. Xiang Chen descended, gazing at Yin Tianye ensnared upon the flagpole, a singular thought resonating within him. Exhilarating. The virtuous king was indeed hoisted upon the flagpole. The members of the Xia family stood in stunned silence, witnessing Xiang Chen fulfill the reckless promise he had once made. Countless onlookers erupted in astonishment. Xiang Chen, you have gone too far. Lin Ho bellowed. Where are the imperial guards? Seize Xiang Chen at once. With a clamor, numerous imperial guards surged towards Xiang Chen. I dare anyone to try? Xiang Chen roared, his gaze icy as it swept over the advancing guards. Among the crowd, a surge of energy rippled through thousands of individuals. They did not step forward, yet their cold stares and pressure enveloped the guards. As if at a mere command from the young man, they would rush forth to battle. Among them were certainly members of the Gongsun family, Fengshan Manor, and the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. The young man spoke indifferently. There was a prior agreement. Should I lose, I would kneel and confess my wrongdoing. If he loses, he must be hung at the palace gates as a flagpole. The royal family cannot disregard the rules of the cultivation world. Xiang Chen, you are utterly audacious. You show no respect for the crown. Enough. Lin Ho was about to unleash further ire when Yin Jingchun interjected with a cold rebuke. Stepping forward, he stated with a frigid tone, Xiang Chen, you have won this battle. The presence of such a genius like you is a blessing for the Deshang. However, one must know when to show mercy. At this critical juncture, his restraint from anger revealed the depth of his composure. Xiang Chen bowed slightly, offering a faint smile. Your Majesty speaks wisely. However, today, there is yet another matter that requires your royal judgment. What matter? Yin Jingchun inquired, his tone still icy. Xiang Chen clapped his hands. From the crowd, two individuals were forcibly brought forth, kneeling at the center of the arena before the palace gates. These two were a man and a woman. Unmistakably Qin Shou, the proprietor, and Lu Chunyang. Your Majesty, we seek your support, they implored. At that moment, several dozen young maidens emerged from the crowd, weeping and kneeling before the palace gates. What is happening here? I have no idea. Who are these people? Isn't that Qin Shou from the Nanhong Lu? Along with Lu Chunyang? Indeed, the crowd gasped, astonished by the unfolding scene. This was the true spectacle that Xiang Chen had orchestrated. What are these individuals? Yin Jingchun inquired, his brow furrowing. Your Majesty, Xiang Chen began. These individuals hail from a brothel, and these maidens are unfortunate souls who have been trafficked there, coerced into a life of servitude. He clasped his hands together, then pointed towards Qin Shou and Lu Chunyang, stating, these two are the operators of that establishment, and the mastermind behind them is none other than His Highness, the virtuous king. Xiang Chen gestured towards Yin Tianye, still suspended. Nonsense. Lin Ho exclaimed furiously, Xiang Chen, how dare you slander? As a prince, how could the virtuous king possibly be the puppeteer behind a brothel? Xiang Chen let out a cold chuckle and remarked, Your Majesty, whether I speak in jest or truth can be discerned by these items. I possess both witnesses and tangible evidence. With a flourish, Xiang Chen produced a stack of receipts, declaring, contained herein are the financial records of the monthly provisions allocated to His Royal Highness, the virtuous prince, from the Nanhong building, each stamped with His Highness's official seal. Esteemed officials may peruse them at their leisure. He gestured for the receipts to be distributed among the assembly. Upon examining the documents, the officials exchanged whispers, confirming the authenticity of the seal. Yin Jingchun received a copy as well, and after scrutinizing it, his expression darkened. What of having personal properties? As a prince? Lady Lin retorted angrily. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. It appears that Your Majesty acknowledges the notion of personal holdings as commonplace. However, the Nanhong building engages in the coercion of virtuous women into debauchery and the trafficking of our nation's honorable daughters. Such acts are heinous crimes. His countenance grew grave, and his tone turned cold as he pointed to the young women, stating, these individuals are victims. The citizens of the Great Shang should be enjoying their youth. Yet they are captured and subjected to inhumane torment, forced into lives of prostitution. As a woman, does your majesty not find this intolerable? Xiang Chen produced yet another ledger, asserting, according to the records within this account, over the span of merely 3 years, the Nanhong building has trafficked no fewer than 500 women. A staggering and atrocious crime. Today, I shall seek justice for those who have perished and for these suffering maidens. His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The revelation that over 500 women had been victimized within 3 years by the Nanhong building was nothing short of a monumental scandal. Your Majesty, we beseech you to take a stand on our behalf. I am but a daughter of the Hu family from Huyang village, captured by agents of the Nanhong building 10 days ago. I have endured relentless torment, and they seek to force me into a life of vice. I refuse to comply, and they have subjected me to daily beatings, cried one woman in despair as she knelt before the throne. Please, Your Majesty, advocate for me. I hail from Gaojia town, and I too was captured a fortnight ago, enduring the same relentless torment. My sister could not withstand the abuse and has perished under their cruelty. Please, Your Majesty, stand for us. One by one, these women knelt in anguish, their tears flowing freely. Even those with hearts of stone would find it impossible to remain unmoved, their anger ignited. Your Majesty, if such a grave matter remains unexamined, how can we, the common folk, hope to survive? We implore you to investigate thoroughly and champion our cause. Indeed, Your Majesty, the people are the foundation of the nation. If these unfortunate maidens can be seized today, what will become of our wives and daughters tomorrow? Please, Your Majesty, take action. As more and more individuals knelt in the crowd, a powerful wave of solidarity emerged in support of these women. Our daughter went missing over a year ago. She too may have fallen victim to the Nanhong building's atrocities. We implore you, Your Majesty, to stand up for us. Amidst the gathering of tens of thousands of citizens, a majority bowed in unison, forming an undeniable force. Lady Lin's complexion turned pale as she cast a glance at Xiang Chen, who regarded Xiang Chen with an icy glare, stating, "The failure to uphold the law by those below does not necessarily imply the virtuous prince's directive. Xiang Chen, your evidence is insufficient." Xiang Chen responded indifferently, "Your Majesty, if the evidence I have presented is lacking, I can provide witnesses." He pointed to Boss Qin and Lu Sanyao, asserting, "These two are the operators of the Nanhong building, and I suspect many present are familiar with them. Boss Qin, please enlighten us as to who your backers are. Who is responsible for cleaning up your mess?" Boss Qin's face turned pale as he knelt and replied, "The principal shareholder behind our Southern Red building is His Highness, the virtuous king. Both of us are in his service, and all our actions over the years have been conducted under his directives. I admit, we acted upon his orders. And it is precisely because of his protection that we dared to undertake these endeavors." Lu Chuanyang interjected, "Indeed, we were merely following the commands of the virtuous king." "You two are speaking nonsense," roared Yin Tianye, who had been rescued, his eyes ablaze with fury as he was supported by others. "Your Majesty, what we say is devoid of any falsehood. We merely executed the virtuous king's instructions." Boss Qin was intent on laying the blame squarely on Yin Tianye. "Defamation, slander," Yin Tianye bellowed. Xiang Chen smirked and retorted, "If this is defamation, then what of the evidence? Do you dare claim that the official seal is not yours? The seal of the virtuous king is not something that can be easily forged. You, Xiang Chen, you are slandering me." Yin Tianye glared at Xiang Chen with bloodshot eyes. Xiang Chen proclaimed loudly, "We possess both witnesses and tangible evidence, esteemed guests. Without proof, I, Xiang Chen, would lack the capability to orchestrate such events. Should we not demand justice from the virtuous king for the people of the Great Xiang? As a prince of the Great Xiang, he should have cherished his people as his own kin, yet he has committed such heinous acts for personal gain. We implore Your Majesty to act on behalf of the citizens of the Great Xiang." Xiang Chen bowed respectfully to the Xiang king. "Please, Your Majesty, stand for the common folk." An increasing number of people bowed in agreement, filled with righteous indignation. Even behind the throne, the king regarded Yin Chen with a look of profound grievance. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chen declared, "Rest assured, my subjects, we will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is indeed the virtuous king who is guilty, he shall face the consequences according to the laws of the kingdom." He cast a cold glance at Xiang Chen and then turned to Yin Tianye, commanding, "Imperial guards, seize the virtuous king and confine him to the dungeons. The Ministry of Justice will commence an investigation." Yes, a cohort of imperial guards advanced to apprehend the virtuous king, Yin Tianye. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. It was over. His ambitions had come to ruin. His future and reputation were in tatters. With eyes blazing with rage, Yin Tianye glared at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, you have destroyed my prospects. I will not rest until I see you dead. He roared as he was led away. Xiang Chen's gaze remained icy. Yin Chen had opted not to execute Yin Tianye in a fit of public outrage, but instead imprisoned him, making it clear that inciting the populace against him would be futile. Yet, this was anticipated. The onlookers were also filled with rage and hatred towards Xiang Chen. Ignoring their glares, Xiang Chen bowed and remarked, "Your Majesty is wise. We thank you for standing up for the people of the Great Xiang. Your Majesty is wise." The citizens echoed, bowing in unison, although the astute among them understood that Yin Chen was merely performing for show. Alas, in this realm, the common folk have little power or authority. "Xiang Chen, are you satisfied now?" Yin Chen asked indifferently. Xiang Chen, neither humble nor arrogant, replied, "It is not the satisfaction of a mere commoner that matters, but that of the people. Your Majesty, you are just and fair, truly deserving of the title of King of the Great Xiang. I, the humble subject, yield to you." Internally, he thought, "I will endure this for now, but in the future, I shall see you destroyed." "Humph, conduct yourself properly and manage your brothel," Yin Chen remarked with a cold scoff, his words laden with meaning. "As for these two, who have callously taken lives and harmed the populace, bring them forth for execution." He turned his gaze to Boss Qin and Lu Chuanyan. The two, stricken with fear, turned pale and crawled towards Xiang Chen, pleading, "Young Master Xiang, save us. You promised not to kill us." With a dismissive kick, Xiang Chen sent them sprawling, stating indifferently, "I do not seek your demise, yet the law of our kingdom, under the wise and martial king, will not allow you to remain." At that moment, two imperial guards approached, and with swift strokes, the blades fell. "Xiang Chen, you deceive." The words were cut short as the gleam of the blades claimed their heads, their lives extinguished before the crowd. Cheers erupted from the onlookers, applauding the grim spectacle. "Prepare to return to the palace," Yin Chen declared coldly. "We bid farewell to the king." The crowd bowed in unison. As the king and his entourage departed, the women knelt before Xiang Chen, their hearts filled with gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for standing up for us." Xiang Chen gazed upon the downtrodden, sighed deeply, and said, "Please rise. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to your homes. For those without a home, you may find sustenance in my red dust brothel in the future." "Thank you, young master." The women wept with appreciation. "It has been a year since we last met, young Master Xiang, and your cultivation is awe-inspiring. You possess a noble heart, advocating for the common people. It is truly admirable, and we bow to you in respect." Indeed, to have someone like young Master Xiang in the Great Xiang is a blessing. "We honor you with our respect," countless citizens expressed, their eyes brimming with admiration. Many youthful maidens gazed at him, their hearts aflame with affection. Such a man was irresistibly captivating. Xiang Chen surveyed the crowd and clasped his fists, proclaiming, "As fellow subjects of the Great Xiang, this is but my duty. Thank you all for speaking up for justice." This incident had undoubtedly tarnished Yin Tianye's reputation, and it seemed that the citizens of the Great Xiang would find it difficult to accept him henceforth. Chapter 530. The Shadow Assassin. Upon returning to his chambers, Yin Chen erupted in fury, shattering countless priceless antiques in his rage. "How outrageous! A mere youth like Xiang Chen dares to humiliate me before the populace and force me into retreat. What insolence! What shall I do with that rebellious son?" He vented his anger within the confines of his palace. In the Great Xiang, the age of maturity is 16, a milestone Xiang Chen had already surpassed. Yin Chen could hardly fathom that such a young man could outmaneuver him and publicly embarrass him, compelling him to concede. "My king, you cannot truly intend to punish Tianye, for he is my lifeblood," Lin Ho implored, her voice filled with distress. "Your son, whom you have praised for his talents, has been ensnared by Xiang Chen. Is this the result of your incessant boasting of his dual prowess? What has become of him in this encounter? While my son has fallen to Xiang Chen, I find no capable individual left to rely upon." Yin Xiang's fury reached new heights, his finger pointing accusingly at Lin Ho, directing his ire towards her. Lin Ho, in tears, responded, "Did not Tianye wish to alleviate your burdens?" "Alleviate burdens? He has only brought me a heap of trouble," Yin Chen scoffed, taking his seat upon the dragon throne. "Tonight, let Liao Yuan release that wretch, permitting him to return to the academy in Huazhou." He is not to return to the Great Xiang until matters have settled, Yin Chen commanded coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Lin Ho felt a sense of relief wash over her. Ultimately, as the legitimate wife's eldest son, the attitude towards Yin Tianye starkly contrasts with that towards Yin Tianye. At this moment, a eunuch entered to report, Your Majesty, Commander Yin Xiao seeks an audience. The eunuch spoke with utmost respect. Admit him, Yin Chen replied coldly. Soon, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Yin Xiao, Yin Jingchuan's cousin, entered and bowed, saying, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Today, Xiang Chen has truly gone too far. I humbly request permission to lead troops to annihilate Fengshan Manor and capture Xiang Chen alive. Yin Chen scoffed, saying, By what pretext will you apprehend him? This young man has just committed a significant crime. Should the royal family act against him now? The citizens of the Great Xiang will accuse us of using our power for personal vendetta. Yin Xiao frowned, showing little concern for public opinion. But Your Majesty, can we allow this young man to continue to brazenly insult our royal dignity? He must be eliminated. Yin Chen replied coldly, Send someone to monitor him. We can act when Xiang Chen is on his way back to the Huanzhou Academy. If he lingers in the Great Xiang, we can later accuse him of treason once the situation calms. Yin Xiao, upon hearing this, said nothing further and respectfully acknowledged the command. Today, the royal family was filled with pent-up frustration. Is everything quiet at the borders? Yin Chen suddenly inquired. Yes, with Prince Zhengfeng present, all is well, Commander Yin Xiao responded. Very well, you may leave. Ensure someone keeps a close watch on Xiang Chen. Understood. In the streets, within a carriage, Xiang Chen was returning home, escorted by the White Tiger Guard. Surrounding him, numerous citizens were calling out his name, filled with admiration. Haha, delightful. Truly delightful. This time, we finally vented our frustrations. That scoundrel Yin Tianye is finished, laughed Xiahou Wu, sitting beside him. Xiang Chen peeled an orange and said, He will not come to harm. Yin Chen is merely attempting to quell the public outcry. He cannot afford to kill him. I suspect he will be released within a couple of nights. As Xiang Chen savored the sweet citrus, he continued, When that time comes, we shall capture him and expose him. Let us see how the royal family will respond. Xiahou Wu smirked. No need for that yet. It is not time to force the royal family into desperation. However, after this incident, I fear Yin Chen will take me seriously and will undoubtedly send assassins after me. With public opinion against me, he cannot openly suppress me, so covert actions are inevitable. Are you suggesting he will send assassins to kill you? Indeed, that is likely. Following this matter, the royal family's spies will surely be watching me closely. Tianye, once we return, change your hair color to help me blend in. There are many matters I must attend to. Xiang Chen gazed at Tianye, who bore a striking resemblance to him, save for their differing hair colors. All right, Tianye replied without further comment, ready to comply with Xiang Chen's wishes. Upon arriving at Fengshan Manor, Shui finally awoke and, upon seeing her mother alive, regained some semblance of vitality. As for the fact that Xia was still alive, the Xia family remained unaware. It was imperative they did not learn of this, for if word spread, the royal family would soon discover the collusion between Yin Tianye and Xiang Chen. In the afternoon, 1,000 miles away at the border, the Tiger Gate was home to 200,000 border troops, in coordination with another major border city. Beyond the Tiger Gate lay the Kingdom of Scorpio. In the afternoon, as dusk approached, the sky had already darkened. Beyond the Human Pass, 100 miles away, lay the Jiaqing Pass of the Scorpion Kingdom. It was through Jiaqing Pass that Xiang Chen had originally entered the Scorpion Kingdom. Within the confines of Jiaqing Pass, over 200,000 troops were stationed. As twilight descended, the sun gradually sank behind the western mountains. The soldiers on the city walls stood vigil while others patrolled. In recent years, the Scorpion Kingdom and the Disong Kingdom had enjoyed relative peace, with no major wars erupting, though minor skirmishes occurred frequently, often resulting in clashes between patrolling parties. As night fell, a figure emerged from the distant grasslands, observing Jiaqing Pass. This was a young girl, clad in a form-fitting black leather suit, her figure graceful and alluring. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her striking features included enchanting phoenix eyes and an oval face that radiated innate charm. She gazed up at the sky, where a cluster of dark clouds obscured the moon, and a glint of cold light flickered in her dark eyes. It was time, she murmured softly, and then she seemed to dissolve into the night, leaving behind an almost imperceptible shadow on the ground. The shadow raced towards the city walls with remarkable speed, effortlessly climbing up without raising any alarm. Once atop the towering walls, the shadow flitted past, unnoticed by the sentinels. It entered the city with ease, recalling the layout of the map, every building and structure etched in its mind. The shadow navigated through narrow alleys and across rooftops until it arrived at a residence, seamlessly infiltrating within. Inside one chamber, two individuals lay in slumber, a burly man, muscular and scarred, sharing a bed with a beautiful concubine. This man was a notable figure, a general of the Jiaqing Pass, possessing strength at the second level of the Yuanyang realm. Unbeknownst to the sleeping pair, a shadow stealthily entered through the window, creeping closer in the dimness of the room without a sound. This shadow even slipped through the gauzy canopy, approaching their bed, just as the general murmured in his dreams. Suddenly, a black dagger, slightly over a foot long and with a subtle curve, materialized out of thin air, plunging brutally into his throat. The bloodied blade emerging from the back of his neck. A single strike, and he was dead. Chapter 531. Xiang Wang seizes power on a sentry tower outside Human Pass. Two figures stood atop the towering structure, gazing into the distance. One was a towering figure, 2 meters tall and clad in armor. The other, draped in a black robe, appeared somewhat pallid, standing at nearly 2 meters, with an ordinary visage that belied an aura of intangible authority. Your Highness, is it truly safe for man he to infiltrate the enemy camp alone for such a task? Zhao Mu inquired from behind him. After a year's absence, Zhao Mu had now reached the second level of the Yuanyang realm. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern, the man replied calmly. This is merely a test of her capabilities. The man was none other than Xiang Wang, Xiang Liang, though his current appearance had evidently been altered, for he was indeed far more handsome in his true form. At that moment, a figure hastened from behind, leaping onto the watchtower with a single stride. My lord, the gathering for Yin Zhengfeng has commenced, and our forces are in position, spoke the individual, who bore a formidable battle blade, exuding an aura that was both robust and inscrutable. Excellent, Wang Qian. It is time to reclaim the military authority. Prepare the troops stationed at the city gates. And once the curfew is enforced, execute the plan. No one is to be allowed to leave the city, nor is a single messenger eagle to escape from Human City, commanded the king. Rest assured, my lord, Old Bai's archers have been strategically placed, and not a single messenger eagle shall be permitted to fly out, replied Wang Qian with utmost respect. Before long, another figure approached from a distance, carrying a blood-soaked bundle. Silently, this figure ascended the tower and knelt on one knee, discarding the gruesome head wrapped within the package beside them. My lord, the task is accomplished. Indeed, after a year of training, you have acquired all the essential skills of a scout, the king responded with a smile. As the figure unveiled her veil, a stunningly beautiful visage emerged, a harmonious blend of purity and allure. Manha, no longer the frail girl of yore, Manha now possessed a formidable presence, her cultivation having reached the 9th level of the innate realm, even capable of assassinating those of the Yuanyang realm. Bang! An hour later, around 10 o'clock at night, a bell tolled throughout the city. Curfew was upon them. What is curfew? At a designated time in the evening, it is forbidden for anyone outside the military to wander the streets. Now is the time. Let those at the city gates act. The king's gaze was as sharp as ice. Wang Qian immediately descended to relay the orders. At the 4 city gates, dozens of guards stood vigilant, while patrols roamed the vicinity. Not far off lay the military encampment. Just then, a patrol of armored soldiers, numbering in the dozens, approached, surveying the city gates. Suddenly, they drew forth their crossbows, aiming at the guards stationed at the entrance. The sound of arrows slicing through the air accompanied the onslaught of deadly projectiles, striking the guards in their heads before they could comprehend the betrayal. The cries of the fallen were silenced before they could escape their lips. In an instant, dozens of guards lay lifeless, and the patrol swiftly moved to collect the bodies, storing the deceased within their spatial artifacts. Some wielded brooms, sweeping away the dust to conceal the bloodied ground. Identical occurrences transpired at 2 of the city gates, where the original guards had been entirely replaced. Meanwhile, within a tavern in the city, laughter resounded. Ha ha ha, come drink. His Highness the Prince is magnanimous. Dozens of frontier generals gathered within the tavern, reveling in their libations. At the head of the table, a burly man clad in dark armor, sporting a bushy beard, embraced a beautiful woman in a pink dress, joining in the festivities. Yin Zhengfeng, upon the imprisonment of the king, had been dispatched to oversee military affairs. My lord, under your might, the Scorpion Kingdom dares not to attack. One of the generals toasted. Indeed, our lord's capabilities and renown far surpass those of Xiang Liang. A toast to our lord. Others raised their goblets in unison. What is Xiang Liang? He is nothing but a remnant of the past, his bones long turned to dust. Even 10 Xiang Liangs combined could not match my military prowess, proclaimed Yin Tianye, his laughter echoing with reckless abandon, already inebriated. Is it so? I recall a time when Prince Yin stood before me, meek and hesitant, never daring to utter such words. At that moment, several figures entered, one of whom sneered. The crowd turned to behold a strikingly handsome and formidable man, accompanied by a burly figure in a black robe wielding a blade, and another man clad in white. Xiang Liang, how could it be? Xiang Liang, Wang Tian. Xiaobai, am I intoxicated? Were they not already dead? The hall fell into a state of shock, many gazing at the trio in disbelief. Suddenly, nearly half of the commanders rose abruptly, drawing their swords and leveling them at their fellow officers. Do not move. Sit down. Half of the commanders had turned traitor, their blades poised against Yin Tianye's loyalists. These men turned pale, frozen in place, unable to react. Xiang Liang. Yin Tianye sprang to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face as he rubbed his eyes, questioning his own vision, convinced he must be hallucinating from drink. Yet upon closer inspection, he realized he was not mistaken. Xiang Liang, it truly is Xiang Liang. He surveyed the room, witnessing his loyal officers being subdued by the former military veterans. This year, Xiang Liang had returned, secretly contacting his old subordinates, amassing half of the military strength, awaiting this very moment. Xiang Liang, you are not dead. How did you come to be here? Were you not imprisoned in the dungeons? Yin Tianye's eyes burned with fury as he gazed at Xiang Liang, terror gripping his heart. Xiang Liang responded with a cold smile, saying, My life is not meant to be extinguished. Yin Tianye, you despicable wretch. You have slain over 20 of my 82 veteran commanders. Today, I shall finally avenge my brothers. Suddenly, Yin Tianye unleashed a tremendous surge of true energy, propelling himself with the power of the third realm of Soul Moon, attempting to break free. Xiang Liang snorted disdainfully, stepping forward as a wave of dark golden flames enveloped him, enhancing his already terrifying speed to pursue. Yin Tianye sensed Xiang Liang's enhanced aura and, paralyzed with fear, drew his sword, unleashing a yellow sword beam over 10 meters long aimed directly at Xiang Liang. Xiang Liang brandished his Fantian Huaji, striking forth. A massive dark golden blade of energy cleaved through the air, crashing fiercely against the opposing sword beam, which shattered under the might of his strike. The blade then struck Yin Tianye, who let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent hurtling through the air, his back pierced through. With a thunderous crash, Yin Tianye plummeted, crashing into a civilian building. The Fantian Huaji shot forth, impaling him, nailing him to the structure. A single strike to eliminate. What level of power and cultivation has Xiang Liang attained? Chapter 532. The heavens are changing the following day. As dawn broke, the sky was tinged with a pale hue, the sun revealing its first blush from the east. The resonant sound of a long, sonorous horn echoed through the military camp. Gathering at the military encampment, all troops assemble at the military drill ground. The command echoed through the barracks at Human Pass and the gates of the 4 cities. The soldiers, roused from slumber, swiftly donned their armor and armed themselves before proceeding to the assembly ground. Each military camp stationed at the city gates housed a formidable force of 50,000 troops. In no time, the 200,000 soldiers stationed at Human Pass had gathered. In the expansive drill ground, the vast assembly of 20,000 troops formed into orderly ranks. Upon the 10-meter-high platform, numerous figures stood resolutely. More than 30 generals were bound and kneeling upon the platform. What transpired here? Is that not General Zhou? How could he be brought to kneel in such a manner? And what of General Wu from the 6th Army? This scene sparked hushed discussions among countless soldiers below, murmuring in disbelief. Silence. A commanding voice rang out. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. From behind the platform emerged a man clad in a tiger helmet and dark armor, draped in a blood-red cloak, his formidable stature and gallant visage drawing attention. With each step he took, the sound of armor clashing and his resolute footsteps resonated through the assembly. Amidst the astonished and exhilarated gazes of the soldiers, he approached the platform. It is the prince. Our prince. Has he emerged from the prison? Surely, I am not mistaken. It is indeed the prince. A wave of excitement surged among the veterans, their incredulous eyes fixated on him. In his spiritual grade armor, Prince Xiang ascended the platform, the multitude's gaze converging upon him, a mix of shock, elation, and disbelief reflected in their expressions. Looking down at the throng of 20,000 soldiers, Prince Xiang's voice rang out, powerful and resonant. My fellow warriors, my brothers. It has been far too long. At the sound of his voice, tears welled in the eyes of countless soldiers who held him dear. We greet you, your highness. In an instant, over 100,000 soldiers dropped to one knee, their fervent gazes fixed upon him. We greet you, your highness. Even the hesitant recruits, witnessing the veterans' fervor, quickly knelt in reverence. Prince Xiang, with a graceful gesture, saluted them. No need for formalities. Following his acknowledgement, the soldiers rose in unison. Your highness, you have finally returned. We have missed you. Your highness, the soldiers longed for your presence. The seasoned veterans, who once fought alongside Prince Xiang on the battlefield, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. In that moment, even Prince Xiang's stoic heart felt a tug of emotion as he spoke. After nearly 2 years of separation, how could I, Xiang Liang, not think of my brothers? I have dreamt many times during these 2 years of returning to the battlefield, to fight alongside you all, to defend our homeland against foreign foes. At last, we reunite once more. Some soldiers wiped away their tears, unable to contain their curiosity. Your Highness, what truly transpired 2 years ago? We cannot believe that you were merely intoxicated and tarnished your reputation. Indeed, Your Highness, what happened 2 years ago? Many voices clamored for answers. The king of Xiang gazed upon all his soldiers, his voice infused with true essence, resonating deeply across the military grounds. 2 years prior, I was summoned to the palace to attend a banquet, where I unwittingly consumed poisoned wine and subsequently fell unconscious, only to find myself imprisoned in the dungeon by our so-called king. Henceforth, I was falsely accused of drunken debauchery and of violating the queen in the inner palace. However, I must inform you all that I am a victim of slander. Countless soldiers were taken aback by these revelations. The king continued. It was only after my imprisonment that I learned of the treachery behind my incarceration. With an army of 400,000 stationed at the borders and having repeatedly vanquished our enemies, my accomplishments threatened the royal lineage. Fearing for his position, the king devised a scheme to eliminate me. After my confinement, my son was also ensnared in deceit and nearly lost his life on the guillotine. The royal family sought to execute me secretly in the dungeon, but thanks to my son's desperate rescue, I escaped. Otherwise, I would have become just another vengeful spirit within these walls, never to see my brothers again. As the truth unfolded, a chorus of anger erupted among the soldiers. We knew the prince was wronged. This vile king has shown no compassion. The prince has defended the borders for over a decade, achieving unparalleled victories. How could the royal family be so heartless? Prince, what loyalty is left to such a king? Let us rise against him. Indeed, the prince's lineage has always been loyal. His younger brother, our General Xiang, once died valiantly for this monarch, only to meet such a tragic end. The fervent cries of indignation continued to swell. The 40,000 soldiers stationed at the border were largely those nurtured and selected by the king during his decade-long tenure, earning him immense respect. He cherished his soldiers as if they were his own kin, often sharing meals and living quarters with the lower ranks, a stature unmatched by the distant king. Raising his hand, the king proclaimed, I have returned to seek justice. Will you stand with me, brothers? My life was saved by the prince on the battlefield. I vow to follow him to the death. Countless soldiers knelt, their eyes earnest. The king laughed heartily, declaring, very well, let us pursue justice together. He turned to the 30 or so trusted generals of Xiang Chen, kneeling before him, and coldly asked, what say you? Will you die, or will you submit to me? Xiang Liang, you treacherous rebel. To defy the crown is to court your own destruction. One of the generals shouted in fury, execute him. The king replied indifferently. Wang Tian struck down with his blade, and the man's head fell with a thud. Compassion cannot govern an army, nor can righteousness oversee wealth. Blood splattered upon the faces of the onlookers, sending shivers through them. I submit. I willingly pledge my allegiance to the prince. One general quickly declared, terrified. I too submit. To seek justice alongside the prince. With the first declaration came a second, then a third. Yet, 3 staunch loyalists to the royal family were summarily executed on the king's orders. Meanwhile, at Human Pass, 200,000 soldiers were strategically reclaimed under the king's command. My lord, Third Master Xiang Hong, and General Xiao Bai have successfully taken control of the faction loyal to Xiang Chen within Human City, came a whisper from Man He behind the king. Excellent. Dispatch a swift message to Human City. I shall proceed at once. The king nodded in agreement. He, along with the valiant soldiers of the army, delivered a series of speeches to stabilize and unify their spirits, which allowed Wang Tian to take charge of the situation in his stead. Xiang Wang directly led a group of trusted generals, soaring through the skies after exiting the city, hastening towards another major border city. The upheaval of the Great Shang is imminent. Chapter 533. You are not worthy yet. In the depths of the night, within the confines of the celestial prison, Yin Tianye found himself confined in a dimly lit cell. Suddenly, the prison door swung open, and General Liao, accompanied by another figure, entered. Your Highness, you have suffered, the middle-aged man clad in black said respectfully. Old Lu, you have finally arrived. Yin Tianye exclaimed with joy, hastening to greet him. This man, named Lu Guang, was Yin Tianye's martial arts teacher from his youth and a formidable master of the Yuanyang realm. Old Lu, what news do you bring regarding my case? Yin Tianye inquired eagerly. Lu Guang sighed deeply and replied, Your Highness, your case has now spread throughout the royal city and has been substantiated. A retrial is evidently impossible. The king's intention is for you to return discreetly to the Academy of Huangzhou, and I shall escort you back. At these words, Yin Tianye felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his heart ablaze with unrestrained fury. Did this imply that the throne of the Great Shang was forever beyond his grasp? He would even be unable to operate openly within the empire in the future. Xiang Chen, you have ruined my life. You have shattered my royal ambitions. Yin Tianye roared in anger, his eyes aflame with deep-seated hatred. The king has already resolved to eliminate Xiang Chen. For now, please bear with it, Your Highness. Return to the Academy of Huangzhou and bide your time. Once the storm has passed, you may return, Lu Guang advised. Fuming, Yin Tianye struck his fist against the wall, seething. Very well. I shall endure this indignation a while longer. Upon my return, I will inform my father that as long as Xiang Chen remains, he will be a grave threat. Lu Guang nodded. Let us leave the prison for now. A carriage and flying beast await outside. We shall escort Your Highness back tonight. Yin Tianye nodded, composing himself as he prepared to exit. After you, Your Highness, General Liao said, stepping aside respectfully. Yin Tianye donned a hooded cloak and stepped out. As he exited the celestial prison, General Liao observed him intently, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he discreetly infused a communication jade talisman with his essence. Once outside the prison, Yin Tianye boarded the carriage, which sped away under Lu Guang's vigilant escort. He lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the vibrant world outside. His heart a tumult of emotions. What should have been a glorious ascent to the throne of the Great Shang had now reduced him to a clandestine fugitive due to the disdain of someone he once underestimated. With these thoughts, the flames of rage within Yin Tianye surged once more. Xiang Chen, I vow to obliterate your entire family. I, Yin Tianye, shall not rest until then. He swore to himself, lowering the curtain. The carriage, drawn by several dragon steeds, raced swiftly through the streets and soon reached the city gates, where they were granted passage. After traveling over 20 miles beyond the city, they entered a dense forest, where a long-awaited demon eagle awaited them. This magnificent creature, measuring 7 or 8 zhang, was a demon bird of the first rank in the Yuanyang realm. The carriage entered the forest, and Yin Tianye descended from it. Your Highness, take care on your journey, said the carriage driver, who was also Yin Tianye's confidant, clasping his fists in respect. Yin Tianye offered no further words. Leaping onto the flying eagle, with Lu Guang accompanying him, determined to escort him back to the Academy of Huangzhou. The flying eagle let out a piercing cry, its wings unfurling to stir a tempest, preparing to ascend into the sky. Suddenly, an arrow of formidable power shot forth from the woods, striking the head of the flying eagle with brutal precision. The creature let out a shriek, its skull pierced by the arrow, and its body, which had just taken flight, plummeted to the ground, crashing through several towering trees. Yin Tianye and Lu Guang were taken aback, immediately leaping off the flying eagle. At that moment, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them, targeting the carriage, and the driver fell victim to the volley. Who dares? Lu Guang bellowed, scanning the surroundings. From the depths of the forest emerged numerous figures, no less than 40 or 50, each resembling ferocious tigers, towering at 5 to 6 meters tall, exuding a menacing aura. Among them, a striking young man, standing at 1 meter 85, with cascading silver hair and dark golden eyes, slowly approached. Prince Yin, where are you headed? He inquired with a faint smile. Xiang Chen. Yin Tianye's eyes reddened with fury as he glared at the newcomer. Xiang Chen. Lu Guang's expression darkened as he surveyed the crowd, most of whom possessed the innate power of the great celestial realm, while a few were at the Yuanyang realm. And one emitted an ominous energy that filled him with dread. How did you come to be here? Yin Tianye demanded, astonished and enraged. How could Xiang Chen know his whereabouts? It seemed the adversary had laid an ambush, foreseeing his escape from the prison. Xiang Chen smiled affably. I was aware that the laws of the great Xiang are but the laws of your Yin family. I prepared this banquet in advance, awaiting your arrival. Tonight, I have come to bid you farewell on your journey to the underworld. Xiang Chen, spare me. I promise I will never be your enemy again. We could even become sworn brothers, and I shall grant you half of the great Xiang's dominion. Yin Tianye forced a smile, suppressing his inner rage. Haha, are you worthy to be my brother? Tonight, I shall send you on your way, Xiang Chen coldly retorted, then issued a command. Kill. With a roar, dozens of white tiger guards surged forward, emanating a fierce aura as they charged at Lu Guang and Yin Tianye. Your Highness, seize the opportunity to escape. I will help you fight your way out. Lu Guang shouted fiercely, stepping forward and unleashing 9 circles of blue true essence, enveloping him like a radiant sun. He hurled a powerful punch toward the white tiger guards, the force coalescing into a massive blue fist. The white tiger guards roared, unleashing golden beams that transformed into a rain of golden blades, raining down upon Lu Guang's attack. With a thunderous clash, the violent energies collided, shattering nearby trees into splinters. Meanwhile, Yin Tianye summoned a true wing and soared into the air, preparing to flee toward the royal city. Now, the royal city has become his only path to survival, and Xiang Chen dares not kill him in public. Yet, will Xiang Chen grant him an opportunity? A figure materializes, enveloped in the true wings of the Tianye, transforming into a flash of white lightning that swiftly positions itself before Yin Tianye. The youth, with flowing silver hair, wields the black and red dragon quelling demon blade, soaring with the moon-white true wings, emanating an icy aura akin to a god of slaughter. Xiang Chen, spare me. I possess great wealth. I can offer you money. Yin Tianye implores fearfully. Xiang Chen smirks, replying, I'm afraid today I seek your life. The past has led to this moment. Yin Tianye, we bid farewell. As he speaks, Xiang Chen unleashes a series of astonishing steps, the true wings of the Tianye igniting, executing the Thunderblade technique, transforming into a bolt of lightning that charges forward with blinding speed, impossible to evade. Chapter 534, Severing Ties, Ending Affections. Yin Tianye's complexion drastically shifts, terror rising within as he gazes at Xiang Chen blocking his path. Xiang Chen, I will fight you. He bellows, igniting all his true essence in a desperate outburst. With sword in hand, he unleashes a formidable sword light extending over 10 meters, delivering his strongest strike. Xiang Chen chuckles coldly, instantly propelling himself into the air, morphing into a zigzagging flash of lightning, simultaneously executing a blindingly swift strike. Swish! This strike deftly evades Yin Tianye's assault, slicing through his form with a speed so unmatched that he cannot defend against it. As they pass each other, Xiang Chen sheaths the dragon-quelling demon blade, its edge untouched by blood. Yin Tianye's eyes widen in shock, his true essence dissipating in an instant, his head and body severed, falling victim to a single fatal blow. No, I do not wish to die, he cries, his voice a mixture of desperation and dread, as darkness envelopes his consciousness. His corpse falls into the undergrowth, while the dragon-quelling demon blade emits a radiant light, absorbing the essence of life. Thus, the prince of the great Xiang dynasty meets his demise. Your Highness, no? Lu Guang exclaims, his eyes aflame with fury as he witnesses the scene. You dare slay a prince? I shall avenge him. Lu Guang roars, wielding his sword to send 7 or 8 white tiger guards flying, unleashing the formidable aura of the great sun realm. His strike coalesces into dozens of blue sword lights, descending upon Xiang Chen, spanning 100 meters through the air. Xiang Chen smirks, the swallowing heaven evil vine enveloping his form. The sword lights clash against the vine, releasing waves of sword energy that ricochet back. Kill. Lu Guang, consumed by rage, channels his power into a second strike. A sword light extending over 10 meters descending from above, its energy tearing through the sky. Meanwhile, the swallowing heaven evil vine retracts into his body, revealing a colossal silver-white moon-swallowing sky wolf before him. The moon-swallowing sky wolf roars, unleashing a wave of lunar light that crashes into the descending sword light. Boom! The lunar wave collides with the blue sword light, resulting in a thunderous explosion, shattering it into fragments, scattering like starlight. How is this possible? Lu Guang exclaims in disbelief, astonished at Xiang Chen's transformation. Then, with a whoosh, the moon-swallowing sky wolf accelerates to supersonic speed, exceeding 600 meters per second, moving as swiftly as a shooting star. Subsequently, a colossal claw of the moon-devouring wolf unleashed a terrifying force exceeding millions of pounds, crashing down. Lu Guang roared as his true essence erupted, expanding to form a protective barrier around him, extending over 10 meters. Bang! However, the azure shield of light was instantly shattered by a single strike of the claw. The claw's radiance, akin to 5 white crescent blades, tore through his flesh. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as 5 deep gashes were inflicted upon Lu Guang's body, his bones crushed, his visage grotesquely marred, rendering him a horrifying sight. In shock, Lu Guang's body plummeted, drenched in blood. Soon after, the moon-devouring wolf's claw struck again. The 5 crescent-like claws descended once more, cleaving through his defenseless form, resulting in Lu Guang being brutally dismembered, meeting a tragic end on the spot. In the form of the moon-devouring wolf, Xiang Chen's combat prowess was indeed extraordinary. As the moon-devouring wolf transformed back into Xiang Chen, he descended slowly, exhaling a malevolent aura that enveloped Lu Guang's remains, concealing the corpse in dark energy. Young master, Li Chuan and the White Tiger guards gathered around. Dispose of Yin Tianye and the charioteer Long Ju's bodies without a trace. As for Lu Guang, we shall leave him here. The malevolent aura I left will suffice to confuse the eyes, Xiang Chen declared, as the devouring evil vine had already consumed Lu Guang's corpse, leaving only remnants shrouded in dark energy. Lu Guang's treasured sword was promptly devoured by the little white tiger, who, unbeknownst to anyone, had likely reached a level of power rivaling that of Xiang Chen in his moon-devouring wolf form. Indeed, Li Chuan instructed his men to clean up, while Xiang Chen took deliberate steps into the encroaching night. Next, it will be your turn, Xiang Ke, the beast I have called brother for over a decade. The boy's chilling voice reverberated within the darkness. With Yin Tianye slain, the royal family would remain oblivious, save for those in the know. However, since Lu Guang did not return, it was likely that, with the passage of time, the royal family would investigate and discover this battleground. Xiang Chen intentionally left behind clues as a diversion, rather than erasing all traces of the encounter. Yin Tianye, a longtime adversary of Xiang Chen, had finally met his demise. At the end of the wooded path, a youth donned in a scholarly white robe, handsome in appearance with a pair of wolf ears, stood gazing at Xiang Chen's slow approach, his expression somewhat complex. Yet, moments later, it transformed into unwavering determination and respect. Xiang Chen smiled at the youth, who waved his white robe and clasped his hands before him, bowing deeply. Dashing merchant, Yin Tianye, hereby formally joins the Yin Huang from this day forth, pledging allegiance to its principles, to establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to set forth a destiny for the populace, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to strive for eternal peace for all ages. Yin Tianye, from this day on, shall follow you, Sir Xiang Chen, with unwavering loyalty, never to betray. Yours respectfully, Yin Tianye. Xiang Chen, observing the solemnity of the youth's bow, felt immense joy within. While commanding armies may be easy, a valiant general is a rare find, and a strategist as astute as Yin Tianye is even more precious. In this world, although martial prowess reigns supreme, the wise will invariably fare better than the foolish. Xiang Chen's expression turned serious as he placed his hands upon his chest, bowing in return. After the exchange of pleasantries, Xiang Chen extended his hand, his smile radiant. Tianye, Yinhua welcomes you. I, Xiang Chen, have gained another like-minded brother. Yin Tianye also revealed a smile, one that was relaxed as he grasped Xiang Chen's hand, saying, to be honest, I have always envied the brotherhood of Yinhua. I have dwelled too long in a world of deceit. True affection was once a luxury for me, a sentiment I dared not trust. Indeed, Xiang Chen sighed deeply. The human heart is ever fickle. Few can resist the allure of temptation when faced with irresistible gains. Do not blame me for placing a shackle upon our bond. Yet, it is this very restraint that ensures our unwavering loyalty to one another. Your approach is commendable. From the perspective of a ruler, your method consolidates all cohesion into a singular force. A pack of wolves that commands the utmost respect for its alpha is a formidable one. And a pack that flawlessly executes the alpha's commands is truly invincible. Yin Tianye nodded in agreement. I killed your elder brother. You bear no resentment, do you? Xiang Chen inquired. Yin Tianye fell silent before responding. Though we bore the title of brothers, we were, in truth, destined adversaries. The Yin family and the royal lineage, henceforth, I shall have no ties to them. From the moment I learned that my mother was slain by his own hand, the Yin family became my adversary. A parent who neither nurtures nor loves, a bond severed by betrayal. This sentiment, I return with severed fingers. Yin Tianye sliced through his left pinky finger. The agony of severed digits is indeed excruciating, yet at that moment, his visage bore no trace of suffering. Xiang Chen reached out, intending to heal his wounds. However, Yin Tianye waved him off, unrolling a bandage to wrap his injury, and spoke solemnly. The happiest moments of my life were before I turned 8, during which my mother provided me with unparalleled care and affection, allowing me to experience genuine human love. My mother was but a palace maid, a servant of the lowest status in this society. Due to a drunken encounter, the callous king favored her, and I was brought into this world. She was so gentle, kind, and beautiful. With my birth, she fled the palace and returned to her homeland, where she gave birth to me. When I was 8, the royal family found me. At that time, I had a younger sister, just born, the child of my mother and her subsequent husband. Due to our lowly status, my mother and her husband, seeing my newborn sister as a blemish, eliminated her. On that day, I lost the one person who loved me most in this world. Yin Tianye smiled bitterly, binding his wound. Because of my mother's station, I too was marginalized. This world classifies people into hierarchies. I refuse to accept that my mother's lowly status warranted her demise. The real sinner is that merciless king. I refuse to submit to a world where those of lower status are deemed unworthy of love, where life can be extinguished at will. I yearn to shatter these twisted rules of emotion. Yin Tianye's smile was profoundly sorrowful, evoking a bittersweet ache in the hearts of those who listened. Xiang Chen gazed up at the starry sky and remarked, in this realm, those of high standing indulge in both spiritual and material fulfillment, while the marginalized and weaker souls often find that mere existence is a transgression. My aspiration is to transform this very system, to ensure that the common folk have laws to rely upon, granting the populace a measure of security. The fierce competition among cultivators for profit, leading to ruthless struggles, is unavoidable, yet the innocent and powerless should not become the victims of their power plays. However, altering an established system is an arduous task. First, one must ascend to the position of sovereign, for only then will my words hold weight and my laws be heeded. Otherwise, it is but a jest. Turning to Yin Tianye, he continued, from this moment forth, let us together challenge the rules of this world and carve out justice for the lowest echelon. With utmost willingness, Yin Tianye replied with a smile. He glanced down at the wounds on his hands and said, my mother's surname is Murong. The name Yin Tianye is dead. From now on, I shall live for her, fighting against the injustices she endured. The one who lives now is Murong Tianye. Yin Tianye is no more. I now live as Murong Tianye. Come, let us depart. Dawn approaches. The two figures walked side by side, exiting the forest path. Upon returning to Fengshan Manor, Xiang Chen's first action was to compose a letter, dispatching it via bird back to the Academy of Huangzhou. However, he had no intention of returning immediately. In the hall, Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Wang Ziajiji, Qing Ming, Tian Yu, and Murong Tianye gathered. Today, I would like to introduce a new brother to everyone, Tianye, Murong Tianye, who will officially join our ranks in Yin Huang. Xiang Chen announced with a smile, seated in the main position, directing his gaze toward Tianye, sitting in the lower right. Murong Tianye stood and bowed to the assembly. Murong Tianye, Your Highness, have you changed your name? Wang Ziajiji inquired with surprise. Murong Tianye replied calmly, there is no longer a Your Highness here. Ziajiji, from now on, I am just like you, a brother of Yin Huang. As for Yin Tianye, He has perished, henceforth. You may call me Murong Tianhua, as I take my mother's surname. Very well, Wang Xiaojiji responded, not pressing further. Haha, Tianhua, welcome to Yanwang. Come, I toast to you. We are brothers now, Xiahou Wu exclaimed, raising his cup with a smile. Can I call you Hosey? No need for formality. Murong Tianhua returned the gesture. Of course, Xiahou Wu said, downing his drink. Brother Xiang Chen, I wish to drink as well, chirped the youthful child, Xiao Tuan Tuan. Dressed in the red cotton jacket gifted by Xiang Chen's mother, as she ran barefoot to Xiang Chen for a sip of his drink. How spicy! This tastes terrible. Sweet water is far better, she exclaimed, grimacing after a sip, her face flushed. The others erupted in laughter, finding her utterly adorable. Xiang Chen scooped her up, placing her on his lap as he chuckled. You are still too young to drink. Uft. Even when I grow up, I want tea drink. It tastes horrible, she protested, sticking out her tongue, and then sat on Xiang Chen's lap, reaching for fruits on the table. Tuan Tuan, let us go play outside. I do not wish to mingle with the adults, a voice echoed from outside. All right, Tuan Tuan replied, bouncing with excitement as she grabbed 2 fruits and skipped out. You too, do not leave the manor. Qing Ming called out, unable to contain her concern. Understood. The elder sister is rather verbose. After the small group departed, Xiang Chen waved his hand, causing the hall doors to close. The white tiger guard stood watch outside, preventing anyone from entering. At this moment, Xiang Chen adopted a serious demeanor and said, the gathering of everyone signifies the importance of the matter at hand. Tianhua, what do you anticipate will be the royal family's schemes? Murong Tianhua pondered for a moment before responding. The chairman publicly humiliated Yin Tianye, delivering a severe beating that utterly tarnished his reputation. Let us not forget that they have now killed him. Although that incident leveraged the will of the people to eliminate Yin Tianye, it also dealt a significant blow to the royal family and the king's dignity. Upon the chairman's return, the royal family began plotting against you, wary of your growth and talent. Now that you have survived and Fengshan Manor is thriving, increasing in influence, it is likely that the royal family will take decisive action against Fengshan Manor. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's eyes glimmered, and he habitually tapped his fingers on the armrest. When do you think this will occur? He inquired. Murong Tianhua replied, it is difficult to ascertain a specific time, but they are undoubtedly seeking opportunities and justifications. In the absence of legitimate reasons, they will fabricate them. It is worth noting that they will certainly not allow the chairman to return. Xiahou Wu furrowed his brow and remarked, Tianhua reminds me of the recent unusual movements of the Imperial Guards. The 100,000 Imperial Guards of the royal city have now deployed a significant number of personnel to replace the city garrison. All corners of the city are now equipped with battle-ready crossbows, capable of targeting aerial cultivators. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. They intend to seal off the royal city, trapping me within its confines and preventing my escape. The ventures of Fengshan Manor in the royal city should be halted, otherwise, should the royal family act suddenly, those involved in these enterprises will surely suffer. Murong Tianhua concurred, indeed. I will issue orders for all personnel under Fengshan Manor to discreetly relocate. If the royal family dares to strike against me, then we shall confront them openly. Confront them openly? Do we possess such strength? Even if we mobilize Yanwang? Murong Tianhua responded in astonishment. Xiang Chen smiled lightly. In the past, we did not possess such power, but now we do. You will understand in due time. Murong Tianhua refrained from further inquiries, stating, if we are to confront them openly, we must secure the support of 2 key forces to ensure our success. His gaze turned toward Xiahou Wu and Wang Xiaojiji. After the meeting, Xiang Chen disguised himself, donning a suit of armor and assuming the guise of a soldier in Xiahou Wu's retinue, accompanying him to the Xiahou family estate. Within the grand hall of the Xiahou family, Xiahou Wangya, the father of Xiahou Wu, had also arrived. Xiang Chen removed his armor and tore off the human skin mask from his face, respectfully bowing to Xiahou Wangya. The younger generation pays respects to Uncle Xiahou, he said with deference. Come with me to the study for a discussion. Xiahou Wangya nodded in agreement. Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu followed Xiahou Wangya to the study, where men typically reserved 2 rooms for private matters, one being the study and the other the bedroom. The 3 entered the study, with Xiahou Wu closing the door behind them. The study is adorned with a minimalist yet grand decor, featuring a substantial bookshelf, a comfortable lounge chair, and a marble desk. The walls are adorned with numerous maps, including those of the great merchant and even some of the surrounding nations, alongside a hanging sword. After Prince Xiahou takes his seat at the desk, two younger individuals stand before him. "Father, my brother has come to see you. Please have a good conversation." Xiahou Wu offers a prelude before stepping back a few paces. "You little rascal, before the discussion even begins, you are already emotionally blackmailing your old man," Prince Xiahou retorts, picking up a wooden slipper from the floor and tossing it directly at Xiahou Wu. Xiang Chen smiles faintly and says, "Uncle Xiahou, I have indeed come to see you regarding a significant matter. Is it about the Imperial Guard sealing the city? Do not even think about it. It is aimed at you. You have severely embarrassed the Yin family, and they will not allow you to leave the city alive. However, I have connections that can ensure your safe exit," Prince Xiahou replies. "No, it is not solely because of that. I am here to present you with this." Without further ado, Xiang Chen produces a palm-sized jade talisman and presents it to Prince Xiahou. "This is a communication talisman," he explains. Prince Xiahou gazes at Xiang Chen in astonishment before accepting the item, realizing that such a thing does not exist in the Great Merchant. "Try to contact someone," Xiang Chen urges with a smile. Prince Xiahou furrows his brow and channels his spiritual energy into the jade talisman, whereupon a solitary spiritual imprint responds immediately upon contact. A familiar voice resonates through the communication talisman, echoing in Prince Xiahou's mind. "Tizi, are you well?" Upon hearing the voice, Prince Xiahou leaps to his feet, trembling as he holds the talisman, tears welling in his fierce eyes. Naturally, he does not call himself Xiahou Tizi. That name was merely a childhood nickname given by the brothers he grew up with. "Lianggo, you're alive. Brother, where are you? What is going on? Are you a man or a ghost?" Prince Xiahou exclaims with fervor. Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu exchange knowing smiles and exit the room. There exists a bond, a connection, a romance that resides solely between men and their brothers. Xiang Liang with Xiahou Ba, and Xiang Chen with Xiahou Wu, two generations of fathers and sons, united as brothers, a testament to the transmission of human emotions. Xiang Chen dons a human skin mask once more and declares, "Next, we shall visit the Wang family." Xiahou Wu nods and accompanies Xiang Chen. "Dogzi, what do you think my father will discuss with your father?" Xiahou Wu inquires. Xiang Chen chuckles. "If one day I were to disappear for a long time and suddenly reach out to you, what would you want to talk about?" "Whatever we would discuss." "That is precisely what they will discuss." "Hee, I would certainly ask where you are, and I would rush over immediately. However, I haven't seen my father this delighted and excited in quite a while," Xiahou Wu replies with a grin. As they converse, they mount their steed and gallop towards the Wang family. The Wang family, also known as the Wang Xiaoji, is among the elite families of the Great Merchant. Their influence runs deeper, primarily engaging in the management of brothels, gambling houses, as well as tobacco and grain businesses. Naturally, the inhabitants of this continent indulge in smoking. Though they partake in old dry leaves, humanity persistently finds pleasure in self-inflicted harm. In the grand hall of the Wang family, Wang Ying and Wang Xiaoji have already summoned their father to await Xiang Chen in the living room. As Xiang Chen entered the Wang family estate, he was promptly greeted by Wang Xiaoji. In the grand hall, the patriarch of the Wang family occupied the main seat, his gaze fixed upon the arriving Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. "Greetings, Uncle Wang," Xiang Chen said respectfully, performing a courteous bow, with Xiahou Wu following suit. "There's no need for such formalities," the Wang patriarch replied with a nod. "Xiang Chen, I never anticipated your rapid growth. Truly, a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after a mere 3 days apart." Xiang Chen smiled gently. "Uncle, you flatter me. Hasn't Xiaoji also made considerable progress?" "Xiaoji?" The Wang patriarch appeared bewildered. "Hee, father, it's me. I'm Xiaoji, a nickname we brothers use," Wang Xiaoji interjected, stepping forward with a raised hand. "The eagle has transformed into a chick." The Wang patriarch did not comment further. He recalled that young people often enjoyed adopting nicknames. In his youth, he had also borne some rather unflattering names, even being called a bastard at times. "I have heard from Wang Ying that your support has significantly contributed to his rapid advancement. Xiang Chen, I must extend my gratitude to you," the Wang patriarch said, his demeanor exceedingly amicable. "Xiaoji and I share a bond akin to brothers forged through life and death. Assisting him is only natural. Uncle, there's no need for thanks. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for your previous warning, which allowed me to prepare. Otherwise, my wind-dust manor would have suffered greatly when disaster struck," Xiang Chen replied, bowing respectfully once more. Upon hearing this, The Wang patriarch's expression grew serious. He extended his spiritual awareness, ensuring the hall was devoid of eavesdroppers, and then spoke gravely. Xiang Chen, since you remember my warning, why did you disregard my advice and dare to return? This time, you have truly provoked the royal family. There are those from our Wang family serving in the Imperial Guard, and the entire city is currently on high alert to prevent your escape. If you wish to leave, I can assist you in fleeing. It would be wise to refrain from returning until you have gained sufficient strength. Xiang Chen replied, I had no choice but to return. I had not intended to make a grand entrance, but the royal family's actions against my family were excessive, forcing me to reveal myself. Father, what is so great about the Yin family? Why does our Wang family remain so devoted to them? If Brother Chen were to ascend the throne, it would be far superior to the Yin family, Wang Xiaoji declared candidly. Rebellious child, what nonsense are you spouting? Such words could bring you trouble. The Wang patriarch retorted angrily. He viewed Wang Xiaoji as a counterpart to Wang Ying. Fear not, father, why are you so timid? What is wrong with speaking a few truths? Wang Xiaoji scoffed, rolling his eyes dismissively. You wretched child, if you speak again, I'll have you thrown out. The Wang patriarch fumed, his brows furrowing in agitation. Fine, I shall remain silent, Wang Xiaoji conceded, recognizing the need to avoid further provocation. By the way, why haven't you brought back my daughter-in-law, Dandan, for a visit? Your mother wishes to see her, the Wang patriarch inquired. Wang Xiaoji fell silent. I am speaking to you, the Wang patriarch pressed. Feigning deafness, Wang Xiaoji remained quiet. In a fit of frustration, the Wang patriarch swung his hand, and a powerful force sent Wang Xiaoji tumbling backward with a cry of pain. I am asking you a question. Playing deaf, are we? Weren't you just telling me not to speak? Wang Xiaoji retorted, rubbing his face in indignation. You old man, one moment you want me to speak, and the next you don't. Am I to speak or remain silent? Being your son is quite the challenge. Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu exchanged amused glances, finding humor in the banter between the father and son, who truly were a pair of delightful adversaries. Speak when I command you, and remain silent when I do not. The head of the Wang family said with a dark expression. Wang Zhaijiji explained, I have several concubines at home. If Dan finds out, it would be tantamount to courting disaster, for she has quite the temper. Now that you understand the gravity of the situation, it is about time you ceased your unscrupulous behavior of bullying the weak, the head of the Wang family replied tersely. Oh, spare me. Were you not a notorious rake in your youth? If not for my mother, I dare say you would have had women flocking to you, rivaling even that canine king. Wang Zhaijiji retorted with a scoff. However, this remark earned him a slap that sent him sprawling. Xiang Chen instructed, Monkey, you and Zhaijiji stay outside to guard. I have matters to discuss with the head of the Wang family. Xiahou nodded, offering a respectful salute to the head of the Wang family before stepping back to stand with Wang Zhaijiji at the hall's entrance. Returning to the main topic, the head of the Wang family gestured for Xiang Chen to take a seat. Xiang Chen bowed slightly before settling into the guest chair. The head of the Wang family took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and remarked, This child has been spoiled by his mother since infancy. A doting mother often leads to a wayward son. I have been too preoccupied with affairs to discipline him properly, which has resulted in his debauched behavior. However, since he has become acquainted with you, he has corrected many of his odious habits. Xiang Chen smiled and replied, Zhaijiji's nature is not inherently bad. He has merely lacked affection and has been overly indulged, leading to a somewhat unruly disposition. I would appreciate your continued guidance, as he is more receptive to the counsel of his peers. Returning to the matter at hand, what prompted your visit? The head of the Wang family inquired, fixing his gaze on Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen responded, Uncle, what is your perspective on the royal family's governance and the prevailing atmosphere in the Great Xiang? At this, the head of the Wang family narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of intensity flashing within. What are you implying? I merely wish to engage in a discussion about the political landscape, Xiang Chen replied. The head of the Wang family withdrew his gaze and said, The Yin family, while adept at maintaining the status quo, lacks the vigor to innovate. Their governance has its merits, yet at times, their actions can be excessively ruthless. Xiang Chen continued. And how do you perceive Yin Chen? Xiang Chen refrained from addressing him as Your Majesty. The head of the Wang family narrowed his eyes further, stating, It is unbecoming for a subject to privately critique their sovereign. Xiang Chen smirked, countering, Is it also virtuous for a sovereign to eliminate innocent loyalists for the sake of power? The head of the Wang family focused intently, slowly responding. You speak of your father, do you not? Indeed, your father and the great Xiang owe their current state to his efforts, serving as the greatest benefactor. However, his exceptional abilities and significant power, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops, may have understandably incited Yin Jingquan's desire to eliminate him. Xiang Chen rose and paced the hall, asserting, "My father and that king were sworn brothers, consistently loyal, safeguarding millions of citizens at the borders, ensuring the peace of the great Xiang and the tranquility of the Yin royal family. Yet, out of envy, Yin Jingquan orchestrated my father's demise and seized military power. Is such a ruler not a tyrant?" Turning to the head of the Wang family, Xiang Chen continued, "As the Minister of Revenue, your family controls nearly half of the great Xiang's grain industry, which is crucial to the nation as foundation. Do you truly believe the Yin family will allow the Wang family to maintain such a stronghold over the nation's granaries indefinitely? Given Yin Jingquan's insatiable thirst for power, he would surely prefer to have those resources firmly under his own royal grasp." Upon the utterance of these words, a glint of sharpness flashed in the eyes of the head of the Wang family, who remarked, "You are attempting to sow discord between us." Xiang Chen retorted with a mocking smile, "Dear uncle, this is not an act of division. Rather, it is a stark reality that is likely to unfold in the future. The Wang family's control is a matter of livelihood for many commoners in the great commerce. It is a vital artery for the royal family. Would they allow the Wang family to remain in such a stranglehold? Relationships, as they are called, merely reflect the distribution of interests. We once fought for the realm together, basking in prosperity, yet what of my Xiang family? We serve as a prime example. My father and Yin Jingquan were once sworn brothers. Yet it took but a moment for allegiances to shift. Moreover, my father is a loyal minister." As Xiang Chen spoke, the expression of the head of the Wang family grew increasingly grim. Xiang Chen stoked the flames further, "Uncle, your relationship with the king pales in comparison to my father's bond with him in the past." The head of the Wang family's countenance darkened. "Indeed, there is no comparison. Yin Jingquan's ascent to power was largely due to the support of your father, his sworn brother. And what of my father's fate? You are aware that if he could betray my father and the Xiang family, why would he spare the Wang family? It is merely a matter of opportunity. Speaking of my father, what is your view of him?" The head of the Wang family cast a glance at Xiang Chen, replying, "My acquaintance with your father is shallow. We are but ordinary friends. Nonetheless, he is indeed a man of unparalleled loyalty and righteousness. I admire him, yet I also feel sorrow for him." Xiang Chen smiled faintly. "You are the father of a chick. I trust you would not harm him. The chick is my brother, and he currently holds the utmost faith in me. If I were to rebel against the Yin family, he would undoubtedly follow suit. How would you choose?" Xiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the head of the Wang family. The latter's expression shifted, and he spoke in a low voice. "Such thoughts should remain mere thoughts. How could you contend with the Yin family? Do not endanger yourself, nor implicate my son." Xiang Chen, with unwavering confidence, replied, "How could I not contend? Behind me stands an army of 400,000 at the border. If that is insufficient, would the 100,000 garrison troops of the Xiahou royal family suffice?" The head of the Wang family stared at Xiang Chen in shock, rising abruptly. "What do you mean? You have already secured command over the 400,000 troops at the border? The Xiahou royal family is prepared to support your rebellion?" Xiang Chen sat back down, stating, "If the Xiahou royal family were not in league with me, how could they allow Xiahou Wu to remain by my side? As for whether I can command the 400,000 troops at the border, dear uncle, you shall soon find out." With that, Xiang Chen produced an object from his hand, a yellow jade pendant in the shape of a tiger. The military token. The head of the Wang family felt a jolt within, gazing at the jade pendant in Xiang Chen's hand. Xiang Chen stepped forward and placed the military token upon the table before him for verification. Chapter 538. Intrigue and Strategy. 6 Explosions, 18. The head of the Wang family scrutinized the token for a long while. There was no doubt. This was indeed the military token of the Jinyuan royal family. He returned the token to Xiang Chen, stating, "The token is genuine. However, even with this token, can you truly mobilize the 400,000 troops at the border? Furthermore, there is Yin Jingfeng who has succeeded your father as the commander." Yin Jingfeng, Xiang Chen sneered. "He has already become a guest of the underworld, having long since met the king of hell. Allow me to introduce you to another individual." Xiang Chen produced a communication jade, presenting it to the head of the Wang family. The patriarch of the Wang family, filled with confusion, grasped the object as true essence surged within. A resonant hum of energy was released, coalescing into a shimmering silhouette, within which a projection of spiritual consciousness and true essence manifested as a gallant man. Brother Wang, it has been quite a while. The man slowly articulated. Wang Xiang. The patriarch exclaimed in astonishment, rising abruptly, gazing incredulously at the energy projection. Wang Chun smiled faintly, saying, "You may converse. I shall take my leave to the side hall." Wang Chen exited the grand hall through a small door leading to the dining area. Suddenly, a tiny golden mouse scurried out from a hole in the wall. It was the god-devouring mouse, Shuyi, after its bloodline evolution. "My king," Shuyi exclaimed, leaping onto the table and speaking human language. Wang Chen whispered, "Have your people infiltrate the Wang family, closely monitoring every move of the patriarch. Should he send someone out, correspond with anyone, or prepare to engage with the royal family, report back immediately." "Understood," Shuyi nodded. "Have we established any surveillance within the royal family?" Wang Chen inquired. "The royal family and significant figures from the Yin family are already under scrutiny. Any news will be promptly relayed to my king," Shuyi responded. "Excellent. Here is a reward of 9 great elixirs. Take them and depart," Wang Chen stated, tossing a vial containing 10 pills to Shuyi. "Thank you, my king," Shuyi said, accepting the elixirs and scurrying back through the mouse hole. Soon enough, the entire Wang family was being monitored by no fewer than 100 mice. Outside, Wang Xiang and the patriarch engaged in conversation for an extended period. After half an hour, the patriarch proactively approached Wang Chun, returning the transmission jade. The patriarch gazed at Wang Chun solemnly and said, "Wang Chun, I have but one son. I am aware that Wang Ying now heeds your every word. I hope you will treat my son well in the future. It appears that my uncle has made a decision. Fear not, the young chick is my brother. I shall not mistreat him, and I will ensure the Wang family is well cared for," Wang Chun replied with a smile. Indeed, it seems Wang Xiang is truly favored by fate. A change is upon the great Xiang. The patriarch sighed deeply. He did not prolong Wang Chen's stay. Once Wang Chen departed, he immediately summoned the core members of the Wang family for an urgent meeting. "Brother Chen, did my father agree?" On their way back, Wang Xiaojin asked eagerly. "Of course, your father is far more astute than you realize. He knows how to make choices. Xiaojin, show your father some respect. He loves you dearly," Wang Chen replied with a grin. "That is a relief. I was worried he might act foolishly. My relationship with him is what it is, and I cannot change it. I know he cares for me, and I shall treat him well in the future," Wang Xiaojin chuckled nonchalantly. Wang Chen shook his head, refraining from further commentary on the matter. After all, it was a family affair, and as the elder brother, he could not interfere. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and Wang Chen, observing the shifting weather, murmured, "One must strategize before taking action. The heavens of the great Xiang are indeed due for a change. Let us proceed to the Xia family." A torrential downpour soon followed, and pedestrians hurriedly sought shelter beneath awnings to avoid the rain. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Xia family, Xia He and Shuer were present, and the matriarch was overwhelmed with joy, embracing the mother and daughter duo with tears of happiness. Xia Yunlong and Xia Fenghu were consumed by fury. Xiang Chen stated, "The situation is as such. This is all a conspiracy orchestrated by the royal family. Fortunately, they allowed Tianhua to take action, for Tianhua is one of my own. We managed to switch things around in advance, allowing San Yang, Shuer, and even myself to escape calamity. The royal family, Yin Chen, you have gone too far." Xia Fenghu roared with rage. Though he was driven by personal interests, it was primarily to protect his family. He held his beloved younger sister in high regard. When he initially secured control over Xiang Hong, he did not impose severe hardships on him, fearing that Xiang Hong might betray his sister and leave him with a potential leverage. Xia Yunlong's expression darkened, brimming with murderous intent, yet he remained silent, his eyes alight with fury. While the great families had their share of sordid affairs, they would never dare to act against the core members of each family. That was an unbreakable boundary. Yet now, the royal family had crossed the line with the Xia family. "Uncle Xia, second Uncle Xia, this is the situation. You have seen my father. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. However, I must emphasize that the royal family, having dared to target my sister, will not hesitate to act against those around you," Xiang Chen declared. "Moreover, I and Qingsheng will surely unite in marriage. The bond between our families will undoubtedly surpass that of yours and the Yin family. Not to mention, my third uncle has already become one of your own." The projection of King Xiang was still coalescing, awaiting their decision. Mother. Xia Yunlong looked towards the matriarch of the Xia family. She wiped her tears away, and with a powerful shake of her dragon-headed cane, she unleashed an overwhelming aura, coldly stating, "The Yin family has wronged the Xia family. How to choose is for you, the head of the family, to decide." Xia Yunlong took a deep breath and gazed at the figure of King Xiang, gradually bowing in respect. Xia Yunlong pays homage to the new king. Xia Fenghu followed suit and bowed as well. The Xia family's choice was unmistakable. "Haha, splendid. Brothers Yunlong and Fenghu. Let us forge a new world together." King Xiang's energy projection smiled, gesturing to support the two men. "Wise decision, Uncle Xia," Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. Xia Yunlong turned to Xiang Chen and said, "Once the world is settled, you and Qingqing should proceed with your marriage. You, young man, may also change your address." Xiang Chen was taken aback by the remark, but quickly composed himself, bowing deeply and respectfully stating, "Xiang Chen pays homage to my father-in-law. Ha ha ha, splendid. Brother Yunlong. From now on, we shall truly be in-laws, first through the bond of the third brother, and now even closer than before." King Xiang laughed heartily. Xia Yunlong offered a faint smile, while Xia Fenghu remarked, "Xiang Chen, I apologize for the past grievances of the Xia family. Please take good care of Qingqing in the future. Rest assured, third Uncle Xia, I would never dare wrong Qingqing. I fear her even more than you do." Xiang Chen replied with a smile, "If this little rascal dares to mistreat Qingqing, I shall be the first to break his legs," King Xiang said with a gentle smile. "Well, it seems you all are united in your support for Qingqing, leaving me as the lone wolf." Xiang Chen shrugged, feigning helplessness. Laughter erupted among them. The oppressive atmosphere lightened considerably by the warmth of familial affection. Everything was almost prepared for Xiang Chen and Xiang Liang, and now they awaited only the right opportunity, an opportunity that was just and warranted. Chapter 539, The Wrathful Monarch, 7 Explosions, Part 11. A few days later, within the royal chambers of Yin Tianye, the monarch luxuriated in a lavish bath, blissfully unaware of the looming crises that threatened his reign. Lin Lian and the Lin Empress, his two devoted sisters, attended to him, immersed in the warm waters of the bath. "This foolish monarch certainly knows how to indulge," Lin Lian mused softly, gently drying his body with a towel. Leaning languidly against the edge of the bath, with one hand resting on the Lin Empress, Yin Tianye replied nonchalantly, "Do not fret. I have already instructed the imperial guards to seal off the entire city. Xiang Chen is now akin to a caged bird, with no means of escape." The Lin Empress, her delicate fingers tracing circles upon his chest, blushed slightly and remarked, "For some reason, ever since Tianye departed, I have felt a lingering unease. It has been 6 days now, and Lu Guang, who accompanied Tianye, should have returned with news by now." Furrowing his brow, Yin Tianye retorted, "What is there to be uneasy about? Once back at the academy in Huangzhou, no one can harm Tianye. I have dispatched personnel to rendezvous with Lu Guang. I expect news shortly." With a contented squint, he continued, "The public discourse has settled over the past few days. The charges and evidence arranged by the Ministry of Justice should be nearly prepared. The destruction of the Wind Dust Manor and its subjugation is imminent." Upon hearing this, Lin Lian's beautiful eyes gleamed with a cold light. The torment brought by Xiang Chen had plagued her for far too long. "Your Majesty, there is a request for audience from the blade-bearing guard, Ma," a palace maid announced softly from outside. "Ma Tan, it seems he has received news from Lu Guang," Yin Tianye remarked, patting Lin Lian's fragrant shoulder before rising slowly from the bath. A nearby maid hurriedly approached to dry him off and drape a robe around his shoulders. Emerging from the bath, the two sisters followed him as he took his seat in the main hall. "Let him enter," he commanded, announcing the presence of guard Ma. The eunuch called out in a high-pitched voice. A robust man clad in golden armor entered the hall and knelt on one knee. "Your servant, Ma Tan, pays his respects to your Majesty. Long live the king," he proclaimed. "Rise," Yin Tianye replied with indifference. "Where is the person you were to escort?" Ma Tan's expression faltered. "Your Majesty, I did not manage to bring back Lu Guang, the princess escort. However, I did find this." He presented a gruesome collection of bloodied remnants of clothing and shattered bones in his hands. "What do you mean you did not bring him? What is this?" Yin Tianye's voice turned cold. "Your Majesty, this pile of remains should belong to Lu Guang. I can sense his aura, but I cannot be certain," Ma Tan whispered. "What?" Yin Tianye's expression shifted, and he immediately descended to take the gruesome remnants from Ma Tan's grasp. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered a shattered identity token belonging to Lu Guang. There is demonic energy. Where did you find this? He demanded sternly. I discovered it in the woods 20 miles outside the city, where the residual demonic energy is potent. A fierce battle must have taken place there, Ma Tan replied. What? The woods 20 miles outside the city? This is grave news. That was the designated area for Tianye's departure. Did you find anything else? Yin Jingchuan's face turned pale with rage as he questioned. There is nothing left, yet the remnants bear witness to a great battle that transpired long ago. These shattered bones have been here for quite some time. The knight murmured softly. In that moment, a formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, radiating a palpable sense of danger. A heavy feeling descended upon Yin Jingchuan's heart. Could it be that this occurred when Yin Tianye was sent away? These bones are likely Lu Guang's. What of Yin Tianye? I fear something has gone awry. The concentration of malevolent energy here is beyond what a mere Yuan Yang realm beast could leave behind. The knight spoke solemnly. Such utter nonsense. Tianye could not possibly be in peril. I shall investigate personally. Lin Ho interjected, her voice filled with astonishment and fury. Summon the Flying Eagle Division at once. Command them to scour that grove. Yin Jingchun barked, still retaining his composure. In the dead of night, the officials of the Flying Eagle Division in the royal city were abruptly summoned by an urgent order, hastily mobilizing a large contingent toward the outskirts, their torches illuminating the night sky. Meanwhile, atop the highest tower of Wind Dust Manor, two figures clad in white observed the unfolding scene. Morong Tianhua remarked, It seems the royal family has caught wind of the situation. Xiang Chen smirked coldly. The surprise I have prepared for them will surely please. This incident may serve as a catalyst for their wrath, and the royal family will undoubtedly redirect their fury toward you, Morong Tianhua cautioned. Xiang Chen smiled faintly. I intentionally left clues to incite their anger. A person in a state of rage is the most fearsome and vulnerable. Their fury will cloud their judgment. Come, let us take a closer look, Xiang Chen said with a light-hearted demeanor, transforming into a moon-swallowing wolf, albeit reduced to the size of a cat. Resembling a large bat, the moon-swallowing wolf soared into the sky, capable of ascending to altitudes of 7,000 or 8,000 meters, an elevation that would astonish those of the Yuan Yang realm. Morong Tianhua followed suit, morphing into a celestial wolf, marveling at the strength coursing through him, contemplating the sheer power of this bloodline and race. He had never imagined that one day he would become a creature of the demon kind. The two diminutive wolf bats flew out of the city, navigating through the clouds as they exited. A large contingent was already searching the grove outside the city where the bodies had been discovered, flickering flames illuminating the darkness. This grove was not expansive, spanning only a few miles. With the combined efforts of numerous Flying Eagle officers and their hounds, it would not take long to thoroughly search the area. The moon-swallowing wolf and the heavenly wolf, now two petite creatures, alighted upon a grand tree. The moon-swallowing wolf deliberately let out a howl. Woof! The hounds rushed over, barking frantically beneath the towering pine, digging furiously at the ground. Come quickly. We have made a discovery. A Flying Eagle officer dashed over to join in the excavation. Soon, others joined in, and they quickly unearthed a desiccated corpse, headless and marred by claw marks. As the body was exhumed, a shriveled head was also discovered beneath. Before long, Yin Jingchun, Lin Ho, and others were brought to the scene. The corpse was presented before Lin Ho, despite its desiccated state rendering the features unrecognizable. The tattered garments and a maternal instinct compelled Lin Ho to recognize it at first glance. This was indeed Yin Tianye. My son Tianye. Lin Ho was suddenly overwhelmed with grief, her heart-wrenching sobs echoing in the air. Moments later, darkness enveloped her, causing her to faint, only to be hastily supported by Lin Lian. Yin Jingchun, consumed by rage, contorted his face in fury, despite his typically composed demeanor, roaring, Investigate. We must uncover who is responsible for this. I will annihilate their entire clan. A terrifying aura of murderous intent radiated from the enraged monarch. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Lin Lian felt an inexplicable surge of joy within her heart. Chapter 540. The Imperial Guard War commences. 8 explosions. Part 7. Yin Tianye was dead, and so was Yin Tianhua. The remaining princes were still quite young, and now the one with the highest cultivation and the greatest potential was none other than her son, Xiang Quebec. This implied that her son now had a chance to ascend to power. Meanwhile, perched atop the towering pine trees, the moon-eating celestial wolf and Tianhua, two formidable beings, observed everything below. The moon-eating celestial wolf chuckled coldly before flapping its small wings and taking flight, followed by Tianhua. A storm was brewing, and the opportune moment was drawing near. Xiang Chen sneered, "Is this what you desire? To be the target of the royal family's wrath?" "Indeed," Morong Tianhua replied, "without this, I would lack a suitable reason to counterattack and could not gauge their timing." Xiang Chen's smirk deepened. "Your plan is commendable. Yet I possess a strategy that can enhance it further, yielding the greatest victory at minimal cost," Morong Tianhua declared. "Oh, Tianhua, please elaborate." "Xiang Chen is all ears," he urged. Morong Tianhua laughed. "What a brilliant scheme. This will surely ensnare the city guards. I, Tianhua, surpass 100,000 valiant soldiers." Xiang Chen burst into laughter, realizing that Morong Tianhua's astute insights had refined his own plans. The two beings then returned to the royal city. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the members of the Yanhuang Society finally arrived in the Great Xiang. The following day, the enraged Yin Tianye unleashed his fury upon Fengchen Zhuang and Xiang Chen. Although no evidence had been uncovered, it was undeniable that Xiang Chen was intricately linked to the events that had forced Yin Tianye to flee the Great Xiang. A monarch, the ruler of the Great Xiang, whose eldest son had been murdered, was bound to be consumed by wrath. In the imperial court, Yin Tianye sat with a cold, piercing gaze, an aura of bloodlust swirling around him. Many officials, both civil and military, were oblivious to the specifics of the situation, but upon witnessing Yin Tianye's expression, they sensed that something significant had transpired. "Yin Xiao, heed my command," Yin Tianye bellowed. Among the officials, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Yin Xiao, immediately stepped forward. "I am here to serve," he declared, kneeling on one knee. "I command you to swiftly lead 20,000 Imperial Guards to seize Fengchen Zhuang, eradicate it, and apprehend Xiang Chen and his traitorous ilk." Yin Tianye ordered, his voice laced with murderous intent. As these words left his lips, the court erupted in uproar, faces paling in shock and confusion. The king intended to strike against Fengchen Zhuang and Xiang Chen immediately? "Your Majesty, this is unwise. Xiang Chen wields considerable influence in the Great Xiang. If we act against him without just cause, it may incite public outrage," one minister interjected, stepping forward to bow respectfully. "Indeed, Your Majesty, please reconsider. To destroy Fengchen Zhuang without provocation could provoke panic among various factions and even lead to rebellion," another minister added, standing up to voice his concerns. Yin Tianye coldly remarked that the Wind-Dust Manor, under the guise of commercial dealings, has illicitly communicated with the royal family of the Scorpion Kingdom, akin to treason, thus jeopardizing the safety of the court. "Is this charge sufficient?" There was no need for further discourse. "My mind is resolute. Yin Xiao, proceed with the task." "Yes." Yin Xiao accepted the command and promptly withdrew. The officials exchanged glances. Some loyal and virtuous ministers sighed, realizing that the royal family was indeed leaving no room for Xiang Wang, aiming to eliminate every potential threat. Within the barracks of the Imperial Guards, Yin Xiao swiftly mobilized the troops, with 20,000 elite guards assembling to advance towards the Wind-Dust Manor. The 100,000 Imperial Guards serve as the royal family's formidable sword, with most warriors possessing cultivation levels above the 8th or 9th realm of the Divine Abode, along with several powerful commanders, complemented by superior weaponry, rendering them immensely powerful. Against such a grand army, even the most formidable warriors find themselves helpless. Of course, this is merely the military of a small nation. It is rumored that the master of the 9 provinces, the elite forces of the Great Xia dynasty, comprises warriors of the Yuanyang realm and above. Such an army is truly terrifying, capable of vanquishing even celestial beings with a combined strength of 100,000. In the barracks, 3,000 cavalrymen rode forward on their swift steeds, followed by over 7,000 infantry, alongside numerous carts bearing giant crossbows and talismans capable of slaying Yuanyang warriors. The Imperial Guards surged through the streets, their ranks impeccably organized, exuding an aura of death that could make even the strongest of the Soul Moon realm pale in countenance. What is happening? Why are so many Imperial Guards mobilized? Indeed, has something occurred? They are fully equipped. It appears they are preparing for battle. What is going on? Why are so many Imperial Guards on the move? The pedestrians swiftly made way, many street vendors' stalls trampled and shattered, as the astonished citizens gazed upon the assembled army, oblivious to their purpose. The army advanced rapidly. Despite the Wind-Dust Manor being several dozen miles away, they could reach it in merely 20 minutes at their speed. Originally a suburban area, the Wind-Dust Manor underwent significant commercial development due to investments from Xiang Chen's associates, resulting in the establishment of numerous streets surrounding it, evolving into a moderately sized urban district, bustling with commerce. This area has been designated as the Wind-Dust District. Upon the Imperial Guard's arrival at the Wind-Dust District, they found it eerily quiet, with few people on the streets and numerous shops displaying signs announcing a 3-day closure for renovations. Yin Xiao, mounted on a black demon tiger, led the army. Ahead lay a vast estate, encircled by towering walls, its gates firmly shut. I heard that the Wind-Dust District was thriving. Why is it deserted? As the Imperial Guards reached the district, Yin Xiao frowned, observing the numerous shops that had shuttered for repairs. Commander, it was reported 2 days ago that the Wind-Dust Manor is undergoing expansion and renovation, hence the lack of people, a spy on this matter informed. They seek to expand. In the future, all these enterprises will be confiscated, belonging to the court. Yin Xiao scoffed as the army swiftly approached the Wind-Dust Manor. General Zhua, Yin Xiao called out, at your service. A robust general, of the great heaven rank within the Yuanyang realm, clasped his fists in response. You lead 5,000 troops to encircle the Wind-Dust Manor, allowing not a single soul to escape. Yin Xiao commanded. Understood. The left general bellowed. 1st and 2nd battalions. Follow me, encircle from the sides, forming a long serpent formation to surround the entire Wind-Dust Manor. Crossbow troops. Prepare the war chariots and archers to launch at Wind-Dust Manor. Yin Xiao shouted once more. Instantly, 2 battalions, numbering 6,000 crossbowmen, swiftly advanced to the front. Their prized crossbows aimed at the skies above Wind-Dust Manor. The war chariots were drawn forward, with over 100 lethal weapons, inscribed with mystical runes. Positioned at the forefront, their angles slightly adjusted upwards. At a distance of 800 or 900 meters from Wind-Dust Manor, the crossbow formation and archers stood ready. Crossbowmen in position, archers in position. Reporting to the commander, the war chariots and archers are ready to fire at any moment. A senior officer proclaimed. Yin Xiao, mounted on the back of a black tiger, coldly commanded, release the arrows, fire. Yes, release the arrows. At his command, hundreds of war chariot arrows were activated by mystical runes. Subsequently, the mechanisms were released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, over 100 arrows, as thick as a human arm and imbued with mystical power, shot forth like streaks of light. Thousands of archers drew their bows, and tens of thousands of mystical arrows flew through the air towards Wind-Dust Manor. In a heartbeat, a rain of arrows descended, cutting through the sky in a graceful arc. Chapter 541, Ambush of the Imperial Guards, 9 Explosions, Part 6. The war chariot arrows struck Wind-Dust Manor, akin to missiles landing, resulting in a tremendous explosion as the arrows detonated, enveloping a 10-meter radius in chaos. Boom. The buildings and structures struck by the war chariot arrows collapsed, their power rivaling that of rocket-propelled grenades. Countless mystical arrows surged forth, penetrating the manor's walls. No. What is happening? Where did these arrows come from? Defend yourselves, quickly defend. Young master, be careful. Help. The young master has been hit by an arrow. A cacophony of screams erupted throughout Wind-Dust Manor, wails filling the air, a scene of utter devastation. How strange. Did not the manor possess the protective formation laid out by Xiang Chen? Why has it not activated? Before the might of the army, even the most powerful cultivators are rendered helpless. Yin Xiao, hearing the cries, chuckled coldly. This is the strength that power bestows. After 2 rounds of fire, Yin Xiao commanded, break down the gates, cavalry charge. With this command, the arrows soared into the air, aimed at the gates. The iron-forged gates were soon shattered under the relentless barrage. Charge! Thousands of dragon-steed cavalry roared, wielding long spears and wearing battle blades, thundering towards Wind-Dust Manor. The infantry followed closely behind. Kill! Yin Xiao shouted angrily. With cavalry at the forefront and over 10,000 infantrymen surging behind, all advancing towards Wind-Dust Manor. What is happening? Why is the Imperial Guard attacking Wind-Dust Manor? Indeed, what on earth transpired? Around the bustling marketplace, some shops remained open. and many patrons looked on in shock as the army surged towards Wind Dust Manor, their hearts trembling with disbelief. In the Wind Dust Manor, Xiang Chen conspired with the Scorpion Kingdom under the guise of commerce, an act tantamount to treason. In the name of the king, we shall eradicate the Wind Dust Manor, a commander of the Imperial Guard proclaimed loudly. Colluding with the Scorpion Kingdom? How could that be? The Wind Dust Manor is the most honorable commercial entity I have ever encountered, offering affordable and potent elixirs, and their taverns are both delightful and reasonably priced. A voice echoed among the crowd. Indeed, young Master Xiang has just solved a monumental case for the people. How could he possibly conspire with the Scorpion Kingdom? Is this merely royal retaliation and slander? It is not beyond possibility, for Xiang Chen's father, King Xiang, was imprisoned by the royal family. A voice of doubt arose. The populace erupted in fervor. Kill! With that, the Dragon Steed cavalry led the charge, storming into the Wind Dust Manor, targeting various structures. The infantry followed closely behind, as many defenses within the manor crumbled. However, upon their entry, they were met with a chilling silence. No one was present. The echoes of screams resonated from some of the defensive structures. What is happening? Where is everyone? A shocked Imperial cavalryman exclaimed as he ventured into a collapsed building, discovering a large sound shell. From the shell emanated a voice. Ah, young master, be cautious. Sounding like a voice recording, he pondered, what is this sound shell? Are all these screams merely echoes from it? A ruse, an illusion? There is no one here. The infantry soon surged into the Wind Dust Manor as well. Yin Xiao furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings within the manor, and spoke gravely. What is going on? Where is everyone? Reporting to the commander. There is not a soul in sight. The screams emanate from this sound shell. A commander presented the shell. What? No one is here? All of it is fabricated? Yin Zhao's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the sound shell, and with a sudden motion, he crushed it in his hand. A foreboding feeling washed over him. This is bad. Retreat. Withdraw from the manor. Yin Xiao shouted. Ha ha ha, retreat. It is too late, commander. Since you are so fond of my Wind Dust Manor, how about it becomes your eternal resting place? At that moment, derisive laughter echoed from numerous sound shells. The voice belonged to Xiang Chen, outside the Wind Dust Manor. From many shuttered establishments, a host of martial cultivators emerged, including Xiang Chen, Mu Rong Tianhua, and Xiahou Wu, alongside 300 brethren from Yanhuang, and over 1,000 red blood mercenaries, as well as members from the Xia, Wang, Gongsun families, and Tianxiang Tavern, summing up to no fewer than 7,000 or 8,000 individuals flooding the streets. Activate the profound Yin Earth Fiend Array, Xiang Chen declared with a cold smirk, channeling his essence into a controlled jade array plate. Boom. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the Wind Dust Manor, as countless Earth Yin energies surged forth from the excavated wells scattered throughout the manor. These wells, embedded with array stones, formed a colossal triangular formation when viewed from above. Do you remember? Beneath the Wind Dust Manor lies a vein of Earth Yin energy, discovered by that simpleton during the conquest of the Dragon Axe. A surge of sinister energy erupted, transforming into dozens of beams of light that burst forth, enveloping the Wind Dust Manor in a thick shroud of dark, malevolent mist. In an instant, the manor was engulfed in ominous clouds and gray fog. This energy, through the transformation of the formation, morphed into a ghastly, bluish-black infernal fire. The malevolent energy that enveloped the estate ignited like gunpowder, igniting into the infernal fire that consumed the entire manor. Countless soldiers screamed in terror as they were ensnared by the infernal fire. This fire did not consume vegetation or structures. It specifically fed upon the life essence and even the souls of the living. One of the Imperial Guards, amidst his agonizing cries, was transformed into a charred husk, his life essence igniting within him, rapidly turning him into a desiccated corpse. Even masters of the innate realm, those of profound cultivation, were not spared from the cacophony of wails and moans that filled the air. An officer of the profound realm, in a moment of desperation, attempted to conjure his true wings to escape, but he fell back to the ground before he could ascend. Chaos reigned as over 10,000 Imperial Guards, who had stormed the Wind Dust Manor, descended into disarray. Break free, Yin Xiao commanded in a voice full of dread, his aura shielding him as he mounted his black tiger and charged forth. The infernal fire posed no threat to him. A piercing, sinister laughter erupted as ghostly mists erupted. sweeping over the soldiers. The mists infiltrated the body of one Imperial guard, who, in his last moments of agony, was turned into a lifeless corpse. Hundreds of these ghostly mists converged, devouring the life force of the soldiers. These were the ghostly servants nurtured by the Yanhuan. Among them was the most powerful mist, belonging to Yu Mei, at the zenith of the profound realm, voraciously consuming the life essence of the guards. On the ground, diminutive figures known as earth zombies emerged, frantically transforming the fallen into corpses for sustenance. The carnage was relentless, murdering and harvesting in a seamless cycle. Alas, it was likely that 8 or 9 out of every 10 of the 10,000 guards would meet their demise within the confines of the Wind Dust Manor. Chapter 542, Slaughtering Thousands, a tenfold explosion. Outside the Wind Dust Manor, the 5,000 Imperial guards who had surrounded the estate and had yet to enter stood in stunned silence, their faces pale with shock as they beheld the blazing infernal fire within. The screams emanating from within sent shivers down their spines. "Heh, Brother Chun, your strategy is truly ruthless," Yangbin chuckled mischievously on the street. "I thought I was already cunning enough, but you are the true master of deception." Wang Xiaoji sighed in admiration. Xiang Chen playfully kicked Wang Xiaoji, saying, "Just now, when you shouted into the recording shell about being blown up, was that you wanting to experience that sensation? Shall I have the monkey give you a taste?" Wang Xiaoji, startled, quickly covered his behind and retreated, laughing nervously. "No, I don't want that. I was merely trying to confuse the enemy." "Get lost," Xiang Chen retorted, giving Xiaoji another kick before striding towards the encircling Imperial guards. The left general, his face pale and contorted with rage, glared at the gathering crowd of 7 or 8,000. "Xiang Chen, you have betrayed us," he bellowed. Xiang Chen let out a cold laugh and declared, "You have come to my doorstep with murderous intent. What consequence does my betrayal hold for you? Those who wish to live should lay down their arms and surrender. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. For those who dare to betray the court, annihilation of your entire lineage awaits. All commanders, heed my command. Let us eradicate this band of traitors." The left flank general roared, and at his command, 5,000 troops surged forward. "Kill!" The 5,000 Imperial guards, shaken from their stupor, drew their swords and charged at Xiang Chen's forces. "Release the arrows." Xiang Chen replied indifferently. The crowd parted, revealing the siege crossbows previously left by the Imperial guards, now commandeered by Xiang Chen's men. With a thunderous sound, hundreds of crossbow strings unleashed a barrage of deadly projectiles toward the Imperial guards. A massive symbolic arrow struck one of the guards, causing him to scream in agony as his body exploded, shattered into fragments by the force of the arrow's inscription. The 3 or 4 guards surrounding him met a similar fate, their cries mingling with the chaos. In that moment, the hundreds of crossbows became instruments of death, unleashing a volley of enchanted arrows worth thousands of spirit coins, claiming the lives of no fewer than 600 or 700 Imperial guards. Their remains scattered and bloodied across the battlefield. "Baihu guards advance," commanded Xiang Chen. Beside him stood 200 Baihu guards. With a deafening roar, the Baihu guards transformed into towering figures, each 4 to 5 meters tall, even reaching 8 or 9 meters, as they charged into battle wielding massive swords and blades. Li Chuan, at the first level of the Yuanyang realm, let out a fierce shout, wielding a colossal blade that cleaved through the throng. Gushing blood and piercing screams followed as 9 Imperial guards were decapitated, their bodies split in 2. The blade unleashed a streak of lethal light, cutting down 5 or 6 more foes. "Yanhua attack!" Xiang Chen bellowed, brandishing the dragon-quelling demon blade as he plunged into the fray. "Kill!" 60 members of the Yanhua, all having attained the Yuanyang realm, alongside 300 ordinary members, transformed into a fearsome force, charging into the battle. "Kill!" Qi Shui and his men followed suit, surging into the melee. "Xiang Chen, meet your end." A commander of the 3rd level of the Yuanyang realm roared, swinging his sword furiously at Xiang Chen. With a cold smile, Xiang Chen stomped his foot, causing the ground to fracture with a crack over 10 meters long, propelling himself forward and cleaving upward with his blade, unleashing the dragon elephant's inner strength and the true essence of the Yin. His strike transformed into a flash of thunder, striking with unparalleled swiftness against the commander's sword. With a clang, the opponent's blade was severed, and in an instant, a black-red arc of light swept across his neck. The commander's eyes widened in shock as his head fell, blood gushing forth. A single stroke, and the enemy was vanquished. The devouring sky evil vine consumed the fallen body as Xiang Chen plunged into the throng. 8 soldiers unleashed their true energy, their formidable force crashing forward. Thunder slash! Xiang Chen roared, executing a thunderous arc that cleaved through the air. With a series of sickening sounds, the 8 foes were caught in the half-circle of lightning's edge, their bodies torn apart, obliterated completely by the explosive power of the thunderous blade. Xiahou Wu propelled himself towards the heart of the enemy forces, his form transforming mid-air into a colossal figure, towering 10 meters high, radiating a golden luminosity. With terrifying force, he unleashed the essence of his true energy, his foot crashing down. The 2 guards, gazing at the immense shadow above, gasped in terror, only to be crushed beneath a single footfall. The sound of their demise echoed as they were reduced to mere pulp, while a violent golden energy wall surged forth, wreaking havoc in all directions. The god of war trampled onward. Boom, boom, boom. Each guard struck by the energy wall was obliterated, over 20 souls perishing beneath a single blow. Xiahou Wu gripped the 10-meter-long breaking army spear, wielding it with lethal intent against all foes. As the spears swept through the air, heads rolled and blood gushed forth in torrents. Xiahou Wu, you treacherous usurper, bellowed a captain of the 5th layer of the Yuanyang realm. His eyes aflame with rage as he lunged forward with his spear, a beam of energy coalescing into a 10-meter-long lance aimed directly at Xiahou Wu. The ruler of the great merchant is none other than my king and brother, Xiang Chen. For our respective masters, you shall perish. With a cold smirk, Xiahou Wu thrust his spear forward, unleashing a dragon's roar as a golden dragon shadow erupted from the weapon. Boom, boom, boom. The opposing lance was shattered inch by inch, and the dragon's shadow collided with the captain's body, sending him shrieking as his protective energy shattered, flinging him backward with a single thrust. Xiahou Wu advanced, his hand snatching the captain's form, crushing it with merciless force. The captain's bones crumbled under the pressure, and Xiahou Wu flung the mangled body aside, leaving it a mere mass of flesh. Utterly ruthless, the Yan Huang clan's werewolves surged onto the battlefield, wreaking havoc with overwhelming might. The forces from the Xia, Gongsun, and Wang families, summoned for support, were left in shock as they witnessed the carnage unfolding before them, the battle devolving into a one-sided massacre. Xiang Chen, you traitorous scoundrel, shall meet a gruesome end, and your entire lineage shall be eradicated, roared the left general in anguish, disregarding all else as he charged towards Xiang Chen, his formidable true energy pushing back those who dared obstruct him. Kill, he shouted, wielding his battle knife, which gathered a blade of energy over 10 meters in length. Cleaving downwards with ferocity, Xiang Chen narrowly evaded, the ancient stone street beneath him splitting apart, fissures stretching for dozens of meters as the blade's energy exploded forth, injuring several werewolves in its wake. My family has always been loyal, and all this turmoil has been forced upon us by the Yin clan. You lackeys deserve your fate. With a decisive step, Xiang Chen summoned 2 devouring sky vines from the earth, ensnaring the general's body with unyielding grip. A 3rd vine morphed into a spear, thrusting forth with fierce intent. With a sickening sound, blood erupted as the general was pierced through the chest, his heart shattered by the might of the devouring sky vines. Chapter 543, Consuming the World. The vines consumed the fallen general, then transformed into 3 serpentine tendrils that slithered away from Xiang Chen, mercilessly strangling the surrounding guards. Xiang Chen, meanwhile, within the Fengshan manor, 700 to 800 individuals fled, yet all appeared feeble, their life essence ravaged by the corrosive Yin fire. Yin Shao seethed with fury, lamenting the loss of over 10,000 soldiers, now reduced to such a pitiful few. Kill. Yin Shao unleashed a terrifying energy at the Soul Moon realm, transforming into a radiant beam as he wielded a golden battle knife. Wherever the blade's light passed, 3 combatants from the White Tiger Guard were cleaved in half, instantly annihilated. Little beast, return the lives of my soldiers. With a fierce swing of his golden blade, a fierce arc of energy surged forth, a savage strike aimed at Xiang Chen. You think you can harm my young master? You are sorely mistaken. Amidst the crowd, a burly man with a dark countenance let out a cold laugh, followed by a booming roar as he extended a clawed arm, transforming it into the talon of a dragon to tear through the air. 5 sharp blasts collided with this strike, emanating a similarly potent aura of the Soul Moon realm. Bang! The knife was met with the dragon's claw, exploding with force, sending Yin Xiao staggering back. A second-tier powerhouse of the Soul Moon realm. Yin Xiao's expression shifted in shock. How could such a formidable presence exist within the Wind Dust Manor? Bang! With a powerful step, the dragon's claw ascended, unleashing torrents of draconic energy. Kill! With no retreat left, Yin Xiao gripped his knife tightly, his entire being surging with true essence. Flash! As he brought down his blade, a streak of light seemed to cleave the heavens, which then split into 4 furious strikes. The man transformed into a colossal humanoid dragon, towering over 10 meters. A sight to behold. Dragon transformation technique, twin dragon claws. With a fierce tearing motion, 10 beams of energy erupted from his claws, intertwining into 10 streaks of black light that tore through the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of energy colliding resonated like metal clashing, sparks flying as powerful shockwaves rippled outward. Yin Xiao's martial technique was utterly shattered. The 10 claw strikes ripped through his protective essence. He recoiled in agony, suffering grievous wounds across his body. Dragon Claw Punch. The man unleashed a terrifying force of 3 to 4 million. The punch morphing into a roaring black dragon that struck Yin Xiao with devastating impact. No. Yin Xiao's eyes widened in terror as he was crushed beneath the overwhelming power, watching helplessly as the roaring dragon's fist slammed into his chest. Bang! His chest exploded, creating a massive gaping wound. Yin Xiao was flung over 100 meters, crashing to the ground, his body convulsing as torrents of blood flowed from him. Coughing up blood, his eyes widened, legs twitching before his head drooped, life extinguished. His chest, heart, and liver were pulverized, a gaping hole the size of a head puncturing through. Commander! The remaining Imperial guards, still fighting, cried out in despair, their spirits crushed. A roar erupted as 4 immense black pythons, each around 30 meters long and adorned with flaming wings resembling a phoenix, emerged. Scarlet Fire Black Python, Big Black, Second Black, Third Black, Fourth Black. Xiang Chen had truly made naming effortless. The aura radiating from the Scarlet Fire Black Python was akin to a third tier of the Yuanyang realm, unleashing fiery tongues that engulfed the Imperial guards. The guards were incinerated to ashes amidst the flames, their iron armor melting into molten metal. Big Black snapped its massive jaws, devouring 3 Imperial guards in one bite. I surrender. I give up. I will not fight anymore. In a one-sided battle, the commander fell, and the remaining 1,000 elite soldiers crumbled in their fighting spirit, many casting aside their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. The onlookers in the surrounding districts were dumbfounded. How could a 20,000-strong elite force be utterly annihilated? Fengshan Manor was well prepared. The brazen slaughter of the Imperial Guard, Fengshan Manor was indeed revolting against the Empire. A great upheaval was imminent. The fate of the merchant state was about to change. Many guests, upon witnessing this shocking spectacle, hastily departed from the Fengshan district to report back to their families. Young Master Long Yu dragged the lifeless body of Yin Xiao before Xiang Chen. Gazing upon Yin Xiao's remains, Xiang Chen opened his palm, his eyes darkening. Talent, devour. A swirling black vortex emerged in his hand, and Yin Xiao's corpse was swiftly absorbed into the abyss. Strangely, the body materialized within his divine storage space, where it was promptly consumed in one great gulp by a massive silver fish. The surging essence was refined and released by the silver fish, along with a formidable surge of blood energy that coursed through Xiang Chen's body, enhancing his power exponentially. The dragon elephant inner strength surged forth, amplifying his might significantly. The Tianye true essence and the returning heaven true essence were also on the rise. The fish's divine spirit was exceptionally selective. It refused to consume anyone below Xiang Chen's substantial cultivation level. Perhaps this was the lofty standard of a supreme divine spirit, elevated by a surge of energy. The young man ascended into the air, his power skyrocketing, silver-white hair billowing in the wind. He resembled a radiant moon, encircled by 2 halos of solar energy, as a third halo gradually took form and expanded. Meanwhile, the battle around him had concluded, with the elite soldiers either surrendering or being slain. Above Xiang Chen, a thick, ghostly mist swirled ominously, exuding an eerie, magical terror, serving as a protective barrier for him. The cultivation of the ghostly enchantress had just been invigorated through devouring, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the Yuanyang realm. The path of cultivating demonic and ghostly arts could never match the rapid advances gained through the absorption of others' vital energies. Was a breakthrough imminent? Xia Fenghu and the others gazed at Xiang Chen in astonishment. Among Long Yu and the others of the Yin Wang, some had also consumed considerable amounts of human essence and achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoji remained in his werewolf form, devouring the remains of a fallen elite soldier, crunching noisily and spitting out shattered armor as if it were a roasted chicken, a truly terrifying sight. The White Tiger Guard and the werewolves reveled in the spoils of battle. The scene was undeniably brutal, but these were enemies who had perished in combat. Yet, for others watching, a shiver of fear ran down their spines. Though the carnage appeared savage, from another perspective, humans consuming demonic beasts, donning their hides, and feasting upon poultry and livestock. Were not humans equally cruel in the eyes of those creatures? The way of heaven is devoid of compassion, treating all beings as mere pawns. Whether human, demon, or even celestial and demonic entities, all are subject to the immutable laws of nature's hierarchy, where the larger fish devours the smaller, and the smaller consumes the shrimp. The myriad beings revere nature, and in turn, nature reciprocates. Long ago, a demon god led its kin to wreak havoc across the heavens. I suspect that Xiang Ergo intends to have the myriad demons feast upon the world. However, Xiang Chen does not share such a grotesque appetite. His soul and character resist the notion of devouring humans for cultivation. He abstains, leaving it to the foolish fish spirit to consume. Chapter 544. The Dawn of Change. After the foolish fish spirit devoured a powerful being from the Soul Moon realm, Xiang Chen's prowess surged, propelling him to the pinnacle of the third layer of the Yuan Yang realm. Should he consume another of such strength, a further breakthrough is likely. Nevertheless, time must be spent solidifying his current state and reinforcing his meridians. Young master, aside from the 890 who surrendered, the rest of the Imperial Guards have been annihilated, Li Chuan reported on the battle's outcome. Xiang Chen restrained his aura, speaking solemnly. Immediately gather our forces. Divide them into smaller units, and rendezvous at the eastern city gate. Although I cunningly eliminated 20,000 Imperial Guards, their strength remains formidable. If we call in more reinforcements, we shall suffer significant losses. And what of the fallen brothers? Li Chuan inquired. 18 perished, and 31 are severely injured. The casualty rate is already quite low. Xiang Chen replied. First, collect the remains of our fallen comrades for burial later, and provide their families with compensation. As for the severely wounded, transport them to a discreet medical facility. Huafeng will attend to their treatment. As for the captives, they must be secured and dispersed. No harm shall come to their lives. Xiang Chen surveyed his surroundings. The formations of Fengchen Manor were still active, and apart from the heavenly demons, no one could enter the realm consumed by the subterranean fire, lest they be incinerated. Under the leadership of various small teams, Xiang Chen's forces swiftly dispersed, departing with the members of the Yin Huang Society. Shortly thereafter, the Imperial Guard's overseers arrived to inspect the battlefield. The sight that greeted them was astonishing. Outside Fengchen Manor, remnants of shattered bodies littered the ground, and blood stained the streets. Inside the manor, the eerie green-black subterranean fire blazed, deterring anyone from entering. Heavens, how could this be? What transpired here? Commander Yin Xiao, where is everyone? What exactly happened? The overseers could scarcely believe their eyes. Hurry, report to the king. A grave situation has arisen. About half an hour later, the events unfolded in the royal court. A wave of astonishment washed over the assembly. Bang! Yin Zhengchun slammed his fist upon the dragon table, roaring, What do you mean you do not know what happened? 20,000 Imperial Guards have inexplicably perished. Where is Yin Xiao? Where is this commander? The actions of Xiang Chen and his companions had instilled fear in the patrons of the Red Dust Market, causing them to flee and the shops to shutter. When the overseers arrived, not a soul remained. Your Majesty, the area surrounding Fengchen Manor is strewn with the bodies of fallen Imperial Guards. There is not a single person left. Truly, we do not know what transpired. The overseer reported, his face pale. Useless fools. What purpose do you serve? Take them away and execute them. Yin Zhengchun bellowed furiously. Your Majesty, spare us, please. The messenger who reported to the military supervisor was swiftly dragged away, and soon, his head rolled. How could such a humble establishment possess the might to annihilate 20,000 Imperial Guards? Indeed, what transpired? Had the Wind Dust Manor foreseen this, meticulously laying a trap? The officials began to murmur, a cacophony of astonishment filling the air. Summon Lord Xiahou Ba of the Xiahou Manor immediately. Command him to mobilize the combat-ready forces and apprehend Xiang Chen and his traitorous accomplices. Yin Tianye ordered, his eyes aflame with rage. Yes. The herald promptly departed with the decree. Meanwhile, within the Xiahou Manor, the 100,000 combat-ready troops had assembled. Clad in military armor, Xiahou Ba gripped his spear. Astride his dragon steed, a beast of the Yuanyang realm. The king of Xiang is a tyrant, mercilessly slaughtering loyal subjects like Lord Xiang. Now, he seeks to bring the blade to my neck, fearing that our might threatens his throne. The soldiers of the Xiahou family are not cowards. This battle shall restore a wise ruler to the great Xiang and establish a new king. Xiahou Ba proclaimed, raising his spear in defiance. Kill, kill, kill. The 10,000 warriors echoed his battle cry, all loyal to the Xiahou name. Report. Lord Xiahou, a decree from the palace has arrived. At that moment, a figure pierced through the air. It was the chief eunuch of the palace, a formidable figure of the Yuanyang realm. Lord Xiahou, you are summoned, the eunuch announced, holding a royal edict high above. Xiahou Ba regarded the eunuch with a mocking gaze, sneering, what decree do you bring, Eunuch Chen? The eunuch's expression darkened as he retorted, Lord Xiahou, what insolence! Kneel and receive the edict at once. I will not. Xiahou Ba stepped forward, thrusting his spear like a dragon. The massive spear beam tearing through the air and striking the eunuch. Boom. The eunuch was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. The royal edict scattered to the winds. Your timing is unfortunate. I was just about to protest when you arrived with your decree. Xiahou Ba spat, then commanded, Zhang Meng, Zhao Si, heed my orders. Two formidable warriors stepped forth. You two shall each lead divisions of 30,000 troops, attacking the western and southern gates. We obey. The remaining divisions would follow me to assault the northern gate. With a single command, the 100,000 troops surged forth, swiftly dividing into 3 paths towards the city gates. Brother Liangzi, this time we gamble the Xiahou clan's honor to avenge you. At the eastern city gate of the royal city, the defenses remained formidable, with numerous patrolling soldiers. The forces within the royal city were largely distributed as follows: 100,000 city guards, commanded by the royal general, 100,000 imperial guards, tasked with protecting the palace, and 100,000 combat-ready troops, the Xiahou family's forces, once a dominant power in the tumultuous landscape of the Great Xiang. At the twin borders, a formidable army of 600,000 assembled, one stationed in the eastern Scorpion Kingdom, the other bordering the northern North Wild Kingdom. However, North Wild Kingdom maintained amicable diplomatic relations with the great merchant state, deploying only 200,000 troops along its border, commanded by members of the royal family. The Eastern Tiger Gate, often embroiled in conflict, boasted a formidable contingent of 400,000 border troops, led by the Xiang family and the Prince of Jinyuan. With such a significant force under the Xiang family's command, it was no wonder the Yin family harbored concerns. Damn it, for a mere Xiang Chen. We have been forced to detach 80,000 from our 10,000 elite troops to secure the city, leaving us idle, grumbled a burly commander of the Imperial Guards. Zhang Ming, another formidable warrior within the Imperial ranks, possessed strength rivaling that of Yin Xiao. If the commander can just endure today. The Grand Commander has already dispatched forces to capture Xiang Chen. We should be able to withdraw our defenses by tomorrow, a subordinate chuckled. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunderous roars echoed from beyond the city walls, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The earth trembled with the sound of thousands of galloping horses. What is happening? On the city walls, numerous soldiers gazed towards the distant horizon, where clouds of dust billowed, uncertainty etched upon their faces. Meanwhile, atop the lofty watchtower, a sentinel discerned a vast army advancing towards their position. It is an army, a multitude of soldiers. The sentry's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately sounded the alarm, the resonant clangor of the bell reverberating through the air. Upon hearing the alarm, the guards within the city swiftly ascended the walls. What is going on? In the command tower, Zhang Gong, the city's military leader, and Zhang Ming, the commander of the Imperial Guards, rushed forth. Report to the commander. Commander Zhang. A large contingent of troops has appeared on the official road, their origins unknown, the sentinel relayed as he descended from the watchtower. The sight of a vast army caused both men to exchange concerned glances, prompting them to climb the towering watchtower for a clearer view. Upon surveying the scene, They beheld an enormous army surging towards them along the main road. At the forefront, no fewer than 30,000 cavalrymen rode forth, followed closely by a substantial number of infantry, totaling well over 100,000. Each soldier brandished enormous battle flags emblazoned with the emblem of a fierce tiger. It is the border army from Tiger Gate. What on earth is happening? Why have they returned? Zhang Geng furrowed his brow in concern. Could it be that the king has summoned Prince Zhengfeng back to the palace? Zheng Ming queried, equally bewildered. Even if he were returning, there would be no need for such a vast retinue, and we have received no orders. Something is amiss. We must send someone to inform the palace, Zhang Geng declared, sensing the gravity of the situation. Soldiers, prepare for battle. No one is to act without my command. Zhang Geng commanded with authority. At his words, all crossbows on the walls were readied, and archers prepared for potential conflict. Soon, the lengthy column of troops approached within 1,000 meters of the city gates. As the gates opened, a cavalry officer on a dragon steed galloped forth. Halt, advancing troops, the officer bellowed. The thundering hooves of countless horses abruptly ceased over 1,000 meters outside the city. Who approaches? Why do they lead the border forces back to the city? Zhang Geng inquired from atop the city walls. Advance. From the ranks outside, a commander on a fine steed emerged, calling out, Commander Zhang Geng. It is I, Li Xian. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Geng recognized him as Li Xian, a formidable figure of the great celestial realm and a subordinate of Yin Zhengfeng. General Li Xian, why have you brought such a multitude here instead of guarding the border? Zhang Geng questioned sternly. Commander Zhang Geng, we received a secret edict from the king, ordering us to return and assist you in eradicating both the Wind Dust Manor and the Summer Huangfu, Li Xian proclaimed boldly. What? To annihilate the Summer Huangfu? Zhang Geng's expression shifted, and he retorted, what nonsense is this? When did the king issue such a command? Li Xian, taken aback, responded, how is it that you are unaware? The Summer Huangfu is conspiring to revolt and has already prepared for a coup. Such utter nonsense. How could we possibly be ignorant of this order? Zheng Ming interjected vehemently. Report. At that moment, a communication soldier rushed in, a hawk perched on his shoulder and a letter in hand. I report to Commander Zhang Geng and Commander Zheng Ming that the incident at Wind Dust Manor has resulted in the annihilation of 20,000 Imperial Guards, and the life or death of the Grand Commander is unknown. Commander Zheng Ming is requested to immediately lead the Imperial Guards to annihilate the enemy at Wind Dust Manor. The soldier knelt, holding out the letter. What? Both men's faces paled at the news. How is this possible? How could Wind Dust Manor possess the strength to annihilate our 20,000 Imperial Guards? Zheng Ming exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Geng cast a glance at the forces below, his expression turning grave. Could it be that the Summer Huangfu is indeed aiding them? Has the Summer Huangfu turned against us? Zheng Ming's countenance darkened. It is not without possibility. The Summer Huangfu has deep connections with Xiang Chen, and the relationship between Xiang Wang and Summer Babar is akin to that of blood brothers. Kill. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted. Within the city, countless figures surged onto the streets, charging towards the garrison with battle cries. Among them were many clad in armor, each adorned with yellow cloth wrapped around their arms. Leading this throng was an imposing figure, towering at 10 meters, wielding a massive spear. Before the astonished gaze of the garrison soldiers, these assailants charged forth. With a single stride, Summermug swung his colossal spear, leaping over 100 meters to land at the garrison gate, and with one mighty thrust, he felled 5 or 6 guards. Enemies, we are under attack. The garrison fell into chaos, with shouts echoing through the camp. Instantly, over 20,000 soldiers emerged from various barracks, seizing their weapons and rushing out. Kill. Among them was Xiang Chen, unleashing a furious roar. The 360 members of the Yanhuang faction transformed into fearsome celestial wolves, while the White Tiger Guards morphed into warriors of the White Tiger bloodline, leading the charge at the forefront. The thousands under Summer Hu and the forces gathered by Xiang Chen surged into the garrison, engaging in fierce combat. Report to General Zhang Geng. There's trouble at the garrison. Summer Gu and Xiang Chen are attacking. An urgent report came in. My eyes are not deceived. I have seen it. Zhang Geng bellowed furiously, casting his gaze towards the military camp situated over 1,000 meters within the city. Damn it! How dare the Xiangho Manor truly rebel? Zheng Ming was equally enraged. He directed his attention to the army outside the city, proclaiming, Our king is indeed wise and well prepared. summon the guards, swiftly open the city gates. In that moment, he found himself unwaveringly convinced by Li Xian's words. Open the gates. With a thunderous sound, the heavy door forged from thick black iron swung open. Among the troops, a hidden figure revealed a cold smirk. It seemed that Chen had indeed taken action. The army outside surged across the lower drawbridge, storming through the gates. Follow me to annihilate the traitors. Zhang Geng and Zheng Ming shouted to the soldiers atop the city walls. The defenders immediately descended to converge and eliminate the forces led by Xiang Chen. However, as they descended, exposing their backs to the newly entering army, tragedy struck in an instant. The frontier army had quickly wrapped yellow scarves around their arms for easy identification, preventing friendly fire. Release arrows, kill, came a furious shout from within the crowd. Among the cavalry entering the city, thousands of archers drew their bows, unleashing a hail of arrows that rained down upon the backs of the defending army. Thud, thud, ah! In an instant, countless defenders were struck down by the sudden onslaught of arrows from behind. Screams echoed, and men fell in droves. A true nightmare had descended upon the Great Shang Palace. Chapter 546. The Great Shang Storm. What is happening? Zhang Geng and Zheng Ming exchanged shocked glances, bewildered by the cries of agony emanating from behind. They beheld 30,000 cavalry, their arms adorned with yellow scarves, surging into their rear ranks, catching the defending soldiers and the Imperial Guards entirely off guard. Report. Commander. Captain Zheng. The frontier troops are attacking us. A general cried out in despair. Their faces paled as dread settled in their hearts. They had fallen into a trap. Li Xian, you dare to betray the court. Zhang Geng roared, unleashing a powerful surge of true essence as he soared into the air. Kill, you treacherous scoundrels. Rear guard. Prepare to defend. Zheng Ming also shouted vehemently. In a fit of rage, Zhang Geng grasped a battle sword, channeling potent true essence. As a fiery sword aura cleaved towards the cavalry that had invaded their ranks. Boom! The sword aura erupted, cleaving several adversaries in twain, while dozens of cavalrymen were obliterated by the force of the sword energy. Ha! Zhang Geng, do you recognize who I am? From among the cavalry, a figure soared into the air, wielding a Fangtian Huaji. Xiang Liang. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Geng and Zheng Ming were rendered speechless, as if they had witnessed a ghost. No. It was even more unbelievable than encountering a specter. Xiang Liang, you're not dead? How is this possible? What are you doing here? Zhang Geng inquired incredulously. Xiang Liang, manifesting a pair of dark golden flame wings, glided over, sneering. I have returned from hell to exact my vengeance upon the Yin clan. If you two have any sense, surrender immediately, otherwise, I shall show no mercy. The two exchanged glances, and Zhang Geng declared sternly, since you have not perished, we shall personally send you back to hell. Kill. The two individuals unleashed the formidable aura of the Soul Moon realm and charged towards the king of Xiang. Stubbornly unyielding, they were destined to accompany the Yin family's dynasty to its grave. The king of Xiang erupted with true essence power, transforming into a dark golden streak. His speed surpassing 3 times the speed of sound, crossing a distance of over 1,000 meters in an instant. With a flourish of his Fangtian Huaji, a dark golden blade of light, extending over 10 meters, erupted forth. Zhang Geng struck with his sword, but the powerful energy shattered his blade upon impact. The spear's energy cleaved through Zhang Geng's protective true qi, easily slicing through it. Zhang Geng cried out in agony as he was hurled backward, though his 9th-grade armor shielded him from immediate death. At that moment, Zheng Ming, wielding his battle knife, unleashed a crescent arc of energy towards the king of Xiang. The king of Xiang snorted coldly and countered with a fist, unleashing a dark golden fist light that violently obliterated the knife strike. Suddenly, 7 formidable arrows soared through the air, each imbued with an almost unstoppable force and lightning speed, rendering evasion impossible. Zheng Ming's expression changed drastically as he swung his blade to form a curtain of knives for defense. The sound of clashing echoed as 2 arrows exploded upon impact. However, 5 arrows altered their trajectory and shot from various angles. Zheng Ming let out a pained scream as 1 arrow pierced through his lower abdomen, causing devastating damage. Another arrow struck the back of his head, obliterating it and ending his life in an instant. Amidst the crowd, a valiant middle-aged man clad in a white cloak and silver armor sneered, gripping a war bow. It was Xiao Bai. He had evidently broken through to the Soul Moon realm, his archery skills now more terrifying than ever, capable of overwhelming others of the same rank with ease. After sending Zhang Geng flying with a single strike, the king of Xiang transformed into a dark golden streak once more, wielding his spear with explosive force. A dark golden dragon silhouette coalesced upon the Fangtian Huaji, releasing a thunderous dragon roar. With the dragon-slaying spear technique, the spear came crashing down upon Zhang Geng, who coughed up blood as his internal organs shattered. The spear's tip pierced through the armor, ultimately impaling Zhang Geng's body, leading to his complete demise. His lifeless form suspended upon the spear. The commanders of the city defense watched in horror as their leader was ruthlessly slain. With the arrival of the 150,000 frontier troops, the city defenders were utterly routed. A mere 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers stationed at the city gate stood no chance against the frontier forces, suffering heavy casualties. After the death of their commander, the remaining soldiers surrendered en masse. Xiang Chen, along with Xiahou Wu and others, joined forces with the frontier troops. Father. Xiang Chen laughed heartily as he rushed towards his father. The king of Xiang looked at his son, laughed heartily, and embraced him warmly, patting him on the back. Well done, you've worked hard. The king of Xiang exclaimed. You flatter me. It was merely my duty, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. As the two parted ways, Xiang Wang chuckled. This clever stratagem of deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea is rather ingenious. In this battle, we have breached the city with scarcely any losses. Xiang Chen gestured towards the nearby Murong Tianhua, stating, this idea was conceived by Tianhua. Initially, Xiang Chen had conspired with Xiang Wang to employ an internal and external alliance to forcefully seize the city, but Tianhua suggested using the rear as bait, cleverly misleading the enemy into opening the gates. Otherwise, achieving victory would entail considerable bloodshed and casualties. Xiang Wang. Murong Tianhua offered a slight bow. Xiang Liang returned the gesture with clasped hands, saying, it is indeed rare for the second prince to abandon darkness for light. We are grateful for your counsel. Murong Tianhua smiled wryly, replying, there is no longer a second prince. From this day forth, I am merely a member among the Yin Huang, a strategist under Brother Xiang. Xiang Wang smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate, as he was already aware of Murong Tianhua's situation through Xiang Chen. It was truly remarkable that his son could win over Murong Tianhua. Father, let us seize the moment and advance directly towards the royal palace. Uncle Xiahou has already instigated a rebellion and is engaged in battle with the guards at the other 3 city gates, Xiang Chen declared. Father, where has the battle begun? The city gates are breached, and I must go assist my father, Xiahou Wu interjected. Xiang Wang had already taken Xiahou Wu as his adopted son. Very well. Hasten with your forces to support your father. Wang Tian, you shall lead 10,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry to accompany my son in providing assistance and ensuring his protection, Xiang Wang instructed Wang Tian. Wang Tian, a formidable warrior of the Soul Moon realm, affirmed, yes, my lord, I shall certainly safeguard young Prince Xiahou. The 1st Cavalry and the 8th and 9th Infantry Legions shall follow me. With a commanding shout, he led 40,000 troops alongside Xiahou Wu to reinforce Prince Xiahou. Leave 5,000 men to guard the prisoners of war. They must not harm the surrendered captives. The rest, follow me as we march towards the royal palace. Xiang Wang commanded from atop his steed. Kill. The army of 110,000 soldiers roared in unison as they set forth towards the royal palace, leaving the surrounding populace in a state of astonishment. Chapter 547. Today shall perish. Before dawn, what is happening? Why are we fighting amongst ourselves? The townsfolk exclaimed, bewildered. It's Xiang Wang. Our great merchant general, Xiang Wang, is still alive. Is he rebelling? Many cultivators and commoners recognized Xiang Wang, who, with his forces, marched fiercely towards the royal palace. The entire court was in an uproar. What? You say Xiahou Ba dares to rebel? Yin Tianye glared in fury at the reporting official, his voice booming. How is this possible? Xiahou Wang has actually revolted? Where does he find the audacity to muster a rebellion with a mere 100,000 men? The civil and military officials were equally astounded. My king, it is absolutely true. Reports from the west, south, and north gates confirm that Xiahou Ba is attacking the military camp. Due to the surprise assault, the city guards and the royal guard have suffered significant losses. An official knelt to report. Xiahou Ba. Yin Tianye slammed his palm upon the dragon table in a fit of rage. You dare to betray me? If I do not annihilate your entire clan, I am not fit to be the ruler of the great merchant. Sound the alarm. The city defenders and the Imperial Guard must resist with all their might. Immediately mobilize the border forces to return to the city with utmost speed. Roared Yin Chen. Your Majesty, urgent news. It is dire. At that moment, another intelligence officer burst in, kneeling on the ground, panic-stricken. The eastern city gate has fallen. The border troops have betrayed us. Under the collaboration of Xiang Chen and his accomplices, they have breached the military camp and are advancing towards the palace. What? This proclamation detonated like a bomb, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Yin Chen was also taken aback, his face drained of color. He seized the officer by the throat, bellowing, "You lie? How could the border troops betray me? What of Yin Feng? How could he turn against me?" The officer's face turned crimson as he struggled for breath, rasping, "Your Majesty, it is true. Xiang Liang has returned. He is alive. He leads the border troops in rebellion." Utter nonsense. Yin Chen thundered, and with a swift motion, he ended the officer's life. The man fell to the ground, convulsing, until life faded from him, leaving another intelligence officer trembling in fear. The officials, too, could hardly believe their ears. Xiang Liang was alive? How could this be? Had he not been executed in the dungeons? Yin Chuan's voice turned icy. "I personally ordered Xiang Liang's execution. He cannot be alive. Imperial Guard, send someone immediately to the eastern gate to assess the situation. Your Majesty, urgent news." A panicked Imperial Guard rushed into the hall, kneeling in distress. A force of over 100,000 is advancing towards the palace, only 10 miles away. They have slaughtered the patrolling guards. They come with ill intent. Upon hearing this, Yin Chen felt as though struck by lightning, stumbling backward until he fell into the dragon throne. The court was thrown into chaos as officials rushed out to the palace towers to investigate. How could this be? What has transpired? Yin Chen murmured to himself, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality. "Your Majesty, what shall we do?" Lady Lin asked anxiously. Regaining his composure, Yin Chen inquired of the Imperial Guard, "How many men remain in the palace?" 1,000 Imperial Guards. The soldier replied. Yin Chuan's face turned ashen. He then addressed Lady Lin, "Quickly, go to the Lin family and bring them here for support." Without hesitation, Lady Lin set off to summon her kin. Yin Chen commanded, "Imperial Guards, hold the palace. Kill anyone who dares to breach it." After issuing his orders, he quickly made his way to the palace walls. Before him, a vast army surged forth like a great serpent, dark and imposing, advancing from the distant streets of the city. The citizens watched in shock as the troops, adorned with yellow scarves, approached. Yin Chuan's complexion paled as his keen eyes discerned a figure several thousand meters away, leading the charge on a steed. Clad in black armor with a blood-red cloak, wielding a halberd. Beside him rode a striking youth atop a white tiger. Xiang Liang. Upon seeing the figure, Yin Chuan's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? It is Xiang Liang. How could he still be alive? Was he not dead? Yin Chuan's eyes were bloodshot, utterly incredulous. The king of Xiang, truly the king of Xiang, has not perished. How could it be that this man is still among the living? Is he a man or a ghost? Has he come for vengeance? What exactly is happening? Liao Yuan, where are you? Come forth and explain. The members of the Yin family were equally astonished upon seeing Xiang Liang. Meanwhile, a formidable army of 10,000 men stationed at the palace walls, all ready with their crossbows and catapults, aimed at the approaching forces. The army of the king of Xiang halted over 1,000 meters from the palace. The troops from behind surged forward, dispersing, climbing onto the rooftops of surrounding buildings, bow and crossbow in hand, poised to strike at the palace. The streets and nearby residences were teeming with soldiers. With a sharp pull of the reins, the dragon steed came to a halt. His gaze pierced through the distance, locking onto Yin Chen with an icy stare. The Imperial Guard within the palace was equally shaken, their hearts pounding with dread as they beheld the overwhelming army at their gates, fear creeping into their souls. What terrified them further was the return of this man, this military deity of the great Shang. Yin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the king. "Yin Chen, I have returned. Surprised, are you?" "My sworn brother," Xiang Liang declared, his voice resonating like thunder, laced with mockery. "Are you a man or a ghost?" Yin Chen questioned, his eyes aflame with fury. "I am undoubtedly a man." "Surprised, are you?" "I have not perished. Heaven has granted me life to exact vengeance upon you, the heartless monarch." Xiang Liang retorted coldly. "Liao Yuan, you dare to betray me." Yin Chen roared, realizing that Xiang Liang had been released from the dungeons. "Ha ha ha. A wise man knows when to yield. Yin Tianye, you are utterly despicable. I disdain to associate with a foolish king. The king of Xiang, with his wisdom and might, shall be the new ruler of the great Xiang. Outside the palace, Liao Yuan laughed heartily, accompanied by Hong Yi, as 1,000 guards emerged from the dungeons. Xiang Chen cast a disdainful glance at Liao Yuan, thinking him shameless. For had he not planted a curse on him, binding his life or death to his will? Traitor, you shall face the annihilation of your entire clan. Yin Tianye seethed with rage. The most loathsome betrayal comes from one's own kin, yet he revels in such treachery. Foolish king, today marks the end of the Yin clan. To slay me? You are but dreaming, Liao Yuan sneered as he approached Xiang Chen. Yin Tianye, your royal lineage, your great Xiang, shall perish today. Chapter 548. The Battle of Change, 6 Explosions, 19. The king of Xiang declared coldly, his halberd aimed directly at Yin Tianye. To annihilate my royal family? Ha ha ha, Xiang Liang. You are the one lost in delusion. Even with your 100,000 troops, you cannot breach my palace. Once reinforcements from the north arrive, I shall swiftly execute you traitors. Yin Tianye laughed in fury. Cannot breach? Then allow me to test it. Archers, prepare to fire. Assault the city. Xiang Liang commanded. 10,000 archers raised their powerful bows and crossbows in unison. Fire. With a resounding command, a storm of arrows erupted, whistling through the air, all aimed at the palace. Fire. Defend. Yin Tianye bellowed. Tens of thousands of elite troops immediately released arrows in a fierce volley. The crossbows unleashed a torrent of deadly projectiles, their fierce light piercing through the air. The sound of arrows clashing resounded as many were shattered mid-flight. Cries of agony echoed from both the battlements and the ground below, as countless warriors fell victim to the onslaught. The shield-bearers swiftly raised their large shields to protect their comrades. Prepare the catapults, unleash the fire thunderstones, commanded the head of the Gongsun clan. The Gongsun warriors swiftly maneuvered catapults into position, igniting the massive fire thunderstones. With a whoosh, hundreds of these deadly stones were launched towards the royal palace. The thunderstones struck the city walls and the elite troops, causing devastating explosions that obliterated iron shields and claimed numerous lives. Xiao Bai, armed with 7 arrows, unleashed them like missiles upon the elite troops stationed at the walls, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that took down dozens. Advance the siege team, shouted King Xiang. A battalion of cavalry surged forward, their hundreds of dragon steeds pulling massive siege engines, their combined strength exceeding 1,000,000. The siege engines collided violently with the palace gates. On the palace walls, defenders continued to rain down fire thunderstones upon the advancing siege team. Chaos erupted as the front lines collapsed, yet those behind pressed on to propel the siege engines forward. The enormous iron beam crashed against the gates of the Xian Iron Palace, leaving a significant dent in its structure. Kill! Bellowed King Xiang, leaping skyward, wielding his Feng Tian painted halberd, shattering countless incoming arrows. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the battlements, sending many elite soldiers flying. Xiang Liang, roared Yin Tianye, adorned in his dragon robe, exuding a powerful aura. A formidable figure, he was a terrifying warrior at the 6th level of the Soul Moon realm, possessing immense resources and strength. Yin Tianye brandished his spiritual sword and charged at Xiang Liang, the two engaging in a fierce duel. Across the seas, kill! Shouted Xiang Chen, producing a small turtle, which he hurled forward. The Xianming divine turtle, transformed into a colossal creature over 100 meters long, crashed into the city walls like a mountain. The thick palace walls, over 10 meters deep, were violently breached by the Xianming divine turtle, creating a gaping hole as the walls crumbled. At last I can feast, exclaimed Turtle 4Cs, his eyes gleaming as his gigantic serpent-like appendages snatched up several elite soldiers, dragging them into his gaping maw for a gruesome meal. What kind of monstrous beast is this? How is it so immense? Many elite soldiers were paralyzed with fear as Turtle 4Cs, resembling a giant devouring shrimp, began to gnaw at those around him. Suddenly, chaos erupted atop the walls as over 1,000 soldiers turned their blades against their comrades. The forces of the Wang family had infiltrated the ranks. What are you doing? Duke Wang, one of Yin's warriors exclaimed as they witnessed the betrayal. What does it look like? I have revolted. Can't you see? Duke Wang sneered, drawing his spiritual sword and dispatching dozens of elite soldiers with a single strike. The battleground atop the walls devolved into utter chaos. while the border cavalry had already breached the gates and surged into the royal palace. The infantry surged through the massive breach in the city walls, a relentless tide of 100,000 border troops flooding into the royal palace. Above them, Yin Tianye and the king of Xiang were embroiled in a fierce battle. The king of Xiang, a formidable warrior at the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm, completely dominated Yin Tianye. Waves of energy surged and collided in the skies above. With a single thrust of his spear, the king conjured the spectral image of a war dragon, a dark golden spear dragon roaring forth, shattering the intricate web of true essence that enveloped Yin Tianye. With a thunderous crash, the spear struck Yin Tianye, sending him hurtling backward as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, a resplendent suit of golden armor manifested around him, spirit armor. This ethereal protection absorbed a significant portion of the force behind the blow. Ha ha ha, you cannot kill me. Yin Tianye laughed maniacally, then resumed his frenzied assault on the king of Xiang with his sword. As he swung his blade, a torrent of fiery true essence erupted, empowered by his spiritual force, coalescing into a massive, roaring serpent that lunged toward the king. The serpent collided with the spear's radiant light, shattering it and forcing the king to stagger back from the explosive impact. You cannot slay me? Then today, let me reveal my true prowess. 9 Hell's reincarnation technique. 1st level activation. The king of Xiang scoffed, and a strand of dark golden flame coalesced at his brow. In an instant, he was enveloped in a shroud of dark golden flames, his aura surging dramatically. Reincarnation / kill. He roared, and with a single strike, he tore through the heavens. A blinding beam of light cleaved the sky, the dark golden flames slicing toward Yin Tianye. The might of this attack was terrifying, effortlessly tearing through Yin Tianye's defenses and crashing into his body. With a crack, the spirit armor was fractured by the blow, and a more dreadful force surged into Yin Tianye's being. Ah! He screamed, as his very soul was set ablaze by this overwhelming power. His soul moon was being consumed by the flames. Clutching his head in agony, Yin Tianye howled, while the king of Xiang advanced with a lethal strike, poised to end his life. Presumptuous. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, a blade of light, moving at an astonishing 3 to 4 times the speed of sound, cleaved through the king's attack with a resounding clang. From deep within the palace, a terrifying presence swept forth. A massive serpent, dozens of meters in length, soared into view, exuding the formidable aura of the 6th level of the Soul Moon realm. This serpent, resembling a dragon yet devoid of horns or limbs, glided through the air like a locomotive, its demonic energy palpable. Atop its head stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, adorned in a dragon robe, radiating the terrifying power of a grand celestial in the Soul Moon realm. The serpent roared, unleashing a colossal beam of light directed at the king of Xiang. In response, the king bellowed and struck with his spear, cleaving the incoming beam in two. Grasping the Fangtian Huaji, he regarded the elderly figure with a pale expression. The Celestial Emperor. Yin Tianye. The king of Xiang's gaze turned frigid. This man was none other than the first king of Xiang, Yin Tianye's father. Rumors had long claimed that this old man had perished, yet it appeared to be a ruse, a final trump card. Chapter 549. The Duel of the Twin Serpents. 7 explosions. 12. The Celestial Emperor is alive. Hail to the Celestial Emperor. The Yin family was filled with joy. Each member bowed in excitement, as if they had encountered a savior. Xiang Chen, having just slain a member of the Imperial Guards, gazed in astonishment at the remarkable elder who had appeared. Was he truly the supreme emperor of the Yin family, a figure from my grandfather's generation? Xiang Chen marveled silently. Yin Tianye was indeed the progenitor of the Yin royal lineage. In the past, the Yin family, alongside the Xiang, Wang, Xia, and Lin clans, had forged the vast territory of the Great Xiang, establishing a nation. Those who attained the Soul Moon realm could live for 300 years. And this venerable figure had not yet succumbed to age. His cultivation had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. However, he had withdrawn from the world for many years, dedicating himself to his practice and wandering the land in pursuit of a breakthrough in the Soul Moon realm. The populace had nearly forgotten that this original monarch of the Xiang still lived. Yin Tianye, Xia Yunlong, Xia Fenghu, along with the heads of the Wang and Gongsun families, looked upon him with expressions of shock and apprehension. Such a terrifying aura, such an astonishing realm. This old man had indeed cultivated to the great heaven level of the Soul Moon realm. Such prowess could easily be deemed the strongest even in this lower-tier nation. Xia Yunlong, also of the Soul Moon realm, exclaimed in astonishment. With a mere wave of his hand, Yin Tianye summoned a sword light that descended from the heavens, cleaving through the ranks of the border army. The sword energy erupted, reducing hundreds to mere blood mist, annihilating them entirely. The serpent, roaring fiercely, plunged into the throngs of soldiers, wreaking havoc and unleashing its demonic essence upon countless warriors. With a sweep of its tail, it crashed down like a small mountain. "No!" cried out over 100 soldiers in terror, as they were crushed into a pulp. This man and serpent regarded the 100,000 troops as insignificant, charging straight into the heart of the battlefield. The army, paralyzed with fear, dared not engage. A being of such exceptional strength could not be subdued by mere numbers. A billion ants could not hope to slay a divine dragon. Of course, had the army possessed a solid foundation in cultivation, and boasted 100,000 warriors at the pinnacle of the Soul Moon realm, they could have easily surrounded and defeated a powerful adversary. Yin Tianye, cease this at once. You old fool. If you wish to battle, come at me. Others, retreat, roared King Xiang, brandishing his Fang Tianhua halberd to intercept. Yin Tianye, standing atop the serpent's head, gazed down at Xiang Liang and shouted, "Xiang Liang, do you dare to rebel?" King Xiang stood resolutely in front, coldly retorting, "Your Yin family is devoid of compassion. I have safeguarded the borders for your royal family, yet your son plotted to kill me and sought to obliterate my lineage. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being merciless. What of it? Father, kill him, kill him. He has destroyed my soul moon and wrecked my cultivation." Yin Chen bellowed, his hair disheveled, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, having been grievously injured by King Xiang's earlier strike. Had it not been for his spiritual armor, he would have perished. Yin Tianye coldly replied, "Indeed, this matter was instigated by Yin Chen. If you are willing to cease hostilities, I can forgive your transgressions and bestow glory upon the Xiang family once more." Ha ha! King Xiang laughed derisively at this, spitting disdainfully as he retorted, "Old fool. Do you think me a fool? If I relent, you will be the first to settle accounts with me and the Xiang family. This battle has already commenced. We must fight to the bitter end. There is no retreat for me. What of the great celestial realm of the Soul Moon? Today, I, Lord Xiang, shall challenge you. This great celestial of the Soul Moon realm. Xiao Bai, Old Wang Ba, Yun Long, Long Yu, restrain this beast." Lord Xiang laughed with arrogance, a fierce aura emanating from him. It was evident that Xiang Chen's wildness was inherited from his father. "Liang Go, do not dare to call me Old Wang Ba in front of others, or you shall see my wrath," the head of the Wang family warned. The imperial guards had been nearly annihilated, and the powerful warriors of the Yin family were trapped within the palace. The army retreated, and in this moment, all eyes were drawn to this group of individuals. Yin Tianye, Lord Xiang. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, the head of the Wang family, Xia Yunlong, and Long Yu faced off against the 5-fold Soul Moon Serpent. "Kill!" Lord Xiang bellowed, igniting the true essence of the 9 hells, unleashing an energy surpassing that of the 5-fold Soul Moon realm. He wielded the Fang Tian Hua Ji, transforming into a streak of light as he charged forth. "Kill!" Xiao Bai, Long Yu, Duke Wang, and Xia Yunlong also unleashed their Soul Moon realm energies, advancing toward the serpent. The serpent roared, rushing toward them as well. Xiao Bai released a barrage of arrows, each piercing through the air toward the serpent. Yet, its scales were remarkably resilient, deflecting the arrows and igniting sparks without being penetrated. Xia Yunlong thrust his spear, channeling the icy spear's brilliance downward, aiming at the serpent, but was met with a blast of demonic energy expelled by the serpent. The tremendous force struck Xia Yunlong, sending him reeling and causing him to spit blood. "Beast, perish!" Duke Wang swung his battle blade, unleashing a blade aura over 10 meters long that struck the serpent. With a resounding clash, the blade aura exploded, creating a shower of sparks. Such astonishing defensive capabilities. Duke Wang's expression shifted. At this moment, a whistling sound sliced through the air as the serpent's tail struck like lightning, attacking at several times the speed of sound. Duke Wang retreated in shock, but was still caught by the force of the tail. Boom! He was sent flying like a sandbag, blood erupting from his body as his bones shattered. "Father!" Wang Xiaoji, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes blaze red with fury, rushing forward to save him. "Long Yu, transform!" Xiang Chen shouted. Without hesitation, Long Yu transformed immediately. With a thunderous roar, Long Yu, under the astonished gazes of others, morphed into a colossal creature, 40 meters long, resembling a train, with a single horn upon its head, clad in black scales, and possessing 4 legs with 3 claws each, the earthly fiend dragon serpent. Also known as the dragon serpent. The earthly fiend dragon serpent roared, charging toward the soul moon serpent, emanating a potent bloodline pressure. The serpent displayed a hint of shock upon seeing the dragon serpent. A dragon serpent? You are indeed a dragon serpent. Then, the astonishment in its eyes transformed into wild ecstasy. Ha ha ha, a heavenly bestowed opportunity. By devouring you, I shall surely evolve into a dragon serpent. The serpent spoke human words before lunging at the earthly fiend dragon serpent. The 2 massive beings clashed before the astonished gaze of countless onlookers. Roar. The earthly fiend dragon serpent expelled a scorching black dragon breath, transforming into a beam of light aimed at the serpent. The serpent retaliated with a fiery red pillar of flame, and the 2 beams collided in a resounding explosion. A tremendous clash of energy erupted, with the demonic essence sweeping across thousands of meters, shattering the palace structures. Alas, countless maidens fell victim to the cataclysmic force unleashed by the fierce battle between the 2 demons. However, although the earth fiend Xian Jiao possessed a lineage of superior strength, its cultivation lagged 4 realms behind. Yet, this serpentine beast remained a formidable creature at the 6th level of the Soul Moon realm. The fiery beam obliterated the earth fiend dragon Jiao's assault, crashing down upon it, and sending the creature hurtling back hundreds of meters. Chapter 550, The Cheating Ascendancy, Part 8. The python Jiao roared and charged forward, sinking its fangs into the neck of the earth fiend dragon Jiao, its teeth piercing through the scales and into the flesh. Its body entwined around the earth fiend dragon Jiao, which roared in agony, its claws raking desperately at the constricting serpent. 3 curved claws tore viciously into the python Jiao, leaving behind a series of gaping wounds. While the earth fiend dragon Jiao was capable of contending with powerful human cultivators at the 4th or 5th level of the Soul Moon realm, it ultimately found itself outmatched against the equally potent python Jiao, whose strength proved superior. The ground trembled as the 2 Jiao wrestled and thrashed about. Xiang Chen retrieved the dragon hunting bow and tossed it to Xiaobai. Uncle Xiao, use this to assist Long Yu. As Xiaobai grasped the dragon hunting bow, his eyes gleamed with determination. With this bow in hand, I shall ensure the demise of this beast. With a mighty roar, Xiaobai transformed into a towering figure over 10 meters tall, an imposing tiger-human hybrid, as energy surged into the dragon hunting bow. The bow vibrated with power, expanding to a colossal size proportional to the energy it absorbed, thus amplifying its destructive potential. As Xiaobai drew the bowstring, his true essence surged forth, coalescing into a massive energy arrow, over 10 meters in length. Strike! With a swift motion, the arrow shot forth, its brilliance slicing through the air and delivering a devastating blow to the python Jiao. The impact detonated upon contact, causing the python Jiao to howl in agony as its scales were obliterated, exposing a gruesome expanse of blood and flesh. The python Jiao, enraged, turned its lantern-sized eyes toward the source of the arrow's light, abandoning its assault on the earth fiend dragon Jiao to charge at Xiaobai with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, the earth fiend dragon Jiao surged upward, seizing the python Jiao's tail in its maw, attempting to restrain it. The python Jiao, furious, thrashed its tail, delivering punishing blows to the earth fiend dragon Jiao. At that moment, another arrow streaked through the air, striking the python Jiao's body and inflicting further damage. With Xiaobai's assistance from the dragon hunting bow, the python Jiao's defeat seemed inevitable. Father-in-law, target its wounds, Xiang Chen urged. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunlong readied his spear once more, thrusting it forward with concentrated true essence, the spear's light piercing through hundreds of meters of void and striking the python Jiao's injury. Blood erupted as a gaping hole was punctured into the python Jiao's flesh. Screaming in agony, the python Jiao writhed as the earth fiend Xian Jiao coiled around it, sinking its fangs into the exposed wound and tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Internal organs began to spill from the gaping wound. Xiaobai unleashed another arrow, and the python Jiao's fate was sealed. Its demise was merely a matter of time. Xiang Chen's gaze turned toward the heavens, where the lofty heights of thousands of meters loomed, a realm unreachable by those of the Yuanyang stage. With a resounding thud, King Xiang was struck mercilessly by Yin Tianye's fist, blood spewing forth as his body plummeted from the air. The impact resonated as he crashed into a palace, collapsing its structure entirely. Flash! Yin Tianye roared, infusing his spiritual essence into his spirit sword. The third-tier spirit sword unleashed a formidable sword aura, transforming into a colossal blade that descended from the skies with ferocity. Father! Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically. In that instant, King Xiang evaded the strike from below, and with a thunderous sound, the ground of the royal palace was cleaved open, creating a gaping fissure hundreds of meters long and several meters deep. Such an assault was truly terrifying. One strike could sever an aircraft carrier. The Nine Hells reincarnation, the first prison opens. King Xiang bellowed, his aura surging. Within him, he forcibly unlocked a hellish sanctum, ablaze with raging infernal flames. Reincarnation slash. He swung his Fang Tianhua halberd, delivering a powerful blow capable of cleaving through the protective essence of a soul moon realm expert. Indeed, this strike tore through Yin Tianye's protective essence. Aiming directly at Yin Dao, Yin Tianye sensed a wave of peril. What kind of martial arts and techniques could unleash such overwhelming combat prowess? Shocked, he summoned a glimmer of spiritual light from within, infusing it with his true essence. A small shield, palm-sized and inscribed with spiritual runes, materialized. Instantly, this spirit shield expanded to a size of several dozen meters, shielding him. The halberd struck the shield with a resounding clang, yet it could not penetrate its defenses. King Xiang had suffered a significant setback. His halberd was merely a first-tier spirit weapon, one of the most inferior kinds, offering limited enhancement to his power. Again, King Xiang roared, swinging the Fang Tianhua halberd for a second strike, crashing down upon the spirit shield. With a thunderous explosion, millions of levels of force erupted. Yet the resilient shield remained intact. Yin Tianye smirked, stepping onto the shield, which unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, transforming into a small mountain that descended upon King Xiang. With a resounding thud, this forceful blow struck King Xiang, sending him flying once more. Father is in danger. I cannot stand idly by. Xiang Chen's countenance changed. Realizing that King Xiang was at a disadvantage in both equipment and cultivation, defeat was imminent. Fiery Sun sword technique. Yin Tianye grasped the spirit sword, channeling true essence into it, creating a radiant halo akin to the sun that enveloped the blade. Within this aura, dozens of powerful fiery sword lights coalesced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The meteoric rain of sword lights cascaded down, while King Xiang tirelessly swung the Fang Tianhua halberd to deflect and shatter the oncoming attacks. However, amid the diligent defense, one powerful strike managed to land, tearing a massive wound upon him, blood gushing forth. Boy, your father was no match for me in his prime. You stand no chance against me. Surrender your cultivation techniques, and I may spare your life and grant your family glory once more. Yin Tianye sneered, summoning true wings as he wielded the spirit sword, with the spirit shield hovering beside him, advancing toward King Xiang. Subsequently, a sword beam, stretching dozens of meters, coalesced and violently pierced through the chest of King Xiang, propelling him backward. The impact shattered palace after palace, loft after loft. Brother Liang, my lord. The countenance of the 100,000-strong army shifted dramatically. Su Qing cried out in despair, attempting to rush forward, but was restrained by another. Her cultivation level meant that charging ahead would result in certain death. Father. Xiang Chen's eyes blazed with fury, bloodshot, and filled with rage. Let my father go, you old dog. He roared, transforming into a werewolf and charging ahead. Chenner, do not come over. King Xiang bellowed, gripping the sword beam tightly. In Xiang Chen's hand, a vial of elixirs appeared. It contained 10 demon essence pills, crafted from the demon cores of beasts at the Yuanyang realm, equivalent to 10 Yuanyang demon pills. He swallowed the entire vial, shattering the jade container to consume its contents. Ancient cauldron, lend me your strength. Xiang Chen's heart roared as the 10 demon pills were instantaneously refined by the ancient cauldron into vast amounts of demon essence power. The energy, comparable to that of 10 Yuanyang realm beasts, surged into Xiang Chen's body, causing his energy levels to rise exponentially. Chapter 551. The Power of the Wolf Pack. 9 explosions. 7. The 10 demon pills were swiftly refined, and torrents of formidable demon essence power rushed into Xiang Chen's body. He howled towards the heavens in a fit of rage as his power multiplied. Yuanyang realm, 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer, 7th layer, 8th layer. The demon essence within him surged wildly, and in an instant, he broke through to an energy level comparable to the 1st layer of the Soul Moon realm. His physique expanded to a colossal size of over 10 meters. However, Xiang Chen forcibly suppressed his form to a more manageable stature, suitable for combat against faster opponents. Transformed into a werewolf, Xiang Chen wielded the Longke demon blade, unleashing the thunderclap blade technique and darting forward like a streak of lightning, reaching speeds thrice that of sound. What does that mean? He could cover approximately 1,000 meters in a single second. Strike! The enormous werewolf swung the Longke demon blade, cleaving the sword beam that had pierced his father. With this blow, he severed the energy supply of the sword beam, causing it to shatter. Huh! Yin Tianye gazed in astonishment at the werewolf rushing towards him, having just severed his sword beam. This boy exhibited a strangely powerful aura at the 3rd layer of the Yuanyang realm, yet could unleash energy fluctuations akin to the Soul Moon realm. What kind of elixir had he consumed to enhance his power? Yin Tianye observed Xiang Chen, transformed into a werewolf, with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Then, he took a step forward, advancing at an almost imperceptible speed. Under Xiang Chen's moonlit eyes, he could discern his movements, yet the speed was too overwhelming to evade. Chenner, be careful. King Xiang's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. Kill! Yin Tianye, forming a fist imprint surrounded by spiritual runes, unleashed a punch that could shatter mountains. The power of a great heavenly position at the Soul Moon realm erupted, with strength approaching 10 million dragon forces. Before the punch arrived, a ferocious wind swept over Xiang Chen, forcing him to retreat. Then the punch's force exploded upon him. Bang! Xiang Chen was sent flying by the blow. Blood gushed from Xiang Chen as he was violently hurled several thousand meters away, crashing into a civilian building beyond the palace walls. His entire body lay shattered, bones broken. Chenner! Xiang Wang's anguished roar pierced the air. Brother Chen! The members of Yan Huang turned pale, rushing towards Xiang Chen in haste. You seek death. Enraged, Xiang Wang ignited all his true essence, willing to sacrifice his own realm. Grasping the Feng Tianhua halberd, he charged at Yin Tianye, the two engaging fiercely in battle. Lacking a formidable bloodline and spirit, Xiang Wang's strength stemmed entirely from his own cultivation and the potency of his techniques. As Xiang Chen crashed into the building, he coughed up blood, his internal organs were cracked, and countless bones lay shattered. He teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Master, you may cried out incessantly for Xiang Chen. Within him, the recovery of the true essence surged forth, desperately mending his wounds. Brother Chen, the Yan Huang group hastened to his side, with the duo Ye, Yang Bin, and others joining the fray. Struggling to rise, Xiang Chen's expression darkened. After planning for so long, I cannot allow one person's failure to ruin everything. Give me all your Tianye true essence. What? Brother, your meridians cannot withstand it. A duo Ye exclaimed in alarm, having consumed so many demon essence pills. Xiang Chen was already at the brink of his limits. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he would have perished. I cannot worry about that now. This old fool must be eliminated, or my father will be in peril. I alone can turn the tide. I will bear the burden with my body. Transforming into a colossal Tun Tianye wolf, he let out a thunderous roar. Listen to your brother. A duo Ye stifled her tears, then summoned a Tianye wolf demon pill from her mouth. The others displayed resolute expressions, each releasing their own Tianye demon pills. The Tun Tianye wolf roared, devouring the demon pills of 10 siblings. United by the same cultivation method and bloodline, their strength converged. The power emanating from the 10 Tianye demon pills surged into the Tun Tianye wolf, amplifying its energy, elevating it to the 3rd tier of the Soul Moon realm. The Tun Tianye wolf transformed into a colossal beast over 20 meters long and 10 meters tall. Oh whoa! Its howl echoed across the skies. Yet as the wolf's meridians struggled to accommodate the overwhelming energy, they began to rupture, blood seeping from its every pore. Boom! Xiang Wang, again struck by the opponent's spirit shield, was sent flying. Yin Tianye's spirit shield enveloped him as he commanded his spirit sword, unleashing a blinding sword light that cleaved towards Xiang Wang. Crash! At that moment, a powerful sonic wave surged forth, as a massive figure hurtled at 5 or 6 times the speed of sound. With a claw infused with terrifying energy, it struck down upon the sword, unleashing an explosive force. Boom! The sword was obliterated by the might of the colossal wolf claw, shattering into fragments. A wave of terrifying power surged towards Yin Tianye, who, despite the protection of his spirit shield, was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth, eyes wide with shock as he beheld the silver-haired wolf with enormous wings. Kill! The moon-devouring heavenly wolf roared, its fur nearly drenched in its own blood. With a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of light. Launching itself forward, it struck out with its claws, tearing fiercely at the spiritual shield, which was left with 5 enormous cracks. Heavens! What is happening? Where did this demonic wolf come from? Such a terrifying beast, capable of rending the spiritual shield. Countless spectators gazed in astonishment at the colossal wolf. While beyond the boundaries of Yinhuang, none realized that this beast was the true form of Xiang Chen. Is this Chen? Xiang Wang also stared in shock at the immense wolf. This is the true form of the young master. How incredibly powerful. The members of the White Tiger Guard looked on with fervent eyes, fixated on the gigantic wolf. Suddenly, the moon-devouring heavenly wolf roared, releasing a wave of celestial lunar energy from its maw. This wave transformed into a massive, white crescent moon, hurtling forth like a shooting star. Father, strike! The moon-devouring heavenly wolf bellowed in human speech. The colossal true moon collided with the spiritual shield. As the bright moon shone upon the turbulent sea, a formidable array of divine symbols materialized around the moon-devouring heavenly wolf. The air thrummed as the intricate patterns coalesced, giving rise to a resplendent white moon that soared skyward. This moon then morphed into a meteor, crashing down with immense force, the bright moon descending upon the world. The impact unleashed a cataclysmic explosion against the spiritual shield, shattering it, and sending a violent surge of true essence radiating outward for miles. The earth trembled and cracked beneath the force. The explosion of the spiritual shield unleashed a terrifying shockwave that struck Yin Tianye. How is this possible? Yin Tianye shrieked in agony, his body hurled away, blood erupting from his veins. After delivering such a devastating blow, the moon-devouring heavenly wolf also erupted in blood. Its meridians bursting, its once mighty form falling from the sky in a gruesome display. Kill! Xiang Wang roared, brandishing his Fang Tian Huaji, rushing in to deal the final blow with all his might. No! Yin Tianye cried out in horror, still reeling from the previous impact when the weapon struck him down. With a piercing sound, the spear cleaved through the air, as if splitting heaven and earth in two. Yin Tianye was cleaved in half. Chapter 552, The End of the Yin Family, 10 Explosions. 6. As Yin Tianye was severed, his consciousness shattered. Unable to comprehend the emergence of such a demonic wolf that had breached his spiritual shield and led to his demise at the hands of Xiang Wang. Over 200 years of cultivation, now reduced to mere fleeting shadows. His death heralded the end of the great Xiang's dominion. The Supreme Emperor, no? Ancestor. The powerful members of the Yin family gazed in shock at the unfolding scene, their hearts gripped by terror and dread. How could this be? The Supreme Emperor, the founding merchant king of the Yin family, has been slain. Father. Yin Chen also looked on in disbelief, his eyes wide with fury and disbelief. Father. Yin Chen cried out in anguish, a wave of sorrow and despair crashing over him. The reign of the Yin family was destined to come to a complete end. How could this be? Such a terrifying demonic wolf, where did it emerge from? Yin Tianye, the esteemed patriarch of the Yin family, has met an untimely demise. This shocking scene left Duke Wang, Xia Yunlong, and others utterly astonished. They gazed upon the blood-soaked white demon wolf that had fallen from the heavens, their hearts filled with disbelief. How could this beast resemble the beastly transformation of the second master? Qingfeng, too, wore an expression of shock and confusion as she beheld the crimson-stained demon wolf, her mind swirling with questions. Chenggu, the members of the Yinhuang clan, were taken aback, rushing forth towards the moon-eating celestial wolf. Prince Xiang, equally perplexed, stared at the silver demon wolf, wondering if this truly was his son. Just moments ago, he had distinctly heard Xiang Chen's voice through their telepathic link. Yet how could his son have transformed into a demon wolf? Had he perhaps cultivated some extraordinary technique? The prince's mind was a tempest of inquiries, and he bellowed coldly. Those of the Yin family shall be met with no mercy. The 100,000 soldiers, roused from their stupor, roared in fury as they charged towards the royal members of the Yin family. Meanwhile, the head of the Lin family, who had come to provide support with over 1,000 men, stood frozen in shock, for it was none other than the father of Lin Ho, the current duke of the realm. How could this be? The former king had been slain. The Lin family head was filled with dread, panic surging within him. Retreat, he shouted, leading his kin in a hasty escape. However, Prince Xiang had already taken notice of him, transforming into a streak of dark golden light in pursuit. Lin Duke, where do you think you are going? Came the icy voice of the prince. Upon turning to look, Lin Duke's face drained of color as Prince Xiang closed in with alarming speed. Prince Xiang, he stammered, halting and clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. Prince Xiang's lips curled into a cold smirk. The Lin family has looked after my house over the years, and my son as well. Do you not wish to reminisce, Lin Duke? Lin Duke's expression shifted, and he quickly bowed. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Prince Xiang, all actions of the past were orchestrated by the royal family. We of the Lin family were merely pawns, coerced into compliance. Now that you reign supreme, we of the Lin family are willing to submit and support the Xiang family as rulers. A sardonic smile played on Prince Xiang's lips. It is commendable that Lin Duke recognizes the current state of affairs, yet acknowledgement cannot erase your family's transgressions. I have heard whispers of your attempts to harm my son. It seems your fate is sealed. Suddenly, Prince Xiang unleashed a devastating strike, a dark golden blade of energy cleaving through the air, aimed fiercely at Lin Duke. The third-tier Lin Duke was taken aback, unleashing all his true essence in a desperate counterattack. Yet, the spear's brilliance effortlessly tore through his defense, slicing through his protective barriers. The dark golden energy carved through Lin Duke's chest. Ah, Xiang Liang, I shall haunt you even in death. He shrieked, his terrified gaze fixed upon his body, now severed in twain, plummeting through the air. Only when his halves struck the ground did he finally meet his end. Master! The warriors of the Lin family cried out in desperation, their hearts gripped by terror. Leave no Lin family member alive, Prince Xiang declared coldly. To eradicate the roots of a problem only to have it sprout anew with the spring breeze, though Xiang Wang is renowned for his unwavering loyalty. He is no man of weakness. He wields his sword with decisive resolve. Compassion does not govern the battlefield, and loyalty does not equate to softness. The air was filled with the whistling of countless arrows raining down. The cries of the wounded rose and fell like a haunting melody as arrows pierced flesh, and the sound of shattered bones echoed all around. The formidable warriors from the Lin family who came to provide support were ruthlessly annihilated by the advancing troops. Those who survived were swiftly dispatched by the cavalry that followed, ensuring that the Lin family, closely entwined with the royal lineage, faced imminent doom. Meanwhile, the heavily injured python dragon could no longer endure and was sent flying by the tail of the earthly fiend dragon. Subsequently, the earthly fiend dragon roared, channeling all its power into the dragon horn upon its forehead. Remarkably, the horn bore meridians, forming intricate sigils. With a resonant hum, the sigils glowed brightly. As the ethereal energy transformed into a black, earthbound thunderbolt, striking fiercely at the python dragon's head. With a resounding explosion, the full force of the dragon horns might obliterated the python dragon's head, sealing its fate. After this devastating blow, the earthly fiend dragon's energy was entirely expended. The dragon horn was not merely an ornament of the dragon clan, but a conduit for tremendous power and divine abilities. In the lineage of true dragons, the horn's configuration, from single to bifurcated, trifurcate, and quadrifurcated, signified varying bloodline distinctions. The more bifurcations present, the higher the dragon's bloodline rank, which is an external manifestation of its lineage's potency. Following the demise of the python dragon, the earthly fiend Xuangu rushed toward it, opening its colossal jaws to consume the fallen beast, which was comparable in size. Nearby, a massive tortoise, the Xianming turtle, scurried over, eager to share in the feast. For the flesh of a creature at the Soul Moon realm offered substantial benefits to them. Elsewhere, the moon-swallowing wolf lay in a pool of blood, its form gradually shrinking to that of a typical Siberian husky, failing to regain its human shape. Even if it could, it would be unwise to reveal its true identity before all present. The moon-swallowing wolf was in dire straits. Its meridians were nearly shattered, its internal organs bore fissures, and its bones were riddled with cracks. Having only reached the third level of the Yuanyang realm, the burden of such overwhelming energy had not caused its body to explode, which was already a stroke of fortune. Had it been another, their body would have surely ruptured long ago. Brother, the members of the Yanhuang clan rushed over. In a duo, Ye compassionately lifted the moon-swallowing wolf. Old Hua, Mr. Hua, come quickly, Wang Xiaoji shouted, calling for Old Hua. On the battlefield, Old Hua, who was aiding others, immediately flew over upon hearing the call. What is it? He asked, alarm evident in his voice. Quick, save him. He is your disciple. He is Chenggu, Wang Xiaoji implored, disregarding the potential revelation of Xiang Chen's true identity. Announcement, updates. My 10 consecutive bursts, or any updates, are solely my concern. I kindly ask my readers to refrain from using my updates to attack my fellow authors or incite animosity against me. Let us conduct ourselves with humility. Chapter 553, The Countercurrent Coalition. What is this, my teacher? Hu Lao had just witnessed the formidable prowess of the silver demon wolf and could hardly believe it was Xiang Chen. Murong Tianhua, quick to react, promptly interjected. Brother Xiang's spirit has awakened at a high level, which is rather unique, allowing him to fully beastify for a brief period. Wang Xiaoji also realized his mistake and quickly affirmed this. So that's how it is. The teacher's spirit can beastify to such an extent. Upon hearing this, Hu Lao found it somewhat more acceptable. The nature of the spirit was indeed profound, and such an explanation was not unreasonable. Hu Lao immediately summoned his true essence to examine the injuries of the moon-swallowing wolf. Upon this examination, his countenance changed drastically. This is bad, teacher. The teacher's meridians are completely shattered. My abilities are insufficient to heal such severe meridian damage. I can preserve the teacher's life, but his cultivation is likely ruined. Hu Lao's expression darkened. What? How could this happen? The crowd gasped in shock. The prospect of cultivation being ruined. What did that signify? A lifetime's potential, obliterated. Hu Lao, you are the most capable disciple of medicine under Chenggu. Chenggu possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life. How can you not heal him? Are you not trying hard enough? Wang Xiaoji roared in fury, seizing Hu Lao's collar. Such nonsense. The teacher's kindness is immeasurable to me. I would give my life to save him, but I truly cannot. Perhaps the teacher could manage this injury, but my medical skills are far inferior to his. Hu Lao replied, prying Wang Xiaoji's hand away. Chenggu, Wang Xiaoji and the others could not help but feel their eyes welling with tears. Just then, Xiang Wang descended from the heavens. Gazing at the silver, moon-swallowing wolf cradled in a duo Ya's arms, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Is he Chenair? Murong Tianhua nodded and reiterated his explanation to Hu Lao. Upon receiving confirmation, Xiang Wang felt a sharp pang in his heart and turned to Hu Lao, asking, Hu Lao, is it truly impossible to heal my son's meridians? Hu Lao sighed despondently. It is my inadequacy. I truly cannot save such grievous meridian injuries. They are utterly destroyed, caused by the overwhelming power he bore. Hearing this, Xiang Wang felt a deep ache in his heart, his eyes also betraying a sheen of moisture. Step aside, we can save him. At that moment, a figure shot through the air. It was a girl in green, cradling an exceptionally adorable 7- or 8-year-old child. Qing Ming, Tuan Tuan. Brother Xiang Chen. Qing Ming rushed forward, and little Tuan jumped from her arms, hastening towards them. Who are they? Xiang Wang looked at the two girls in astonishment. I can save Brother Xiang Chen. Step aside, Tuan Tuan declared, hastily extending a finger before biting it, and letting the blood drip into the mouth of the moon-swallowing wolf. The drops of pale golden blood, imbued with a terrifying source of vitality and restorative power, flowed into the moon-swallowing wolf. Hu Lao and the others stared in astonishment at this scene. The blood surged into the moon-swallowing wolf's body, and an extraordinary healing force coursed through it, visibly mending the injuries. The shattered meridians began to frantically reconstitute and connect. The moon-swallowing wolf radiated with azure light, its aura rapidly rejuvenating. How is this possible? This. Hua Lao was utterly astounded. As he sensed Xiang Chen's injuries and meridians, he discovered that the intricate pathways were remarkably beginning to coalesce and mend themselves. The restored meridians had become even more resilient and formidable. In a matter of mere breaths, the shattered meridians of Xiang Chen were entirely restored. What extraordinary ability is this? Hua Lao gazed in astonishment at the adorable little girl, Xiao Tuan, resembling a porcelain doll. How is it, Hua Lao? Xiang Wang also sensed the revitalization of Xiang Chen's aura. The injuries, the meridians, they are healed. This is truly astonishing. Hua Lao marveled at Xiao Tuan. Ha ha. Xiao Tuan, you are indeed our Chun Ji's lucky star. the lucky star of the Yin Huang society. Wang Xiaoji exclaimed joyfully, hugging Xiao Tuan and planting kisses on her cheeks. Oh dear, brother Xiaoji, you have the worst breath. How annoying, don't kiss me. Xiao Tuan protested, wriggling free. Indeed, Xiao Tuan, how did you accomplish this? The members of Yin Huang gazed at the girl with delight, feeling somewhat shy under their attentive stares. Xiao Tuan blushed and said, I possess no other abilities. I only know how to nurture spirit herbs and heal others. My blood can restore injuries. Incredible, the crowd marveled, astounded that just a few drops of blood could wield such power. Thank you immensely for saving my son, young lady. Xiang Wang said gravely, bowing his head in gratitude. Uncle, there is no need for such formality. I am Xiang Chen's sister. It is only right to save him. Xiao Tuan quickly replied, shaking her head. Xiang Wang chuckled. Chen Er is indeed fortunate to have such a lovely sister. What is your name? How about becoming my adopted daughter? From now on, you shall be the little princess of our Zhenyuan Wangfu. Xiao Tuan was momentarily taken aback. Then with tears welling in her eyes, she asked, Uncle, are you Xiang Chen's father? Would you truly be my father? I came from a stone, do you not mind? Xiang Wang laughed heartily, thinking the little one was joking. He bent down to embrace Xiao Tuan, saying, Of course I would be delighted. With such a beautiful daughter, I could not ask for more. What do you say? Qing Er? Su Qing had just arrived. I see no issue with it. I have long harbored such thoughts, she replied, having known Xiao Tuan even before Xiang Wang. Wah! Xiao Tuan finally has a father and mother. Xiao Tuan exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks as she clung to Xiang Wang and called him father. Then turned to Su Qing and called her mother. Both responded with warm smiles. Qing Ming looked on with a sense of contentment, pleased that Xiao Tuan had found acceptance among the human race, and that they were willing to embrace her as their daughter. At that moment, Tun Yuhachi Shi also awoke, glancing around at the gathered crowd before transforming into his human form, exquisite garments appearing around him. Chen Er, you are awake. How do you feel? Brother Chen, are you all right? The concerned voices of the crowd echoed. Xiang Chen smiled, I am fine. Congratulations, father and mother, on gaining a lovely daughter. Brother Chen, I have a father and mother now too. Xiao Tuan exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and wrapping her arms around Xiang Chen's neck like a koala bear. Ha, then Xiao Tuan shall be my dear sister from now on. Although he had fainted due to the condition of his meridians, his consciousness had remained intact, and he was aware of all that had transpired. Chen, how is it that you possess such formidable power? Is it a gift from the esteemed figure behind you? Asked King Xiang, his voice low and grave. Chen nodded in acknowledgement, for it was indeed the only plausible explanation. All the extraordinary occurrences could be attributed to that enigmatic being. That venerable master possesses truly unfathomable abilities. To receive his legacy is indeed a blessing. The martial arts he has imparted to you are astonishingly powerful, King Xiang marveled. Chapter 554. The Supreme of the Nine Extremes. The Nine Hells reincarnation that my father practices is undeniably potent. Yet the trials it imposes on one's willpower are astonishingly daunting and perilous. In this world, apart from my father, there are scarcely a handful who could wield such resolve. Chen remarked. Indeed, during my cultivation, the agony felt as though a millstone was grinding my very soul. Had I not endured 6 months of various tortures, my willpower would not have been tempered to such unwavering strength. I doubt I would have been able to persevere, King Xiang lamented, recalling the excruciating pain of mastering this technique. Report, Your Highness. At that moment, Xiao Bai approached with utmost respect. The Yin family has been entirely eradicated, and all reinforcements from the Lin family have been slain by arrows. Nearly 2,000 of the Imperial Guard have surrendered, while the remainder has been executed. Our side has suffered the loss of 3,000 troops. King Xiang commanded, attend to the families of those who fell in battle with the necessary compensation. As for the captives, they were once comrades. Integrate those who can be assimilated, and release all others, with the exception of those from the royal family. Understood. Xiao Bai nodded and departed to execute the orders. Congratulations, father. From now on, you shall be the sovereign of the great Shang, Chen proclaimed, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect and smiling. Congratulations, King Xiang. At that moment, Xia Yunlong and the recently stabilized Duke Wang, along with others, bowed in congratulations. Congratulations, Your Highness. The entire army of 100,000 soldiers knelt in homage. Ha, Liangzi, no, from now on, you shall be addressed as king. Congratulations. Just then, A formidable army surged forth from the distant streets. A figure soared through the air, grinning widely. The newcomer was none other than Lord Xiahou, indicating that the guards at the city gates had been vanquished by him. Tizi, haha, my good brother, King Xiang joyfully exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Lord Xiahou. Brother, congratulations. This throne is truly yours by right, Lord Xiahou declared, patting King Xiang's back, genuinely delighted for his brother. Thank you, Tizi. This time, I have gambled the fate of the Xiahou clan to aid me. King Xiang felt immense gratitude and emotion swelling within him. When you were in peril, I harbored rebellious thoughts towards the royal family, yet I dared not gamble with the fate of my clan, living in guilt over your predicament. Now that you have returned, gambling our lives, I refuse to leave any regrets, Lord Xiahou replied with a smile. The two shared a bond forged through decades of life experiences and countless trials together. A brotherhood that transcended mere friendship. This debt of gratitude will forever be remembered by the Xiang clan. I vow here and now that the Xiang clan shall never betray the Xiahou family, King Xiang solemnly declared. Such words are more than sufficient. Their brotherly affection was palpable. And soon Xiahou Wu arrived, chuckling. Dogzy, from now on, you may need to be addressed as Your Highness the Prince. Pretend all you want. Call me whatever pleases you. Chen laughed, bumping fists with Xiahou Wu. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the citizens within the city remained unaware of the outcome of this monumental battle. However, when the citizens beheld the grand flag that depicted the royal spirit and the serpentine patterns fluttering in the wind being lowered within the palace, an uproar ensued throughout the city. What did the descent of the Yin family's royal banner, which had flown for nearly a century, signify? The Yin dynasty had reached its end. Their defeat was evident. With the lowering of the royal standard, the dragon's aura within the palace dissipated. The Yin family was finished. A Taoist master, clad in traditional robes, gazed towards the skies above the royal city and could not help but exclaim, Master Dao, are you implying that the Yin family has been vanquished? Those nearby were taken aback by this revelation. The Taoist, known as Master Haicheng, was the most renowned fortune teller in the royal city, capable of discerning one's fate and predicting fortunes based on their birth chart. Indeed, the dragon's aura has waned. The Yin family is truly finished, Master Haicheng affirmed. The onlookers, who had sought his counsel, were astonished, their gazes drawn to the now quiet palace. The great Xiang is on the verge of a transformation. Henceforth, it shall belong to the Xiang clan. Who would have thought that King Xiang would have a chance to rise again? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Master Haicheng narrowed his eyes and remarked, every effect has its cause. King Xiang was a man of loyalty and righteousness. Had it not been for the Yin family's treachery against him, their dynasty might have flourished for another century. Yet, King Xiang was destined to be a captive dragon before someone altered his fate. As he pondered, a sudden invisible force of fortune began to coalesce above the palace, akin to a nascent sun, radiating vibrancy before the eyes of the fortune teller. Above the palace, 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 50, and eventually 81 invisible dragon shadows of fortune encircled the realm. 81 dragon shadows of fortune enveloping the palace. How could this be? The supreme fortune of 9-9. Master Haicheng was struck with disbelief at this astonishing sight. Previously, the Yin family possessed merely a single imperial aura, yet now, an astonishing 81 imperial auras had emerged, supreme imperial fortune. Master Haicheng stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock and incredulity. What did the concept of supreme entail? This represented the pinnacle of imperial fortune. It was exceedingly rare for an ordinary emperor to possess the 5-9 imperial fortune, a privilege reserved for the most exalted sovereigns. Such sovereigns were referred to as the supreme 5-9. Yet now, within a humble nation, he witnessed the birth of the supreme 9-9 fortune. Rubbing his eyes, Master Haicheng employed his observational techniques once more. He had not been mistaken. Indeed, 81 imperial dragon fortunes swirled around. Though each was still faint, they undeniably constituted the supreme 9-9 fortune. This was extraordinary. The future of the great Xiang bore such extraordinary fortune. What sort of destiny could yield such a transformation? Could it be King Xiang? Master Haicheng's heart raced with astonishment. He swiftly retrieved a turtle shell and placed 3 special copper coins upon it. Shaking them vigorously as they fell onto the table, he sought to divine the nature of this supreme 9-9 imperial fortune and the identity of its bearer. However, as the coins landed, they shattered explosively. A bizarre occurrence indeed. Master Haicheng's expression shifted dramatically as an unusual force of cosmic backlash surged within him. Haicheng Daoist spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion ashen, as if struck by lightning. Impossible, he thought. How could one possess such a fate that even heaven and earth would dread? His heart filled with trepidation. Master, what ails you? The surrounding children hurried to support the Taoist. Haicheng Daoist, pale as if gravely injured, gazed upon the shattered coins and sighed. Not only the fate of the great Xiang is destined to change, but the entire realm of the 9 provinces may soon witness a monumental upheaval. The emergence of the 9-9 imperial destiny will surely alter the structure of the world, heralding the birth of an entirely new era. He looked towards the palace enveloped in dragon energy, his heart wavering slightly. Such imperial fortune, if it were to manifest in a nation akin to mine, would undoubtedly attract the attention of skilled fate manipulators from powerful empires, who would ruthlessly alter that nascent destiny. Since I have discerned it, it must be fate. I shall pay a visit to the royal palace. Perhaps this is my opportunity, mused Haicheng Daoist. He then commanded, young ones, prepare the carriage. We shall enter the royal palace and pay our respects to the new king. Chapter 555 is titled Establishing the Name as Chu. The decline of the Yin clan signifies the demise of countless lives. In their rise, they found glory together, and in their fall, they faced ruin as one. The struggle for dominion and power has always been merciless. The royal members and core figures of the Yin clan residing within the palace could not escape their fated destruction. As for the collateral members of the Yin clan, past benevolent rulers have typically dealt with such fallen families by relegating their kin to servitude, distributing them among the noble families. In more brutal circumstances, there was outright extermination. The fate of the collateral members of the Yin clan remained to be determined. However, with the royal city now sealed, escape was impossible. Following the breach of the palace, King Xiang promptly ordered an assault on the Lin family, surrounding them completely. Along with the Xiang residents that had fallen under the control of the Lin family, now swayed by Lin Lian. Within the grand hall of the palace, Xiang Chen, alongside his father King Xiang, the Xiahou clan, the Wang clan, the Gongsun clan, and the Xia family, all the heads and key members of these allied families, entered the palace hall. Although the Wan Yao Pavilion did not lend assistance under its name, it had dispatched numerous skilled individuals to aid Xiang Chen, including figures akin to Qing Feng. King Xiang gazed up at the resplendent dragon throne, feeling as though he were in another world. Once a condemned prisoner destined to die in the celestial prison, his fate had been altered by a single individual, transforming the destiny of the Xiang clan. King Xiang cast a glance at his son, feeling both pride and a sense of sorrow. All of this was due to his son's efforts in changing the entire situation. As the assembly entered the palace, all eyes turned towards King Xiang. Please, new king, take your seat. Lord Xiahou clasped his fists, bowing deeply to his brother. Privately, they shared a bond of life and death, yet in the realm of politics, hierarchy must prevail. A king must embody regal authority and could not address King Xiang in a familiar manner in public. Please, new king, take your seat. Xiang Yunlong, Duke Wang, Gongsun Yu, the head of the Gongsun family, and others simultaneously bowed. Please, father, take your seat. Xiang Chen also stepped back, bowing slightly. Xiang Wang gazed upon the multitude and proclaimed, in this grand endeavor, the foremost contributor is my son, Xiang Chen. Come, my son, let us ascend together. With a smile, Xiang Wang grasped Xiang Chen's hand. The assembly raised no objections. Indeed, the fall of the royal family was inseparable from Xiang Chen's fate. Let the new king and the young master take the throne. The crowd echoed, and at this moment, even the previously disrespectful Xiahou Wu bowed in deference. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chen declared, then I shall accompany my father to the throne. Ha ha, that is as it should be, Xiang Wang responded, and together, father and son ascended to the royal seat. Approaching the dragon throne, with a flourish of his crimson cloak, Xiang Wang seated himself upon the throne, while Xiang Chen took his place beside him. Bow before the new king and young master. At this moment, all the distinguished figures who entered the palace knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in reverence. Outside the palace, the 80,000 troops stationed at the border and the 90,000 battle-ready soldiers of the Xiahou royal house all fell to their knees. The sound of armor clattering creating a resounding chorus. Bow before the new king and young master. Over 100,000 soldiers cried in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Xiang Wang surveyed the throng below and raised his hands, saying, "You may rise." Xiang Chen, as a junior, stood to return the salute in respect. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, young master." Only then did the crowd rise in unison, their gazes fixed upon the father and son. The duo, hand in hand as they ascended the throne, would surely become a cherished tale in the annals of the Great Xiang. With the old king deposed and the new king enthroned, the Great Xiang underwent transformation, changes in heaven, nation, and fortune. The dynasty's name should, therefore, be abolished, and a new name bestowed by the new king to declare to the world. At this moment, Xia Yunlong, the Minister of Rites, stepped forward respectfully to inquire. With the royal family altered, it was only fitting that the name of the nation reflect this change. The mention of a new name caused Xiang Wang to furrow his brow. He had not previously contemplated this matter. He turned to his son, Xiang Chen, and asked, "What do you suggest, my son?" "Of course, it should be De Chu," Xiang Chen replied without hesitation. De Chu. The assembly looked at Xiang Chen with bewilderment, questioning the significance of naming the nation Chu. The term Chu, in its literal sense, referred to a type of plant, specifically the jujube tree. There was no profound meaning behind it. It simply sounded pleasant. To their surprise, Xiang Chen cheerfully explained, "Not long ago, I dreamt of an ancient sage who told me that if a nation were to be established, it should be called Chu." The crowd fell silent, pondering his whimsicality. The Great Xiang was named as such due to its prosperous economy compared to several smaller nations, thriving in commerce, hence the designation of Xiang. Xiang Chen glanced at his father, recalling that his father's name shared a resemblance with that of a notable figure from a previous era, and he himself had come from that same timeline. When considering the Xiang lineage, it inevitably invoked thoughts of the significant contributions made to literature and technology by that dynasty. De Chu, a name that echoed the sentiment of though Chu was diminished, it shall rise again. Chu, fundamentally a plant, specifically the jujube, had its true origins tied to this very botanical reference in that timeline. According to the historical records concerning the esteemed lord of Chu, Yu Xiong, his wife, Bai Li, faced a harrowing childbirth while delivering their child, Xiong Li. Tragically, Bai Li perished following a caesarean section, yet Xiong Li survived. In her memory, a sorcerer used Chu wood, specifically willow branches, to encase her abdomen before burial, leading future generations to name their nation Chu. Chu, also known as Jing Chu, was thus established. The king of Xiang jested, "Since this is a dream bestowed by the old immortal, perhaps it is indeed the will of heaven. Let it be so. From this day forth, the Great Xiang shall be renamed Great Chu. The city of Xiang would henceforth be known as the city of Chu. From this moment, I declare myself the first monarch of Great Chu, henceforth to be called King of Chu. Xiang Chen shall be the first prince of Great Chu and my sole rightful heir," bestowed the title of Xiao Wu Wang. As the king proclaimed this, Xia Yunlong promptly retrieved paper and pen to draft the decree himself. Su Qing, of the Su clan, was designated as the first queen of Great Chu. The Xiahou family was granted the title of prince of a different surname, inheriting the noble rank. The Xia family received the title of duke, with the head of the Xia family, Yunlong, continuing as the minister of rites while enjoying the status of a duke. The Wang family was also conferred the title of duke, maintaining their management of the Ministry of Household Affairs. Gongsun Yu, head of the Gongsun family, was awarded the title of duke, responsible for the Department of Equipment and Arms Manufacturing. It was natural for the king to reward these meritorious subjects. Among the most significant external rewards was the Xiahou family, which was elevated to the hereditary rank of prince of a different surname, as they had previously held only the title of duke. The title of prince, just beneath that of the king, is typically inherited only by the king's capable sons. The former wise king held the title of prince, while Yin Tianye was merely a duke. The distribution of these titles was merely a preliminary arrangement of the court and had yet to be announced to the public. Only those within the court were privy to this information. At this moment, outside the palace, a soldier entered to report, kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty, I bring word that an elderly gentleman seeks an audience with you, claiming to be the Taoist of Haicheng." The mention of the Taoist of Haicheng elicited expressions of confusion among many. Some recognized the name and expressed surprise. The Taoist of Haicheng? Xiang Wang furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with this individual. "This is the inner court. How can we allow outsiders in? Drive this Taoist away. We cannot disturb the internal affairs of the king," frowned Xiahou Ba. "That cannot be, brother Xiahou. I am aware of this individual," Xia Yunlong interjected hastily, then bowed to Xiang Wang. Your Majesty, the Taoist of Haicheng is a renowned fortune-teller in the realm of common folk. He was once invited by the Yin family to divine the fate of the nation. He possesses considerable skill in matters of destiny. It would be prudent to meet him. A fortune-teller? Is he truly a master of fate? Xiang Chen was slightly taken aback, recognizing the term. It is said that fortune-tellers observe celestial phenomena, assess fortunes, and determine geomancy, capable of predicting the future across time. A master of fate is a collective term for those skilled in astrology, fortune-telling, and geomancy. Given his respectable reputation among the populace, it would be wise to grant him an audience. Please summon the Taoist of Haicheng, commanded the king. Soon, a venerable figure clad in a blue-black Taoist robe, with hair white as snow yet a youthful visage, entered the hall. He bore an ancient sword on his back and held a staff adorned with several copper coins. Xiang Chen gazed at the elder, astonished. Under the moonlit eyes, the elder's profound cultivation was unmistakable. He was at the second level of the Soul Moon realm. It appears that there still exist formidable beings at the Soul Moon realm, suggesting that the martial world is indeed a domain teeming with hidden talents. Such a powerful figure, and yet I was previously unaware of his name. However, the elder's aura is exceedingly faint and difficult to discern, indicating that he possesses certain methods of concealment, though they are rendered transparent under the gaze of the moon-watching eye. As the Taoist Haicheng entered the hall, he cast his gaze upon the esteemed Xiang Wang and Xiang Chen above, his expression subtly shifting. The dragon energy, invisible to ordinary eyes, emanated largely from the young man. Both father and son possessed extraordinary dragon energy. Their convergence, while seated together, created a magnificent synergy of supreme fortune. Haicheng's eyes returned to the youth, noting that besides the formidable imperial aura, there resided an immensely potent celestial fortune, concealed yet palpable, akin to a black hole, rendering its depth inscrutable. With a slow bow, Haicheng declared, a humble wanderer of the martial realm, Haichengzi, pays his respects to the new king. His full title, Haichengzi, resonated with a sense of gravitas. The Xiang Wang, with an air of authority and solemnity, remarked, please rise, esteemed elder. I had no inkling that such a high-ranking individual was concealed within the populace, a second-tier master of the Soul Moon realm, yet I was previously unaware of your presence. It is indeed true that great talents may remain hidden in the woods or the market. Haichengzi felt a jolt of surprise within. The cloaking techniques of his sect had been effortlessly unveiled by this new king. Indeed, he was not to be underestimated. Maintaining his composure, Haichengzi replied with a serene smile. Your Majesty is the true master, able to see through the years of my concealed cultivation with a mere glance. The Xiang Wang's perceptive abilities were astonishing, likely surpassing even those of the Soul Moon realm, as his cultivation primarily focused on the refinement of the soul. The assembly within the hall gazed at the elder with astonishment. The Xiang Wang inquired, what brings you to see me, esteemed elder? Haichengzi began. Today marks a transformation in the winds and clouds. The old sun sets while the new one rises. As the new king ascends to the throne, I perceive your fortunes ascending like a dragon, which is truly awe-inspiring. The future of your new nation is bound to be limitless. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, great prosperity is prone to decline. Fortunes are fickle. Though your nation enjoys the fortune of a dragon, if it cannot conceal its depths, it may easily be diminished. I have come to assist the new king in harnessing this imperial fortune to avert potential calamity. Utter nonsense. The head of the Wang family interjected vehemently. The new king has just ascended, and you, an old Taoist, speak of decline and loss. Are you here to cause trouble? Others in the hall frowned, finding his words rather unpalatable. Yet, Xiang Chen remained silent, observing the elder with keen interest, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Haichengzi smiled gently. Noble Duke, do not be alarmed. I have previously examined your fate and fortune. The Wang family's fortune is commendable. However, approximately a year ago, a significant misfortune emerged, a toxic fate that could lead to the annihilation of your clan. Yet, the whims of heaven are unpredictable, and this toxic fate has begun to slowly transform into a fortunate one, now flourishing like the sun at its zenith. If I am not mistaken, this misfortune originated with your son, Wang Ying, but this fortune also springs from his own transformation. Now, my son, it seems you share an extraordinary connection with the new king or the young master. In the past, he was an enemy rather than a friend, under your former fate, he would not have survived this year. Yet now, he has been bestowed with immense fortune, all thanks to the young master, I presume. The Taoist Haiqing gazed at the scrutinizing Xiang Chen. Upon hearing this, the head of the Wang family's expression shifted slightly. Although the old man spoke in somewhat esoteric terms, the truth remained as such. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Indeed, the old gentleman speaks truthfully. Previously, the Wang family and I were adversaries. The Wanging you mentioned is now one of my brothers. Old man, have you investigated me? Wang Ziajiji inquired, bewildered. Haiqing Taoist shook his head and replied, this is merely a conjecture based on the fortune of young Master Wang, derived from a casual divination. Fortunately, young Master Wang has transformed his virtue, dispelling misfortune and inviting fortune. Otherwise, you would have perished at the hands of the young master. Mysterious indeed, I cannot comprehend. Then, could you divine my love fortune? Who is my true destined partner? Wang Ziajiji inquired with intrigue. To divine someone outside of yourself requires your birth date and place. Haiqing Taoist chuckled. I was born on June 6th at 6 o'clock, a sign of smooth sailing. Just tell me, is it auspicious? Naturally, my birthplace is the Wang family. Wang Ziajiji declared. This clever young man is indeed a Gemini, an air sign. Upon hearing this, Haiqing Taoist shook his staff, causing the coins atop it to emit a luminous glow, detaching from the staff and swirling around him. He then stepped forward, a hexagram array materializing beneath his feet, enveloping both him and Wang Ziajiji. Within the hexagram, the 5 elements emerged, radiating glimmers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among the 5 elements, the duality of yin and yang manifested, giving rise to the Tai Chi. This scene appeared quite peculiar and wondrous. As Haiqing Taoist traversed the formation, its patterns shifted unpredictably. Soon, the brilliance of the hexagram began to recede, and he gazed at Wang Ziajiji with astonishment. Hee, old charlatan, can't you divine it? Wang Ziajiji chuckled at Haiqing Taoist. The old man cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, it is not that I cannot divine it. Rather, it is quite strange. Your true destined partner is a female wolf named Zhangdan. The first union of your yin and yang occurred over 30,000 kilometers away to the east, presumably within the realm of the wild city, correct? Chapter 557, A Nation's Countenance, the 5th Watch. Old gentleman, please, no more. I am utterly astonished, Wang Ziajiji exclaimed, dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Haiqing Taoist, and promptly urged him to cease his calculations. This fellow could even ascertain his girlfriend's name, Zhangdan, as a female celestial wolf, and where their first encounter transpired, leaving everyone in shock. Those aware of the circumstances, including Xiang Chen, the brothers of Yin Huang, and even Morong Tianhua, gazed in astonishment at Haiqing Taoist. Such divination abilities truly seemed otherworldly. Furthermore, Haiqing Taoist possessed a unique spirit, one that was essentially a spirit of the hexagram, cultivated through his practice, endowing him with such powers of divination. Xiang Chen remarked with a smile, the old gentleman's abilities are indeed astonishing. Possessing the power of celestial insights, one can speculate on the past, but to predict the future is an audacious feat. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? The Taoist of Haiqing remarked, to predict an individual's destiny incurs little retribution from the heavens. However, forecasting the fortunes of an entire nation can indeed invoke divine retribution upon the seer. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's interest was piqued, and he inquired, might the esteemed elder divine a reading for me? The Taoist of Haiqing shook his head with a smile, saying, young master, you possess immense fortune and imperial destiny, shielded by the heavens. Such matters exceed the bounds of my capabilities. Xiang Chen, undeterred, acknowledged that his inquiry was merely casual. King Xiang then queried, what does the esteemed Haiqing mean by suggesting that our great Chu possesses imperial fortune that should remain concealed, lest we attract disaster? The Taoist of Haiqing spoke slowly. New king, heed my words. Although the great Chu harbors profound imperial fortune, its future is indeed boundless. Yet, it remains a lower-ranked nation. Powerful empires and dynasties are accompanied by national masters who govern the fortunes of their realms. Should they discover that a minor state like ours possesses such formidable imperial fortune, they would inevitably feel threatened and may seek to suppress us, leading to our potential destruction and the seizing of our fortunes. Do you not see the inherent risk in this? Indeed, if our great Chu were to truly possess the imperial fortune to contend for supremacy, Exposure to others could render us enemies on all fronts, besieged by foes. Exactly, the wisdom of the elder Haiching is not without merit. The assembly within the hall began to murmur, their respect for his abilities growing after his accurate divination. King Xiang rose solemnly and clasped his fists. I implore you, esteemed Haiching, to assist our great Chu. The Taoist of Haiching smiled gently. I have come precisely to aid your majesty. Young master, we must temper the imperial fortune of Chu. Moreover, I aspire to be the national master of Chu's fortune. Would your majesty and young master be amenable to this? I can assist in observing the imperial fortunes, deciphering celestial mechanisms, star alignments, weather patterns, calamities, pathways of fortune, and geomantic auspices. Should he assume the role of national master of fortune, it would greatly benefit his future, as the fortunes of Chu flourish. So too will his own prestige and cultivation be enhanced. Conversely, should Chu decline, he would suffer the repercussions, with the potential for his very life to be at stake. Initially, he foresaw the impermanence of the Yin royal family and declined their invitation to serve as their national minister. The practitioners of destiny are those who align with and oppose the will of heaven, a rare breed indeed. The path of the destiny practitioner relies predominantly on innate talent, with a smaller portion derived from specialized practices, including the ability to absorb the power of human conviction. King Xiang frowned upon hearing this. The role of national minister is not one to be taken lightly. Why? The status of a national minister in the hearts of the populace ranks just below that of the sovereign. Should the national master disrupt the governance, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially throwing the realm into chaos. Chinner, what is your perspective? King Xiang turned to his son, conveying his thoughts through their spiritual bond. Xiang Chen responded in kind, saying, the matter of the national minister is of grave importance and should not be entrusted lightly. We lack clarity regarding this individual's background and intentions. We cannot bestow upon him the title of national master. Father, allow me to speak with him. Xiang Chen's gaze fell upon the Taoist of Haiching, and he remarked, your abilities are indeed admirable, shrouded in mystery. However, as the matter of the national minister carries significant weight, how might I trust in your sincerity? I apologize, I do not intend to speculate on your intentions lightly. My nature is one of contemplation and caution. Upon hearing these words, the Taoist Haiching was neither angered nor surprised. For one must hold no malice, yet be ever vigilant against it. He stated, I can forge a contract with the king and the young master. As the prime minister of the nation, I shall be unwaveringly loyal to the state, to the sovereign, and to the people of the great Chu. I can bind my 8 trigrams divine spirit to a pact with the monarch of the great Chu. When the king flourishes, I too shall flourish. When the king falters, I too shall suffer. Xiang Chen then inquired, is this the heartfelt pact? The Taoist Haiching was slightly taken aback that Xiang Chen was familiar with such an agreement. He affirmed, indeed, it is the heartfelt pact. With this contract, the king need not worry about my betrayal. My decision to ally with Chu stemmed from witnessing its grand destiny. Should the great Chu ascend to supremacy, I, Haiching, shall proudly be recognized as a master of fate, able to support and follow a future sovereign of the world. What could be more glorious than this tale etched in history? Father, if it is the heartfelt pact, then it is sufficient, Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. The heartfelt pact is, among various contractual laws, one of the more equitable forms. King Xiang nodded in agreement, saying, very well, then let the gentleman draft the contract. Taoist Haiching smiled faintly, and with a tremor of his staff, the 8 trigrams diagram unfurled once more, enveloping him and the father-son duo of Xiang Wang and Xiang Chen. Haiching concentrated his vital essence at his fingertips, releasing his spiritual power, and in midair, as if on a blank canvas, he inscribed ancient glyphs. To the king, I am a minister. When the king flourishes, I too shall flourish. When the king falters, I too shall suffer. For as long as I am a minister, I shall remain eternally loyal to the great Chu. The glory of Chu is my prosperity. Its downfall is my demise. As the ancient sigils took form, they coalesced into a golden manuscript, radiating a unique celestial aura. The king, adopting a serious demeanor, concentrated his spiritual power at his fingertips and inscribed his name upon this contract. Xiang Chen also compelled a drop of his essence, which he flicked into the contract. The contract transformed into 3 beams of golden light, cascading toward the 3 individuals. The heartfelt pact was established. In that instant, the trio experienced an inexplicable connection. sensing each other regardless of distance. Within Taoist Haiqing, his power surged dramatically, his essence escalating from the second to the fourth level of the Soul Moon realm in an instant. His cultivation had doubled. Haiqing was astonished. Having not anticipated the profound fortune emanating from these two, the mere establishment of the heartfelt pact allowed him to elevate his cultivation by 2 levels. Elated, he thought to himself, Xiang Wang and Xiang Chen are destined to achieve great feats. I have aligned myself with the right sovereign. Suppressing his joy, he maintained his composure and respectfully bowed to Xiang Wang and Xiang Chen. I pay my respects to your majesty and your highness. Haha, please rise, sir. From this day forth, you shall be the prime minister of our great Chu. King Xiang laughed warmly, assisting Taoist Haiqing to his feet. Long live the prime minister. The crowd below, at this moment, adopted solemn expressions and bowed slightly to Taoist Haiqing. He returned their respects. This was indeed the singular individual whose merit had yet to be proven, but with a mere exchange of words, his status soared to great heights. However, this person was undoubtedly destined to become a significant contributor to the Great Chu's quest for dominance over the world. Chapter 558, Discussion on Governance, 6 Explosions. Part 20. For the establishment of the Great Chu, a totem is indispensable. Your Majesty, Your Highness, regarding the battle at the palace, with the Divine Wolf as our ally, I propose we establish the Divine Wolf as the totem of the Great Chu, suggested Taoist Haiqing. Upon hearing this, King Xiang smiled and looked toward Xiang Chen, realizing this was none other than his son's vision for the totem. I see no objections, he declared. Xiang Wang chuckled. Then let us construct the Temple of the Divine Wolf in the capital of Chu, and establish the Divine Wolf as our totem. Xiang Chen, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Did they imagine themselves as totemic divine beasts? He replied, Father, Prime Minister, that is not merely a divine wolf, but the moon-eating celestial wolf. A sacred beast. Haha, then we shall name it the Temple of the Celestial Wolf. Xiang Wang instructed Xia Yunlong. See to it that the temple is erected immediately and the flag of the Celestial Wolf is designed. Xia Yunlong nodded in affirmation. The court deliberated for a considerable time, discussing various specific details before finally adjourning. As Xiang Wang and Xiang Chen walked through the rear garden of the palace, they engaged in conversation. Many areas of the palace had been ravaged by battle and required reconstruction. Chener, how do you wish to handle the matters regarding the Lin family and the Xiang Wang residence? Xiang Wang inquired as they strolled. These two families had connections with him. Lin Lian's betrayal had harmed his own son. Upon hearing this, a cold light flickered in Xiang Chen's eyes as he replied. The direct descendants of the Lin family must not be spared. As for the innocent branches of the Lin clan, let us grant them a reprieve. Xiang Wang nodded. Shall we then demote them to servitude and distribute them among various families? No, Xiang Chen shook his head. Let us completely spare them, father. Such an act will allow the world to witness the benevolence of our Xiang royal family. Moreover, during the power struggles, it is the common folk who suffer the most. Why draw them into this turmoil? Xiang Wang furrowed his brow. Will this not leave us vulnerable to future troubles? To show mercy by not executing them is already an act of righteousness. If these Lin commoners harbor resentment, what if they conspire against us in the future? Chener, I understand your compassion for the populace, but we must not be too lenient. Xiang Chen, smiling, responded, Father, my heart is not weak. Those who must be punished will indeed be punished. Yet, even at the height of the Lin family's power, they could do little against us. What upheaval could these Lin commoners possibly incite? There will always be those who harbor resentment, but if we treat the populace with kindness over time, even those with grievances will develop a sense of belonging due to the nation's prosperity. When they compare our treatment of them to that of other dynasties towards their servants, they will naturally come to appreciate us, perhaps even support us more fervently. Father, in military matters, you must understand this principle. Those who in the hearts of the army unite the soldiers into a formidable force. The same applies to the nation. Those who in the hearts of the people will surely gain the world. The Xiang clan is like a grand tree, and the common people are our roots. If we do not protect the roots, the tree will inevitably wither. Had the Yin royal family not been heartless towards you, they would not have met such a disastrous end. Xiang Chen's words struck Xiang Wang profoundly, leaving him astonished as he gazed at his son, surprised that he could articulate such grand visions and foresight. Those who in the hearts of the people gain the world. Indeed, this phrase could serve as the very foundation of governance. He laughed heartily, slapping Xiang Chen on the shoulder. Your growth is truly remarkable, my son. I have always been exceptional. It is merely that you did not realize it, Xiang Chen replied with a bold smile. The two father and son continued their walk, engaged in conversation. As Xiang Chen gazed at the darkening sky, he expressed, if possible, I wish to gradually abolish the slave system perpetuated by the great merchants, instituting new laws that affirm the equality of all individuals. The sovereign should cultivate virtue, and the populace must respect the laws of the king. No one should be subjected to oppression based on their social standing. Only then will the common people have tangible laws to safeguard their rights, leading to a prosperous realm. Xiang Wang furrowed his brow and replied, such notions will threaten the positions and interests of many, including our own kin. Xiang Chen sighed, indeed. It is this very concept of interest that has corroded the established rules and laws. I am determined to implement these changes, albeit gradually. We must adopt a method akin to boiling a frog in warm water, ensuring that the rights of the people are gradually protected while subtly diminishing the influence of those parasitic entities that feed on the flesh and blood of the common folk, until one day, this pernicious culture is entirely eradicated. If you pursue this course, the Wang family will likely be the first to feel threatened, as they control nearly half of the food industry in Dechu, with a significant portion of the farmers being their subordinates, Xiang Wang cautioned. The Wang family, of course, referred to the Wang Xiaojis. Let us take our time. These matters cannot be rushed, Xiang Chen responded, shaking his head. Dechu has only recently been established, and it is not the right time for sweeping reforms. Should we lose the people's trust, the nascent state of Dechu will undoubtedly crumble. Governing a realm is far more challenging than one might imagine. Conquering is easy, but ruling is arduous. For now, we must continue to rely on the existing system, reinforcing royal authority, and only after Dechu has stabilized can we commence gradual reforms. By the way, you should handle the matters concerning the Xiang Wang mansion. I wish to avoid seeing those individuals again, Xiang Wang remarked. After all, a day as a couple brings 100 days of affection. Although Lin Lian has betrayed me, having to personally eliminate her would not stem from a lack of resolve, but rather from a deep sense of sorrow. Very well. I shall ensure that everything is taken care of on your behalf, Xiang Chen nodded. Young master, a sudden voice broke in. Startled, Xiang Chen turned to see a slender young girl clad in form-fitting black martial attire gracefully approaching along the wooded path. Her visage was innocent, yet possessed a captivating allure. A unique charm formed at the intersection of these two qualities, with her long hair cascading to her waist. Her figure was exquisite, the fitted martial attire accentuating her delicate curves, with a trim waist and elegantly long legs. Manha, Xiang Chen exclaimed joyfully. Young master, Manha replied, sprinting towards him. Haha. You young ones continue your conversation. I shall attend to my affairs, Xiang Wang chuckled, taking flight as he departed to give them privacy. Xiang Chen opened his arms, and Manha leapt into his embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. Young master, Manha has missed you dearly, she said, her eyes glistening. Xiang Chen gently patted her fragrant shoulder, smiling as he said, I have missed you too, Manha. It has been a year since we last met, and I had not anticipated you would become so beautiful. Manha replied, this past year, I have diligently trained under the prince, eagerly awaiting the day I can assist you and return to your side. Xiang Chen chuckled, saying, I have heard from my father about your remarkable achievements at the border, where you vanquished numerous enemy generals. As they parted ways, he wiped her tears and anxiously inquired, now that you have returned, will you not leave in haste? For the time being, I shall remain. During my stay, you may stay by my side, he reassured her. Chapter 559, The Forceful Return to the Residence. 7 Explosions, 13, Xiang Wangfu. Originally the residence of the Xiang family, had become a mere shell of its former self following the capture of Xiang Wang. Under Lin Lian's oppressive rule, the family members had either betrayed or abandoned their home, leaving it with a mere semblance of existence. A formidable army of over 10,000, led by Zhao Mu and Wang Tian, surrounded the entire Xiang Wangfu. Within the hall, Lin Lian sat despondently in a chair, her complexion ashen. The royal family has fallen, and that man has returned. How could this be? How could the royal family possibly suffer defeat? Xiang Liang, why has he not perished? Upon receiving this news, Lin Lian felt as if struck by lightning, helplessly muttering to herself. Mother, what shall we do? Xiang Ke asked, his face etched with worry. You ask me? How should I know what to do? Lin Lian retorted angrily. Below them, Another woman bore the marks of past violence on her face, each scar forming a grotesque pattern. Qin Rong's heart was filled with dread. The return of Xiang Wang, accompanied by his army, spelled doom for the royal family. Report. Madam, we are in grave danger. At that moment, Steward Zhou rushed in, panic-stricken. Madam, a multitude of troops has encircled our Xiang Wangfu, led by Zhao Mu and Wang Tian. What? Lin Lian, Xiang Ke. And the others' faces paled in shock. Steward Zhou, are you certain it is Wang Tian and Zhao Mu leading them? You cannot be mistaken? Xiang Ke exclaimed. I am certain. They have completely surrounded the estate, Steward Zhou confirmed. Mother, father is going to turn against us. You must save me. You have to plead with him. Xiang Ke said in a frenzy. Lin Lian forced a bitter smile, saying, plead with him? I am the one who has brought him to this point. He loathes me above all else. Once married, 100 days of grace. Dear mother, your plea will surely carry weight. I do not wish to die? Qin Rong exclaimed in panic. She was a woman driven by fear and self-interest, having betrayed Xiang Chen and Su Qing without hesitation. Madam, you must save us. Several members of the Xiang family rushed in, filled with desperation. These were former elders of the Xiang family, who had betrayed their kin to align with Lin Lian. Help me up, Lin Lian commanded, and Xiang Ke and Qin Rong immediately assisted her as she led them towards the exit. At the entrance, the White Tiger guards wielded massive swords, sealing the doors. Wang Tian and Zhao Mu stood resolutely like sentinels before the grand entrance. Wang Tian, what is the meaning of this? By what right do you prevent us from welcoming our lord? An elder from the Xiang family, Xiang Yin, shouted. Welcome our lord? Do you even deserve such a privilege? Wang Tian sarcastically remarked. The prince is in trouble. I recall that you all betrayed him, did you not? The sealing of the Xiang Wang residence was ordered by our current ruler, Xiang Chen, with the emperor's consent. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned pale. Xiang Chen had issued the command. He had been wronged by the Xiang Wang residents, even driven out and hunted down. Surely, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Wang Tian, step aside. Lin Lian approached with an imposing demeanor. Wang Tian cast her a sidelong glance, sneering and ignoring her. What insolence! Are you unaware of my identity? I am the rightful consort of the prince, and I must greet my husband, Lin Lian retorted fiercely. Indeed, I am my father's eldest son, the future heir to my father's throne. Make way, or I shall have your heads. Xiang Ke shouted in anger. Xiang Ke had become arrogant, forgetting his own lineage. You, an heir to the throne? Huh, how absurd, laughed members of the Baihu Guard, including Zhao Mu and Wang Tian, their laughter dripping with scorn. In this new era of the Great Shang, renamed as Chu, the emperor has declared that our young master, Xiang Chen, is the sole heir to the throne. What are you to think you can inherit the emperor's position? Are you still dreaming? Wang Tian could not help but scold. Impudent! You dare speak to me in such a manner? I shall inform my father and have you killed. Xiang Ke seethed, stepping on a sore spot in his fury. Regardless of your words, I am the legally recognized consort of the prince. Stand aside, Lin Lian shouted, about to force her way through. How shameless of you to utter such words. Came a scornful voice. A young man clad in white, strikingly handsome, wielding a massive broadsword, approached. Accompanied by a beautiful girl in black attire and a burly armored youth. It was Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and Man He. Young master. The Baihu guards quickly parted, bowing in respect. Xiang Chen, Lin Lian, Xiang Ke, and Qin Rong's expressions changed dramatically. Chener, you have returned. It has been a year. Your aunt truly missed you. Lin Lian forced a smile. Brother, you have also returned. Xiang Ke managed a strained grin. Qin Rong smiled as well, calling out to the second young master. Yet her smile was grotesque, contorted into a hideous expression. Such a lack of grace is utterly repulsive. It gives me chills, Xiang Chen thought, feeling genuinely nauseated by their faces and smiles. Dear friends, must you all be so revolting? I remember that you did not always regard me with such disdain. Once, I was merely a bastard to you. Now, you present yourselves so obsequiously that I scarcely recognize you. Upon hearing this, the crowd's smiles faltered, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. An elder, attempting to ease the tension, awkwardly chuckled. It was all a misunderstanding. Second young master. Those were mere misconceptions. Xiang Chen gestured for silence, his gaze shifting to Lin Lian, Xiang Ke, and Qin Rong. With an air of indifference, he remarked, I once believed that one could not entirely forsake their dignity. Yet upon witnessing the three of you, I realized that some individuals truly possess no shame. The trio's expressions darkened at Xiang Chen's words, and provoked by such a confrontation. Xiang Kei's face contorted in rage as he bellowed, "You insolent wretch, do not overstep your bounds." However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Wang Tian darted forward like lightning. With a resounding slap, her hand struck Xiang Kei's face, sending him reeling. The force of Wang Tian's attack, emanating from her mastery at the Soul Moon realm, left him unable to evade. Blood streamed from his mouth, and several of his teeth were shattered. Wang Tian coldly declared, "You dare insult His Highness? Seize him. Deliver 100 strikes. I shall not call a halt until you cease." "Xiang Kei, how dare you?" Lin Lian shrieked in protest. Yet, no one paid heed to her. 3 members of the White Tiger Guard surged forward, 2 of them restraining Xiang Kei, forcing him to the ground. "Mother, save me. Xiang Chen, spare me." Xiang Kei cried out in despair, only to be met with another brutal strike from the White Tiger Guard, blood spewing forth once more. With each resounding slap, Xiang Kei's cries of agony echoed, until all his teeth lay scattered. Xiang Chen observed the scene with cold indifference. "What is it you intend to do, Xiang Chen?" Lin Lian roared. "What do you think?" "Naturally, I am here to exact vengeance," Xiang Chen replied, his expression frigid as he unsheathed the dragon-quelling demon blade from his back, the blade scraping against the ground with a cacophony of sparks. At that moment, Lin Lian, also a practitioner of the 7th level of the Yuanyang realm, felt her color drain as she was overwhelmed by Xiang Chen's imposing presence, retreating in fear. The others felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively stepped aside, unwilling to impede Xiang Chen's path. "I once called you aunt for over a decade, honoring you as if you were my own mother. Yet you betrayed my father, orchestrating my downfall, bringing ruin upon my mother, my uncle Ming, and Hong Xiao. My hatred for you is deeper than the heavens and broader than the seas." Xiang Chen advanced relentlessly, his eyes ablaze with unbridled fury as he fixated on Lin Lian. "Xiang Chen, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was blinded by folly. Spare me and care, please. You have called him your brother for over a decade." Lin Lian pleaded desperately, retreating further, though her hands secretly clutched a concealed arrow. Xiang Chen scoffed, "Do you think you are worthy to invoke the past? I shall never forget the scene of how you orchestrated my demise, how Uncle Ming and Hong Xiao's heads rolled. I will not rest until I have slain you to honor their memory." With a fierce roar, Xiang Chen charged forward. Lin Lian, with a swift motion, unleashed 3 formidable 9th-grade spirit arrows, their speed and power remarkable. Yet Xiang Chen's reflexes were swifter. With the moon-gazing eye, he had already discerned her treachery. The dragon-quelling demon blade acted as a massive shield, deflecting the arrows. Bang! 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 The arrows exploded upon impact, their tremendous force propelling him backward. At that moment, Lin Lian let out a furious cry as she lunged forward. "I shall not spare you, nor shall you spare me. If death is our fate, let us embrace it together." Lin Lian, wielding her sword with the swiftness of a startled phoenix, unleashed a formidable surge of true essence, embodying the 7th level of the Yuanyang realm. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Chen transformed into a celestial wolfman, delivering a savage strike. With a swift motion, the blade, infused with a strength surpassing 6 or 700,000 pounds, shattered Lin Lian's sword. In the next instant, Xiang Chen executed 7 astonishing steps, igniting a tempest of power. He unleashed the 2nd form of the thunder-cleaving blade, Thunderclap. A silvery blade of lightning sliced through the air at an almost imperceptible speed, rivaling the strikes of those at the apex of power. Lin Lian, caught off guard, felt the blade rend her protective essence and strike her hand. With a piercing scream, Lin Lian's arm, still gripping the sword, was severed at the elbow, agony twisting her beautiful visage. It was too swift, the technique was indecipherable. An elder from the Xiang clan was left in awe. How could this be? Xiang Chen had scarcely spent a year at the academy in the wasteland, yet he had grown so formidable. Lin Lian, despite her lack of combat prowess, was an adept of the 7th level of the Yuanyang realm. Unbelievable. What had transpired with this second young master? The members of the Xiang Wangfu were left dumbfounded. The lady, Steward Zhou, felt a pang of anxiety. Meanwhile, Xiang Kei was still enduring slaps, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. Xiang Chen then transitioned from slashing to striking, delivering a devastating blow to Lin Lian's chest. With a thunderous impact, Lin Lian was struck in the chest, causing her to expel a torrent of blood as her ribcage caved in. She was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into an artificial mountain, which exploded into a shower of debris. Xiang Chen, Lin Lian roared, blood spilling forth, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could a boy who had been absent for a year possess such strength? Surely, daily consumption of elixirs could not yield such rapid growth. Xiang Chen pursued her with the thunderclap blade, catching up to the Lin Lian he had launched away, and then delivered a crushing stomp to her face. She was propelled downward, crashing into a lotus pond, her head submerged in the muck, consuming the sludge from the pond's depths. Lin Lian's legs thrashed wildly above the mire. With a resounding explosion, the water erupted into a 10-meter wave, the mud flung aside by the force of her unleashed true essence, transforming her into a muddy figure. At that moment, Xiang Chen seized her thigh, channeling his strength to hurl her downwards once more. Lin Lian screamed, crashing against the ground, creating a massive crater in the marble surface. Xiang Chen descended upon her, stomping down on her back with explosive force. Crack! Lin Lian's spine shattered beneath the weight. Ah! She howled, yet Xiang Chen's foot pressed against the back of her head, forcing her face into the earth, her words reduced to incoherent murmurs. With a cold expression, Xiang Chen slowly raised the blade. Uncle Ming, a man of such loyalty and kindness, a figure who watched me grow. Hong Xiu, such a delightful and innocent girl. You have brought about their demise. You wretched woman, go to hell and repent to them. Now perish. The youth's eyes glowed with fury as he let out a fierce roar, the dragon's blade descending with relentless force. No, Lin Lian cried, her face pressed into the earth, remorse flooding her heart. With a swift strike, the blade severed a head from its neck, crimson blood gushing forth and splattering the youth's visage. In that moment, he embodied the vengeful demon. Madam! A mournful cry erupted from Steward Zhou, who, fueled by rage, lunged towards Xiang Chen, unleashing the formidable power of the primordial yang. Do you dare to harm the young master in my presence? Wang Tian sneered, her blade slicing through the air with alarming speed. A golden arc of light cleaved through the space, instantly bisecting Zhou's form. Lin Lian's head, eyes wide with disbelief, moved as if to speak. Yet her consciousness shattered amidst regret and terror. The cycle of heavenly justice is relentless. Who can escape retribution? Xiang Chen kicked Lin Lian's lifeless body aside, collapsing to his knees, his head bowed, hair veiling his face. Suddenly, he erupted into a manic laughter that resembled both weeping and mirth, tears streaming down his cheeks. His brother, Xiahou Wu, witnessed Xiang Chen's vengeance but felt a profound sorrow, his heart heavy with grief. Uncle Ming, Hong Xiu, did you see? I avenged you. You can now rest in peace, and in the next life, we shall be family once more. I will protect you well. Yet, the youth felt little joy in his vengeance. He recalled the youthful girl whose head had fallen, the kind elder who had raised him. Executed before his eyes, their memories filled him with greater pain and anguish. At last, he could exhale some of the pent-up bitterness. For nearly 2 years, he had bottled up his wrath, which now found release. His desire to establish a new order to protect the common folk stemmed from the helplessness he felt during their times of despair, when Uncle Ming and Hong Xiu could not be safeguarded. He lived for those who remained as well as for those who had perished. If one perceives the world as flawed, one ought to strive for its transformation rather than its destruction. Chapter 561, The Stormy Night. 9 Explosions, Part 8. To vent his fury was also the reason Xiang Wang had sent him to settle these scores. He feared that if Xiang Chen did not personally confront this grudge, he might succumb to inner demons when channeling his soul in the future. Moreover, despite Lin Lian's betrayal, having donned the green hat of infidelity, there remained an emotional bond forged through their shared history as husband and wife, making it difficult to act against her. When it comes to ruthlessness, some women can be far colder than men. With Lin Lian slain, the traders in the Xiang Wang estate turned pale with terror, their legs trembling, some even losing control out of fear. Man, he approached, compassionately lifting her young master. The battered Xiang Ke had already succumbed to unconsciousness, oblivious to the scene. Young master, how shall we handle Xiang Ke? Wang Tian inquired. Xiang Chen, holding Lin Lian's severed head, wrapped it and walked over. He approached Xiang Ke, and with a swift motion, the blade fell once more. Another head rolled away. Without uttering a word, he executed the man who had called him brother for years, yet bore no blood ties, a merciless act against one who had betrayed him. Gather the bodies of the mother and son, and lay them to rest within the residence of Lord Xiang, Xiang Chen stated calmly. His demeanor at this moment surprisingly tranquil and indifferent. When one passes away, grievances dissipate, and debts are settled. Indeed, Wang Tian instructed others to retrieve the bodies. Second young master, no, young master, spare my life. Xiang Chen's gaze fell upon the treacherous elders of the Xiang family. In the presence of his imposing aura, these individuals were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to their knees in a plea for mercy, each bowing their heads in desperation. Elder Xiang Gong lamented. After the prince was imprisoned and met with misfortune, the authority of the Xiang family fell directly into Lin Lian's hands, and we had no choice but to submit. If we did not yield, what would become of our families? Please, spare us, young master. If your wrath cannot be assuaged, grant mercy to our kin. We are willing to sacrifice our lives as atonement. The others echoed similar cries, kneeling upon the ground in supplication. Meanwhile, Qin Rong stood at a distance, numb, gazing at the corpses of Lin Lian and Xiang Ke, her body trembling. Xiang Chen regarded the kneeling figures and spoke calmly. You may rise. I shall not take your lives. In the face of life and death, every individual possesses the right to protect themselves and their families. Although you did not assist me, you also refrained from causing me harm. I, Xiang Chen, am clear in my distinctions. Upon hearing this, the crowd rejoiced as if granted a reprieve. Tears of gratitude streaming down their faces as they hurriedly bowed in appreciation. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. We were indeed wrong, and we do not deserve to be called members of the Xiang family. Their lamentations filled the air. Xiang Chen stepped past them, approaching Qin Rong. The woman he once referred to as sister, his mother's close maid, the adopted daughter whom his mother had raised, yet who repaid kindness with betrayal. It is said that one who is born but not nurtured can still be repaid. One who is cherished can be avenged. But one who is nurtured without being born can never be repaid in this lifetime. The boundless gratitude that Su Qing had bestowed upon Qin Rong, the nurturing she provided, only resulted in betrayal and treachery, with the scheming of the princess, Lin Lian, against him. As Qin Rong saw Xiang Chen approaching, a grotesque smile contorted her features. Xiao Chen, slap. Xiang Chen's expression remained impassive as he struck her across the face. Qin Rong turned pale, clutching her cheek without resistance. Her abilities were of no use against him, and even if he allowed her to strike, she would be powerless. Do you regret it? Do you possess a conscience? Xiang Chen spoke with indifference. Slap. He raised his hand once more, delivering another blow. What could I do? The day before I harmed you, Princess Lin privately approached me, demanding that I either submit and allow her to eliminate you or face death alongside you. I do not wish to die. I do not want to accompany you to the grave like Hong Xiao. Qin Rong shouted with fervor, her eyes ablaze as she gazed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen struck her again, coldly declaring, You are unworthy to speak the name of Hong Xiao. Qin Rong was thrown to the ground, and Xiang Chen looked down at her, saying, When my mother rescued you from the streets, you were but a child. She raised you for a full decade, 10 years. During this time, I treated you as a dear sister, and my mother regarded you as her own daughter. You possess talent in alchemy, and my mother even spent her own money to buy materials to support your craft. What have you done? Do you possess a conscience? I wish to tear open your chest to see if you truly have a heart. Xiang Chen roared, placing his foot upon her. Xiao Chen, spare me, please spare me. I was wrong, I was wrong. Qin Rong wept profusely, clinging to Xiang Chen's leg in a desperate plea for mercy. I regret it. I should not have acted thus. I am a scoundrel. Please forgive me. I wish to seek forgiveness from Qing Yang. With tears streaming down her face, her heart softened. Perhaps she could indeed elicit pity from him. However, Xiang Chen kicked her away, coldly declaring, You are no longer worthy to meet my mother. You fail to acknowledge your wrongdoing. Some are inherently heartless and ungrateful, and you are undoubtedly one of them. As he strode forward, the Dragon K demon blade scraped against the ground with a chilling sound. Atone for your sins with your blood, and redeem your lost conscience with your life, ungrateful wretch. Die. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen struck down once more. No. Qin Rong shrieked in terror, scrambling to flee. Yet, as she rose, the blade pierced her chest, striking her heart. Her eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Xiang Chen, staring at the blade embedded in her own torso, blood gushing forth. The Dragon K showed no interest in drinking her blood. Qin Rong, blood spilling from her lips, looked at the handsome youth so near, raising her trembling hand to caress his face. Xiao Chen, I am not heartless. I feel pain too. I am truly afraid of death. I deeply regret it. I am sorry for being a burden, for the kindness of my mother. Tears streaming down her face. She suddenly collapsed to the ground, her body falling against Xiang Chen's legs, her head resting in his embrace. Xiang Chen withdrew the blade, cradling her lifeless form in silence. At that moment, the young man's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. The 10 years of companionship, the year of betrayal, all dissipated like smoke with this single blow. Gently cradling her head, Xiang Chen murmured, "Rest now. Let go of the grievances of this life. In the next life, may you be reborn into a good family." He did not save her. Even if he had wished to, it would have been in vain. Some actions, once committed, cannot be rectified, even with repentance. Qin Rong was dead. Xiang Chen handed her body over to the White Tiger Guard, instructing them to bury her alongside Xiang Quebec alone. He walked towards the Fengchen Manor, carrying 2 severed heads. Xiahou Wu and Man he followed at a distance. Thunder rumbled ominously in the darkening sky, clouds thickening. Suddenly, the streets were alive with the sound of heavy rain pouring down. The downpour washed over the ground, cleansing it of dust and filth. The rain cascaded over the young man, washing away the blood that stained his body, cleansing the remnants of his grim deeds. While the torrential rain could temporarily cleanse the streets of their impurities, it could not wash away the unseen burdens that lay within the hearts of men. Yet, on the night following the storm, the air would surely be fresh and rejuvenating. Chapter 562. Dissolution of Grudges, Tenfold Explosion. Deep within Fengchen Manor. At the foot of a small green hill, 2 grand marble tombs stood. The gravestones bore the names, Grave of Ming Shu and Grave of Hong Xiao. Man he sheltered beneath an umbrella, shielding herself from the rain. Xiang Chen placed the severed heads of Lin Lian and Xiang Ke before the graves of the 2. Xiang Chen knelt down, bowing 3 times before the gravestones, and spoke solemnly. "Uncle Ming, Hong Xiao, my enemies have been vanquished, and with this, all grievances have dissipated. I hope that in the depths of the underworld, you can find solace." He continued, "Uncle Ming, I have dispatched someone to your hometown to bring your children to Fengchen Manor, where they will be treated with utmost care. Hong Xiao, dear maiden, I am profoundly sorry for the misfortune that befell you through my association. Rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall not allow anyone to bully or drive me to despair. I shall live on, fiercely and resiliently." His voice carried a tinge of sorrow as he bowed 3 more times. He buried the heads of the 2 before their gravestones and rose to his feet. "The once timid and frail Xiang Chen had perished alongside you on that execution ground. From now on, he would stop at nothing to grow stronger." He gazed skyward, pointing his sword towards the heavens, and roared, "One day, I shall compel the heavens themselves to bow before me. I will make this earth tremble in fear. I desire for all gods and demons to tremble at the mention of my name." In that moment, the youth radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. Suddenly, a silver lightning bolt struck down from the sky, landing with precision beside him. Boom! A large crater was formed beside the young man, and the thunder reverberated in all directions, causing him to emit a strange cry as his hair stood on end. In his heart, he might have uttered 1,000 curses. "I haven't wronged you. What is it to me? Everyone wishes to defy the heavens. Does heaven not care for its dignity? If I express my feelings, what harm is there? If you have the power, strike me again." The youth retorted, defiantly raising his middle finger to the sky. Boom! As if in response to his challenge, a second bolt of lightning struck violently, cleaving through the stormy night. "Come on then, how petty!" Xiang Chen shouted, hastily dodging as yet another lightning pit formed beneath his feet. "Young man, do not provoke. While you act, the heavens are watching, and you shall face the consequences. Boasting may bring momentary pleasure, but it leads to ruin. In a tempestuous downpour, you wield a rusted sword towards the heavens. If lightning does not strike you, who else shall it strike?" Xiang Chen sheathed the dragon-edged demon blade, and, with a roar of exhilaration, dashed into the stormy night. At last, the burdens of hatred and vengeance were cast aside. In that moment, his heart felt remarkably light. Amid the thunderstorm, Xiang Chen practiced the thunder-cleaving blade technique within Fengchen Manor. Enduring the heavy rain, the first move, Thunder Cut, concentrated the blade's energy to unleash a powerful strike. The second move, Thunderous Step, merged speed with the essence of thunder itself. The third move, Thunder-Cleaving Cataclysm. This move possessed tremendous power, requiring at least the cultivation of the Soul Moon realm to execute, a feat currently beyond his grasp. As Xiang Chen practiced his blade techniques, Manha watched quietly beside him, her face adorned with a sweet smile whenever she was with him. This practice continued throughout the entire night. By the following morning, the rain had ceased, and the air was refreshingly clear. The young man sat cross-legged atop the small green hill, facing the rising sun, absorbing the first wisps of purple energy from the heavens. The dragon-edged demon blade rested across his knees, as the solar energy flowed invisibly into his being. The young man focused on the cultivation of the 10,000 demons' sacred decision and the Great Sun Emperor Sutra, the sacred scripture of the sun. This is the cultivation method for the second tier of the 10,000 demons' sacred decision. The power of the sun can exquisitely refine true energy into true essence, as well as purify the body, wherein extreme yang gives rise to yin. A warm aura emanates from the youth, enveloping him in a gentle glow reminiscent of sunlight, rendering him resplendent in golden radiance. Within his body, the solar energy circulates, refining the lunar true energy and purifying it into strands of lunar true essence. The soil beneath Xiang Chen's body is affected by the astonishing heat generated from his cultivation, transforming into scorched earth that continuously emits steam and smoke. This phenomenon, where smoke billows from one's rear during cultivation, is unparalleled. Why? Because Xiang Chen absorbs the primordial essence of the sun, the solar power. Unlike ordinary solar cultivators who draw in solar spiritual energy to refine true energy, a mere difference in terminology yields vastly different results. The true essence refined from solar power is undoubtedly more resilient and substantial. Ordinary individuals, lacking the balancing force of lunar energy to temper the solar power, would find themselves incinerated by the overwhelming force of the sun. Nevertheless, the solar power Xiang Chen assimilates is rather weak, being of a low quality within the spectrum of solar energies. The truly formidable solar power can only be attained through cultivation within the sun's core, where temperatures soar to millions of degrees. Even a soul moon realm expert would be instantly reduced to ash. No, not even ash, merely vaporized, imparting the true warmth of the sun's fervor. His absorption of lunar energy follows a similar principle. The potent lunar force resides in celestial bodies like the moon, far surpassing what lies above it. I gaze upward, pondering the wealth that resides in the hands of others above the moon. Meanwhile, the youth's consciousness exists in a state of emptiness, merging with his Dragon K demon blade. The blade refines the individual, and the individual nurtures the blade. Within the Dragon K demon blade lies an infantile consciousness, resembling a small black-red dragon. This is the spirit of the blade. The Dragon K demon blade can already be deemed a spirit weapon. However, Xiang Chen has yet to break through to the soul moon realm and has not utilized his soul moon to formally awaken it. Thus, it cannot be considered his true spirit weapon. Suddenly, the sharp intent of the blade within the youth intensifies, transforming his aura into something even more formidable. Xiang Chen abruptly opens his eyes, releasing a long howl as he rises to the mountain peak, launching himself skyward with a single stroke of his blade. Boom! This strike unleashed a 5-meter-long arc of lightning. Yet infused with this immense blade intent, the lightning blade surged to 10 meters. Thunder rumbled as the strike landed on the ground, creating a crater over 20 meters in diameter, with the thunderous blade aura enveloping an area of 50 to 60 meters. The might of this single stroke has doubled compared to before. The blade intent has achieved great mastery. Xiang Chen rejoices, astonished that the hatred he had suppressed within his heart has liberated his blade intent, propelling it directly to a state of great mastery. This is a realm that many soul moon experts may not even attain. In the hierarchy of cultivation realms, the progression of intent is categorized into entry, transformation, profound understanding, and the path of enlightenment. Each category further divides into initial comprehension, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Presently known cultivation realms primarily focus on refining the body and meridians for a robust physique, as well as the opening of divine stores and souls in the divine store realm. The physical body undergoes a profound transformation, evolving from the primordial state of innate purity to the yuan-yang realm, where true energy solidifies. Subsequently, the soul gathers strength, awakening the spiritual platform in the soul moon realm. The stages of physical form, divine repository, innate essence, yuan-yang, and soul moon unfold before us. Beyond the soul moon, undoubtedly, lie even more enigmatic realms, at the very least. The esteemed elder Liu of the Western Courtyard in the Huangzhou Academy stands as a formidable figure above the Soul Moon. Chapter 563. The True Legacy of the Parrot. Have you heard? The Yin family, the royal lineage of Yin, has been obliterated. Of course I have heard. I am not deaf, after all. It is utterly astonishing that King Xiang has emerged from the celestial prison, leading the border forces to annihilate the Yin royal family. Such an event is beyond comprehension. Indeed, it is said that yesterday a cataclysmic battle erupted within the royal palace, with all 4 city gates transforming into battlegrounds, littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Rumor has it that the Xiahou royal residents betrayed the Yin family, colluding with King Xiang to breach the city defenses and march directly towards the palace. But wasn't King Xiang imprisoned in the celestial prison? How did he escape? It is said that it was Liao Yuan's men who facilitated his release. The information you possess is inaccurate. My second aunt's sister-in-law's daughter's uncle, who is a maid at Wind Dust Manor, claims that it was young Master Xiang Chen who orchestrated everything, rescuing King Xiang from incarceration, thereby granting him the opportunity for vindication. Young Master Xiang Chen. How could that be? He is but a child, a mere youth. How can it not be possible? Young Master Xiang Chen is remarkably talented, brimming with vigor. At such a tender age, he established Wind Dust Manor, with commercial ventures sprawling across the bustling markets, including Tianchen Pill Pavilion and Tianchen Hospital. I believe he is indeed capable of such schemes. Furthermore, young Master Xiang Chen is a folk hero, having solved the infamous case of the South Red Tower and rescued numerous innocent women. At such a young age, he has already attained the Yuan Yang realm, truly exceptional. Now, we can no longer refer to it as the Great Merchants. It shall henceforth be known as the Great Chu. This name has been passed down in the court, and it was young Master Xiang Chen who proposed it. The Xiang family has always been loyal and benevolent towards the people. Perhaps their rule will prove to be more advantageous to the populace than that of the Yin family. Not to mention, King Xiang has protected us for many years, shielding us from foreign invasions, and young Master Xiang Chen embodies unparalleled courage and righteousness. It is indeed remarkable that a nation can be transformed due to the actions of a mere youth. On the day following the annihilation of the Yin royal family, the entire capital city was engulfed in shock. In tea houses and taverns, in every public space, 9 out of 10 individuals engaged in fervent discussions about the event. No one anticipated that the illustrious Yin family, which had flourished for a century, would collapse in a single day. That man returned triumphantly, leading the border forces. As for Xiang Chen, it seems that no one remembers that just 2 years prior, he was regarded as a freakish waste in the eyes of the world. Beyond the capital, this news will gradually spread to other small cities and even towns, though for now, the capital remains in a state of lockdown, with no information disseminating beyond its walls. The great merchants, now the Great Chu, may not possess an extensive territory when compared to the arid capital, but it spans over 1,000 kilometers and encompasses millions of square kilometers, with a population exceeding 100 million. However, compared to the arid capital, which boasts a metropolis several times larger than the Great Chu, it pales in comparison. At the entrance of Wind Dust Manor, countless young maidens, in the throes of youthful infatuation, have gathered, fervently calling out young Master Xiang Chen's name. Why? Because our dear Xiang Ergu has yet to marry and formally establish a queen consort. Naturally, countless young maidens, believing themselves to be the epitome of beauty, flock to him with dreams of romance. Xiang Chen gazed anxiously at the throngs of girls outside, all eager to rush in, yet thwarted by the white tiger guards. The last time he faced such an enthusiastic crowd of aunts and young maidens, he was left utterly exposed, stripped of his garments and forced to flee in the nude. Brother Xiang Chen, what do they all want? Why are they looking at you with such longing, wanting to come in? The curious Tuan inquired from the side. These rascally girls are coveting my good looks, Xiang Chen thought to himself, realizing he could not simply exit to the palace. Last time, he was nearly undressed by these fervent fans. Tuan, they wish to mate with Xiang Chen and bear offspring, thus attaining wealth and status. Qing Ming explained with a touch of sardonic professionalism. Mate? Xiang Ergu's forehead creased in confusion as he slapped Qing Ming playfully on the rear, appreciating the elasticity of her form. What are you saying, little Qing Peng? Their feelings for me are love, admiration, and reverence. Do you understand? Qing Ming shot him a glare, dismissing his flirtation with a huff. Flowery language aside, the ultimate goal remains to mate and procreate. Xiang Chen chuckled. leaning closer with a mischievous grin. Then how about we procreate together? That's impossible. You are a wolf demon and I am a rock demon. The differences in our species make it exceedingly difficult to conceive offspring, and even if we did, who knows what it would be? It would defy the natural order and invite misfortune, Qing Ming stated earnestly, while pushing Xiang Erge's face away. How could that be? I am destined to be the king of all demons, capable of nurturing all kinds. The evolution of our races requires diversity, you know? Fair maiden, for the future of the demon race, consider sacrificing yourself. Qing Ming frowned, responding thoughtfully. Then tell me, if we were to unite, would we bear a rock or a wolf? Qing Ming, you are simply delightful. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, finding her teasing quite amusing. Young master, is it appropriate to speak so openly under the sun? Interjected Zhao Mu, unable to endure the conversation any longer. I'm still a child. Why must I hear such things? Tuan Tuan blushed deeply. Let us go to the palace. There's much to attend to. With a determined step, Xiang Chen soared into the air, his back adorned with a pair of moon-white wings stretching 2 to 3 meters. He transformed into a streak of light, ascending into the sky. Young Master Xiang, how handsome. Young Master Xiang, look at me. I want to bear your children. The air was filled with charming exclamations. Farewell, lovely maidens. Do not think you can undress me this time. Meet me at the little grove at 8 tonight. Xiang Chen blew a kiss to the excited women below, laughing as he disappeared into the distance, eliciting a chorus of delightful gasps. If Ba Gu were to witness this, he would surely feel gratified, marveling at Xiang Chen's unabashed charm, recognizing his mastery of flirtation, and bestowing upon him the title of flirtatious emperor, with the sacred decree of the horsefly insect. Meanwhile, in the palace, reconstruction of the damaged buildings was already underway. Xiang Wang did not labor the people or squander wealth in the reconstruction. He merely built upon the existing foundation of the royal palace. Within the palace, a massive banner had been raised, emblazoned with the image of a colossal white celestial wolf, howling at the moon with an air of divine majesty. Dressed in a black dragon robe, Xiang Wang sat upon the throne, exuding the gravitas of a ruler. Xiang Chen, attired in a white dragon robe, possessed striking features. His sword-like brows and starry eyes radiated extraordinary beauty. After practicing the great Sun Emperor's scriptures, he emanated a vigorous aura of masculinity, instantly captivating all who beheld him. To his left sat Su Qing, adorned in an elegant phoenix-tail dress, embodying grace and beauty, exuding a regal presence befitting a queen. Below, the ministers stood in several rows. The first row featured Prince Xiahou at the forefront, followed closely by the head of the Wang family, while the first in the middle row was the Prime Minister of Haiqing, succeeded by Xia Yunlong and others. Half of the former officials had undergone significant changes. Bow before the king. Long live the king. Long live the Prince of Xiaowu. Long live the queen. The assembly performed their customary bows. All ministers, rise and be seated, Xiang Wang commanded in a deep voice. This marked the first court assembly of the Great Chu. During the court meeting, even Xiang Chen set aside his usual frivolity, adopting a solemn demeanor that commanded respect. With the establishment of Great Chu still in its infancy and the political landscape precarious, they were confronted with a pressing dilemma. Xiang Wang addressed the assembly. Is it the 200,000 soldiers at the northern pass that you speak of? Indeed, replied the Prime Minister Haiqing with a gentle smile. When we seized the throne, the city was sealed, and not a single message bird was allowed to escape. The soldiers at the northern pass likely remain unaware of our circumstances. Otherwise, we would not have so effortlessly dealt with the Yin family yesterday. Xiahou Wu interjected, the northern pass is under the command of General Li Ting. Though he is not of the Yin clan, he is fiercely loyal to them, bound by the gratitude of Yin Jingchun. Should he learn of our conquest of the royal palace, he might turn against us. Indeed, Xiang Wang mused, the border is crucial, defended by an army of 200,000. Should war erupt, we could annihilate the border forces, but our internal strength would be severely depleted. If word of this reaches the neighboring nations, Great Chu would face external threats. Xiang Wang continued thoughtfully. Moreover, the soldiers at the border endure hardships to protect our homeland. I cannot bear to engage in bloodshed against fellow compatriots. The Prime Minister replied, Your Majesty, are you suggesting we win over Li Ting? To resolve the northern pass matter without bloodshed? Precisely, that would be ideal. What strategies do you propose? Xiang Wang inquired. Your Majesty, I share a rapport with Li Ting. Perhaps I could persuade him. Prince Xiahou stepped forward. That would be futile, Xia Yunlong shook his head. I know his temperament. He is utterly loyal and unyielding. Your attempt to persuade him may not only prove ineffective, but could also be perilous. If that fails, I could covertly eliminate Li Ting. With his demise, the soldiers at the northern pass would be leaderless, and I could then lead a force to subdue them, Prince Xiao suggested. That is unacceptable. Xiang Wang furrowed his brow and remarked. Though Li Ting is loyal to the Yin family, his accomplishments at the borders and safeguarding the populace cannot be overlooked. If we proceed as such, how are we different from the Yin family? We risk losing the morale of our troops. Prince Xiaoho fell silent, struck dumb by the gravity of the situation. The others engaged in hushed discussions, struggling to conceive a foolproof strategy. Xiang Wang's sentiment was clear. It was imperative to avoid killing this man while finding a way to win his allegiance and loyalty. Though murder is a straightforward solution, it is not the optimal course of action. Li Ting. Xiang Chen squinted, stamping his foot. A golden mouse leapt from behind his throne, landing on his shoulder. Mousy, do you know this Li Ting? Xiang Chen inquired. Chirp, my king, I am aware. There are my informants within his household. He resides on Jia Street in the eastern part of the city. Mousy replied in a series of squeaks, a language Xiang Chen understood. Who else is in his household? Xiang Chen pressed. This is the remarkable strength of the mouse intelligence network, ubiquitous and penetrating, for every household has its share of mice. He has a wife, 2 concubines, and a daughter. However, he spends most of his time at the borders and seldom returns. One of his concubines is having an affair with the steward of the estate, Mousy detailed. Elaborate on the circumstances of his family, Xiang Chen commanded, narrowing his eyes. Who does Li Ting hold in the highest regard? His primary affections lie with his wife and daughter, though his daughter is a frail child, bedridden for years. Li Ting returns home for a couple of days each month to visit his wife and daughter, Mousy continued. Oh, his daughter is frail? Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled, as if he had stumbled upon a significant breakthrough. Meanwhile, the court remained embroiled in discussions over methods to employ, even though the prime minister of the Haiqin kingdom, capable of calculating the winds of change throughout history, was not well versed in the intrigues of court politics, having previously been a man of the rivers and lakes. Father, I believe I may have a way to win over Li Ting, Xiang Chen declared at that moment. Oh, Chener, do you have a plan? Xiang Wang exclaimed with joy, turning his gaze towards Xiang Chen. The eyes of the assembly converged upon him as well. Xiang Chen had played a pivotal role in the power struggle, and no one dared to underestimate his capabilities in political strategy. Xiang Chen nodded, sharing his approach. Aside from this matter, there were indeed numerous state affairs to attend to. After a prolonged deliberation, the court session concluded, and Xiang Chen exited the hall, stretching lazily. Morong Tianhua approached him. Due to his previous status, he was not suited to enter the court chamber and remained outside. Yet he had overheard everything discussed within with utmost clarity. This court assembly is utterly tedious, merely a gathering of people boasting about their own merits. I have no desire to return here, Xiang Chen yawned languidly. Morong Tianhua twitched at the corner of his mouth. Others would risk everything to enter the circle of the court, where the opinions of those within could determine the fates of millions. Tianhua, what do you think of the plan I previously proposed? The two walked side by side as Xiang Chen inquired. Though it is a sound strategy, I fear the chances of success are slim, Morong Tianhua replied, shaking his head. How so? Have you previously gathered any insights into Li Ting? Xiang Chen pressed. Indeed, I had previously researched this individual. He is steadfast and loyal, not easily swayed. His fidelity to Yin Tianye is unwavering. Aside from your method, I possess another approach, albeit somewhat insidious. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it. With both strategies employed, Li Ting is bound to yield. Morong Tianhua stated. Oh, Tianhua, please elaborate. I am all ears, Xiang Chen said, playfully resting his hand on Morong Tianhua's shoulder. Morong Tianhua leaned in close to Xiang Chen's ear and whispered, the words tumbling out in a hushed murmur, leaving Xiang Chen in delightful laughter. Splendid. What a remarkable idea. Though it may be a tad treacherous, I believe this will surely compel Li Ting to acquiesce. Throughout history, true feelings cannot be retained. Only cunning can win hearts, he exclaimed. Morong Tianhua managed a wry smile, acknowledging that he himself had fallen prey to Xiang Chen's stratagems. As long as you don't find it too sinister, he replied. Xiang Chen smiled nonchalantly and strode forward, declaring, regardless of the scheme, it all depends on its application. What ethics can we discuss with an enemy? To conquer this man and spare the bloodshed of countless soldiers at the borders is the ultimate virtue. Murong Tianhua felt a sense of camaraderie, as if he had finally encountered a kindred spirit, and he hurried to catch up, elaborating on the details. His ability to rally a group of young nobles to assist him in his conflicts with Yin Tianye, despite his previously humble status, attests to Murong Tianhua's remarkable talents in leadership and persuasion. Had he occupied the same esteemed position as Yin Tianye, it is likely that Yin Tianye would have found himself utterly outmatched. Furthermore, this man possesses his own principles. He is not as unscrupulous as Yin Tianye, who would sacrifice righteousness for personal gain. This is precisely why Xiang Chen is inclined to win him over. His efforts in the contest for the throne have indeed been substantial. Chapter 565. The self-directed performance. As autumn waned, the winter solstice approached. With the changing of the seasons, another year of bitter cold descended upon the land. The frigid winds howled from the north, carrying a sharp chill. Snowflakes began to cascade gently from the heavens. In an opulent mansion situated in the eastern part of the city, within a room infused with the fragrant smoke of sandalwood, a 19-year-old girl sat in a wooden wheelchair. She brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead, her focus fixed on the book in her hands. Before her, a charcoal brazier burned vigorously, radiating warmth. Though not strikingly beautiful, she possessed an understated elegance, dressed in a delicate yellow garment that exuded tranquility. Her name was Liya, embodying her moniker, serene and graceful. Miss, it is snowing outside, and the plum blossoms have bloomed. Would you like to go out and take a look? A maid in a green dress suggested with a smile. Yes, please take me outside to see, the girl replied, closing her book with a smile. The maid approached, pushing the wheelchair, and together they ventured into the courtyard. In the courtyard stood a grand plum tree, adorned with deep red blossoms and dusted with white snow, evoking the imagery of cold plum trees with white jade branches, each flower reminiscent of ink stains on paper. Another year has passed. The girl extended her hand, catching a snowflake and watching it melt in her palm. The maid plucked a small branch of plum blossoms for her, which she brought to her delicate nose, savoring the subtle fragrance. Though not overpowering, the faint, refined aroma penetrated the soul. As the year draws to a close, the young lady has turned 19, and in just a few days, her birthday will arrive. The master is certain to make the journey from the border to visit her, the maid remarked with a smile. With the onset of this bitter winter, it must indeed be more arduous for father at the frontier, the young lady sighed, using a branch of plum blossom as a bookmark within her book. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the sky, and a figure plummeted downwards. The young lady looked up in astonishment. Miss, be careful, the maid exclaimed, hastily pushing the wheelchair back a few steps. Thud! A heavy object struck the ground, creating a small crater in the courtyard. Ouch, that hurts. A youth, clad in white with cascading snow-white hair and striking features, sat on the ground, rubbing his backside. Both the young lady and her maid gazed at him in astonishment. Who are you? How did you fall from the sky? The maid demanded. Fonger, help him up and summon a doctor, the young lady kindly suggested. Oh, no need. I'm quite all right, the youth replied, standing up and smiling at them, placing his hands together in a bow. I apologize for startling you. My name is Xiang Chen. I was riding a bird and was accidentally blown off by a strong gust of wind. Xiang Chen, are you all right? The young lady asked, examining him with curiosity. The youth brushed the snow off his backside and replied with a smile. I'm fine. I mustn't impose any longer. Farewell. As he prepared to leave, he discreetly flicked his hand, sending an invisible force towards the young lady's wheelchair. Crack! One of the wheelchair's crossbars snapped, causing it to tilt forward. The maid was caught off guard, while the young lady's expression shifted as she suddenly lurched forward, about to fall. Watch out! Xiang Chen exclaimed, his movements swift as lightning. He dashed forward and caught the young lady in his arms, twisting midair in a graceful maneuver. What a shamelessly self-staged act of heroism. To prolong the moment, Xiang Chen held the young lady aloft, spinning her elegantly in the air, his enchanting dark golden eyes gazing upon her, while she looked back at him in astonishment. As they landed, Xiang Chen gently set her down, but the moment she was released, her legs buckled, and she collapsed once more. Xiang Chen quickly caught her again, wrapping his arms around her waist. Miss, the maid snapped back to reality, rushing to support the young lady. This is Xiang Chen, he said, a look of surprise on his face. Thank you, young sir, for your timely rescue. I am but a cripple, unable to stand, Leah chuckled lightly. a hint of self-deprecation in her tone. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's expression turned apologetic as he replied, "I'm sorry. I was unaware and acted rashly." As he spoke, he offered a slight bow to Liya, who was being supported by the maid. "There is no need for your apologies. It is I who should express gratitude." Liya shook her head, glancing at the fallen wheelchair with a hint of confusion. "I have only recently replaced this wheelchair. How could it be broken so soon?" Xiang Chen regarded the young maiden with a furrowed brow. In truth, he had already scrutinized her with the moon-gazing eyes, observing her in an utterly unadorned state. Liya, feeling the weight of Xiang Chen's gaze upon her, blushed slightly and, in a soft voice, said, "Young master, I am rather fatigued, so I shall take my leave. The main entrance is over there." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen withdrew his predatory gaze and replied earnestly, "To be candid, my lady, I possess knowledge of medicine. I have just examined your complexion and countenance. It seems you have been confined to a wheelchair for many years, having sustained a grave injury at the tender age of 2. How remarkable! You can discern all this just by looking," the maid exclaimed in astonishment. Liya, equally surprised, cast a glance at Xiang Chen before affirming, "Indeed, when I was 2, I was quite reckless and climbed to the rooftop to play, only to fall perilously. Though I survived, my legs suffered catastrophic fractures, and my meridians were damaged, leaving me to rely on a wheelchair ever since." Xiang Chen sighed upon hearing this. "You were far too young when you were injured, still in your innate period at 3 years old. Such an injury to the meridians is beyond the capacity of ordinary folk to heal, and with time, your meridians have almost entirely degenerated." Liya expressed her astonishment. "Your medical skills are truly impressive. You can perceive all this with a mere glance." Xiang Ergo cleared his throat and spoke with solemnity. "My master is also a remarkable physician. I have studied medicine for many years, and perhaps I can treat your leg injury. I may be able to help you stand and restore you to your former self." "What? You can heal my young lady?" the maid exclaimed in surprise. Liya's face lit up with hope as she asked, "Young master, please do not deceive me." Xiang Chen smiled reassuringly. "I would never mislead you. I am indeed confident in my ability to cure you. Perhaps our meeting is fated, as heaven has brought me into this courtyard to assist you. I cannot believe it. You and Xiang Ergo are quite mischievous," the maid exclaimed in excitement. "This is wonderful, my lady. Did you hear that? You might be able to stand again." Liya's face glowed with exhilaration, her complexion flushed with anticipation. The prospect of walking like an ordinary person, leaving behind her wheelchair to explore the world, was a dream so distant that it felt unattainable. "If you truly can heal my legs, I, would be willing to offer a substantial reward," Liya stated enthusiastically. Speaking of money feels rather vulgar. As a healer, my duty is to alleviate the suffering of others. Meeting you, dear Yer, is a stroke of fate. To mention money would be to fall into banality," Xiang Chen responded, shaking his head with righteousness. Liya gazed at Xiang Chen, her esteem for him rising. Although she was but an ordinary woman, well-versed in literature and possessing a noble spirit, she naturally regarded wealth as trivial. "This is splendid, my lady. I shall inform the lady of the house. She will surely be overjoyed upon hearing this news," the maid exclaimed joyfully. "Wait, dear miss. Let us not rush to inform the lady just yet," Xiang Chen interjected quickly. "Why not?" the maid asked, puzzled, and Liya echoed her curiosity. Xiang Chen smiled and explained, "If I can indeed heal Miss Yer, it will not take long. Once she is cured, imagine the surprise when she suddenly appears before the lady of the house. On the contrary, if my medical skills are insufficient and I fail to cure her, would it not lead to your lady's disappointment, turning joy into sorrow?" The maid nodded upon hearing this, acknowledging the reasoning. Liya smiled and said, "You are quite right, young Master Xiang. Let us refrain from informing my mother just yet. If we succeed in the treatment, we can surprise her. If not, we shall spare her needless joy. Indeed, I have great confidence. By the way, miss, I shall prepare a prescription. Please go to Wanyao Pavilion and fetch some herbs." "I will first help your lady regulate her meridians," Xiang Chen replied with a smile. The maid, however, felt uneasy. What if he had ulterior motives? One must guard against potential harm. "Fenger, you may go. I trust young Master Xiang," Liya reassured her, sensing her concern. "Oh right. I apologize for my abruptness. It is indeed inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. I shall go myself and return shortly," Xiang Chen said, slapping his forehead in realization. Liya felt a surge of guilt upon hearing this, realizing they appeared petty and suspicious. I shall take my leave now and return shortly, Xiang Chen said, cupping his fist in a gesture of respect. Then he leapt into the sky, manifesting a pair of ethereal wings and soaring away. How impressive! I did not expect this young master to be a formidable practitioner at such a young age, the maid exclaimed in awe. Leah gazed at the figure of the boy vanishing into the sky, filled with admiration yet tinged with sorrow. While he could soar through the air, she was unable even to walk unaided. They were blissfully unaware of Xiang Chen's true identity. After all, sheltered young women are not as well informed as those who traverse the martial world, and there are many with the same name. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Chen returned, carrying a bundle of medicinal herbs, landing gracefully back in the courtyard. He instructed the maid Fenger to prepare the medicinal pot and stove while he personally brewed the concoction using 3 exquisite flames. After a flurry of activity, it was already afternoon when Fenger returned with a meal. After Xiang Chen and Leah shared their meal, he began the healing process. With the maid assisting, Leah reclined on the bed. Xiang Chen addressed the maid. Fenger, I will commence acupuncture on your lady. Please stand guard outside and ensure no one interrupts. Leah nodded in agreement. The maid exited the room. Looking at the reclining Leah, Xiang Chen said, Monsieur, I must now administer the needles. My actions may seem intrusive, so I beg your forgiveness. Leah nodded and replied, A healer has the heart of a parent. Young Master Xiang, please proceed without reservation. Even if the treatment is unsuccessful, I will not hold it against you. I have grown accustomed to it. The ability to stand and walk like others is a blessing. And if I cannot, it is simply fate. Xiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing her words. Rest assured, I will ensure your recovery, he replied. He gently began to untie Leah's skirt, easing it down. Leah closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed. After removing the skirt, Xiang Chen gazed at her delicate, pale legs, noting their abnormal thinness, a result of the deteriorating meridians. One by one, he meticulously inserted silver needles into the various acupoints, which serve as the nexus of the meridians. Subsequently, he fed the prepared medicine to Leah, who then lay back down once more. Xiang Chen placed his palm upon the thigh of the other, channeling his celestial essence into her leg, infusing Leah's body with healing energy, refining the medicinal properties, and activating her blood flow and muscle cells. Leah felt an unexpected warmth in her previously numb legs. Soon, the energy surged through the acupoints that had been punctured, weaving intricate meridians of vitality throughout her legs. The blood within her legs surged to life, circulating vigorously, while the fractured bones began to rejuvenate, visibly regenerating. As the cracked and fragile bone structure was fortified, Leah sensed her legs growing increasingly warm. The once shattered and withered meridians were reborn, connecting anew from the acupoints. Xiang Gongzi, I can feel my legs. Leah exclaimed with excitement. I told you I would heal you. Remain still, it will be over soon. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Time passed, and in less than half an hour, Leah's legs seemed to be reborn. Her skin was supple, her thighs rounded, her bones stronger than ever before, and her meridians and bones were entirely restored. Only then did Xiang Chen withdraw his celestial essence, smiling. Try to stand and walk. Upon hearing this, Leah suppressed her excitement and sat up, only then realizing she was not wearing a skirt. Xiang Gongzi, please turn around, she said, her cheeks flushed. Xiang Chen turned away, silently thinking that he had already seen everything. So what was there to be shy about? Leah hastily donned her skirt, and once dressed, she carefully lifted her legs off the bed, gripping the edge as she attempted to stand. Xiang Chen moved closer to support her. She was unaccustomed to walking, but she could stand, her face radiant with excitement and her eyes glistening with tears. With Xiang Chen's assistance, she managed to take a few steps, albeit unsteadily at first. As she continued, her balance improved, and she even attempted to jump. How does it feel? Xiang Chen inquired with a smile. Leah gazed at him, biting her lip, tears suddenly streaming down her cheeks as she rushed forward to embrace Xiang Chen, softly sobbing. Thank you, Xiang Dego. I can walk again. I never imagined I would be able to move. Her voice trembled as tears flowed uncontrollably. Xiang Chen gently patted her back and smiled. Not only can you walk, but you will also be able to fly in the future. I have opened all 12 primary meridians for you. Now you can cultivate. I can cultivate. Really? Leah asked with astonishment. Indeed, Xiang Chen replied, nodding with a smile. In her excitement, Leah rose onto her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Xiang Chen's lips, causing the young man to momentarily freeze. Leah soon realized she had been overly exuberant. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly stepped back, her voice barely above a whisper. I am sorry, Xiang Degu. I was just so happy. Xiang Chen regained his composure and chuckled. It's all right. You may express your joy as much as you wish. With that, he leaned in closer, prompting her to shyly retreat a couple of steps. Miss, you truly can stand. At that moment, a maid entered, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Indeed, Fenger, I can stand now. I can walk. From now on, we can explore the lantern market and the food street together. Leah embraced her maid, their bond akin to that of sisters. Wonderful. Let us report this to the madam. She will surely be overjoyed, the maid exclaimed, releasing Leah. Yes, let us share this delightful news with my mother. Leah responded with excitement. Brother Xiang, will you accompany me to see my mother? I must ensure she expresses her gratitude to you. Leah said with a smile at Xiang Chen, her tone now more affectionate. Of course, Xiang Chen nodded, for this had indeed been his original purpose for coming. However, his genuine desire to heal the girl was also evident. In the main hall of the Li residence, a woman clad in a light blue gown sat regally. Kneeling before her was a beautiful young concubine alongside a rather handsome middle-aged steward. The kneeling woman was a minor concubine of Li Ting, while the primary wife, Sun Lan, occupied the seat of honor. Madam, we were wrong. Please, spare us. Do not inform the master. The concubine and steward pleaded from their prostrate positions. Their audacity was astonishing. Having been caught in their indiscretions during the day, Sun Lan's face turned ashen as she admonished. You have overstepped your bounds, daring to engage in such disgraceful acts. If the master learns of this, he will surely execute both of you. The two turned pale, their pleas growing more desperate. Madam, you know the master seldom returns. We simply could not endure it any longer. We, along with Steward Wang, are sincere in our intentions. We are willing to leave the Li residence. Please grant us a chance to live, the concubine sobbed. Once again, it was mischief brought about by that fellow Wang. I implore you, madam, do not inform the master. Let us be. We shall honor you with a memorial tablet, thanking you day and night, Steward Wang begged. Sun Lan's expression hardened. You expect me to support such shameful behavior? Guards, take them away and execute them. Yes. Several guards approached to escort the two away. No, madam, please spare us. They cried in despair as they were dragged off. Alas, the Li family is already facing a crisis, and now this disgrace has emerged, Sun Lan lamented. Madam, the news of the annihilation of the Yin royal family must be conveyed to the master promptly. If the Xiang family reacts and mobilizes to attack, the master will be in grave danger, the captain of the guards whispered. I am fully aware of this, yet the city is sealed. Even the swiftest of messages cannot reach the master now, Sun Lan sighed. Mother, at that moment, Leah entered from outside. Seeing her daughter rush in, Sun Lan, still in a state of agitation, was taken aback and rose in astonishment, as did the maids. Sun Lan rubbed her eyes, gazing at the woman who had just entered, and exclaimed, You can stand? Yes, mother. I can stand now, I can walk. My legs are completely healed, Leah joyfully replied, throwing herself into Sun Lan's embrace. Sun Lan held her daughter tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face, saying, A miracle. Heaven has truly bestowed its grace upon me, allowing my daughter to stand once more. Congratulations, miss. Congratulations, madam. The other servants chimed in with cheerful smiles. Mother, what just happened? How did Steward Wang and the concubine get taken away by the guards? Leah inquired. Sun Lan replied. Those two were secretly engaging in misconduct, which is a breach of ethics. I ordered them to be punished severely. Do not concern yourself with them. My dear, what has happened to your leg? How has it suddenly healed? Leah, possessing a kind heart, could not bear to say, Mother, spare their lives. Even if they have erred, it is not necessary to take their lives. Seeing her daughter's leg healed, Madame Sun's mood brightened, and she said, In consideration of your feelings, I shall grant them mercy. However, let it be known that one hand of each shall be broken as punishment, and they shall be expelled from the Li residence. The two outside, who were being punished, cried out in gratitude to Leah, and subsequently had one hand broken before being cast out of the Li residence. Mother, I must tell you, my leg was healed by a young gentleman named Xiang. He is remarkably skilled. Within a single day, he restored my leg and meridians. And he even mentioned that I could cultivate in the future, Leah exclaimed with a smile. Oh, a gentleman by the name of Xiang, Madame Sun mused. Feeling a stir of emotion, the name Xiang had become quite sensitive in the current times. Quickly, summon him to me. I wish to express my gratitude in person. Madam Sun declared with a smile. Leah nodded and stepped outside to find him. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen had also entered the hall. Although Madam Sun did not react much upon seeing him, the captain of the guards, who was at the Yuanyang realm, turned pale upon recognizing Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen. The captain, having witnessed Xiang Chen's confrontation with Yin Tianye, was well aware of his identity. He swiftly drew his sword and positioned himself protectively in front of Madam Sun, whispering, "Madam, he is the Xiang Chen responsible for the downfall of the Yin royal family, the son of Xiang Wang." What? Madam Sun's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing this, and she quickly called out, "Leah, come here. Mother, Uncle Sun, what is the matter?" Leah, standing beside Xiang Chen, looked bewildered. Xiang Chen reassured, "Madam Sun, you need not worry. My visit is devoid of malice. Otherwise, I would not have healed Leah's leg. Leah, please step outside for a moment. Your Uncle Sun is familiar with me. I wish to discuss the follow-up care for your leg with your mother." Leah, though puzzled, nodded and stepped outside. She was perceptive enough to sense that there was more to the situation. Once she exited, Captain Sun shouted, "Come forth." Immediately, over 20 innate realm guards rushed into the hall, encircling Xiang Chen. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Captain Sun remained grave. "Madam, be cautious. This young man possesses formidable martial prowess." Being a strong practitioner of the Yuanyang realm, Captain Sun stated coldly, he was a guard accompanying Madam Sun's family. Madam Sun gazed at the seemingly calm and composed youth with a serious expression. While her daughter Leah was oblivious to the intricacies of national affairs and the martial world, she, as the matriarch of the Li family, was well aware. The fall of the Yin royal family was intricately linked to this young man of merely over a decade in age. The name Xiang Chen had already instilled great fear among the aristocracy in the capital. Chapter 568. Transient Passers-by, 6th Watch, 21, amidst the surrounding guards. Their weapons drawn and faces grave as if facing a formidable foe, Xiang Chen remarked with a gentle smile, "Gentlemen, I am not your enemy. Is there truly a need for such tension?" As he took a step forward, the guards instinctively recoiled in fear. "Xiang Chen, halt your advance, or I shall not be courteous," Captain Sun Bing shouted, mustering his courage. The name of the Supreme Commander Yin Xiao and the 2,000 elite troops had become synonymous with the boy's treachery. His reputation had been demonized throughout the royal city. Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly, "You should lower your weapons. I have no fondness for being threatened by blades. Were I to harbor ill intent, I could eliminate you all in less than 10 breaths." The crowd exchanged glances but did not relent. "I said, lower your weapons," Xiang Chen suddenly bellowed. Exuding an overwhelming aura, a terrifying killing intent accompanied by the pressure of a divine beast. A heavy silence fell upon them, as if they had descended into a hellish realm, instinctual fear gripping their hearts. One by one, they relinquished their weapons, crushed under Xiang Chen's singular presence. Captain Sun Bing, too, looked upon the youth in awe, feeling an unexpected trepidation despite his own 8th-level Yuanyang cultivation. "Stand down," Lady Sun Lan commanded in a low voice. At her words, Captain Sun immediately sheathed his weapon, and the dreadful aura dissipated, allowing him to breathe easier. The sensation of being preyed upon by a primordial beast had been utterly terrifying. Xiang Chen then revealed a smile, saying, as a guest, "I have also cured Miss Leah. Lady Sun, will you not invite me to sit?" Lady Sun Lan regarded him thoughtfully and waved her hand. "Young Master Xiang, please take a seat. Someone, fetch tea." Xiang Chen settled into a nearby chair, and a maidservant presented tea. He smiled, "I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope you do not take offense." Lady Sun Lan responded, "With the establishment of the Great Chu, you must be quite occupied, young Master Xiang. What brings you to the Li residence?" Xiang Chen replied with a serene smile, "I was soaring through the skies when I noticed a foreboding aura of bloodshed looming here. Concerned about potential calamities, I came to investigate. To my surprise, I met Miss Leah and discovered she suffered from a leg ailment. So I offered my expertise in healing her." Upon hearing this, Lady Sun Lan felt a chill in her heart, sensing the underlying implications in his words. "While we are grateful for your healing of my daughter's legs, what do you mean by foretelling bloodshed?" Xiang Chen, with a casual flourish, produced a letter. "This letter, I presume, is one you pinned to General Li Ting?" Lady Sun Lan's heart sank as she recognized it as her own missive, dispatched via the swift eagle, now intercepted by the archers of Xiao Bai's divine arrows. Xiang Chen continued, "Should I present this letter to my father? Do you believe the Li residents would escape the threat of bloodshed? Lady Sunland's complexion turned pale as she replied, since you have intercepted this letter. I am left with no retort. Now that you are here without launching an immediate assault on the Li residents, please, state your intentions plainly. Xiang Chen incinerated the letter and remarked, Madam, you are an astute individual. You must be aware that the Yin family has fallen. General Li Ting commands the northern gates, a figure I have long respected. However, as you are aware of the current predicament, our Xiang family has risen to power, leaving your esteemed husband with but two choices: submission, which promises continued prosperity, or resistance, which will be met with unyielding retribution. Mrs. Sun replied coldly, My husband has always been loyal to the Yin family, grateful for the kindness shown to him. He would never submit to you. So, do you intend to coerce me into persuading my husband to yield? Xiang Chen smiled faintly and said, I possess a method that could lead your husband to recognize the prevailing circumstances and align himself with us without posing a threat to your Li household or harming anyone, provided you are willing to cooperate. Of course, should you choose not to cooperate, General Li Ting remains oblivious to the events within the royal city. All correspondence from the Yin family has been intercepted by my men. We could easily eliminate your husband, as my father's prestige would suffice to command the leaderless northern army. Yet, my father holds General Li Ting in high regard for his protection of the citizens and has no desire to harm a man of loyalty and integrity. Thus, I have approached you with this proposition, and seeing your daughter's affliction, I genuinely wish to offer assistance without prior notice. Xiang Chen continued eloquently, Madam, you are perceptive. The identity of the ruler does not significantly affect you. It is merely General Li Ting who finds himself enmeshed in this situation. We have already devised a means for General Li Ting to secure his safety. Whether you choose to cooperate rests solely upon your decision. Mrs. Sun gazed at the young man, recognizing his extraordinary eloquence. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, As a mere woman, I am indifferent to who rules the realm. My concern lies in the preservation of the Li household and my husband. Young Master Xiang, what exactly do you propose we do to assist you? Upon hearing her words, Xiang Chen felt a surge of confidence, revealing a smile as he responded, Indeed, Madam, you are a wise and nurturing figure. The plan is simple. It requires the cooperation of the Li household. He then articulated his proposal, and they deliberated for an extended period. Meanwhile, Liar was outside, pacing back and forth, unaware of the discussions within, merely savoring the sensation of walking. After a considerable time, the doors swung open, and with a beaming countenance, Xiang Chen emerged alongside Mrs. Sunday. Mother, Brother Xiang, what have you been discussing for so long? Liar inquired with a smile, stepping forward. Xiang Chen chuckled. Mrs. Sun inquired about my appearance and asked if I had a wife, suggesting I might consider becoming a son-in-law at the Li household to marry Yar. How absurd. Brother Xiang is merely jesting, Liar retorted, her cheeks flushing, casting an inquisitive glance at her mother to discern the truth. Mrs. Sun, noticing her daughter's expression, felt a flicker of concern. It seemed you harbored feelings for Xiang Chen, yet it was rumored that he was already betrothed to Xia Qingqing. If Yar were to pursue him, she would be relegated to a lesser position, and Mrs. Sun would not allow such indignity to befall her daughter. Wishing to dispel any false hopes, with a smile, Mrs. Sun remarked, Your brother Xiang is merely jesting. He also mentioned he would introduce you to several young gentlemen in the future to help secure a suitable match. Hearing this, Liar felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Shaking her head resolutely, Mother, I have no intention of marrying. I wish to travel far and wide, to behold the splendid landscapes described in books. Indeed, it is said that reading countless books pales in comparison to traversing myriad paths. If your wishes to explore the world, I can certainly arrange for her protection within the boundaries of Great Chu. Farewell, Lady Sun and Yar, Xiang Chen remarked with a smile, choosing not to linger in frivolity. With a graceful wave of his sleeve and a formal gesture, he ascended into the sky, his true wings of the moon coalescing as he soared away. Goodbye, Brother Xiang. Do come and visit Yar often. Liar called out, waving her hand exuberantly. Should the opportunity arise, I shall return. Farewell, Yar, Xiang Chen replied, vanishing into the void. As he disappeared from sight, a sense of unease began to stir within the young maiden. In the fleeting span of a single day, this individual had etched himself into her memory, leaving her with an unrequited longing. The mundane past serves merely as a prologue. We are but transient visitors in each other's lives. our encounters fleeting like the ephemeral bloom of a night flower. Chapter 569. A familiar pattern, 7 explosions, 14 Mother. Who exactly is Brother Xiang Chen? He appears quite young, yet possesses such extraordinary prowess. He must be no ordinary person. Furthermore, it seems you are acquainted, Li Yar inquired. Lady Sun Lan sighed softly and replied, if he were an ordinary man, no one on this land could rightfully claim the title of dragon among men. He is destined to be the future king of this realm. Ah, Li Yar gasped in astonishment. The future king? Yar, you are not of the same world. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Your leg has been healed by him, and our Li family owes him a considerable debt of gratitude. From now on, regard him as an elder brother, Lady Sun Lan advised. She harbored no desire for her daughter to develop feelings for Xiang Chen, for in her eyes, such affection was destined to be unreciprocated. Xiang Chen was akin to a magnificent rock, brimming with potential and destined to soar to great heights, while her daughter resembled a lark, bound to the earth, with her true happiness and home lying within the confines of her humble life. I understand, Mother. I am merely curious. Nevertheless, I must sincerely thank Brother Xiang Chen. He has bestowed upon me the strength to aspire for a new life. Li Yar nodded. She was a perceptive girl, burying the nascent emotions within her heart, though they stirred bittersweet feelings. Gather everyone in the household. I have an important matter to discuss, Lady Sun Lan instructed Captain Sun Bing. Yes, madam, he replied, setting off to assemble the others as Lady Sun prepared to implement Xiang Chen's plan. After departing from the Li residence, Xiang Chen found himself on the bustling streets. Murong Tianhua awaited his arrival and greeted him with a smile. Have you resolved the matter? By the way, has the steward been subdued? Xiang Chen referred to Steward Wang. He has been subdued. He has consented, and there was little choice in the matter, Tianhua responded. Excellent. The performance may commence, Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Once Steward Wang's injuries were healed under Xiang Chen's arrangements, he mounted a fine steed, escorted by the White Tiger Guard as he set off toward the Northern Pass. The Northern Pass lies 800 kilometers from the royal city and is characterized by its frigid climate, where 2 seasons each year are blanketed in perpetual snow. Biganching, once the gateway for the great merchants to the northern nations, has been home to a garrison of 200,000 soldiers for many years. Yet, within its walls, the significant transformations occurring in the royal city remain unknown. In the general's residence of Biganching, the air is filled with the battle cries of over 10,000 newly recruited soldiers, undergoing rigorous training on the military grounds. On the observation platform, a burly middle-aged man clad in armor, with a square face, surveys the recruits below. Li Ting, a formidable warrior of the 3rd realm of the Soul Moon, commands the northern frontier, leading the 200,000 soldiers of Biganching, and was once a first-rank general of the great merchants. With the upheaval in the Yin family occurring just days prior, and the royal city being sealed off, Li Ting remains oblivious to the changes within. General, this batch of newcomers is promising. With a few years of diligent training, they will become excellent warriors, remarks a deputy general with a smile. Have the documents for the requested training supplies been prepared for submission? Li Ting inquires. The report has been drafted, awaiting your seal for submission to the court, replies the deputy general. Report. General, someone requests an audience. It is your steward, Wang, announces a soldier. Wang, the steward? What brings him here? Li Ting furrows his brow and promptly departs the observation platform, instructing, have him wait for me in the hall. Wang's visit likely pertains to some family matter. Moments later, in the hall, Li Ting finds Wang kneeling, his body marked with injuries, weeping as he implores, General, please return to the estate at once to save the young lady and madam. What has transpired? Wang, what is the matter? Li Ting's heart sinks at the sight of Wang's distress, prompting him to demand answers. 4 days ago, the young lady and her maid ventured out to the Lantern Festival and were confronted by individuals from the prince's residence. Some of them, drawn by the young lady's beauty, made lewd remarks and behaved disrespectfully. Consequently, one of them was slain by Captain Sun Bing of the protective detail who arrived shortly after, Wang explains, his voice choked with emotion. Subsequently, those from the prince's residence came seeking trouble, surrounding our Li estate, demanding the young lady's life. Madam has sent me to find you. Please, return and rescue her. Wang's heartfelt plea, laden with urgency, is delivered with such sincerity that it feels genuine. What? The prince's residence. Li Ting's anger surges, and he rises abruptly. A doting father, his daughter is his Achilles heel. Years ago, when she broke her leg while he was stationed at the border. He had blamed himself for not being there to protect her. How could you allow her to roam about in her delicate state? Furthermore, why do you only bring this to my attention now, for days later? Li Ting demands furiously. Wang, still sobbing, responds, I came as soon as I could, but encountered bandits on the way and sustained injuries, which delayed my arrival. You can see the wounds on my body. Besides, the young lady's leg has already healed. He reveals his injuries inflicted by the Li estate. Li Ting, upon witnessing this, softened slightly, but the shock remains. What did you say? Yar's leg has healed? Indeed. She has learned to walk, thanks to the remarkable healing prowess of young Master Xiang Chen from the Xiang Wangfu. It was by chance that he encountered the young lady and aided her in mending her leg, unblocking her meridians. Not only has she recovered, but she is also now able to cultivate her skills. Young Master Xiang Chen is truly a benevolent soul, remarked Steward Wang. Xiang Chen, a figure he faintly remembered, the peculiar son of the Xiang family. Upon hearing this, Li Ting felt a surge of gratitude and fondness for Xiang Chen. How cunningly intricate the situation is. Steward Wang continued. It is precisely because the young lady's leg has healed that she could no longer restrain herself from venturing out, only to encounter such troubles. At the Xian Wangfu, Li Ting's expression darkened, and he commanded, send word to the First Army, assemble immediately. With his command, men swiftly mobilized, and soon the First Army, numbering 10,000, was gathered. Worrying for his daughter's safety, Li Ting organized his forces and, after issuing a few instructions to his deputy, set forth with the First Army, 1,000 cavalrymen, directly towards the royal city. 800 kilometers would take merely half a day for the dragon steeds, should they not rest. However, after traveling just over 100 kilometers, they came across a carriage bearing the insignia of the Li residence, accompanied by a guard detail. Halt! Li Ting immediately pulled on the reins, bringing his horse to a stop, and the cavalry followed suit. It was indeed the carriage from his residence. Li Ting was astonished as the carriage halted and a beautiful woman clad in a light yellow gown descended. Darling, Madame Sun Lan approached swiftly, her eyes brimming with tears. My lady, what brings you here? Are you all right? Where's your dear husband? Your has suffered greatly. Had it not been for young Master Xiang Chen's timely intervention, our Li family would have been doomed. She is currently safe at young Master Xiang's residence. Madame Sun Lan replied, her eyes reddened and voice choked with emotion. I heard from Steward Wang that you ordered the death of someone from the Xian Wangfu, and that Xiang Chen healed her leg. Is that true? General Li Ting inquired. It is indeed true, General. The people of Xian Wangfu were excessively overbearing, treating the young lady with disdain. In my fury, I took a life, and they sought retribution, Captain Sun Bing explained. The people from Xian Wangfu are truly tyrannical, even demanding Ya's life. If she did not comply, they threatened to annihilate our Li family. Ultimately, it was young Master Xiang Chen who, having formed a bond with stepped forth to rescue us from the clutches of peril. Otherwise, we might never have seen you again, dear husband. Madame Sun Lan wiped her tear-stained eyes. Hearing this, General Li Ting exhaled in relief, feeling even more gratitude towards the yet-to-be-met Xiang Chen. In that case, Xiang Chen is indeed my great benefactor, healing Ya's leg and saving our Li family. I must express my heartfelt thanks to him. Indeed, it was due to his acquaintance with that he took the initiative to heal her leg. Holds great admiration for him and regards him as an elder brother. He has truly risen to our aid, Madame Sun Lan added. Dear husband, you cannot fathom how egregious that Yin Tianye has been. He has committed heinous crimes resulting in hundreds of lives lost, coercing the innocent into servitude. It was young Master Xiang Chen who upheld justice and exposed him. Although he was initially imprisoned, the royal family merely pretended to act, ultimately releasing him to wreak havoc once more, Madame Sun Lan declared, her voice filled with righteous indignation. Yin Tianye, alas, you remain restless even in death, deceived and exploited by Xiang Chen. Li Ting sighed and remarked, he is the future king of commerce. Perhaps his ambitions have rendered him reckless. However, this matter cannot be overlooked. I must enter the palace and petition the king to revoke Yin Tianye's princely title. This affront cannot go unanswered. Madame Sun Lan shook her head and smiled, saying, Xiang Chen has already avenged us by slaying Yin Tianye. What? Xiang Chen killed Yin Tianye? Li Ting exclaimed in astonishment. How dare he act so boldly? The royal family will undoubtedly seek retribution. We must leave at once to protect him. Madame Sun Lan chuckled. There is no need for alarm. The royal family has been extinguished. Li Ting was momentarily stunned by this revelation, each new piece of information hitting him like a thunderclap. The royal family has been extinguished? Madam, are you jesting? How could the royal family possibly fall? He stood agape, his countenance shifting dramatically. My dear husband, do you recall General Xiang? Madame Sun Lan inquired. Of course, the valiant king of human pass, a man I held in high esteem, dedicated to the welfare of the people. Yet, who would have thought that he would be ensnared in such scandalous affairs and ultimately imprisoned? Could this be connected to him? Li Ting asked in disbelief. Indeed, the truth has emerged. The incident involving General Xiang was a fabrication orchestrated by the Yin family to seize control of the military at the borders. Eventually, General Xiang was rescued from prison by the esteemed General Liao, who shared the same reverence for him. Just 3 days ago, they stormed the palace and annihilated the Yin royal family. Otherwise, the royal family would have blamed us for our own misfortunes, Madame Sun Lan explained. What? It was truly General Xiang who led the charge? The royal family has been obliterated? What of the king? Li Ting demanded, his fury mounting. Xiang Chen has been slain. Madame Sun Lan replied. The king has been slain? Li Ting was momentarily frozen in shock before his rage ignited. Xiang Liang, you dare to murder the sovereign, he bellowed. Send word back to Baiguan and summon the Shifeng army. We shall march back to the royal city and avenge the king. Though adept in military strategy, Li Ting was less versed in the intricacies of political maneuvering, a defender rather than a conqueror. My dear husband, wait. What do you intend to do? Avenge what? Madame Sun Lan interjected. Naturally, I seek to avenge the king, Li Ting retorted. The king has shown me great favor. My husband, you are mistaken. While the king has favored you, the Xiang family has bestowed life-saving grace upon our entire Li clan. Without Xiang Chen, our daughter would be forever bound to a wheelchair. Without Xiang Chen, we would have become mere specters beneath the blade of the benevolent king. Without Xiang Chen, our family would have been obliterated. If we were to perish at the hands of the benevolent king, what would you do? Would you rise in rebellion on our behalf? Madame Sun Lan admonished. And then continued, the Yin family is incompetent and has been overthrown. So be it. You profess admiration for General Xiang, and should he ascend to kingship, would it not be more fitting to follow him? Yes, Xiang Chen has shown you kindness, but when weighed against our family, who holds greater significance, you, myself, or the entire Li family? The Xiang royal house has granted us life. If you are intent on revenge, then pursue it. But do you not fear that Yer will resent you for eternity? Do you not fear that I will resent you forever? Moreover, if the Xiang royal house can vanquish the royal family, what need have they to fear your formidable army at Baiguan? If you perish in your quest for vengeance, I and Yer shall accompany you in death. With these words, Madame Sun Lan brandished a dagger, pressing it against her throat. General Li Ting was immediately jolted into awareness, exclaiming, My lady, what are you doing? Is it not your intention to slay Yer and the benefactor of the Li household? If so, then proceed. A wretched wife shall venture forth to the netherworld before you, and you would be a fool for your misplaced loyalty. Madame Sun Lan retorted sharply. Oh dear. Please lower the blade. We shall not go, I beseech you. Li Ting urged fervently. At last, she relinquished the dagger. Li Ting's heart was a tumult of emotions. How had he stumbled upon this grim scene? Do not dwell on it. It is the machinations of those two scoundrels who have orchestrated this so transparently. Husband, your immediate priority is to safeguard the borders and spare the common folk from suffering. I suspect that King Xiang will recall your contributions and send envoys to seek you. You must not engage in battle with him. I believe he is more worthy of your allegiance, Madame Sun Lan advised. Li Ting sighed, saying, Though the Yin royal family may be flawed, my present circumstances are the fruit of their grace, and I cannot shake the feeling of indebtedness. Yet they have wronged you. You have defended the borders for years, securing their throne. You have repaid your debt to them. You have done your part. And the predicament of the Yin family is of their own making. We must look forward, Madame Sun Lan encouraged, grasping her husband's hand. She too felt a pang of guilt for deceiving her husband in this grand charade, but it was all for his sake, for the Li household, and for Yer. Murong Tianhua and Xiang Chen were adept at manipulating the hearts of others, capitalizing on this very aspect. Very well, Li Ting sighed deeply, gazing towards the royal city before kneeling and bowing respectfully several times. Your Majesty, I shall repay your kindness in this lifetime and the next. Such a man is indeed loyal and righteous, albeit foolishly so. Such individuals command respect and evoke sorrow. easily falling prey to schemes and treachery. In the distance, atop a lofty mountain, two figures observe the unfolding drama. To conquer a city is one thing. To conquer the heart is another. President, it is time to send someone to formally receive General Li, Murong Tianhua remarked with a faint smile. Thank you for your counsel, Tianhua. Xiang Chen replied with a solemn bow. Murong Tianhua quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, You are the sovereign, I am the subject. All of this is simply my duty. Xiang Chen clapped him on the shoulder, sincerely stating, The distinction of ruler and subject is but a formality in life. We are brothers. Murong Tianhua smiled gently, gazing into the distance with moistening eyes. After the death of his mother, he felt as though he had lost everything. Now, he sensed that he possessed the most precious treasure in the world, love. The human heart is the most difficult to navigate. Those who can master it can command the world. Yet such individuals often perceive the flaws in others' characters and find themselves lonely, yearning for genuine affection, longing for a confidant. Chapter 571. Respect for our borders under Madame Sun Lan's persuasion. General Li Ting ultimately returned with his troops to the borders. Even if he were to submit to King Xiang, he would await a personal invitation from the king's envoys. He possessed his own pride. To put it plainly, he required face. Xiang Chen graciously extended his courtesy, and on that afternoon, he personally led 1,000 white tiger guards to arrive. As for the members of the Yanhuang Society, most had already begun their return to the academy. General, the guests have arrived, reported a subordinate descending from the tall watchtower atop Baiguan City. Li Ting squinted his eyes as he gazed into the distance, spotting the handsome youth riding a white tiger, leading the 1,000 white tiger guards towards him. The youth was clad in gleaming white armor, draped in a crimson cloak, exuding an imposing presence amidst the throng of his guards. Is that Xiang Chen? Li Ting inquired, as this was his first encounter with the young man. Indeed. He is the one who saved you, replied Madame Sun Lan. Li Ting furrowed his brow, recalling how King Xiang had once searched far and wide for a cultivation method suitable for this youth. To his astonishment, he had developed such remarkable talent. Already a master at the 3rd level of the Yuanyang realm. Yes, Xiang Chen is undoubtedly the foremost youth of the Great Chu. It is said that the dean of the academy in Huangzhou values him highly and wishes to take him as a student. His future is boundless. Our Yu'er holds him in great esteem, yet I do not approve of their union. His family is too powerful, which may not necessarily be advantageous. Joining the royal family brings no good, and Yu'er may suffer as a result. You have done well, my lady. Li Ting nodded in agreement. Let us go and meet this young man who has even won over my wife as an advocate, he said, as he descended to greet Xiang Chen, who was approaching the gates. As the gates swung open, Li Ting, accompanied by a throng of followers, charged out to meet Xiang Chen. Dismounting from the white tiger, Xiang Chen clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Xiang Chen pays his respects to Uncle Li Ting. The choice of address, as uncle rather than general, subtly bridged the gap between them. Li Ting scrutinized the youth closely before responding. No need for formalities, dear nephew Xiang. Xiang Chen then turned to Madame Sun Lan and offered a slight bow of acknowledgement. Xiang Chen, such skill to have even my wife serve as your advocate. Li Ting remarked, noting the clear invitation that had drawn his wife to this young man. Xiang Chen smiled lightly. This is not merely my skill, but rather the truth that justice resides in the hearts of men. My lady possesses the discernment to recognize right from wrong. Li Ting stated plainly, I am a soldier, disinclined towards circumlocution. You have rendered great service to my family, and I wish to repay that debt. I am willing to serve the Great Chu royal court, but I have certain conditions. Xiang Chen's expression turned serious. Uncle, please articulate your demands. Li Ting continued. I wish to remain stationed at the border as a guardian of Great Chu's gates. The North Gate Army shall continue under my command. The treatment I and my brothers receive from the Deshang must mirror that of Great Chu. Xiang Chen responded with a smile. Naturally, that poses no issue. Moreover, I can assure you that the annual supply provisions for Baiguan will increase by 10%. As Great Chu grows stronger, the conditions will improve. My father also wishes to avoid conflict between our peoples. Thus, I requested Madame Sun Lan to advocate on my behalf. I hope you take no offense. Li Ting nodded, appreciating Xiang Chen's forthrightness, which only heightened his esteem for the young man. Li Ting inquired further, is it true that my daughter has been healed of her leg ailment? Can she still pursue her training? Xiang Chen nodded. Indeed, I came to know her by chance. As a healer myself, upon seeing her condition, I took it upon myself to provide treatment. Now, Yur has fully recovered, and she is eager to explore the majestic landscapes of Dechu. She has already set off on her travels. My Tiantian Medical Hall enjoys a stellar reputation in Dechu, where we have always provided free medical care to its citizens. Upon hearing this, Li Ting sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xiang Chen. He then slowly bent down, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists, saying, I, Li Ting, on behalf of the 200,000 soldiers of Beiguan, pay my respects to your highness. With a cascade of movements, the soldiers of Beiguan immediately knelt in unison, echoing, We pay our respects to your highness. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. Excellent. General Li Ting, and all esteemed soldiers, please rise. From this day forth, we are all comrades of Dechu, brothers of one nation. Your sacrifices in guarding the frigid lands of Beiguan are deeply appreciated, and I, Xiang Chen, on behalf of the royal palace and the people of Dechu, extend my heartfelt thanks to you all. Xiang Chen was elated. Li Ting had truly pledged his loyalty. He assisted Li Ting to his feet and urged the soldiers to rise. Subsequently, he bowed to the soldiers. This display of respect and humility instantly garnering goodwill from the entire army towards their new sovereign, a sentiment that stemmed from genuine sincerity. Bring forth the monument. Xiang Chen commanded those behind him. The White Tiger Guards carried forth a colossal 10-meter white jade steel, positioning it before them. The soldiers gazed at the blank steel with curiosity. Then, Xiang Chen brandished the dragon-quelling demon blade, unleashing a flurry of blade energy that struck the steel. Dust cascaded from the surface as he inscribed a row of powerful, elegant calligraphy, strikingly beautiful and bold. With a swift motion, he cut his palm, allowing his blood to flow, which he smeared onto the characters, staining them crimson. The soldiers could not help but recite aloud. In the time of Chu, the bright moon shines upon the merchant's pass. Across the vast length of the journey, many have yet to return. If only the North City Tiger General stands firm. Let not treachery cross the Beiguan. What a magnificent poem. What a grand spirit. Indeed, did your highness compose this? What a splendid poem. Xiang Chen smiled. This poem, Beiguan Melody, is dedicated to you all. Dechu shall forever remember your contributions through these verses. Li Ting gazed at the steel, his eyes glistening. These simple 4 lines encapsulated the hardships and tribulations faced by the soldiers at the border, while the last 2 lines conveyed the honor and sense of duty that resided in their hearts. Unobtrusively, Li Ting wiped away a tear and looked at Xiang Chen, feeling an increasing fondness for the young man, even sensing a kinship that transcended age. Thank you, your highness, for this poem and the monument. It shall stand forever at the gates of Beiguan. While a single poem cannot fully express my admiration for the soldiers at the border, I have brought with me an abundance of fine wines and exquisite delicacies. May I share a toast with you, uncle, and all the valiant soldiers, to honor your bravery? Ha ha ha, naturally. Your highness, please. Attendants, instruct the cooks in the camp to prepare a grand banquet this evening to celebrate the establishment of Dechu. Li Ting laughed heartily, gesturing with enthusiasm. A potential large-scale war could have erupted, yet it has now transformed into a loyal force that unites the hearts of the people. This is the essence of the campaign in Xiaodang, where physical might is met with strategic cunning, besieging cities below while winning hearts above. In the Song of Liangzhou, it speaks of the moon of the Qin era and the Han Dynasty's gates, where countless heroes have yet to return from their long march. If only the valiant general of Longcheng could prevent the Hu cavalry from crossing the Yin Mountains. We honor our border warriors, who endure hardships, wield steel rifles, safeguard their homeland, and protect the dawn for the common folk, ensuring peace for countless generations. Oh, how magnificent are our border tigers. They vanquish treachery, guard against the chill of spring, uphold national prestige, and etch their iron-blooded, loyal hearts into the annals of Han history. This is a tribute to the warriors of our nation whom I hold in the highest regard. In Chapter 572, Reforming the Great Chu, Xiang Chen spent a fortnight at the Northern Pass, during which he endeared himself to the valiant soldiers there. He bestowed upon Li Ting a dragon-serpent bloodline transformation pill and imparted a profound cultivation technique. This pill was crafted from the bloodline of the earthly dragon serpent, a rare and potent essence. He also brought with him the dragon axe, which endured a relentless sacrifice of dragon blood, continuously replenished with spiritual medicine. Utilizing the bloodline of the dragon axe, Xiang Chen produced a substantial number of dragon serpent transformation pills for over 1,000 elite warriors. establishing a formidable dragon serpent guard at the northern pass. Both the Dragon Axe and Li Ting remained steadfast in their defense of the region. Should the Dragon Axe's bloodline evolve, so too would that of the Dragon Serpent Guard. Once matters at the northern pass were resolved, Li Ting returned to the royal palace alongside Xiang Chen to pay homage to the newly ascended King Xiang Liang. Upon their return, the citizens of the capital lined the streets in a vibrant display of welcome, revealing a burgeoning atmosphere of prosperity that Li Ting had not previously witnessed. Xiang Chen's bloodless resolution of the Northern Pass affair has cemented his legendary status within the political sphere of the royal palace. At the residence of the young martial king, which has been renovated and renamed Fengshan Manor, Xiang Chen and King Xiang entered the cultivation chamber, where a deep well of earthy spiritual energy surged forth. To their astonishment, they discovered a rich vein of earthly spiritual ore, indicative of a mid-tier level mine. What a remarkable find! Such veins are exceedingly rare in lesser nations, exclaimed King Xiang. I was fortunate to acquire this estate through serendipity. Come, father. Allow me to show you something even more extraordinary, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. With a graceful leap, he dove into the well of earthy energy, followed closely by King Xiang. The father and son swiftly descended into an underground river, gliding through the waters like two agile fish. Xiang Chen guided his father to the mineral cave, where two colossal, coiled azure fire mystical pythons, Dahe and Erhe, stood guard at the entrance. Your Majesty, the pythons bowed their heads in deference upon Xiang Chen's arrival. Well done, you have not become lax, he remarked with a smile, tossing them 2 vials of elixirs. Thank you, Your Majesty, the 2 creatures expressed as they consumed the offerings. These 2 beasts, having feasted on ample blood during battles, had significantly increased their power, now reaching the 4th level of the Yuan-Yang realm. As creatures transformed by the enigmatic ancient cauldron, their strength could rival that of ordinary 8th level Yuan-Yang warriors. The father and son ventured into the spirit vein mine, a place once inhabited by the legendary Yin Tianye, where the earth was suffused with an exceptionally rich aura. Xiang Chen produced a crystalline spirit gem, slightly larger than a fist. Upon its emergence, it immediately unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that surged into the river. This, indeed, was the source of the spirit vein, Xiang Wang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was the source of the spirit vein, and a premium one at that. Xiang Chen chuckled. The rarity and value of a premium spirit vein source are beyond compare. It is worth more than a fortune, and even the entirety of Dechu could not equate to its worth. Chenner, how could you possess such a precious item? Xiang Wang's voice trembled as he fixated on the spirit vein source, his eyes gleaming with desire. One spirit vein source has the potential to give rise to an entire spirit vein, a premium one that could foster a sanctuary rich in spiritual energy. Xiang Chen gazed at the levitating spirit vein source, which continuously released vast amounts of spiritual energy, transforming the water quality. I acquired this in the ancient wilderness realm. Henceforth, this treasure shall be placed here. Father, I urge you to assign more trusted guards to protect this location. With this treasure, our royal city, and even the entirety of Dechu, will become a haven for cultivation. By establishing several underground river channels leading to the royal city, over time, under the influence of the spirit vein source, the water quality will evolve into spiritual liquid. How can Dechu not prosper? Indeed, with this treasure, within a decade, the strength of our nation will undoubtedly soar, and the people will cultivate more swiftly, making our country even more formidable, Xiang Wang rejoiced, feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace his son. This spirit vein source would transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the air, soil, and water quality, benefiting all. This also exemplified Xiang Chen's grand vision. He did not hoard the spirit vein source for himself, even though it would accelerate his cultivation. Instead, he remained focused on the welfare of the people of Dechu. If the ruler serves the people shall serve the ruler. Over time, the integrity of a person's character becomes evident to all. I shall appoint Xiao Bai to oversee your Xiao Wu Wang mansion and guard the spirit vein source, Xiang Wang declared. Yes, with Uncle Xiao Bai in charge, Dechu will remain secure. However, father, this matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, our nation could face annihilation. I will arrange a concealment formation to hide the released spiritual energy, Xiang Chen stated solemnly, gazing at the vibrant spirit vein source. Rest assured, I understand its significance. Xiang Wang nodded. You may proceed with your arrangements. and once completed, let the White Tiger Guard personally assist in digging the channels. Xiang Chen nodded, and with a flick of his hand, a multitude of spiritual stones emerged, inscribed with intricate patterns. The formation of spiritual stones was arranged into a circular golden light array surrounding the spirit vein source, rendering the colorful spiritual energy emitted from it ethereal and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, detectable only in a state of cultivation. At the palace's battlements, Taoist Haicheng strolled leisurely when he suddenly exhibited a look of astonishment upon witnessing an invisible purple light ascending from the direction of the Xiao Wuwang mansion, enveloping the entire city. The purple aura from the east nourishes the royal city, heralding a great flourishing, a portent of prosperity. The Grand Minister of Haicheng was overjoyed. However, the purple light he could perceive swiftly vanished. What could be the reason? The auspicious fortune receded. The Grand Minister immediately cast a divination, attempting to gauge the nation's fate. Following a backlash from the heavens, he coughed up blood, his complexion paling. Could this be related to the young martial prince? The repercussions of divining matters concerning him were indeed formidable. Were it not for the Heartbond Pact, this divination could have cost him dearly. With a wry smile, the Grand Minister reflected on how the young martial prince was truly favored by destiny. The backlash from the celestial forces was astonishingly potent, rendering further divination nearly impossible. Nevertheless, the Heartbond Pact provided a buffer against excessive backlash. The divination could not be fully explored, for the path of heaven is capricious. Feelings could not be pursued too deeply, lest they become a grand dream. He gazed at the divination text, which conveyed several significant meanings. In 10 years, Chu will flourish. For millennia, the foundation of fortune will soar like a rainbow. The strength of the youth in cultivating virtue will inevitably invite envy from neighbors. The initial lines foretold auspicious omens, while the latter part revealed ominous forecasts. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, with envy lurking nearby. The Grand Minister contemplated its meaning, his expression shifting, and he hastened towards the royal palace. Chapter 573. Xiang Chen's reforms. After establishing the source crystal of the spiritual vein, Xiang Chen chose to remain there for cultivation. The transformation of spiritual energy enveloped the entirety of Dechu. The nation's prosperity could not be achieved overnight, as it required the accumulation of time. Based on some of Xiang Chen's insights, the Prince of Xiang enacted several royal laws. Among these, the measures to protect civilians and ensure their livelihoods were significantly intensified. For instance, cultivators who maliciously harmed civilians would face the royal law, with severe cases subjected to capital punishment. Moreover, there was a stringent crackdown on crimes such as human trafficking, particularly concerning women and children, and coercing individuals into prostitution. Previously, the great merchants had some royal laws to protect the populace, yet they often turned a blind eye to the nobility and powerful cultivators. However, under the governance of Xiang Chen and his father, the Prince of Xiang, things were different. Xiang Chen even appointed Zhao Mu to establish the Tiger Supervisor 6 Doors, specifically tasked with safeguarding civilian rights. This organization was responsible for solving cases, investigating, and combating crime, with a primary focus on maintaining public order and protecting the rights of the common people. The members of the Tiger Supervisor 6 Doors hailed from the White Tiger Guard, possessing formidable talents. Tracking down criminals was second nature to them. Those among the nobility who maliciously harmed or oppressed civilians would face punishment, ranging from imprisonment to execution, with no leniency shown. Although the establishment of the Tiger Supervisor 6 Doors diminished the nobility's privileged status and infringed upon certain rights, it garnered the favor of the common folk and the support of the martial community. Furthermore, the Prince of Xiang conferred with the head of the Wang family, urging him to relinquish all family lands for distribution among the populace. Farmers would no longer serve as laborers, but would possess their own land, required to pay a grain tax of 20% annually, 10% to the Wang family for the distributed land, and another 10% to the national treasury. The Wang family would manage their lands and reap the benefits. Initially, the head of the Wang family was resistant, yet the prince promised future territorial expansions and the bestowal of a private city and domain to the Wang family, coupled with a share of 10% from the taxes on the newly cultivated lands. With the vigorous support of Wang Xiaojia, the prodigal son, the head of the Wang family eventually acquiesced, with the farmers now possessing their own lands, surrendering merely 20% of their annual harvest. The populace erupted in exuberance upon the announcement of this policy, fervently rallying behind the Xiang dynasty and the great state of Chu. Previously, the Ministry of Revenue was under royal control, overseeing vast commercial lands, with the royal family's private estates accounting for nearly half of its holdings. Thus, the lands were predominantly managed by the aristocracy. Despite the wealth accumulated by the merchant nobility, the common folk barely scraped by, subsisting solely on the meager rations from their own plots. This was a typical practice among most feudal dynasties, where power reigned supreme. Now, however, Xiang Chen drew inspiration from a previous era, declaring that the land would no longer belong solely to the crown, but also to the people. Those who cultivated their own lands would reap the lion's share, with the royalty merely collecting taxes. This reform heralded the dawn of land privatization in the great state of Chu, a transformation whose significance is self-evident. The populace would not only be well-fed but could also prosper through agriculture, possessing disposable income. Such a system is unparalleled on the continent, where the strong have always dominated, indifferent to the sentiments of the commoners, merely ensuring they do not starve. The implementation of this policy would imbue the great state of Chu with an unparalleled national cohesion, rendering the court a genuine beacon of faith in the hearts of the people. The architects of this law, Xiang Chen and the reformist ruler Xiang Liang, are destined for eternal renown. A nation exists for the welfare of its citizens, who in turn are willing to fight and die for their country. Will we, the common folk, finally possess our own lands? It is beyond belief, unimaginable. My family has toiled as farmers for generations, never daring to envision the day we could own land. Father, do you see this? We shall have our own land at last. The king's wisdom is unparalleled, and the brilliance of the young martial king shines brightly. The court has shown unprecedented benevolence towards its commoners. We bow in gratitude to the king and the young martial king. On the very first day of this law's enactment, countless citizens wept tears of joy and gratitude. Furthermore, the king and the young martial king also introduced educational reforms. In front of the announcement board, soldiers affixed a new decree proclaiming the establishment of a free Chu academy, offering 3 years of literacy education to any child aged 6 and above. Additionally, a martial arts academy will be founded, welcoming children aged 10 to study and hone their skills, with free instruction in martial techniques over a decade-long curriculum. Exceptional talents may directly enlist as officers upon graduation. Upon hearing this, the gathered citizens erupted into jubilant fervor. We, the common folk, have at last encountered a ruler of unprecedented merit, a benevolent king and young martial king, who have showered us with kindness. An elderly man, overwhelmed with gratitude, fell to his knees. Long live our king. Long live the young martial king. With the establishment of these 2 academies, I, though unworthy, possess carpentry skills and wish to selflessly contribute to building our academy. I too, as a bricklayer, am eager to support the academy and our sovereign. The citizens knelt in heartfelt appreciation, many spontaneously offering to assist in the establishment of the academy. If this ruler, this king, and this nation do not garner our support, then whom shall we embrace? In the past, the great merchants were the merchants, landlords, and aristocrats. But now the realm of the great Chu belongs to all. To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to give life to the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to open a path of peace for all generations. This is the grand aspiration that resides within Xiang Chen's heart. Fortuitously, in the founding of Chu, there exists a wealth of resources amassed by the merchants and the royal palace, filling the national treasury, enabling Xiang Chen to support the military while boldly enacting reforms. The cultivation of a true energy-producing rice, named Chu Ling rice, which yields 2 harvests a year, is set in motion. As the seeds of this divine grain are distributed, the agriculture of the Great Chu is destined to flourish remarkably. At the inception of the Great Chu, a palpable sentiment of unity among the people began to coalesce. While the vigorous reforms unfolded, the esteemed figure of Xiang Ergo humbly withdrew, retreating into the spiritual cave to pursue enlightenment. The abundant spiritual energy from the heavens and earth enveloped him as he absorbed and refined it within his being, fortifying his meridians with the essence of solar power. He became akin to a grand furnace, a miniature sun, with the surrounding water teetering on the brink of transformation, boiling under the intensity of his cultivation. Within a few dozen meters, any fish that approached would surely meet a fate akin to being boiled alive. Under the alchemical process of the great Sun Emperor's scripture, the essence of the lunar energy continued to be refined. After more than a month, at last, the fourth cycle of true Yin energy coalesced, with a mighty boom. For powerful circles of true Yin essence surged forth, amplifying the youth's aura to a formidable degree. The previously boiling water instantaneously cooled, transforming into icy coldness of the true Yin. Having broken through the third level of the Yuan-Yang realm, he ascended into the fourth. After the fourth chapter, Xiang Chen retracted the true Yin essence, allowing the surrounding ice to revert to its liquid form. He rose and exited the spiritual cave. Now, with his current level of cultivation, he could breathe underwater, absorbing oxygen, thus eliminating the risk of drowning during his practices. The two serpents, Dahe and Erhe, remained faithfully coiled at the cave's entrance, guarding the spiritual cave and its crystal sources. Though they were protectors, it was a delightful duty, as the concentration of spiritual energy in this area was exceedingly rich. Even a mere pig, breathing in such potent energy daily, would inevitably transform into a mystical beast. My king, the two serpents bowed respectfully. Xiang Chen swam out through the underground water cave and emerged from a well. Upon returning to the Xiao Wuwang mansion, he distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy there was nearly tenfold denser than before. All residents of the mansion could keenly perceive the significantly accelerated pace of their cultivation and absorption of celestial energies. Young master, man, he approached at once upon seeing Xiang Chen emerge from seclusion. Indeed, everyone has broken through to the Yuan-Yang realm, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. It is thanks to the elixirs and teachings provided by the young master that we could advance so swiftly. Man, he responded with a grin. Continue to strive forward. Come, accompany me for a stroll, Xiang Chen said jovially. Of course, man, he agreed with delight. Together, they exited the Xiao Wuwang mansion and arrived at the bustling streets of the Fengchen district. The thoroughfare remained vibrant, filled with the ebb and flow of people. The young master has emerged from seclusion. Young master, have you eaten? My family's meal is just prepared. Haha, Aunt Li, you are too kind. How is business faring? Xiang Chen walked down the street, where people greeted him with respectful salutes. The residents of the Wind Dust district were largely familiar with him, and he reciprocated their warmth with cheerful smiles and friendly greetings. As he observed the ethereal energies of the world around him, he noted that the spiritual essence outside the Martial King's mansion had intensified, now at least 8 or 9 times more potent than before. The quality of the spiritual energy in the entire royal city had increased to 7 or 8 times its previous abundance. Although the density of spiritual essence outside the royal city had also significantly improved, it paled in comparison to that within the confines of Chu King's city. As he strolled, he was met with the joyful faces of the common folk, each radiating happiness, prompting a knowing smile from him in return. The ordinary citizens of the continent had long grown accustomed to a humble existence. In Dechu, where they could enjoy enough food and cultivate their own land. Living under the protection of the law, they felt a genuine contentment devoid of extravagant desires. Unlike the previous world he had known, which, though prosperous, was rife with materialistic greed and overwhelming pressure, here, despite their lack of wants, the people experienced a deeper sense of joy. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams pierced the air. With a loud thud, a young man fell from the 3rd floor of an inn. This youth, dressed in the attire of a lowly servant, had been hurled down. Bystanders gasped in shock, and Xiang Chen paused amidst the crowd. You, a wretched servant, dare to tarnish my garments. A richly dressed young man, clearly of noble birth, leapt down from the inn, his expression twisted in fury as he inspected the grease stains on his sleeve, accidentally inflicted by the servant. Young Master Xia, I am at fault, I am at fault. I apologize, I apologize. The servant crawled over, hastily bowing his head in contrition. The young man delivered a swift kick, knocking him over, and coldly retorted, Does your apology hold any weight? This is fine silk, worth over 200 gold coins. Can a lowly servant like you afford to compensate for this? Ouch! Young Master Xiao, I beg your pardon. It was our servant's ignorance that sullied your attire. We shall bear the cost of this garment. Please, quell your anger. The innkeeper hurried out, attempting to placate him with a smile. That garment, crafted from the finest materials, is my favorite, custom-made, and there are scarcely any like it in Dechu. I shall break his hands to vent my frustration. Young Master Xia declared coldly, striking the servant's arm with a whip. The blow, delivered with considerable skill, resulted in a gruesome snap, and the servant cried out in agony, his arm shattered. Onlookers, Recognizing the young man adorned with the insignia of the Xia family from the Duke's mansion, dared only to whisper about his tyranny. Such a bully. I cannot stand by, Manhao exclaimed, unable to tolerate the injustice. However, Xiang Chen grasped her hand and shook his head. There will be intervention. His gaze turned steely. A recent decree he had enacted was already being violated. What is happening here? At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Two imposing figures clad in dark blue robes, embellished with the emblem of a white tiger descending a mountain, approached, their official hats signifying their authority. They are the tiger supervisors of the 6 doors. The crowd regarded them with reverence. The aura exuding from these two men was undeniably formidable, instilling a sense of awe among the onlookers. The Tiger Commander, a member of the White Tiger Guard, is a formidable figure, each of them possessing innate prowess beyond the foundational realm. How did his hand become severed? What injustice lies here? One of the Tiger Commanders inquired sternly. The surrounding crowd remained silent, none daring to respond. A young man from the Xia family chuckled. So it is the esteemed Tiger Commander of the 6 gates. It is nothing of consequence. One of the Tiger Commanders cast a glance at him, then at the young waiter on the ground, clutching his arm in agony, and coldly demanded, "What do you mean by nothing? How did his hand end up like that?" The Tiger Commander, he attacked me. It was he who broke my hand, the waiter exclaimed, his anger fueling his courage as he pointed accusingly at the young man from the Xia family. Unfazed, the Xia youth replied, "Indeed, it was I who broke it. He sullied my garments and could not afford restitution. Is it excessive to sever an arm for such an offense?" Upon hearing this, one Tiger Commander bellowed in fury, "You possess audacity beyond measure. The decree recently issued by the King and Prince Wu states that those who deliberately cause harm to civilians shall face severe penalties. Detain him." Another Tiger Commander brandished his handcuffs, intending to apprehend the youth. "How dare you?" The Xia youth shouted defiantly, "I am of the Xia family, and Xia Qingsheng is my cousin, the future princess of the Minor Kingdom. Who among you dares to lay a hand on me?" The Tiger Commander sneered. "Prince Wu has specifically instructed that the law applies to all equally. You broke another's arm, and you shall either receive 20 lashes and compensate tenfold for medical expenses or serve 2 years in prison. Choose your path. We shall take you to the 6 gates to discuss it. Seize him." As the Tiger Commander moved to apprehend the youth, a group of individuals approached. "Let us see who dares," they shouted. This group comprised young nobles, also from the Xia family. Among them was Xianan. "Do you dare to touch someone from the Xia County Prince's residence? You 6 gates have some audacity. Who grants you such authority?" Xianan thundered, surrounding the 2 Tiger Commanders, preventing their advance. Xianan, the young man from the Xia family, rejoiced. Xianan was a direct descendant of the Xia family, rumored to have connections with Prince Wu. Indeed, those connections are not without their share of beatings from Xiang Chen in the past. The 2 Tiger Commanders remained undeterred and attempted to force their way, but then a detached voice interjected. "It is I who grants them their power and authority, Xianan. You've grown quite bold." Chapter 575, The People's Fate, 6 Explosions, Part 22. Due to their kinship with the Xiang family, a founding contributor to the nation, the Xia family's status had risen considerably, leading to an inflated sense of superiority among the Xia disciples. Furthermore, with Xia Qingxing set to become the legitimate consort of Xiang Chen, who was destined to be the king of Dechu, the pride of the Xia family had swelled even more. "Who dares to refer to our Nangu as a mere boy?" the young man from the Xia family bellowed. Amidst the crowd, Xiang Chen emerged. Upon seeing him, Xianan's expression shifted drastically, instantly resembling a mouse confronted by a cat. "Wu," Xianan stammered, his face paling in fear. "Who are you, boy, to address our Nangu in such a manner?" The young man from the Xia family, unfamiliar with Xiang Chen, continued to act arrogantly. Unexpectedly, Xianan, enraged, delivered a resounding slap across the youth's face. The young man from the Xia family cried out in distress, clutching his face as he fell to the ground. "You seek death. This is Prince Wu." Xianan roared in fury, wishing to eliminate the man before him. He then turned in terror towards Xiang Chen, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees, exclaiming in fear, "Chun, brother Chun, we, the Xia family, do not recognize you. Please do not hold it against us. Your Highness, the young martial king." The faces of the other Xia family disciples paled in shock, and one by one, they hastily knelt down. The young man from the Xia family was so frightened that he felt numb to the pain on his face. Quickly kneeling and not daring to raise his head, "Your Highness, Two tiger supervisors immediately knelt on one knee, their expressions filled with utmost respect and reverence. He is the young martial king, our young martial king of Dechu. We pay our respects to the young martial king. The surrounding townsfolk also quickly bowed in reverence, many gazing at him with admiration. Please rise, fellow villagers, Xiang Chen gestured to the crowd. Thank you, young martial king, they replied, finally standing up, their eyes fixed on the youth. Could he be the young martial king who implemented reforms in Chu and established the Six Doors Tiger Supervisors? Many young women gazed at him with adoration, captivated by his striking appearance and extraordinary demeanor. Xia Nan and the others stood up, heads bowed, not daring to meet Xiang Chen's gaze, holding their breath in trepidation. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xiang Chen looked at Xia Nan with indifference and remarked, Xia Nan, it seems you have significant objections to the authority I granted to the Six Doors, the might I bestowed upon them. Xia Nan's face turned a ghastly shade, more sorrowful than tears. Brother Chen, no, Your Highness, it is a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The young man from the Xia family turned as pale as a ghost. Xiang Chen snorted coldly. Is someone so eager to test the waters of my newly established laws? I witnessed everything that transpired just now. To sever a person's arm simply because they dirtied your clothing is truly tyrannical, even more so than I. Upon hearing this, the young man from the Xia family immediately fell to his knees again, repeatedly bowing his head and weeping. Your Highness, forgive me, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. I will compensate him. I will pay tenfold for his medical expenses. Xiang Chen, with an icy demeanor, commanded Tiger's supervisors. Apprehend him and take him to the Six Doors for 30 lashes. Then ensure he resolves the compensation issue. Yes, Your Highness. One of them proceeded to cuff the young man from the Xia family. Xiang Chen then turned his gaze towards Xia Nan and the others, stating, As for you, those who dare to oppose the law shall be treated the same. Obediently follow the Tiger's supervisors to the Six Doors for punishment. Yes, Xia Nan and the others hurriedly agreed. Xiang Chen then helped the frightened innkeeper to his feet. The innkeeper, trembling, quickly knelt again, tearfully expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for standing up for a humble man. Xiang Chen used his heavenly essence to mend the man's injuries, softly saying, Do not worry. This is no longer the era of the Great Xiang. In the realm of Dechu, every common citizen possesses their own legal status and dignity. Well said. Long live the young martial king. Long live Dechu. The townsfolk applauded enthusiastically. Xiang Chen turned to the Tiger supervisors and instructed, Return and inform Zhao Mu that regardless of who they are, anyone who violates the laws of Dechu, be they nobility, court officials, or even members of the royal family, shall be dealt with equally. Yes, the two Tiger supervisors responded reverently. The law must be strict to stand firm. The previous laws were merely for the nobility. The laws I intend to implement are for everyone. However, in the realm of martial arts, the conflicts and bloodshed among practitioners are beyond the control of Xiang Chen. Currently, the law he advocates addresses the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent civilians by these practitioners. The strife between cultivators is merely a reflection of the natural order of survival of the fittest, and being embroiled in it himself, how could he impose restraint on others? His own followers have already shed countless drops of blood. Not everyone aspires to tread the bloody path of a cultivator. The common folk are the foundation of society and must be protected. Moreover, every formidable figure on the continent has ascended from the ranks of mortals to become a cultivator. Establishing merit among the common people will ultimately influence the entire realm of cultivation, which reflects Xiang Chen's long-term vision. This is but a brief interlude as Xiang Chen departed amidst the admiration of the crowd alongside Man He. As they walked, they arrived at the entrance of the Wan Yao Pavilion. Man He, come with me to reconnect with an old friend, Xiang Chen said as he entered the pavilion. Your Highness. The attendants within Wan Yao Pavilion recognized Xiang Chen and hurriedly paid their respects. Xiang Chen inquired with a smile, Is my brother Chen present? A pharmacist replied, The pavilion master is here, Your Highness. Shall I announce your arrival? No need. I'll go in myself. Xiang Chen waved his hand and proceeded directly to Chen Feng's residence. In the courtyard, Xiang Chen and the vibrant Chen Feng sat facing each other in a pavilion by a small pond, where a delightful spread of food and fine wine awaited them. Qing Feng served the drinks, taking a seat beside them. Brother Chen, please, Xiang Chen raised his cup. The two toasted, and Chen Feng remarked, Indeed, you have become a prince of a nation now. Xiang Chen laughed heartily and replied, "Do not mock me, brother. The entirety of Dechu must seem trivial in your eyes." Chen Feng responded, "I have observed the law you are advocating, an astonishing initiative that benefits the nation and its people. Such reforms are invaluable to the common folk, unprecedented in history." Xiang Chen nodded, stating, "In a world where strength, status, and power prevail, these commoners are truly pitiable. Every individual has their own way of life, and cultivators should not be allowed to indiscriminately harm civilians. The court must prioritize the welfare of the populace. When the people are blessed, they will naturally repay the nation with loyalty." Chen Feng sighed. "Your ideals would surely make many monarchs of dynasties feel ashamed. I raise this cup to you. If you were to become the ruler of the world, it would surely be a blessing for all." After another toast, Chen Feng chuckled. "It seems you have no more worries in Deshang. No, now to chew. I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. "Brother, you are leaving? Is everything not well here? Where are you going?" Chen Feng held significant stature in Xiang Chen's heart, having aided him greatly. Xiang Chen regarded him with brotherly respect. "Thank you, leader. Luo Yumi has been unsealed. Brother, it has been over 3 years, and I am grateful for your unwavering presence, as well as everyone else's." Chapter 576, A Visitor from the Heavens. "Zhongzhou," Chen Feng remarked, and upon mentioning this place, his eyes narrowed, exuding a glimmer of cold light. "Zhongzhou." Xiang Chen's heart trembled. His brother hails from such a distant land. Is Zhongzhou the dominion of the 9 provinces, the location of the great Xia dynasty? Xiang Chen inquired in astonishment. Chen Feng nodded, pouring himself another cup of wine. "In the realm of the 9 provinces, ranked by strength and geographical advantage, Central Province stands supreme, followed closely by Azure Province, Yozhou, Yuzhou, River Province, Gold Province, Flame Province, North Sea Province, South Sea Province, with Desolate Province trailing last. Desolate Province is characterized by its meager spiritual essence, rendering it the most impoverished region compared to others. And it is the only area under the governance of the Martial Marquis' residence. In contrast, Central Province serves as the confluence of the dragon's energy and spiritual veins of the 9 provinces, flourishing far beyond Desolate Province. The very name of Desolate Province carries a derogatory connotation, as Chen Feng remarked. Desolate Province lies a staggering 90,000 miles from Central Province, necessitating passage through Flame Province. Chen Feng noted. A hint of reluctance flickered in Xiang Chen's heart as he sighed. "If my brother departs, who knows when we shall meet again?" Chen Feng replied with a smile, "There is no need for sorrow. In life, encounters are inevitable. Parting merely paves the way for future reunions. Little Chen, your talent is among the finest I have witnessed even in Central Province. Your stage will undoubtedly extend beyond this nation, and one day, you shall step beyond Desolate Province. I will indeed venture forth, yet my brother has aided me immensely. Now that you are leaving, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude." Xiang Chen lamented. Chen Feng chuckled heartily. "What do we, as brothers, need to concern ourselves with? You saved my life, while my assistance to you is merely trivial within my capacity. Ultimately, your success will depend on your own abilities. As brothers, we shall meet again." Xiang Chen nodded, affirming, "I believe that day will come. When does my brother intend to depart? I wish to bid you farewell. After this year, I will entrust matters here to Qing Feng." Chen Feng replied, "No, master, I wish to accompany you." Qing Feng interjected swiftly. Chen Feng shook his head, stating, "The destination I am bound for is fraught with peril. Your presence would only be a burden, and it could jeopardize your life. It is best for you to remain here and assist in looking after my brother." Qing Feng, now a formidable presence at the 2nd level of the Soul Moon realm, was deemed a liability by Chen Feng. One could not help but ponder the depths of Chen Feng's own cultivation, which was indeed unsettling. Fraught with peril, Xiang Chen felt an ominous premonition and said, "Brother, your journey seems fraught with danger." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and declared, "I am going to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, and it is destined to be perilous. Do you remember the golden marquis token I bestowed upon you? That token, now of no use to you in Dechu, must be returned to me. It will only bring you trouble should you expose it in Central Province." Feeling a sense of unease, Xiang Chen retrieved the token and returned it to Chen Feng. This token had originally been given to him to command the forces of the Wan Yao Pavilion in Deshang. Now, as he had risen to become a prince and heir in Dechu, it was no longer necessary. His heart was heavy. Sensing that Chen Feng was entangled in significant troubles, and his brother's reluctance to disclose them indicated that he was unworthy of assistance. Chen Feng then handed Xiang Chen a black, intricately carved spiritual jade pendant, saying, "Take this pendant. The Wan Yao Pavilion in Desolate Province is under my command. With this pendant, you shall be able to summon its forces to your aid." Upon receiving it, Xiang Chen was astonished by the overwhelming spiritual energy contained within the pendant. Crafted from exquisite spiritual jade. In earlier discussions, it was mentioned that the Wan Yao Pavilion is ubiquitous across the world, signifying its presence throughout the desolate regions. The term world can be interpreted differently depending on one's perspective. For the ordinary citizens of the Great Shu, the world encompasses the entirety of their realm, while for the inhabitants of the desolate areas, it signifies their entire territory. For the formidable wanderers traversing the lands, the world comprises the vast expanse of the 9 provinces and the continent itself. This concept is intrinsically linked to an individual's vision and outlook. Upon receiving this insight, a tinge of melancholy inexplicably blossomed within Xiang Chen's heart. "Brother, master, I cannot bear to part with you. Please take me along," Qing Feng said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. 9 years prior, when she first encountered Qin Feng, she was merely a frail girl tormented by others. Now, she had ascended to the realm of Soul Moon, becoming a powerful being in her own right. There is no need for further words. Stay here and support Xiao Chen. Our fates are intertwined. We shall meet again in the future, Qin Feng asserted resolutely. Since you insist, I can only wish you a safe journey, dear brother. I shall certainly seek you out in Central Province, Xiang Chen replied solemnly. Haha, I look forward to the day I see you again. When you have grown to a strength that astonishes even me, Qin Feng laughed, raising his cup. A man's farewells need not be laden with sorrow. The world is vast, and if one has a heart, we shall inevitably reunite. As we part, allow me to bestow upon you a grand gift. To brother. Xiang Chen nodded, raising his cup in a toast. In truth, Qin Feng had nothing but profound regard for Xiang Chen. Despite their lack of blood ties, the bond they shared transcended mere friendship. He treated Xiang Chen as he would a brother, a sentiment stemming from genuine gratitude. The address of brother was heartfelt and sincere. The two indulged in their libations for an extended period, and it was not until the afternoon that Xiang Chen departed, planning to reunite with Qin Feng during the New Year celebrations, when he would personally bid him farewell. However, just as he exited the Wan Yao Pavilion, a group of individuals descended from the sky. This assembly numbered in the dozens, each person equipped with airborne spiritual artifacts, including spirit swords and spirit blades. Among them, a few individuals astonishingly soared through the air without relying on true wings or spiritual devices, their innate strength sufficient to carry them through the skies. Following them was an airborne golden carriage, drawn by 6 extraordinary steeds resembling dragon-like creatures, their bodies enveloped in dark green scales. These were spirit beasts known as the dragon horses, formidable mounts possessing true dragon bloodlines, classified as a mid-tier spirit beast species. The 6 dragon horses galloped with the swiftness of lightning, propelling the golden carriage forward at several times the speed of sound. Ahead, a contingent of powerful beings cleared the path. "My lord, up ahead lies a small kingdom, seemingly called Great Shang. According to our intelligence, the son of the Jinwu Marquis is said to be in hiding within the royal city of Great Shang." One of the strong individuals reported at the window of the golden carriage. "Locate him and capture him," commanded a voice from within the carriage, exuding authority and detachment. The group moved with astonishing speed, akin to meteors, swiftly traversing hundreds of miles and ascending thousands of meters above the city. To onlookers, it appeared as if streaks of light were darting across the sky. In no time, they arrived above the Wan Yao Pavilion, hovering nearly 10,000 meters high, gazing down upon the diminutive royal city below, which was no larger than the size of a palm. In the Wan Yao Pavilion, Qin Feng's expression suddenly shifted, and he lifted his gaze to the heavens. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, if calamity is destined, it cannot be evaded. Even here, in this remote place, it appears that I have ultimately been discovered by their people. Chapter 577, The Battle of Lingxiao. The presence of a figure loomed below, and I could feel his aura. From within the golden carriage, a commanding voice resonated. "I have come to force him out," declared a formidable figure clad in red, standing in midair. With that, he stepped forward. Boom! An overwhelming surge of true essence erupted from within him, astonishingly powerful, enveloping the vicinity in a terrifying blaze. the crimson clouds above melting away in its wake. "Everyone, vacate the Wan Yao Pavilion," Chun Feng bellowed, his voice reverberating, leaving all in shock and awe. In the sky, the red-clad man unleashed a punch, his body moving in tandem with it, akin to a meteor descending. Thunderous roars echoed as the ground trembled. Akin to the sound of thunder, those within the Wan Yao Pavilion looked up, witnessing a fiery red meteor plummeting from the heavens. As it neared, the true essence of this powerful being coalesced into massive fist-sized bursts, raining down in a deluge of crimson. "Dare you!" Chun Feng shouted furiously, brandishing an ancient spirit sword that soared into the air, unleashing a formidable sword aura that cleaved through the rain of punches. Boom! Above the Wan Yao Pavilion, sword light shattered the incoming strikes, each explosion sending shockwaves through the air. Yet, over a dozen of the punches still descended upon the pavilion. Boom! One punch struck a building, causing it to explode, a terrifying inferno surging forth, instantly transforming the ground into molten lava, the structure engulfed in flames. No. 7 or 8 individuals caught within the blast were instantly reduced to ash. Those ensnared by the flames were vaporized, becoming steam in an instant. Such temperatures must exceed 10,000 degrees. The violent explosions echoed continuously, the earth shaking within a 2,000-meter radius, while half of the Wan Yao Pavilion was engulfed in flames. "Ah, help me, no?" The cries of despair echoed, as a familiar figure, Master Lu, was consumed by the inferno, turning to ash immediately. Others, terrified, fled the Wan Yao Pavilion in haste. Having not ventured far, Xiang Chen turned back upon hearing the escalating chaos, his face paling in shock. "What is happening?" he exclaimed, his moon-seeking eyes revealing the horrific scene unfolding at the Wan Yao Pavilion. The whales were haunting. Many were being burned to ash by the flames. The ground transformed into a sea of lava. What in the world is going on? Xiang Chen was horrified, realizing the dreadful temperature of the flames, over 10,000 degrees. Even he found it difficult to withstand such heat for long. Then, he saw a figure unleashing an astonishing surge of true essence that soared into the sky. "Brother!" Ignoring the peril, Xiang Chen rushed back to the Wan Yao Pavilion to save those trapped within. This single punch had annihilated no fewer than 100 individuals. "You seek death!" Chun Feng roared in fury, wielding his spirit sword as he ascended, unleashing a powerful sword strike. The golden sword light tore through the heavens, a radiant arc stretching 100 meters skyward. The expression of the man in red shifted dramatically. Lingxiao 9 heavens. In his astonishment, he immediately unleashed a flurry of fiery punches, resembling meteors, cascading down. Crimson Meteor Fist. With a thunderous roar, over 100 luminous punches descended upon Chun Feng. Golden Thunder Slash. Chun Feng bellowed, his sword transforming into a streak of golden lightning. Boom, boom, boom. This strike cleaved through the barrage of punches, soaring upwards. With a resounding crash, his blade carved a path through the skies, targeting the red-clad warrior. Not good. The red-clad warrior staggered back, yet the sword still tore through his form. A spray of blood erupted as his defensive spirit garment was cleaved in two, a piercing scream escaping his lips as his chest was split open, nearly severing him in half. "Save him!" From 10,000 meters above, the other 4 warriors descended in haste to render aid. "What is happening?" Wasn't he? It said he was afflicted by the spider demoness poison. Unable to wield power beyond Lingxiao, how does he still possess such formidable strength? Could the poison have been dispelled? From the golden chariot of Yin Tianye, a voice filled with astonishment could be heard, tinged with curiosity but not panic. Chun Feng's second strike surged forth, a blade faster than 6 or 7 times the speed of sound, aimed to obliterate his opponent. However, the 4 warriors converged, their potent energies coalescing like a mighty river, crashing down upon him. Boom! The combined might of the 4 collided with his strike, causing Chun Feng's spirit sword to vibrate violently and rebound back towards him. Grasping the spirit sword, Chun Feng's gaze turned icy as he regarded the 4. "It seems the Marquis of Huangzhou has sent 2 formidable 9th Heaven experts and 2 8th Heaven warriors. You truly hold me, Chun, in high regard." Below, Xiang Chen transformed into a beam of light, rescuing one from the flames, casting his gaze toward the darkening sky where the formidable energies radiated. Lingxiao Realm, a master-level expert. Above the Soul Moon, it was Lingxiao. What is Lingxiao? It is a realm that does not rely on true wings or spiritual treasures, but instead harnesses the overwhelming energy within to ascend to the heavens. It is said that those of this caliber can nearly transcend the confines of the continent, soaring into the vastness of space, far beyond the 10,000 meters of the sky. This is Ling Xiao, also referred to as a master, capable of founding a sect. Brother Chun has attained such a formidable realm. Xiang Chen gasped in astonishment. Such a warrior is unheard of in lower-tier nations. Previously, Chen Feng had never unleashed his full potential. He had once claimed that if Xiang Chen permitted him to act, he alone could annihilate the Yin royal family. It seems his words were not mere bravado. One man could decimate an army of 100,000 from a lower-tier nation, single-handedly defending a city. In another era, no fighter jets or aircraft carriers would suffice to withstand the devastation wrought by such a being. Chen Feng, you traitor. Surrender at once and hand over the first-rank golden marquee token. A middle-aged woman clad in a white dress among the four spoke coldly. Chen Feng smirked and replied, "What is this? Has even a place as remote as Huangzhou been ensnared in the power struggles of the central capital? I am not a native of the desolate state. I merely serve as one of your pursuers from the Lingxiao Guard. Your presence in the desolate state brings calamity upon it. You have but one path before you. Surrender the first-rank Golden Herald Order and accompany me back to the imperial capital of Zhongzhou." The woman spoke with an icy demeanor. Though their voices were not loud, each could hear clearly. Below, Xiang Chen, with his wolf-like ears subtly twitching, understood every word, his expression darkening. These individuals had come to capture Brother Chun, the Lingxiao Guard, the Marquis' mansion of the desolate state, the first-rank Golden Herald Order. These terms were unfamiliar to him. What if I refuse? Chen Feng brandished his sword, his brows furrowing in defiance, an aura of formidable true essence emanating from him. With the decree of the king in hand, one must see the living and the dead. Should you resist, I can return with your corpse. The woman in white sneered, her tone sharp. Then come and attempt it. If you desire the Golden Herald Order, let us see if you possess the capability. Chen Feng coldly drew his sword, transforming into a streak of sword light as he struck first. Chapter 578, The Battle That Shook the City. Kill. The woman in white shouted coldly, unleashing a terrifying surge of true essence, her cultivation not inferior to Chen Feng's. The other three masters of the Lingxiao also struck fiercely in an instant. A thunderous roar of true essence surged, enveloping the heavens. The woman in white changed her hand seals, and a torrent of blue true essence erupted forth. Resembling a great river in spate, the blue true essence roared, coalescing into a massive blue shark, spanning several dozen meters. The seal of the Sea Shark King. The giant shark roared, exuding tremendous explosive power, soaring through the sky, launching a violent strike towards Chen Feng. The 9 swords of the sky. First form. 3 swords divide the world. Chen Feng howled in fury, unleashing a sword that split into 3 streaks of sword light, crashing upwards. The explosion at the Wan Yao Pavilion had already drawn the attention of the surrounding populace within a 10-mile radius. The tiger supervisors of the 6 gates and numerous cultivators gazed in shock towards the direction of the Wan Yao Pavilion. What is happening? Look quickly. The crowd turned in astonishment to see a gigantic blue energy shark descending from the sky, poised to strike. Below, 3 streaks of sword light, resembling rainbows, surged upwards, violently tearing into the energy shark. Boom! The energy exploded, and the massive blue elemental shark was cleaved apart by the 3 swords. The sword aura surging towards the woman in white. Her countenance shifted in alarm. The sword intent reached the pinnacle of its manifestation. She hastily evaded, the 3 streaks of sword light narrowly grazing her as they sliced through the air. The methods of the wild lion seal. The methods of the crouching tiger seal. Meanwhile, the other 2 Lingxiao masters let out furious roars. One's true essence coalesced into a golden wild lion, while the other's fiery essence surged, transforming into a blazing tiger of symbolic light. 1 lion, 1 tiger roared through the heavens, unleashing devastating power as they flanked and charged towards Chen Feng. The 9 swords of the sky, second form, swift sword. Chen Feng retracted his sword light, then released a powerful sword aura, instantly transforming into a white rainbow of sword energy, diving downward in evasion. Boom! The strikes of the lion and tiger collided, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept across several thousand meters, the explosive force terrifying enough to level everything within a vast expanse. A tempest of fierce energy spiraled downwards. lifting the tiles from countless rooftops and whisking away garments that hung to dry. Such an onslaught, if unleashed in an urban area, could claim the lives of innumerable innocents. In a mere heartbeat, Chen Feng's accelerated speed allowed him to traverse thousands of meters, a truly terrifying display. With a decisive strike, he executed a swift maneuver, wielding his spirit sword to eliminate one of the formidable Lingxiao masters, an elderly man of slender build, whose expression transformed in horror. Protective spell. The Lingxiao master hastily summoned his vital energy to shield himself, golden runes intertwining to form a defensive spell. However, that blade had already traversed the distance of thousands of meters, delivering the first technique. 3 swords divide the world. Swish, swish, swish. 3 beams of sword light surged forth, crashing violently against the still-forming protective barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The protective spell was utterly obliterated. The frail elder screamed in agony as the 3 blades struck him. Blood gushing forth, he was sent flying, one arm severed entirely. Chen Feng, how dare you? A woman in white shrieked, her fury propelling her into the air as she unleashed her vital energy. A blue sword manifested in her grasp, humming with power. With a resonant thrum, the blue sword absorbed her essence, transforming into a colossal 20-meter-long sword, its formidable aura piercing the air as it descended upon Chen Feng. With a swift motion, Chen Feng released his own spirit sword, which too morphed into a giant blade of similar length. The 2 titanic swords converging in a stunning display before the astonished eyes of onlookers. Clang! The sound of their collision reverberated, the clash echoing for miles. A cacophony of screams erupted from the common folk as their eardrums ruptured under the deafening din, leaving many writhing on the ground in pain. Xiang Chen clutched his wolf-like ears, gritting his teeth as he gazed at the battle above. It was overwhelming. The 2 swords clashed repeatedly in a frenzied flurry, their strikes resonating like a symphony of thunder, shaking the very heavens. Meanwhile, the other 2 combatants were far from idle. They launched their own assaults. A burly man, a Lingxiao master, bellowed as he swung a massive spirit blade downwards. The blade howled as it descended, but Chen Feng danced away like a shard of light, evading the lethal strike. Yet, another strikingly handsome middle-aged master, with a flick of his sleeve, unleashed a torrent of 7 or 8 radiant projectiles, powerful spirit talismans. Boom, boom. The talismans exploded in succession, unleashing a tempest of thunder, flames, and icy arrows, each a formidable assault. The violent electrical discharge from the thunder talismans, with voltages in the hundreds of thousands, bombarded Chen Feng's protective barrier. Although much of the lightning was deflected, some surged into his body, numbing him and diminishing his control. His sword's speed faltered, revealing a critical opening. In battles of this caliber, victory or defeat often hinges on a moment's lapse. The white-clad woman's sword pierced through Chen Feng's defenses, striking down with relentless force. Boom! The sword struck Chen Feng's body, and his protective true essence surged forth. Yet it was soon shattered, akin to tempered glass that, after absorbing the majority of the sword's force, splintered. The sword's radiance cleaved through Chen Feng's form, and with a sickening sound, blood gushed forth, scattering into the air, leaving behind a horrifying gash upon his flesh, the sinews exposed. He fell, resembling a fallen meteor, cleaved by the sword. With a resounding thud, Chen Feng's body crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater in the street, debris flying in all directions. The onlookers gasped in horror, hastily retreating. "Brother!" Xiang Chen cried out in anguish, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he disregarded all else and rushed toward Chen Feng. "Die!" roared the first assailant, the red-clad warrior who had felled Chen Feng, bloodied and grievously injured, charging forward in a vengeful fury. With a thunderous explosion, his fist ignited, transforming into a searing beam of flame aimed squarely at the recently grounded Chen Feng. "Brother!" Xiang Chen's eyes widened in despair. He could not match that speed. Yet, another figure moved even faster. She appeared like a graceful blue butterfly, positioning herself before the impending strike. With a tremendous crash, the fiery blow collided with her protective barrier, which was instantly breached. The punch tore through her chest, obliterating her heart and piercing her delicate form. Nonetheless, the force she unleashed propelled Chen Feng backward. Qing Feng. A massive gaping hole was left in Qing Feng's chest. As Chen Feng rose from the ground and witnessed this scene, his eyes brimmed with tears. Xiang Chen, too, stood in stunned silence. Chapter 579. Chen Feng and Qing Feng stop. Thief. Don't run. On a bustling street, a disheveled 16-year-old girl, clad in tattered clothes and dirt-streaked, clutched 2 steaming buns, fleeing while ravenously devouring one. You wretched little thief, halt. Behind her, a portly, greasy middle-aged man wielded a rolling pin in hot pursuit of the girl. Amidst the crowd, the girl panicked, her mouth full as she stumbled and coughed. Suddenly, she accidentally stepped on a fruit pit, slipping and crashing to the ground. The other bun slipped from her grasp. Quickly, she scrambled to retrieve her bun, which had been stepped on by someone, now soiled with mud. Yet, she paid it no mind, shoving it directly into her mouth. She was truly famished. At that moment, the bun vendor caught up, and with a fierce swing of his stick, he struck the girl's back. With a thud, she was sent sprawling to the ground. You despicable little thief, daring to steal my buns and running so swiftly. Today, I shall break your legs. The vendor fumed, advancing with his rolling pin raised, mercilessly striking the girl. The beggar girl curled up on the ground, one hand shielding her head while the other clutched her bun protectively. As the rolling pin struck her, a pained whimper escaped her lips. Yet, she did not shed a tear, displaying a remarkable resilience. The passers-by around displayed an utter indifference towards the scene unfolding before them. The beggar girl was regarded with even less esteem than a servant, and no one came forth to defend her. The bun vendor, filled with indignation, struck the beggar girl on the head with his rolling pin. At that moment, a large hand seized the implement. The vendor turned to see a handsome young man clad in a blue garment. What do you think you are doing? What business is it of yours? The vendor barked, attempting to withdraw the rolling pin. However, the young man clenched his fingers, and with a resounding crack, the rolling pin shattered into powder. Startled, the vendor stepped back in alarm. I shall cover her payment. There is no need for change, the young man said coolly, waving his hand as 10 gold coins clattered to the ground. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you, the vendor exclaimed, elated, as he hurried to collect the coins, an amount he could scarcely earn in a day. After scooping up the money, he expressed his gratitude and departed, paying no further attention to the beggar girl. The young man cast a glance at her, dropped the 10 gold coins, and then left. The beggar girl rose, gathered the coins, and, after finishing her bun, limped after him. The young man paused, turned to face her, and furrowed his brow. Why are you following me? Timidly, the beggar girl extended her filthy hand, revealing the 10 gold coins, her face smeared with dirt yet framed by bright, clear eyes. Here, she spoke in a soft, trembling voice. The young man shook his head. You need not return this. It is a gift for you. A bun costs but a copper coin, with 10 gold coins. You could purchase 1,000 buns. With that, he resumed his forward path, the agony of spider venom coursing through his left arm tormenting him deeply. He had traversed countless cities and consulted numerous physicians, finding no remedy for the dreadful poison. Yet, the beggar girl continued to follow him, limping along. The young man frowned and turned to her. Do not follow me. One must learn to be content. I can wash clothes, cook meals. As long as I have buns to eat, I will be satisfied, the beggar girl replied softly. The young man smiled and shook his head, then took a step forward, transforming into a radiant beam of light that soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. The beggar girl stood in stunned silence, bewildered by his sudden absence. She gazed at the golden coins in her grimy hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. At that moment, 2 male beggars approached from a distance. One, a youth in his 20s, sneered, Little Qing, impressive. You've encountered such a benefactor. Share the wealth, show us the coins. Indeed, 10 gold coins. You cannot keep them all for yourself, the other beggar chimed in, smirking. The beggar girl shook her head, clutching the coins tightly to her chest. Hand them over. The 2 beggars growled as they lunged towards her, shoving her to the ground in their attempt to snatch the coins from her grasp. The beggar girl held on fiercely, even as one of them kicked and struck her. Determined not to let anyone take away the coins gifted to her, she clung to them desperately, enduring the blows, nearly rendered breathless. Boom. However, at that moment, a surge of energy descended, striking the 2 beggars. They let out anguished cries as they were violently hurled away, blood spurting from their mouths, landing far from the scene. The man in the green attire reappeared before the beggar girl, who curled up on the ground, clutching 10 gold coins protectively. The beggar girl gazed at him, trembling as she extended her bloodied palm, the coins stained crimson. Why not give them to them? It's not worth dying for 10 gold coins, the man in green inquired. This is the first time anyone has given me gold coins, You gave them to me, and I cannot bestow them upon others, the beggar girl replied weakly, her face bruised. The man took the bloodied coins from her hand and tucked them away. He then bent down, lifting the girl into his arms, producing a pill which he placed into her mouth, and slowly carried her away. What is your name? He asked. Xiaoqing, she replied. You possess the spirit of the Qingwan. Very well, from now on, you shall accompany me, helping with laundry and cooking. I shall provide you with buns to eat, and you will be called Qingfeng, he declared as he held her. Hearing this, the beggar girl managed a faint smile before succumbing to unconsciousness in his embrace. In the capital of Chu, on the bustling street, Qingfeng looked at the figure blocking his path, whose body had been pierced by a punch, and memories flooded his mind, causing his eyes to redden. 9 years had passed since he first met Qingfeng. Qingfeng, Qingfeng roared as he rushed forward. At that moment, the man in red launched a second punch. You seek death, Qingfeng bellowed, unleashing sword energy. A terrifying wave of sword light surged forth, aimed at the red-clad master. With a sickening sound, the sword light cleaved through the master's head, causing him to fall to his knees, eyes wide in shock. Qingfeng fell back into Qingfeng's arms, her wound expanding as her insides crumbled to ashes. Holding her, Qingfeng's heart twisted painfully at the sight of her injuries. Master, please flee. Qingfeng reached out, caressing Qingfeng's face with a gaze full of tenderness. It had been years since she had been in his embrace. Qingfeng remained silent, pouring his true essence into Qingfeng's body, his eyes brimming with tears. Sister Qingfeng, Xiang Chen rushed over, his heart a tempest of anger and sorrow. Chapter 580, Marquis of the Wilderness, Fifth Watch. Xiang Chen hurried to Qingfeng, his eyes narrowing in horror. A terrifying force was consuming her body, incinerating her flesh from within. I will help, Xiang Chen exclaimed, placing his hand on Qingfeng's back, channeling his Tianye power into her, along with the restorative true essence. However, this energy was far too domineering, far surpassing Xiang Chen's own. Neither the restorative essence nor the Tianye power had any significant effect. Qingfeng's energy, imbued with aggressive sword intent, was of no aid in healing. Suppress it, Xiang Chen roared, transforming into a celestial wolf, his Tianye power intensifying. Yet still, there was no improvement. Qingfeng's injuries continued to worsen. Second Master, I am of no use. I can no longer save him, Qingfeng said softly, her face pale. No, it can be done. It can be done, Sister Qingfeng. Do not give up. Xiang Chen's eyes glistened with tears as he fervently channeled his energy. Qingfeng gazed at Qingfeng, tears streaming down her cheeks, and whispered, Master, hurry and escape. I can no longer accompany you. Qingfeng trembled slightly, embracing Qingfeng as he murmured, Did you not promise to always provide me with clothing and prepare meals? Yet, Qingfeng's words faltered. In her embrace, she felt his warmth and said, In this life of mine, my parents were slain by bandits when I was merely 7, and for nearly a decade. I wandered the streets, scavenging with stray dogs, and I have faced near death at the hands of others. The happiest moment of my life was the instant I met you, my master. It truly feels as if I have always been by your side. Then do not die. Stay with me forever. Qingfeng's voice trembled with sorrow. Qingfeng remained silent, smiling as she nestled in his arms. Her heart had burned away, and her organs were nearly consumed. Qingfeng fell silent. Qingfeng's body quaked, and with a surge of strength, he tightened his embrace, tears finally cascading down his cheeks. Ah! Qingfeng cried out, holding Qingfeng tightly, his wail echoing through the heavens, resonating for miles around. The girl who had accompanied him for 9 years had departed this day. Xiang Chen also shuddered, gazing at Qingfeng, whose insides were nearly entirely scorched, and he struck the ground with a fierce punch. Sister Qingfeng, Xiang Chen was engulfed in unbearable pain and fury. Over the past 2 years, Qingfeng had cared for him deeply, protecting him like a younger brother. From the support she provided during the Xia family's tribulations to Xiang Chen's establishment of the Red Dust Market and the founding of Dechu, her presence was ever reliable. Her care and assistance were evident to all. Qingfeng was truly a gentle and pitiable woman. In her brief 20-something years, suffering had claimed half of her life. At that moment, the other 3 disciples of Ling Xiao surrounded Qingfeng and Xiang Chen, their cold energy locking onto Qingfeng. Qingfeng's mournful howl pierced the air, his anger boiling over, and then he erupted into maniacal laughter. He rose, clutching Qingfeng, and cast a cold glare at the 3 surrounding him. Seeing Xiang Chen, equally heartbroken, He handed Qing Feng's lifeless body to him. With bloodshot eyes, he fixed an icy stare at Xiang Chen. "Protect your sister-in-law's remains." Chen Feng uttered no further words. Xiang Chen, with reddened eyes, nodded firmly. Sister-in-law. This affirmation came a bit too late for Qing Feng. Had she heard these words in life, how joyous she would have been, how unshakable. Xiang Chen cradled Qing Feng's body, looking at Chen Feng, suppressing his grief, and said, "Elder brother, flee." Chen Feng looked toward the advancing three, declaring, "I have fled for 10 years. I have had enough." He approached the trio, his aura raging, the sword within him igniting. "Chen Feng, surrender the golden command. You cannot escape today, no matter what," the woman in white stated coldly. "The Blue King and my brother truly seek to eradicate me completely. The golden order is upon me. If you desire it, come and take it. Escape? I have fled enough." Chen Feng chuckled softly, igniting the sword energy within him, his cultivation and foundation ablaze, his aura escalating wildly. "Kill!" he bellowed, transforming into a more fearsome sword light as he charged forward. He sacrificed his own foundation in a desperate bid to annihilate his foes. The woman in white roared, and the three mighty masters of the Lingxiao sect struck once more with unrestrained ferocity. 3 powerful streams of true essence surged forth without reservation. The golden lion roared. The flame tiger ravaged the earth, and that spiritual sword cleaved through the heavens. Xiang Chen retreated far, cradling the lifeless body of Qing Feng. In the face of such a formidable battle, the terrifying powers above the soul moon rendered him utterly helpless. Even if he transformed into the moon-eating wolf and consumed medicinal pills, he would be effortlessly obliterated. The disparity was insurmountable. Once more, Xiang Chen experienced the long-forgotten anguish of helplessness and weakness. He felt the painful loss of a friend, endowed with medical knowledge yet powerless in the face of adversity. Meanwhile, Qing Feng's body continued to be corroded and consumed by that force. It seemed that even her corpse could not be preserved. Heavenly Journey, 9th Sword Song, Qinglian Sword Song. Activate! Chen Feng roared, unleashing all his true essence to forcibly execute the strongest move he had previously been unable to master. The true essence surged and coalesced, transforming into symbols as a colossal azure lotus flower blossomed beneath Chen Feng's sword, enveloping him in a swirling aura. In an instant, his presence surged violently, doubling in ferocity. "Not good. It's a heavenly-level martial art. Retreat." The woman in white cried out in alarm. However, it was too late. Whoosh! Chen Feng became a streak of azure sword light, dashing forward at a terrifying speed, 7 or 8 times the speed of sound, slicing through the raging lion. The golden true essence lion was cleaved in two, followed by a thunderous explosion that scattered true essence in all directions. This strike tore apart the massive golden beast. The blade's edge then fell upon the burly middle-aged man. "No!" The burly man roared, his pupils constricting in horror. His defensive barrier shattered instantaneously. The sword's brilliance swept across his form. Blood sprayed into the air as the burly master of Lingxiao was split in two by the blade. The sword's radiance, potent and relentless, continued its assault towards the woman in white. "Lord Huang, when will you make your move?" she screamed, retreating frantically to escape, as the sword pursued her at an even swifter pace. Just then, high above, a golden chariot erupted with light. There stood a towering figure clad in a black python robe, with cascading black hair and a visage chiseled like stone. He stepped upon golden cloud shoes, his eyes bright and dazzling. He thrust one hand forward, unleashing a tremendous force. Boom! A torrent of yellow true essence surged forth, carrying an overwhelming aura that crashed into the azure sword light. The true essence coalesced into a gigantic hand, 100 meters wide, striking the sword light with immense force. With a thunderous roar, the mountain-like energy erupted, shattering the sword light. Chen Feng's form was revealed as he coughed up blood, gazing in fury at the man who had appeared. Huang Ho. Chapter 581. The Sorrow of the Elder Brother. 6 Explosions. 23. Chen Feng's body soared into the sky, only to be struck down by a powerful hand, crashing into the earth with a resounding boom that collapsed a building, bringing calamity to over a dozen households. In that moment, the woman in white seized her opportunity, her spiritual sword transforming into a sharp beam that descended. With a piercing sound, the blade plunged deep into Chen Feng's chest, pinning him to the ground. "Elder brother." Xiang Chen's eyes reddened as he rushed toward Qing Feng. Stay back. Chun Feng's voice echoed in Xiang Chen's mind with a fierce intensity. Stopping in his tracks, Xiang Chen gazed at his elder brother, thousands of meters away, his heart wrenched with anguish. You cannot save me. Go. Do not let our fates intertwine any further. Take Qing Feng's body and leave. Chen Feng's voice reverberated in Xiang Chen's mind. Heart aching like a needle-piercing flesh, Xiang Chen could no longer contain his tears, which streamed down his cheeks. Little Chen, if one day you become powerful enough to look down upon the 9 provinces, should you remember me, your elder brother, seek vengeance for me. Now leave at once. Chen Feng's voice thundered in his mind. Xiang Chen's eyes blazed with anger as he retorted, Elder brother, who is our enemy? Who has slain my sister Qing Feng, my brother-in-law, and seeks to harm you? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng replied, the great Xia dynasty, the lord of Qingzhou, King Qing. Beneath my residence, there is a secret chamber containing a gift I have prepared for you, along with all the answers you seek. Now leave at once, and do not let the Chu King's manor interfere in this matter. Xiang Chen, looking at Qing Feng, whose body was nearly consumed by flames, wiped away his tears and, biting his lip, vowed, Elder brother, I swear that if I do not avenge this wrong, I shall fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. With those words, Xiang Chen suppressed his sorrow and departed with Qing Feng in his arms. The commotion had indeed attracted the attention of the city guards, and numerous members of the 6 doors rushed to the scene. Young master, are you all right? Wang Tian and Zhao Mu arrived with a large contingent. Witnessing the murderous aura emanating from Xiang Chen as he carried the burning form of Qing Feng. What has transpired? Wang Tian asked in alarm. The energy fluctuations from Wan Yao Pavilion are terrifying. Everyone, do not approach. We are not qualified to intervene in this situation, Xiang Chen turned, his heart heavy as he gazed at the inferno rising from Wan Yao Pavilion, his anguish known only to himself. Wan Yao Pavilion had never treated him as an outsider. Thus, he could never regard it, Chen Feng, or Qing Feng as anything but kin. Suddenly, Qing Feng's body transformed into a blazing inferno, her form disintegrating into radiant energy. Sister Qing Feng, Xiang Chen cried, a tempest of grief and fury surging within him. From the flames, a blue silhouette, that of a majestic azure bird, surged into Xiang Chen's being and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chen Feng lay pinned to the ground, blood staining the earth around him. Help! Help me! The cries and screams of the citizens filled the air as buildings ignited, many trapped in the raging inferno. Quick, put out the fire. The city guards and the members of 6 doors, led by the Tiger's supervisor, sprang into action, rescuing those in peril. The well water was relentlessly poured onto the raging inferno, while cultivators possessing water attributes continuously extinguished the flames. Xiang Chen, suppressing the grief within, busily tended to the citizens of Dechu who had been rescued from the fire. Many were brought out, their bodies charred and blackened. The pharmacist from the Tianqian Medicine Pavilion had also arrived to assist. Amidst the sea of flames, Chen Feng lay on the ground, alongside the woman in white and the emaciated old man who had descended from the sky. The man who had emerged from the dragon's steed did not intervene any further. Chen Feng had not perished. The sword had not pierced his heart. Lingxiao guards, you are supposed to be the imperial protectors, yet you have become the lackeys of the Qing King. Chen Feng spat blood, speaking coldly. The Qing King was destined to be the future emperor of the 9 provinces. The woman in white replied impassively, then pointed her finger. For beams of light transformed into icy radiance, striking Chen Feng's limbs. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Feng's hands and feet exploded, his meridians shattered, and his bones pierced and crushed. Despite the excruciating pain, he refrained from uttering a cry of agony. Where's the Jin Ho Ling? The woman in white inquired, grasping a storage ring that had fallen from Chen Feng's finger. As she probed with her spiritual sense, she found no trace of the Jin Ho Ling. Chen Feng chuckled coldly. The Jin Ho Ling has already been refined, unless I wish to give it to you. Upon my death, it shall shatter, and the Qing King's elaborate schemes will dissolve into nothingness. Infuriating, the woman in white exclaimed, her anger palpable, as she summoned her spirit sword, lifting Chen Feng's body effortlessly. She seized his throat, her delicate face icy. Go ahead and kill me. Let us see if you can retrieve the Jin Ho Ling from my corpse. Chen Feng taunted, spitting blood onto her face. The woman in white struck him across the face, her hands sweeping dismissively. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of sword light intersected with lethal intent. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. a pained roar escaping his throat as his arms were severed at the shoulders, blood gushing forth. His pallid face lay amidst the pool of blood. Do not truly kill him. If what he claims is true, the Jin Ho Ling has been refined. Killing him would lead to complications in reporting back to the emperor and the Qing king, the emaciated elder cautioned. The woman in white merely sought to vent her frustrations. Then a surge of true essence emerged, forming a blue orb that enveloped and imprisoned Chen Feng. Retrieve the remains of both individuals and return to report, she commanded. Ascending into the sky with the orb containing Chen Feng, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The emaciated elder carried the corpse of the man in red, along with the bodies of two burly masters, as they broke through the air. Meanwhile, the raging fires in the mortal city, ignited by their battle, and the countless innocent lives lost, were met with indifference, as if the deceased were mere ants rather than human beings. When the powerful cultivate their strength to such an extent, they often grow callous and indifferent to the lives of those at the lowest strata. Like an ant evolving into an elephant, would one still care if a single step could crush those who once shared their plight? It is this very mentality of the strong that contributes to the sorrow of the lower-class citizens and cultivators. The catastrophic blaze engulfed a 1-kilometer radius of the surrounding neighborhood, fortunately quelled by brave souls. Otherwise, its destruction could have expanded far beyond imagination. This calamity inflicted severe losses upon the Wan Yao Pavilion in the city of Chu, claiming over 100 lives, while the civilian toll rose to 700 or 800. Some perished in the aftermath of the battle, others in the inferno, or beneath the ruins of collapsed structures. The souls of mortals are exceedingly fragile, even with the aid of the alchemists from the Tianjin Medicine Pavilion. Half of the injured could not be revived, succumbing to the disaster. High above, these souls transformed into fleeting lights, vanishing in an instant. By the time the fire was extinguished that night, the Wan Yao Pavilion lay in ruins, with countless medicinal herbs reduced to nothingness. Thick plumes of smoke still lingered, while the city guard and members of the Six Doors continued their efforts to rescue survivors or retrieve bodies from the debris. "Mother! Mother!" cried a child of 3 or 4, gazing upon the charred remains of his mother, while a man beside him, presumably the child's father, knelt in anguish, cradling the scorched corpse and weeping. They had ventured out to procure supplies, only to return to find their home utterly devastated. The scene was filled with wails of despair, a veritable tragedy of human existence. King Xiang himself arrived to lend assistance in the rescue efforts, with Xiang Chen tirelessly attending to the injured, employing his medical skills to save as many lives as possible. Yet, the fragility of mortal life was starkly evident. After the last deceased was carried away, Xiang Chen and a large group stood before the ruins, his eyes reddened and bloodshot. "Reporting to your majesty, we have identified 432 deceased. Over 1,000 injured, with some still missing, most likely turned to ashes," Zhao Mu reported in a hushed tone. "Qing Wang, Huang Ho, Qing Wang, Huang Ho." Xiang Chen repeated these names, a surge of anger and hatred etched into the heart of the young man. With a sigh, King Xiang instructed, "Ensure the wounded are cared for, and the deceased are buried with dignity. Allocate funds from the national treasury to assist in their rebuilding." "Understood," responded the White Tiger Guard. King Xiang turned to Xiang Chen, aware of his deep ties to the Wan Yao Pavilion. "Chener, do not grieve excessively," he said, placing a comforting hand on his son's shoulder. In a low voice, Xiang Chen replied, "Father, I propose we draft a battalion from the military, composed of individuals with water and healing attributes, to form a firefighting brigade, specifically trained to handle such disasters in the future." Firefighting brigade. This was the first time King Xiang had heard such a term. "Indeed," Xiang Chen affirmed, surveying the surrounding devastation. "This brigade would focus on extinguishing fires and rescuing people in the face of sudden calamities. Without a dedicated department, we will only flounder in future crises." "Very well. I shall heed your counsel," King Xiang nodded, recognizing his son's penchant for innovative ideas. In matters of statecraft, military strategy, and reform, Xiang Chen's thoughts transcended the ordinary, rendering him a true genius. Thanks to his reforms, the cohesion among the citizens of Dechu has grown stronger by the day. The populace now proudly identifies as Churiyans, part of the great Chu nation. Xiang Chen, solitary and resolute, made his way towards the ruins of the 10,000 Demons Pavilion. Numerous members of the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion were scattered across the debris, desperately searching for survivors amidst the cacophony of sorrowful wails. "Elder Hua, a former member of the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, was also overwhelmed with grief. Xiang Chen arrived at the courtyard once inhabited by Chen Feng, only to find the structures in disarray, the garden reduced to rubble, and the pond completely dried up. Yet, a solitary cluster of purple jade grapes, endowed with innate spiritual roots, stubbornly thrived, though its trellis had collapsed. Transforming into a celestial being, Xiang Chen commenced his excavation of the wreckage, delving deeper into the earth. After digging several fathoms, he unearthed a stone door. Elder Hua soon joined him at the site. "You shall guard this place and permit no one to enter," Xiang Chen instructed, to which Elder Hua nodded in compliance, unaware of the existence of an underground chamber that the pavilion master had likely disclosed to Xiang Chen. Pushing open the stone door, Xiang Chen entered a subterranean passage, constructed of sturdy black iron, slanting downwards. After traversing several dozen meters, he encountered an iron gate adorned with intricate carvings that radiated a mystical light, fortified by protective runes. The gate bore a palm-sized depression. "Brother, is this the underground chamber you spoke of?" Xiang Chen lamented, gazing at the indentation. He retrieved the jade pendant entrusted to him by Chen Feng, placing it into the recess. The iron gate shimmered with ethereal light, the runes pulsating to life like tadpoles. In response, the gate creaked and slowly ascended, granting him passage. Upon entering, Xiang Chen was met with a dazzling expanse of spiritual radiance. This was a vast underground chamber, spanning thousands of square meters, suffused with rich spiritual energy. His gaze swept across the room, where shelves brimming with crates of spirit stones were stacked in orderly rows. The sight was utterly staggering. There must have been no fewer than tens of thousands of spirit stones. In another section, countless crates of universal spirit coins were piled high, each box containing 10,000 coins, amounting to over 1,000 boxes, totaling in the tens of millions. What an immense fortune! Even the national treasury of the Great Chu could not rival this bounty. Upon closer inspection, he found piles of gold coins, heaped in a corner like refuse, their quantity staggering, numbering in the hundreds of millions. It echoed a threat once made by Qing Feng, who had asserted that the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion could plunge the great merchant into economic paralysis at any moment, a claim that now seemed all too true. In addition to these riches, Xiang Chen also discovered rows upon rows of weapons, exuding radiant luster, whether precious or spiritual. The treasures were all of superior quality, with no fewer than 10,000 items visible to the eye. The number of spiritual weapons was equally impressive, exceeding 1,000. Xiang Chen inhaled deeply. Such an arsenal could easily forge a formidable army. What does my brother intend to do with so many fine weapons? Is it for rebellion? To overthrow the great merchant? Surely not. This small territory would hardly pique his interest, as he could single-handedly obliterate the former Yin clan. Nor could it be a rebellion against the Great Chu. These weapons have evidently been amassed over a long period. Could it be that my brother secretly plans to establish an army to oppose the Great Xia? An astonishing thought suddenly surged within his mind. Xiang Chen also discovered several bookshelves, casually picking up a tome to peruse. Each volume was a profound martial art or technique of at least the mystic level. He leafed through a few, and on one shelf, he even found spiritual level martial arts and techniques. Remarkably, there were 6 exemplary spiritual level martial arts displayed. On the very top shelf, however, there were only 1 or 2 martial arts tomes. As Xiang Chen examined them, bold characters captured his attention. Heavenly level martial arts, the Song of the 9 Swords of Heaven. This was indeed a celestial sword technique. How precious is a heavenly level martial art! The Academy of the Wilderness regards it as a treasured possession. Across the continent, martial arts are classified into 4 tiers: heavenly, spiritual, mystic, and yellow. Typically, they are referred to as heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, though the term earth lacks elegance. Hence the substitution with spiritual. Regrettably, I do not practice sword techniques, but I could teach the little chicks to wield them, Xiang Chen mused. He then turned his gaze to another martial art. The Divine Ability Martial Arts, the Azura Blade. The Divine Ability Blade Technique. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Remarkably, there was also a Divine Ability Blade Technique. The Azura Blade Technique. Divine abilities differ from ordinary martial arts. They can deepen and strengthen progressively, albeit initially weak, gaining formidable power in later stages. Unlike martial arts, which have a fixed potential for enhancement, rapid cultivation can yield swift strength increases. However, martial arts are suited to specific realms, Surpassing the appropriate realm diminishes their efficacy, rendering the power of ultimate techniques nearly indistinguishable from basic attacks. My brother mentioned a gift for me. This must be what he referred to, Xiang Chen contemplated as he retrieved the blade manual, flipping through its pages, which were blood-red. Chapter 583. The Fury of the Great Xia. 8 Explosions. 10. Xiang Chen's Heavenly Moonlight Wave, the Moon God's Heavenly Seal, also known as the Heavenly Moon Divine Seal, and the Ascending Moon over the Sea, are all abilities stemming from the bloodline of the moon-eating Heavenly Wolf. They strengthen with 1's realm. His frenzied thunder-severing blade is indeed martial arts, albeit a 9th-rank spiritual level technique, which is currently suitable for his realm and will not be rendered obsolete. The mystic-level martial arts are only suitable for practitioners below the Soul Moon realm, as the enhancement they provide to those above this threshold is negligible. Conversely, divine abilities can continually strengthen. Even the most inferior of them can elevate 1's power. The Yellow Spring Forbidden Text is also a divine ability. The potency of divine abilities is categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and even higher tiers. These classifications are commonly recognized across the continent. Xiang Chen examined the Azura Blade Technique. The Azura Blade Technique nurtures the divine ability through slaughter, devouring blood to concentrate blade energy. Minor mastery allows for the slaying of the corporeal body, while major mastery can sever the soul. A perfected state can gather murderous intent to influence 1's psyche, causing death without a trace. Born for battle, the divine ability awakens, with blood and energy boiling and burning, until the enemy is vanquished. 1's vitality endures, only ceasing upon death. It both slays foes and harms oneself. Categorized as an evolutionary type with an initial medium level, requiring a minimum cultivation realm of the Yuanyang realm. Xiang Chen was astonished. What constitutes an evolutionary divine ability? Such tiers can evolve into even more powerful explosive levels of divine abilities. These abilities are exceedingly rare, more precious than superior divine abilities. The formidable art of the Shura Blade is such that once employed, it ceases only when the adversary lies dead. For failing to do so would result in one's own vitality waning to the point of demise. It is a technique forged in the crucible of battle, truly deserving of its designation as Shura. Xiang Chen felt a jolt of astonishment. He first accepted the Shura Blade Technique, which was even more enigmatic, requiring the essence of living beings and a relentless appetite for slaughter. Within the 6 esteemed martial arts of the spirit level, Xiang Chen discovered a method of movement, the Azure Phoenix Technique. This was a discipline of agility. Was this not the very technique often employed by Sister Qingfeng? The mere mention of the name evoked a sharp pang in Xiang Chen's heart. Qingfeng's speed had once surpassed the sound barrier even in the Yuanyang realm, a feat attributed to this very technique. As he surveyed his surroundings, Xiang Chen spotted a writing desk along with a chair. Approaching it, he surmised it must have been frequently used by Qingfeng. Upon the desk lay several thick tomes of notes, an account ledger, a roster of Yao Pavilion personnel, and books titled Chronicles of the Jin Marquis and a comprehensive history of the Great Xia dynasty. Among these was an open, thick volume inscribed in his own handwriting, Personal Biography. Xiang Chen picked up this biography, noting that it was signed by Qingfeng. Was this a personal account penned by his elder brother? As he gazed upon it, he began to leaf through the pages. Qingfeng, was born into the esteemed first-class military marquis family of the Great Xia dynasty, the eldest son of the first-class Jin Marquis, Chen Xian, activating his moon gaze pupil technique. The contents of the book instantaneously imprinted upon his mind, as if by some magical duplication. This ocular skill was indeed the envy of many. Had he possessed such an ability in his youth, he might not have faced the humiliation of being held back in the second grade. The tribulations of his brother's life unfolded vividly in Xiang Chen's consciousness, a torrent of experiences and records flooding his mind. As he absorbed the narrative, an uncontrollable fury ignited within him. Chun Feng's noble lineage as a scion of lords was evident, with an inherited title of great prestige. When his father passed away, the title was meant to pass to him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a brother, his own flesh and blood, sought the marquisate for himself and secretly poisoned him with the venom of a demonic spider, leading to a harrowing escape from the central state, where he sought out divine healers to counteract the toxin. In many ways, their experiences bore striking similarities. 9 years prior, he encountered Qingfeng, who became his steadfast companion. After fruitless searches for a cure, he ventured to establish the Wan Yao Pavilion. Over the span of 9 years, he cultivated a powerful commercial empire in medicinal herbs, securing a top 3 position in the industry across the wasteland. The subsequent entries notably mention Xiang Chen. On the 15th day of the first month in the 132nd year of the Great Commerce Era, I encountered a child named Xiang Chen. It seemed as if Providence had opened its eyes, or perhaps it was a fateful encounter. The insidious demonic spider poison, which had tormented me for 12 long years and left various esteemed healers at a loss, was finally alleviated by this child. Subsequently, I dispatched individuals to investigate his background and discovered he was the legitimate son of a minor royal family in a small nation, with a fate strikingly akin to my own. Out of gratitude, or perhaps drawn by our shared destiny, I took this child as my sworn brother. Though he and Chun Yu possessed contrasting temperaments, this child, despite harboring resentment, could not distort his inherently optimistic and kind nature. I found myself quite fond of this brother of mine. Toxicity is a remedy. I was meant to depart, reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, and expose the conspiracy from the beginning. Yet, young Chun remains weak, grappling with formidable adversaries, and finds it difficult to let go. Thus, I have resolved to stay for a few more years, silently safeguarding his growth and well-being. On the 5th day of October in the 133rd year of the Great Merchant Era, I witnessed Chen's return. His pace of cultivation astonished me. Within less than a year, he has achieved the realm of Yuanyang, a talent surpassing my own at the same stage, and he has done so through his own efforts. He subsequently mentioned Xiang Chen's siege of the Yin family. In truth, Chen Feng has been vigilantly protecting Xiang Chen. When Yin Wutian emerged and Xiang Tian faced defeat, he intended to intervene and eliminate Yin Wutian with a single strike. Who could have anticipated that the father and son would resolve the matter themselves? In closing, I contemplated leaving the desolate state, feeling a deep reluctance solely for Qing Feng and Xiang Chen. I also mentioned that before my departure, I would gift Xiang Chen the Shura Blade technique as a farewell present. Alas, tomorrow and unforeseen events are unpredictable, and calamity struck before my departure. Xiang Chen gazed at the final entry, which recorded the gift of the Shura Blade technique, and tears streamed down his face, splattering onto the table, his heart aching. A man may shed tears, but they are not easily shed unless sorrow strikes deeply. Brother, Xiang Chen clenched his fists, biting his lip in silence as tears fell. It became clear that his brother had always been safeguarding him from the shadows, even keeping tabs on his movements at the academy in the desolate state. Unbeknownst to him, there were hands shielding him in the darkness, eyes watching over him, and a light ignited for his sake. For over a decade, he had called him brother, a figure he once regarded as an elder sibling, who had callously sacrificed him for the absurdity of succession. Yet this brother, devoid of any blood ties, had quietly protected and observed this sibling with whom he shared no familial bond. Such affection is far more precious than that of blood relations. Brother, the Qing king, the desolate marquis, they have slain my sister and harmed my brother. I, Xiang Chen, vow to stand against you. Xiang Chen roared, his face contorted with rage, his voice resonating ominously in the basement. What connection does this matter have with the Qing king? Naturally, it is significant, as recorded in personal biographies. The Qing king is one of the most prominent princes of the Great Xia dynasty, possessing status and power, and is a leading candidate for the throne of the 9 provinces. However, he faces a formidable rival, the Yu king, similarly governing a territory. The Yu king is a prince whose prowess rivals that of the Qing king. Furthermore, the Jin marquis holds a prestigious military title, with considerable power and influence. Chen Feng's ascension to nobility received no support, while his brother chose to ally with the Qing king. Chapter 584. I am the Demon Emperor. Power, status, and the struggle for interests, be they mortals or cultivators, even the celestial beings in the heavens are not exempt from such desires. Desire is a trait inherent to all life. Even a grand tree harbors ambitions that soar above the forest, let alone beings of higher intellect, gods, humans, and demons alike. Xiang Chen is no exception. Influenced by the 8th brother, he has become both cunning and lecherous. If one were to deem him mundane, it must be noted that he cares for the common folk and values relationships. There are no flawless beings, nor perfect deities. Sometimes, desire serves as a pivotal catalyst in biological evolution. Those devoid of ambition are often cast aside. Xiang Chen closed Chen Feng's biography and turned his gaze towards the tome titled Historical Records of the Great Xia Dynasty. which chronicles the various systems, myriad factions, and formidable organizations of the Great Xia. This book has significantly broadened Xiang Chen's understanding. Among its contents is a discussion of the desolate state known as Huangzhou. Huangzhou is the most impoverished and underdeveloped of the 9 provinces, and notably, the only one without a sovereign to govern it. The highest authority in Huangzhou is held by the dual marquises, 2 noblemen bestowed titles by the Great Xia dynasty. One is the Marquis of the Wild, and the other, the Marquis of the Wind. Although it is considered the weakest province among the human realms, the depths of Huangzhou's waters cannot be compared to those of the diminutive nation of Dechu. Beyond the dominion of the 2 marquises, the strongest factions in Huangzhou are comprised of powerful aristocratic families and sections. Among these prominent families are the Yi family, the Dongfang clan, the Tianlu lineage, and the uniquely distinguished Dugu family, among others. In addition to these families, numerous formidable vassal states exist, with the former Deshang having been a subordinate state that, by tradition, was required to pay tribute every decade to the marquises, who in turn would present it to the dynasty. The mightiest nation in Huangzhou is the Northern Wilderness Empire, the only state in the region to bear the title of empire, boasting strength akin to a Grand Master of the Lingxiao. As for Deshang and the current Dechu, they hardly warrant mention. The so-called Qingzhou and its sovereign, the Qingwang, along with the mentioned Yuzhou and its ruler, the Yuwang, are 2 formidable contenders for the imperial throne, representing the strongest provinces in the realm, second only to Zhongzhou. Both are sons of the human emperor, possessing unparalleled talent, strength, and territory. They stand as the most formidable rivals in the quest for the next human emperor's title. Aside from the provincial rulers, the highest authority is held by the marquises. The marquises are categorized into 3 ranks, with the first rank being the most esteemed and the third the least prestigious. Chun Feng's elder brother was destined to inherit the esteemed title of the Golden Marquis, a first-rank military marquis among the 72 marquises of the Great Xia, whose power and status were paramount within the dynasty. The Golden Marquis Legion, tasked with maintaining order in Zhongzhou, holds significant influence in that region. 2 essential factors are vital for inheriting the Golden Marquis title: lineage, as the true heir of the Golden Marquis, and the Golden Marquis Order. This first-rank Golden Marquis Order was originally in Chun Feng's possession, and he was the rightful heir to the Marquisate. The turmoil stemmed from the internal power struggle within the dynasty. His brother, aligning himself with the Qing Wang, harbored ambitions of usurping the Golden Marquis title. To eliminate Chun Feng and seize the Golden Marquis position was essential for his aspirations, leading to Chun Feng's subsequent tribulations and all that transpired in the hidden realms of Huangzhou. Upon finishing historical records of the Great Xia dynasty, Xiang Chen was left with profound reflections. The power struggles within the court are far more treacherous and intricate than those of the common martial world. Who does not aspire to become the sovereign of the world, to be the emperor among men? Ascending to that position grants dominion over countless lives. Wielding the ultimate power of life and death, every man harbors a dream of conquering the world, and Xiang Chen is no exception. After perusing all the tomes on Chun Feng's desk, Xiang Chen's perspective and ambitions on the continent expanded, making him acutely aware of the arduous path he must tread to support his brother. Qingwang, do you not seek to contest for the title of human emperor? With an unwavering resolve, Xiang Chen vowed to bring you to utter ruin. You aspire to be the emperor of humanity, while I shall ascend as the emperor of demons, compelling you to pay the most excruciating price for all that you have done as a brother. His gaze was icy and resolute. Chen Feng undoubtedly held the highest place in his heart among those he counted as friends, second only to Xiahou Wu. The very fact that he addressed Chen Feng as brother speaks volumes. Although Dongfang Sanqing claimed the title of Xiang Chen's elder brother, Xiang Chen merely regarded him as a comrade. The title of brother was a distinction Dongfang Sanqing had yet to earn. Rest assured, my brother, he declared, should you still draw breath, I, Xiao Chun, shall spare no effort to rescue you. If you have perished, I will ensure that the Great Xia dynasty and the King of Qingzhou accompany you in death. Xiang Chen carefully secured these items, ensuring they would not be leaked, for otherwise, the Great Chu would face catastrophic consequences. His gaze swept over the resources, a plethora of spirit coins, spirit stones, wealth, weapons, and martial arts. Chen Feng likely intended to take these to reclaim his former stature. However, with his absence and the death of Qing Feng, these treasures now fell to him. Chun Feng's revelation of this underground chamber indicated that he had no intention of keeping anything from him. drawing upon his strength. Xiang Chen infused his qi into the Qinquan ring, which unleashed spatial power, transforming into a swirling vortex of darkness. With a swift motion, all the items soared into the Qinquan ring, leaving the underground chamber desolate. As Xiang Chen exited the chamber and sealed the mystical door behind him, he ascended the passageway, where thousands of Wan Yao Pavilion members had gathered. Second Master. They all bowed in reverence. Elder Hua spoke respectfully, with the Pavilion Master absent and the Chief Steward deceased. We implore the Second Master to preside over the affairs of Wan Yao Pavilion. With a resounding clamor, the multitude knelt, beseeching, "Please, Second Master, take charge of Wan Yao Pavilion." The influence of Wan Yao Pavilion extended throughout the wasteland. Yet only two individuals could be deemed Chun Feng's confidants, the Chief Steward and Xing Feng, alongside Xiang Chen, his personally acknowledged brother. The reason Xing Feng referred to him as Second Master was due to his designation as the future leader of Wan Yao Pavilion, appointed by Chun Feng himself. Thus, nearly all members of the pavilion addressed him as such. However, the power of Wan Yao Pavilion was not limited to this. It encompassed even more formidable branches. The ostensible headquarters was merely a facade, as Chun Feng had chosen to seclude himself here, rendering the pavilion's strength relatively weak. Xiang Chen addressed the assembly. "My brother's fate remains uncertain, and my sister Qing Feng has been slain by treacherous hands. Henceforth, I formally appoint myself as the master of Wan Yao Pavilion. Our singular purpose is now clear: to grow, to develop, and to avenge my brother, as well as to seek retribution for our fallen brethren. Revenge! Revenge!" The crowd roared, filled with righteous fury. Many had perished in this calamity. "Hua Feng, you shall oversee matters here for the time being. I will ensure that the Great Chu assists in the reconstruction of Wan Yao Pavilion. From this day forward, all enterprises under the Hongshan Feng city shall be united with Wan Yao Pavilion. Additionally, seal off all information regarding my brother and this location of Wan Yao Pavilion." "Understood." Elder Hua replied with utmost respect. "Brother, may you watch over me," Xiang Chen murmured. "The great Xia dynasty, the king of Qing, Chen Yu, and the 9 provinces of humanity. Beware, for you now face a harbinger of calamity." Xiang Chen had the underground passage sealed off and made his solitary way towards the Grand Chu Palace. His steps, once light and buoyant, now bore the weight of solitude, his figure appearing desolate against the backdrop of ruins, both lonely and resilient. In the study of the Xiang Wang Palace, the maid lit the white candle, and soon after, Xiang Chen and the king entered the room. The father and son took their seats at the desk, while Manhe quietly served them tea before blending into the shadows. "Chenner, what exactly is happening with the Wan Yao Pavilion? The terrifying energy fluctuations I sensed far exceed the Soul Moon realm," the king inquired. Still unclear about the specifics of the situation, Xiang Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. "Father, do you recall my mention of Wan Yao Pavilion and Chen Feng?" "Yes. I remember you said that the master of Wan Yao Pavilion regards you as a brother, and you hold him in high esteem as an elder brother. Your relationship is quite remarkable. I had intended to meet him myself," the king replied, already aware of Wan Yao Pavilion's renown. "Indeed, Brother Chen Feng has been of immense help to me, treating me as kin, and I regard him as my own brother." Xiang Chen reminisced about the past, recalling the support he received during his darkest moments. He lifted the teacup, took a sip, and continued, "Brother Chen Feng has an extraordinary background. Father, you must know of the Great Xia dynasty." The king raised an eyebrow. "Of course, the Great Xia dynasty is the sole human dynasty among the 9 provinces, ruled by the human sovereign. Is there a connection?" "Indeed," Xiang Chen affirmed. "Brother Chen Feng is of the Great Xia dynasty. He was meant to be a marquis there. However, due to a brother's usurpation, he was forced to flee. It was only after I helped him with an antidote that our bond as brothers was formed. I had no idea the master of Wan Yao Pavilion had such a significant background. A marquis of Great Xia. What an astonishing pedigree. There are only 72 marquises in the entire Great Xia dynasty. And how many people inhabit the 9 provinces? The wasteland alone spans approximately 40,000 kilometers, with the human population exceeding 5 billion. The Great Xia dynasty is the sovereign of the human realm, making the title of marquis exceptionally rare. Among the most powerful in the human world," the king mused. "It's no wonder you two share such a profound connection." With a sigh, the king gazed at his son, feeling a twinge of guilt. "From what you say, this matter is intertwined with the Great Xia dynasty. Are they involved?" "Indeed." Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. These individuals are all affiliated with a prince of the Great Xia dynasty. Brother Chen Feng has become embroiled in a power struggle, and they seek to capture him for his marquis decree. Upon hearing this, the king's brow furrowed deeply. This was a conflict among the highest echelons of the 9 provinces, an arena of power struggles beyond the reach of a lesser nation like Chu. To meddle would mean annihilation. What do you intend to do about this? You must keep this matter concealed. Feigning ignorance is essential, or it will bring calamity upon us, the king cautioned. I understand, Xiang Chen replied. Xiang Chen was well aware of his limitations and sighed, expressing that his current strength was insufficient to assist his elder brother significantly. For the time being, he could only support the management of the Wan Yao Pavilion. His future endeavors would revolve around strengthening his own capabilities and influence, amassing power to one day vindicate his brother. Xiang Wang reassured him, saying that regardless of his thoughts, their father would undoubtedly support him, and so would the great Chu. At these words, Xiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Su Qing'er entered, clad in a simple white dress, carrying a platter of delicacies and a small jug of wine. You two should not be so absorbed in conversation. Come, sample the osmanthus cake and the osmanthus wine I have prepared, she said as she placed the treats before them. Ha ha, Qing'er, do join me here, Xiang Wang said, patting his thigh with a smile. Su Qing'er shot him a playful glance, replying, the child is here as well. Yet, despite her words, she settled herself comfortably on Xiang Wang's lap. Xiang Chen picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and savored it. The rich fragrance of osmanthus lingered in his mouth, sweet and soft. He chuckled. Father, mother, is it truly appropriate to indulge in such displays of affection? What do you mean by indulging in such displays? It simply means showing love, Xiang Wang retorted with a laugh. Ha ha, your mother and I are already an old couple. What is there to show off? Isn't this quite normal? Xiang Chen responded, that statement is even more ostentatious. Xiang Wang, embracing Su Qing'er, turned serious. When will Qing Cheng return? When she does, you two should hasten to formalize your bond and bring forth another heir to our family. Su Qing'er's eyes sparkled as she said, Chen'er, you must heed your father's words. This is a matter of importance. I would gladly assist in raising a grandchild. One is not enough. Let us aim for 2. 1 son and 1 daughter would be even better, Xiang Wang added. Absolutely not. Xiang Chen quickly shook his head. I am still a child myself. It is far too early for such responsibilities. Xiang Er, do you not feel any guilt speaking so? Is there such a brazen child as you? Early? Nonsense. In the Great Chu, one comes of age at 16, and you are already 17. It is time to consider it. Your mother was only 17 when she followed me, and by 20, you had already made your entrance into the world. Yet you, my boy, stirred for 3 long years in your mother's womb. What a lengthy gestation period that was, Xiang Wang said, playfully ruffling Xiang Chen's hair. The family atmosphere was warm and ordinary, devoid of the solemnity found in court. Regardless of his titles outside, be it king or demon lord, within the confines of his home, he was merely a son and a father. 3 years. Thankfully, I did not emerge as a ball. Otherwise, I would have become a target for ridicule. Xiang Chen quipped as he lifted the osmanthus cake, leaving no remnants for his father. Father, mother, you two continue your affectionate displays. I shall take my leave. Manhe, let us showcase our own affection. You little rascal, leave me a couple of pieces. I have yet to eat. Enjoy air, dear father. I, the esteemed King Xiang, suggest you have mother prepare more, Xiang Chen replied, making his exit, taking with him not only the cake, but also the wine. Upon returning to his residence, the Shao Wu Wang Fu, Xiang Chen preferred not to dwell within the royal palace, despite having the Wu Wang Hall there. Once at home, Manhe attended to him as he bathed. In the warm waters of the bath, Xiang Chen comfortably settled at the edge, while Manhe, clad in fitted attire, dutifully scrubbed his back. In the depths of Xiang Chen's mind, thoughts of the Wan Yao Pavilion and the matters concerning brother Chen Feng lingered. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and with a flicker of radiant light, a mysterious ancient cauldron materialized in his palm, hovering and rotating in midair. Gazing into the cauldron, he beheld a dazzling convergence of twinkling lights, reminiscent of a celestial expanse. Within this ancient vessel, a black vortex coalesced, and within it, a cerulean egg slowly began to solidify. Qing Feng, I shall not permit your tale with your brother to conclude here, Xiang Chen murmured softly. As Qing Feng's essence dissipated, her azure spirit was drawn into the ancient cauldron, which possessed yet another remarkable ability. If a creature of demonic lineage were to perish in Xiang Chen's vicinity, he could command the cauldron to absorb its spirit, allowing for a rebirth. It was through a similar fortuitous circumstance that Ro Er had been resurrected. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed likely that Ro Er had harbored the spirit of the white tiger within her all along. It simply hadn't manifested due to her untapped potential, leading her essence into the enigmatic cauldron. Seeing Qing Feng's spirit poised for rebirth offered Xiang Chen a modicum of reassurance. If successful, she might yet have the chance to rekindle her connection with Chen Feng. With the cauldron safely stowed, Xiang Chen turned his gaze towards the alluring Lan He, who was indulging in a bath. One could not deny that her figure was indeed a striking embodiment of beauty, with a slender waist and generous curves that were simply mesmerizing. "What are you gazing at, young master?" Lan He asked shyly, noticing the intensity in Xiang Chen's eyes. "Of course, I am admiring my little Lan He. TSK, 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 so enchanting and alluring. How many men will you ensnare in the future?" Xiang Chen replied with a grin. "Did I tempt you, young master?" Lan He inquired, her eyes sparkling with affection. "What do you think?" Xiang Chen stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her and playfully tilting her chin with a mischievous smile. Lan He's breath quickened as she softly replied, "I am unaware. Ha ha. I shall take care of you later. I have exhausted much energy these past few days, which is not beneficial for you," he said with a wicked smile, gently kissing her cheek. "Very well, you always say that," Lan He responded, a hint of melancholy in her voice. She felt that a good servant should not be merely a companion to her master. "I have depleted too much of my Yin energy while saving Qing Feng. I am rather weakened now. Are you trying to bring harm to your young master?" "Ah, weakened? Young master, I shall prepare some nourishing soup with tiger essence and goji berries for you. You are still young. You cannot afford to be depleted," Lan He said, concerned. Xiang Chen was at a loss for words, realizing that when he spoke of being weakened, he referred to the excessive consumption of his internal energy. After completing his bath, he retired to rest. The following day, Xiang Chen visited the Wan Yao Pavilion once more. The once ruinous structure was in the process of reconstruction, with the esteemed Hua Lao overseeing the affairs of the pavilion. Xiang Chen conferred with his mother, Su Qing, about integrating the sales channels of the Tianchundan Pavilion's elixirs with those of the Wan Yao Pavilion's medicinal materials. By leveraging the medicinal sales network, they aimed to penetrate other markets for elixir distribution. The Tianchundan Pavilion had already nurtured a considerable number of proficient alchemists. In the realm of alchemy, the Three Flames secret technique provided by Xiang Chen has enabled the alchemists of the Tianchun Alchemy Pavilion to flourish rapidly, producing elixirs of exceptional quality with remarkable frequency. Within the confines of his study, Xiang Chen meticulously peruses the roster of personnel from the Wan Yao Pavilion. Although the information is firmly etched in his memory, the human inclination towards reading is undeniable. Recalling memories is one thing, but the clarity of direct reading is another. Moreover, reading does not scatter one's thoughts into reminiscence, thus facilitating contemplation. The substantial tome before him contains the records of the formal members of the Wan Yao Pavilion, numbering in the tens of thousands. Those in management positions, responsible for oversight, predominantly reside at the Soul Moon realm, with many formidable individuals scattered across the various major branches in the wasteland. In truth, the Wan Yao Pavilion, where the Grand Merchant is located, is merely a minor branch, with Chen Feng residing here. The ostensible headquarters lies within the capital of the wasteland. The overseer of this headquarters is also a profoundly powerful figure. Previously, these branches were under the control of his elder brother, but with the recent incident concerning him, if the news were to leak, it could potentially fracture the unity of the members, leading to a scenario where each would act in their own interest, thus jeopardizing the years of effort his brother had invested. Xiang Chen pondered. Fortunately, the incident occurred in his own Qingchu city, which possesses the capability to seal off information from the Wan Yao Pavilion. Otherwise, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. His gaze fell upon a name within the personnel roster, Lin Kai. Lin Kai, the overseer of the Wan Yao Pavilion headquarters, stands at the pinnacle of the Soul Moon realm. He is one of the most powerful individuals within the pavilion, with authority second only to the pavilion master and the esteemed Qing Feng. Chen Feng had dedicated half a page to provide a detailed account of this individual, including an analysis of his character. The analysis revealed that Lin Kai possesses exceptional abilities, formidable strength, and remarkable talent. At just over 40 years of age, He has already attained significant mastery in the Soul Moon realm. He is astute and adept in strategy, yet harbors considerable ambition. If one can keep him in check, he is a loyal ally. However, if he feels unrestrained, he may turn against his superior. Xiang Chen drummed his fingers upon the table, his eyes narrowing slightly. According to his brother's insights, should news of his brother's predicament emerge, or if Xiang Chen were to ascend to the position of pavilion master, it is highly likely that Lin Kai would rebel. In the past, with Chen Feng present, he could easily keep Lin Kai subdued. Now, however, with Chen Feng absent, the situation becomes precarious. Xiang Chen's current cultivation might not command respect. He must devise a strategy to either gain complete control over this individual or eliminate him entirely. A sense of urgency filled Xiang Chen's mind. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the circumstances of other branches, seeking to gain a comprehensive understanding of the Wan Yao Pavilion's influence. The Wan Yao Pavilion engages in a substantial medicinal herb trade and is closely affiliated with a particularly significant family, the Zheng family. The Zheng family is renowned for their expertise in cultivating medicinal herbs, possessing vast herbal mountains that yield a considerable market share of herbs, with 60% of the Wan Yao Pavilion supply linked to them. The head of the Zheng family has already been brought under Chen Feng's influence. It took Xiang Chen nearly half a day to thoroughly comprehend the entirety of the Wan Yao Pavilion's operations across its various branches. However, there is no urgency to accept other Wan Yaoga. The priority lies in the reconstruction and reopening of Wan Yaoga itself to prevent any leaks regarding Chen Feng's predicament. Xiang Chen entrusted Hua Feng to preside over the overall situation, sealing off certain information about Chen Feng's incident. The personnel of the Daju Wan Yaoga are currently prohibited from engaging in external trade and are to focus on meeting internal demands. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen must return to Huangdu. As the new year approaches in 2 months, and there are matters at the Huangzhou Academy that require his attention, most of the brothers from the Yanhuang Society have already returned, while Wang Xiaoji, Xiahou Wu, and Tianyu await Xiang Chen's arrival. The next day, after bidding farewell to Xiang Wang and his mother, Xiang Chen set off once again with Xiahou Wu, Wang Xiaoji, Tianyu, and Murong Tianhua towards Huangzhou Academy. The azure winds lifted them high, soaring into the clouds. Wang Xiaoji gazed at the gradually diminishing Wang city and sighed. I never expected that a return visit would bring such a transformation. Haha. In the future, Daju will be our domain, Brother Chen. Now, with the Wang family rising alongside the Xiang family, their fortunes intertwined, he felt a sense of satisfaction at the demise of the loathsome Yin family. Indeed, the repugnant Yin family has finally been eradicated. Yin Tianye and Xiang Keita have met their end, he remarked, sharing in the delight with Xiahou Wu. Xiang Chen smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping across the vast landscapes below. His aspirations ignited as he declared, "This territory is merely insufficient. In the future, I shall rename all 9 provinces to Chu." Chapter 587. The Academy War at Huangzhou Academy. As the year draws to a close, nearly all the formidable disciples are sharpening their skills, preparing for the upcoming challenges. Why? Within Huangzhou Academy, an annual grand competition occurs between the 4 courts, divided into 2 battle zones based on realms. One is the Eagle List, representing the innate realm's outer court, while the other is the Tiger List, corresponding to the Yuanyang realm of the inner court. The path of Zhenwu is fraught with conflict, and such competitions serve to enhance competitiveness. This particular contest is held before the year's end, at Ling Tian Valley. Among the over 100,000 disciples in Huangzhou Academy, nearly all have entered the Ling Tian Valley, within the Ling Tian realm. The battles will unfold here. In Ling Tian Valley, there are 2 prominent martial peaks, Eagle Peak and Tiger Peak. These 2 peaks are intriguing in their own right. Atop each peak, there are platforms for combat, ranging from the 100th platform at the base to the 1st platform at the summit, each adorned with a battle flag. The battles will take place on these 2 martial peaks, beginning with the contests of the Eagle List. This is a battle that all must partake in, regardless of whether one possesses the 1st level of the innate realm or the 1st level of the Yuanyang realm. Participation in both battle zones is mandatory. Death is the sole method of elimination. Ultimately, from the throng of competitors, those who ascend to the top 100 peaks will be recognized as the strongest on the 2 major lists. As for the 4 individuals on the Dragon and Phoenix tablet, Yi Tianjiao, Yi Tianxi, Dongfang Yuechu, and Feng Yang, their prowess surpasses that of this realm, rendering their participation meaningless. Beneath the Eagle Peak, nearly 90,000 innate realm disciples have gathered at its foot, awaiting orders and poised to ascend and engage in battle on the arena. The deans and vice-deans of the 4 academies are convened in a grand hall, not entering the Spirit Heaven Valley, but instead observing the conflicts in the 2 battle zones through a colossal magical mirror. Present are Dean Liu of the Western Academy and Dean Xiao of the Battle Academy, with all 8 deans, both principal and vice, in attendance. Those who hold the position of dean are generally at the master level, indicating they are true martial masters of the Sky Ascending Realm. The Huangzhou Academy, an organization under the auspices of the Great Xia dynasty, is dedicated to nurturing the future powerhouses of humanity. Yin Tianye has ascended the Dragon and Phoenix Monument. And with the recent demise of Yi Yu, 2 of the top 3 on the Tiger ranking have suddenly vanished. Who do you suppose, among this cohort of students, is most likely to claim the title of champion on the Tiger ranking? Inquired the Northern Dean, an elderly man, with a faint smile. It goes without saying that it is undoubtedly my Eastern Academy's Dongfang Sanxing, replied the Eastern Dean, a confident woman. Dongfang, you certainly have unshakable faith in your nephew, remarked Dean Liu with a light smile. The lightning techniques of my Dongfang clan are renowned for their might, with the previous 2 eliminated and others promoted. Who could possibly rival Sanxing? The Eastern Dean asserted with conviction. That may not be the case, replied the Northern Dean, his tone indifferent. Our Northern Academy's Baiming Bao is also in close pursuit. Haha, you have Dongfang Sanxing and Baiming Quang, while we in the Western Academy have Yi Tianye. Although his talent may not match that of his cousin and he cannot enter the Dragon and Phoenix Monument, he certainly possesses the strength to contend for the top spot on the Tiger ranking, Dean Liu chimed in with a smile. In recent years, the Yi family has indeed shown signs of flourishing. Not to mention Yi Tianye, the talents of siblings Yi Tianjiao and Yi Tianci are truly remarkable, sighed the Southern Dean, reflecting on the underwhelming performance of their own academy in recent years. Yi Tianci has received the inheritance of an immortal and is said to have caught the attention of a certain marquis within the dynasty, who intends to take him as a personal disciple. Yi Tianjiao is poised to claim the top of the Dragon and Phoenix Monument, marking the Yi family's ascent to prominence, added Dean Liu. At that moment, a young man clad in a blue long robe, handsome in appearance and seemingly in his 30s, entered the hall. His aura was subdued, almost as if he were an ordinary person. Palace Master. Palace Master. The 8 deans present quickly bowed in respect upon seeing him. The Palace Master of Huangzhou. It is astonishing how youthful he appears. Yet, in truth, his age may well be that of an ancient being. After all, those above the Sky Ascending Realm possess lifespans extending beyond 4 centuries. Even living for 100 or 200 years, they would still seem youthful. In the cultivation world, there exists a tacit understanding. Those who appear younger may possess more terrifying strength and profound mastery. Of course, as they approach the limits of their lifespans, their bodies will rapidly age, eventually returning to dust. No one can attain immortality. There will inevitably come a day of demise. Even those who transcend mortality face the trials of life, the 5 declines, 3 disasters, and 9 tribulations. In this world, who can achieve eternity? The celestial bodies too will face the end of their lifespan, while mortals' fleeting century shines dimly amidst the vast expanse of the universe. The Palace Master approached and took his seat, waving his sleeve. There is no need for formalities, everyone. The individual in question bears the surname Yi and is named Xingyue. Master Xia. The assembly stood upright, and the East Yinjiang stepped forward to inquire. Master, may we commence the annual grand competition of Eagle Peak? We may begin the competition. Please make the announcement, replied Master Xingyue. Certainly, the East Yinjiang responded with utmost respect. At the foot of Eagle Peak, over 90,000 adept practitioners of the Outer Academy, each possessing innate capabilities, had gathered. Chongqing, this time you must ensure that our Yanhuang society gains due recognition. We aim to ascend to the pinnacle of the Eagle ranking, Yangbin stated to Li Chongqing. Now imbued with Yangbin's celestial wolf bloodline, Li Chongqing stood as a paragon among the innate practitioners of the Yanhuang society, having attained a grand celestial position. Rest assured, Brother Bin, I shall not bring shame upon you or the Yanhuang society, Li Chongqing assured with a smile. Brothers, soon we shall storm Eagle Peak and plant our Yanhuang banner atop its summit. Li Chongqing rallied the members of the Yanhuang society, who stood behind him. Charge! 300 voices roared in unison. their spirits soaring, all members being warriors of the celestial wolf. By the way, Brother Ben, have the president and the others not returned yet? Li Changqing inquired. Chen has been delayed by matters, but he will undoubtedly return. Focus on your battle. We shall handle the conflict in the Yuanyang war zone, Yang Bin replied. Esteemed students of the Outer Academy. At that moment, the East Yanjiang's voice resonated throughout Yin Tianye Valley. The annual grand competition is about to commence. During the battle, aside from the use of prohibited soul poisons, all other methods are permitted. I hereby declare the commencement of the Outer Academy battle zone. With a commanding decree from the East Yanjiang, the flames of battle were ignited. Kill, brothers. Ascend to the pinnacle and vanquish the other 3 academies. Annihilate the East Yang. The rabble from the North Yang was warned that this time they would be slain to the point of unrecognizability. At this command, over 90,000 individuals, divided into 4 academy factions, became frenzied, charging toward the opposing academies, converging from all directions toward Eagle Peak. In Yin Tianye Valley, energy surged tumultuously. The gathering of 90,000 innate practitioners created an astonishing momentum. Brothers, let us exalt the might of Yin Huang and the authority of our president. Charge! Li Changqing bellowed, leading 300 brothers of the Yin Huang innate realm towards the forces of the North Yuan. With over 90,000 rushing forth, the ground trembled beneath them, each individual resembling a ferocious beast unleashed, free to unleash their full power and indulge in carnage. At a distance of 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, and a mere 100 meters, the members of the Yin Huang Society surged ahead at the forefront of the West Yang. With a wolf-like cry, Li Changqing signaled, instantly transforming into a celestial wolfman, his strength surging. He lunged forward, barreling towards the oncoming forces of the North Yuan. With a resounding roar, 300 celestial wolves echoed his call, all morphing into celestial wolfmen, wielding heavy swords and blades, plunging into the fray among the North Yan troops. Li Changqing's claws, each a foot long, tore through the air. 10 sharp claw strikes sliced through the chaos. With a splattering sound, blood erupted as individuals were caught off guard. Horrified by the onslaught of wolves, one unfortunate soul was torn apart, reduced to mere fragments. What manner of monstrosities are these? A cacophony of anguished cries and frantic sounds erupted from the crowd as the werewolves plunged into the enemy ranks, commencing a frenzied slaughter. In this chaotic melee, any individual with a kill count exceeding 10 would earn the right to ascend to the battle stage. The initial turmoil served as a grand elimination round. Kill. 90,000 combatants clashed in a tumultuous frenzy, their vital energies erupting in bursts, various martial arts manifesting, with dismembered bodies and remains splattering in all directions. This scene was nothing short of spectacular, leaving one in awe. Such a battle of this magnitude is seldom witnessed from the outside. Although in the Spirit Valley, where souls do not perish upon death, the sensations of pain and demise felt profoundly real, indelibly marking one's memory. Here, anyone may fight desperately at any cost, unleashing their utmost combat prowess. What sect do those individuals belong to? Such astonishing combat strength. In the Grand Hall, the North Dean gasped in astonishment, gazing at the werewolves, each single one taking on 10, decimating his disciples and leaving rivers of blood in their wake. Have they cultivated some peculiar martial art? Or is it due to their soul essence? How could they have transformed in such a manner? The South Dean also took notice, revealing a look of shock. Such formidable combat prowess, surpassing their realm. Lu Dean, are they students from your West Academy? The deans were all in a state of astonishment, turning their gazes toward Lu Dean. With a faint smile, Lu Dean replied, indeed, they are from our West Academy's Yin Huang Society, founded by the Rookie King, Xiang Chen. According to the Yin Huang Society, they have practiced the same secret soul technique, allowing them to beastify and enhance their combat strength. The North Dean snorted, stating, beastification of soul essence is not remarkable, but the fact that so many possess the same ability is indeed astonishing. Lu Dean, they cannot be practicing some malevolent sorcery. Can they? Old North, what do you mean? Are you slandering simply because you see your North Academy being suppressed? Lu Dean frowned. The South Dean inquired, are these individuals from the same family? No, they come from different places and families, Lu Dean clarified, since they do not hail from the same lineage. Differing bloodlines cannot inherit a singular soul essence. Their shared abilities warrant investigation. What if they truly are engaging in some dark sorcery that endangers the populace? The South Dean remarked. The four academies usually vie against each other, and the strength of the Yanhuang society has evidently disrupted the balance. Lu Dean sneered initially. I too harbored doubts and conducted an investigation, having them monitored. These youths have been diligently cultivating and executing tasks without committing any heinous acts. With countless secret arts in the world, Xiang Chen emerged from the spirit realm. Is it not possible that he encountered fortuitous opportunities to enhance his abilities? You old fogies are simply displeased with our West Academy's strength. Yet, look at this group. Their prowess is absurd. One person dispatching 5 or 6 of equal rank. Slaughtering as if it were mere play. What secret technique is so potent? Why has such a phenomenon never been seen in the wild state before? This cannot stand. Old Lu, your West Academy cannot keep this hidden. It must be shared. The North Dean's eyes sparkled with intensity. Old man, is this not your true intention? Director Lu chuckled coldly, stating, what techniques they possess are not of our Western Academy's own making. If they are unwilling to disclose them, dare you seize them? The master of Xingyue silently observed, her gaze fixed on Li Chongqing and his companions, who valiantly brandished the banners of the Yanhuang Society and the Tianling Society, relentlessly ascending the peak in the battle platform, vanquishing their adversaries. Indeed, their prowess transcended the conventional realms of martial arts. With narrowed eyes, the master of Xingyue remarked, Director Lu, after the conclusion of the annual competition, I suggest you negotiate with these youths from the Yanhuang Society regarding the possibility of acquiring their techniques for our academy, which is prepared to offer a substantial reward. It was evidently impossible to brazenly seize the techniques of one's own disciples. Should the Huazhou Academy dare to do so, it would not be long before it fell into disrepute, and no one would dare to practice here. As per the master's directive, I shall approach these youths for negotiations once the annual competition concludes, contingent upon whether Xiang Chen, the president of the Yanhuang Society, is amenable. Director Lu nodded in agreement. As the competition progressed, the number of participants dwindled from 90,000 to just over 10,000, with rivers of blood and a palpable aura of death permeating the air. Li Chongqing boldly planted the banner of the Yanhuang Society at the summit, securing his position as the foremost contender on one of the 4 Eagle Rankings battle platforms of the Western Academy. The spectacle below was truly magnificent. The first on the Western Academy's Eagle Rankings was none other than Li Chongqing. Subsequently, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions were all claimed by members of the Yanhuang Society, monopolizing the top 100 entirely. In a short span, they suppressed the entire Eagle Rankings of the Western Academy. Were it not for the unique nature of the Eagle Rankings, where each academy had its own placements, the members of the Yanhuang Society might have dominated the rankings of the other 2 major academies as well. How could this be? This group is simply too formidable. Indeed, they have completely dominated the Eagle Rankings of the Western Academy. Unbelievable. Are all those who joined the Yanhuang Society this powerful? Damn, I should have insisted on joining the Yanhuang Society back then. Atop the Eagle Peak, all the battle platforms of the Western Academy were adorned with the banners of the Yanhuang Society, leaving onlookers in awe. Haha, splendid. Well done. This time, we have truly brought honor to ourselves. Yang Bin, Aduo Ya, and other key members of the Yanhuang Society beamed with joy. Brothers and sisters, it's our turn to take the stage next. Even if our elder brother has yet to arrive, we must not tarnish his reputation in the Yuanyang battle zone. Aduo Ya proclaimed with a flourish of her curved blade. Chapter 589, The Glory of Yanhuang. 6 explosions. 24. What kind of secret technique could empower them to such extraordinary heights? What realm does this technique apply to? Is it a divine art? If it proves effective for those above the Yuanyang realm, then this technique is indeed astonishing. Old Lu, you must investigate thoroughly. If this technique can be disseminated, our Huazhou Academy could redeem itself and ascend from the bottom ranks of the 9 academies to the forefront. All the directors turned their gazes towards Director Lu. I shall do my utmost to ascertain the truth, Director Lu responded, visibly shaken. If Xiang Chen is unwilling to part with it, we must compel him to surrender it. If it is applicable to realms above Yuanyang, it could very well alter the fate and future of our academy. The northern director spoke with authority. Does the Yanhuang Society still engage in battles within the Yuanyang battle zone? If there are any left, it will soon become apparent, remarked Dean Nan. If it is a blatant theft, it would tarnish the reputation of our academy. Who would dare to seek knowledge at our institution thereafter? Dean Dong furrowed his brow. Such compassion is detrimental, as it concerns the future of the academy, scoffed Dean Bei. Bai Mingwan, Whom do you refer to as compassionate? Din Dong retorted coldly. She is a woman herself. Silence. Master Xingyue commanded sternly. At her words, the quarrelsome crowd fell silent. Master Xingyue continued in a grave tone. If this method can enhance combat power beyond the Yuanyang realm, then, Dean Lu, we must secure it at all costs, even with substantial rewards. Understood, Master. Dean Lu replied, a jolt of surprise coursing through him. The magnitude of the rewards mentioned by the Master would undoubtedly be significant. The External Academy's battlefield concluded after half a day's intense conflict. Next, it was the Internal Palace's turn, the battleground for the students of the Yuanyang realm. Beneath the towering Tiger Peak, the Internal Palace students gathered, divided into 4 zones, each representing the 4 academies. The number of students in the Internal Palace was far fewer than those in the External Academy, totaling only around 10,000. With fewer than a few hundred at the peak of the Yuanyang realm, while the majority were below the middle tier. Nevertheless, the collective aura of these 10,000 was far more formidable than that of their external counterparts, for they were all practitioners of the Yuanyang realm, wielding true essence and capable of flight. Such cultivators could be deemed powerful in a small nation like Dechu. Those who joined the military would hold at least the rank of a 100-man commander, while those at the pinnacle of the Yuanyang realm could command tens of thousands as generals. In the Western Academy, 56 core members of the Yan Huang Society assembled among the Internal Palace disciples. However, the Yan Huang core members, based on their cultivation levels, occupied the rear, having formed a camp of lesser-tier Yuanyang practitioners. Despite the previous battle in Dechu, which significantly bolstered their energy reserves, the highest cultivation among them, Yangbin and Aduoya, was merely at the minor celestial level of the Yuanyang realm, equivalent to the 3rd layer of the Yuanyang realm. The rest, including Zhang Dan, Li Huan, and other core members, ranged from the 1st to the 3rd layers of the Yuanyang realm. Their training pace was already remarkable, causing astonishment among the academic department, as they had ascended directly from first-year students in the External Academy to the ranks of the Internal Palace. This leap was akin to others still in primary school preparing to advance to 2nd grade, while this group had already transitioned to middle school. Within the crowd of the Western Academy, members of the Tianye Society were also present. The Tianye Society remained the most formidable student organization within the Internal Palace of the Western Academy, boasting over 200 members. A young man clad in green, appearing to be around 30 with a sharp chin and high cheekbones, cast a glance at the Yan Huang Society members behind him. This was Yi Tianwei, the cousin of Yi Tianxi, older yet less accomplished than his cousin, and certainly not as distinguished as Yi Tianjiao. Once the grand battle concludes and I ascend to the pinnacle, I will inform my brothers to join the Yan Huang Society, Yi Tianwei said to a companion beside him. Understood. The individual nodded, recognized as Tsang Er, a former subordinate of Yi Tianxi. Both Yi Tianxi and Yi Tianwei harbored resentment toward the Yan Huang Society for their previous affront, and the members of the Tianye Society were consumed with a desire for revenge against them. In the vast expanse of Yuanyang, factions stood in fierce opposition, their intentions palpable even before the battle commenced. Within the inner court, a young man with obsidian eyes and blood-colored pupils, devoid of any white, revealed a sinister smile amidst the throng. Xiang Chen, I eagerly await a display of your prowess, he taunted. Surrounding him, a group of individuals bore similar sanguine eyes, all exuding an aura of anticipation, poised for a singular command. Commence the battle in the Yuanyang war zone. Suddenly, the order rang out, echoing through the air. Kill. Fight. The collective roar of the Yuanyang factions erupted simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of primal energy. The ground trembled with the resonance of surging power. Some dashed across the earth, while others manifested ethereal wings to soar through the skies, encircling the radiance of Yuanyang. The clash of formidable beings transcended the mundane, with the battlefield extending both on land and in the heavens. Kill. The crowd surged forward as 56 core members of the Yan Huang Society, propelled by fervor, charged toward the opposing throng. Boom. At the forefront, powerful figures of the Yuanyang realm ascended into the air, colliding with one another as their full might erupted in a cataclysmic explosion of energy, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. In that fleeting moment, it resembled a tapestry of vibrant fireworks, both beautiful and perilous. Draw your bows. Though positioned in the rear, the command from a duo, resonated clearly. With a rustle, Everyone brandished a finely crafted bow. The Tianling clan possessed the moonlit eye supernatural ability, enhancing the potency of their arrows. Thus, each had honed their archery skills. Influenced by Xiang Chen, 56 members of the Yin Huang Society knocked their arrows, infusing them with the essence of Taiyan's true energy. Release. A duoya's voice rang out. Authoritative and commanding. Despite her femininity, she was a warrior princess, raised amidst the tumult of battle. Her leadership and strategic acumen rivaling that of Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 56 arrows, imbued with astonishing penetrative power and guided by the moonlit eye's precision, soared toward foes 1,000 meters away. Bang! A South Courtyard student, airborne and poised to strike, was struck by a supersonic arrow, obliterating his head and sending his lifeless form plummeting. Bang! 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 Following suit, as if a multitude of watermelons had burst. Each arrow struck true, shattering the skulls of 56 adversaries without a sound, instilling terror among the advancing enemy ranks. Such remarkable marksmanship. Which society do they belong to? A Yuanyang strongman from the front turned in astonishment. They are members of the Yin Huang Society's inner court, someone exclaimed. Soon after, another volley of arrows rained down, resulting in anguished cries as more foes succumbed to shattered skulls or pierced hearts. The prowess of the Yin Huang Society's archers drove many adversaries to preemptively fortify their defenses, a significant portion of the enemy front line succumbing to a state of protective turmoil. Chapter 590. Overwhelming Radiance. 7 explosions. 15. Diverse forces clashed in an instant. The front lines already a tumultuous battleground, while those in the rear soared and maneuvered, relentlessly pursuing the fray. Draw the bow and prepare for beastly close combat. A doge's commanding voice resonated as she readied her precious bow. In an instant, her exquisite and slender form began to swell, transforming into a fearsome werewolf, exuding a ferocious aura capable of contending with a formidable adversary at the 6th level of the Yuanyang realm. The howl of a pack of wolves erupted, and in that fleeting moment, 56 elite members of the Yanhuang faction morphed into werewolves, charging into the battlefield alongside her. With dual crescent blades in hand, Adoja unleashed a pair of moonlit strikes, sending 2 deadly crescent blades slicing through the enemy ranks. The blades deftly severed the heads of 2 adversaries at the lower celestial level of the Yuanyang realm. As she wielded her dual blades with the grace of a war deity, her murderous aura surged, rivaling that of any man. Yang Bin and his companions also plunged into the enemy lines, their claws and blades slicing through all in their path, ruthlessly tearing apart foes of the same celestial stature. A chorus of werewolf roars filled the air as beams of lunar light coalesced, shooting forth from their maws, resembling a flurry of battle knives sweeping across the battlefield. Thud! 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 Those caught in the intersecting beams of light met their grim fate, torn asunder or exploding in a display of sheer devastation. The spectacle of 10,000 Yuanyang warriors clashing was nothing short of breathtaking. This technique, indeed, had the potential to augment combat prowess within the Yuanyang realm. The head of the Northern Academy and others were now intently observing the Yin Huang faction, rising in astonishment. The Southern Academy had exclaimed, "These individuals, though merely at the lower celestial level of the Yuanyang realm, exhibit such formidable strength. It must be linked to their beastly transformation abilities. Look, that warrior at the 5th level was obliterated by the beast form of a girl at the 3rd level." The potential to enhance combat capability in the Yuanyang realm was evident, and perhaps even the Soul Moon realm could benefit as well. Even if it only bolstered the Yuanyang realm's might, it was of immense significance. "Old Liu, you must acquire this technique." The collective gaze of the assembly turned to Director Liu. At this moment, even the palace master was watching him intently. With a sigh, Director Liu remarked, "I shall do my utmost." The palace master of Xingyue stated earnestly, "At any cost." A tremor ran through Lu's heart. The phrase "at any cost" bore a weight far different from the previous notion of "for substantial profit." "Xiang Chen, you mischievous lad, truly know how to present a challenge." Lu sighed, recognizing Xiang Chen's debt of gratitude towards him. If he were to approach Xiang Chen regarding this matter, an agreeable response would be preferable. Yet, if he were to refuse, it would be difficult to coerce him. He cast a glance at Xiao Zhan, who also sighed in response. The Yanhuang Academy had not anticipated that others were eyeing them, as even the Academy itself coveted their formidable secrets. As they grew stronger, Outsiders speculated about hidden methods. But what good were their suspicions? The Academy could not act against them. However, if the Academy itself coveted their power, this situation would truly become problematic. In a world driven by profit, where the allure of gain often sways human nature, consider the plight of a charming kitten. If offered 100 in exchange for its demise, would you find it in your heart to comply? Likely, most would hesitate. But what if the sum were 1,000? Many might waver. Now, what if it were 1,000,000? Perhaps many impoverished individuals resort to a brutal choice, not due to a lack of conscience, but rather out of a profound need for the latter. For them, 1,000,000 may drastically alter their lives and destinies. In stark contrast to the innocent life that holds little significance for them. One should not test humanity through the lens of self-interest. Of course, there exist true heroes and individuals of noble character who remain unmoved by greed. However, such fortitude and integrity are rare among the multitude of ordinary people. An ancient adage states that the poor devise strategies while the wealthy cultivate a conscience, suggesting not that the impoverished lack morality, but rather that many must go to great lengths to improve their circumstances. Those who are affluent can naturally engage in more charitable acts within their means. Arrogance carries its own price, and Xiang Chen has underestimated the allure of their secret to enhancing strength. However, the extraordinary talent of the gifted remains unknown to them. Within the eastern courtyard, a youth appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age strides across the battlefield. Beside him, a floating portal of light emanates a formidable, devouring force. A formidable warrior of the 7th realm of the Yuan-Yang is drawn into this vortex, letting out a blood-curdling scream as the terrifying power of annihilation envelopes his form, reducing him to mere fragments in the most excruciating manner. Su Ligay employs his spiritual strength on the battlefield, surging with the prowess of the 5th realm of Yuan-Yang. Remarkably, his cultivation progresses even more swiftly than that of Xiang Chen. Astonishingly, it appears that those who defy the heavens are not limited to him alone. It seems that even the divine is a perilous profession, as it is constantly challenged and reversed, making it exceedingly difficult. "You brat die," roars a warrior of the 8th realm of Yuan-Yang, fixating on Su Ligay and coalescing a massive golden palm imprint, over 10 meters wide, to strike down upon him. With an expression of indifference, Su Ligay extends his palm, and an immensely potent aura of bloodlust coalesces into a shadow of a sword. He then sweeps his hand forward. Whoosh! The sword's shadow transforms into a crimson brilliance, cleaving towards the colossal palm descending from above, tearing through the air with a black-red radiance. Boom! The golden palm, capable of shattering a small mountain, is rent asunder and explodes. Su Ligay remains unfazed, his spirit transforming into a portal of light that surges forward, enveloping the warrior of the 8th realm of Yuan-Yang with waves of devouring energy. The warrior, horrified, is pulled into the portal, where black flames engulf him. "No!" he cries out, only to be consumed and reduced to ashes in agony. The youth carries himself with composure, treating murder as a leisurely stroll. The power of his spiritual portal is boundless. "Well done!" exclaims Fang Ping, the vice president of the eastern courtyard, filled with delight. This is her disciple, Su Ligay. She has assessed Su Ligay's spirit, which has awakened to a terrifying level beyond the heavenly grade, even possessing the ability to seal others. Another prodigy, sighs the southern dean. However, they can still comprehend the strength of Su Ligay, given that his spiritual talent is formidable and his abilities are indeed fearsome. Yet, the sheer strength of the individuals from Yin Huang raises suspicions. It must be noted that the people of Yin Huang are predominantly young, often failing to temper their brilliance. Excessive boldness can lead to downfall. Sometimes, the art of living lies in knowing when to hold back. However, let us ponder this. Does one truly embody the essence of youth without displaying brilliance? Who among us has not emerged from the impetuousness of youthful exuberance? Who is this remarkable student? The astonishing prowess of Su Ligay has indeed captured the attention of the esteemed Master Xingyue. In Chapter 591, the struggle for the Tiger ranking. Each annual competition serves not only as a measure of the disciples' cultivation achievements and a means to enhance their competitive spirit, but also as an opportunity for the Academy's higher echelons to discover prodigious talents. "Master, this is a disciple of mine, named Su Ligay, whose exceptional talent is matched only by his transcendent spirit," Fang Ping remarked with a smile. "Transcendent spirit," Master Xingyue replied, slightly taken aback. "This time, Many extraordinary talents and anomalies have emerged. Indeed, the Academy has flourished even more than last year. To receive such commendation from him is no small feat. The Western Courtyard has also demonstrated remarkable prowess in this battle for the Tiger Peak. At this moment, numerous contenders have already begun their ascent to vie for the esteemed position. At the pinnacle, several figures have manifested true wings, soaring skyward toward the summit's battle stage. Among them, one figure, enveloped in a pale blue lightning aura, possessed an imposing stature and astonishing speed, Dongfang Sanqing. Another, wreathed in dark azure flames, emanated an aura of icy power, Yin Tianye, the cousin of Yin Tianye. Besides these two, there stands a robust man, reminiscent of a colossal beast. Towering over 3 meters in height, also leaping toward the heights, Baiming Bao, the elder brother of Baiming Xiong. These three boast the swiftest pace, with Dongfang Sanqing leading the charge, each vying for the coveted top position on the Tiger ranking. Naturally, there are many other formidable individuals of the Yuanyang realm, including renowned powerhouses who have coalesced into true elixirs, all seeking to claim the pinnacle of the Tiger ranking. Dongfang Sanqing reached the summit stage first, propelled by his astonishing speed. He was soon followed by Baiming Bao, with Yin Tianye close behind. Alongside these three, 6 other formidable Yuanyang realm practitioners also ascended the peak stage, all eager to contend for the top spot on the Tiger ranking. 9 individuals, all striving for the honor of being first on the Tiger ranking. Dongfang Sanqing smirked, a hint of arrogance gracing his lips. How about this? I shall take on all 8 of you alone. How audacious! Has your ascent to the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm inflated your ego? A Yuanyang practitioner, having coalesced into a true elixir, scoffed. It is not arrogance if I possess the capability. Perhaps you should come and test your mettle? But do beware, for a mere trial could lead to your demise. Dongfang Sanqing grinned, with his cultivation and spirit having undergone significant breakthroughs. Dongfang Sanqing has indeed grown far stronger than before. Very well, let me see what the third on the Tiger ranking is made of. Attack! The Yuanyang youth bellowed, unleashing a torrent of pure yellow true essence, robust and formidable. With a resounding crash, the Yuanyang youth charged forward, unleashing a palm imbued with terrifying power, shaping a thick, earthen palm print that barreled forth like a small mountain. As a practitioner of the earth element, he was well equipped to counter lightning strikes. Thunder palm! Dongfang Sanqing shouted, tearing through the skies with both hands. His palms erupted with a fearsome lightning force, the pale blue lightning transforming into a furious bolt that surged toward the oncoming palm. Boom! The youth from Yuanyang was struck by a lightning bolt, producing a deafening crack as the thunder erupted, followed by a resounding explosion that shattered the air. The azure lightning descended with breathtaking speed. The Yuanyang youth's expression changed drastically. In a single move, he found himself at a disadvantage. He hurriedly gathered his protective true essence for defense, and with a firm step, a thick earthen wall enveloped his body. The blue thunder crashed violently against this barrier. Could it be that the divine star's spirit had evolved? The Eastern Dean exclaimed with delight, her beautiful eyes fixed upon her nephew. She was the elder aunt of Dongfang Sanqing, a character known for his audacity, bolstered by a formidable background in the academy. Despite his brash demeanor, he possessed a profound sense of loyalty. As the two engaged in combat, others were embroiled in a chaotic battle atop the peak. The palm thunder technique failed to breach the opponent's defense, indicating that this individual's attributes were indeed resistant to thunderous attacks. Nevertheless, with a swift step, Dongfang Sanqing transformed into a streak of light, his speed surpassing twice the speed of sound, a feat remarkable for someone at the Yuanyang realm's pinnacle. Attack! Thunder Fist, Thunder Tiger! Dongfang Sanqing bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with radiant lightning. The thunder roared, coalescing into a ferocious thunder tiger that struck against the true earth defense. With a resounding crash, the formidable force shattered the barrier, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Impossible! The onlookers gasped in shock. His defensive prowess was unparalleled. As the thunder tiger slammed into him, a scream escaped his lips. The lightning coursed through his body, engulfing him in black smoke, and soon he could no longer withstand the explosive might of the thunder, leading to a cataclysmic detonation. Chunks of charred flesh scattered in all directions. After dispatching this foe with a single punch, Dongfang Sanqing surged toward his next adversary. Yet, he was not the only powerhouse present. The northern underworld leopard unleashed a torrent of formidable bloodline power, roaring with blood-red eyes as it relentlessly attacked its opponent. A single punch obliterated the space around it, and a crimson energy infused with icy might struck its target. The victim cried out in agony, enveloped by the force of the punch, as defenses and martial arts crumbled before him. His entire being was encased in ice, yet his blood surged within him, seemingly on the verge of eruption. With a crack, he split apart, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist. Yin Tianye also unleashed the chilling power of ice, a legacy of the Yi family's bloodline, intertwined with the unique essence of ice and fire. His true essence spiraled outward, coalescing into a vast sea of white flames that roared forth, transforming into a white python that launched itself at his adversary. The formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the Yuanyang realm unleashed a furious shout, cleaving his sword through the air. The swordlight tore through the white python. Yet, before it could fully dissipate, the swordlight froze, and with a resounding crack, it shattered. The chilling aura surged toward him. The man's countenance shifted as he retreated, but a wave of cold enveloped him, causing his blood to feel as if it were solidifying, rendering his movements stiff. Yin Tianye became a flicker of light, his true essence coalescing into a massive ice sword. The sword pierced through the air with a swift force, directly penetrating the body of the man. Dongfang Sanqing, Yin Tianye, and Baiming Bao exhibited the most formidable combat prowess. These three would likely emerge as the top contenders in this tiger ranking. Soon, apart from these three, the remaining 6 competitors were simultaneously eliminated by them. The trio exchanged glances, the nuisances having been duly dispatched. Now, it was time for the two of you. One can claim second place, while the other takes third. What a splendid arrangement. Dongfang Sanqing scoffed. In the realm of literature, there is no first. In martial arts, no second. Dongfang Sanqing, I suggest you continue to embrace your position as third. Yin Tianye replied with a cold smile. Seeing you reminds me of Yin Tianye. Today, I shall shatter you in retribution for the grievances of the past. Chapter 592. Unexpected developments. Dongfang Sanqing recalled the enmity stemming from Yin Tianye's severed arm. Now that Yin Tianye had ascended the Dragon Phoenix tablet, his ire naturally turned towards Yin Tianye. My cousin could defeat you. I too can vanquish you. Attack. Yin Tianye retorted with a sneer, his foot striking the ground as he unleashed a torrent of profound essence, charging towards Dongfang Sanqing. Around him, the icy essence roared, coalescing into a flurry of ice spears that soared menacingly towards Dongfang Sanqing. In response, Dongfang Sanqing unleashed a barrage of ferocious thunder, blue lightning shattering Yin Tianye's ice projectiles. Both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously. Yin Tianye bellowed, channeling the Xianbing palm technique, manifesting a colossal icy handprint of 7 or 8 meters that surged forward. The Xianbing palm was indeed a spirit-level martial art. Meanwhile, Baiming Bao observed the two with an unruffled demeanor, his blood-red pupils glimmering with a hint of bloodthirsty madness. Within the Grand Hall, the deans were not only focused on the Yanhuang Society, but also keenly observing the fierce competition for the top spot on the tiger ranking. I recall that Dongfang Sanqing possesses a heavenly spirit. Has it now transformed in color? Could it have surpassed the heavenly grade? Vice Dean Fong Ping inquired in astonishment. Dean Dongfang Hongxia exhibited a gleeful expression, stating, in our Dongfang family, the bloodline spirit is associated with thunder. The blue spirit of thunder has only appeared once in our history, belonging to our esteemed ancestor. Indeed, it is a transcendent form of thunder. I never anticipated that Sanqing could evolve his spirit to such an extraordinary level. Congratulations, Dean. It seems the Dongfang family may soon witness the rise of another illustrious figure. Vice Dean Fong Ping remarked with a smile. Boom. The thunder tiger roared, crashing against the Xianbing palm. Bang, bang, bang. The thick icy hand continually shattered and exploded under the overwhelming might of the thunder. How is this possible? Yin Tianye's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated, simultaneously conjuring a protective barrier of thick ice. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the Xianbing palm was obliterated. The thunder tiger transformed into robust bolts of lightning that struck against Yin Tianye's icy defense, which crackled ominously as it began to fracture. Attack! At that moment, Dongfang Sanqing, swift as lightning, leaped forward, his leg charged with violent thunder, radiating brilliance as it descended. Bang! The ferocious kick shattered the icy defense. the force infused with thunderous energy, striking Yi Tianhui's body. Ah! Yi Tianhui screamed in agony, sent flying by the blow, blood spilling from his mouth. Palm Thunder Technique. With a powerful tear, Dongfang Sanqing unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm, striking Yi Tianhui's chest with the ferocity of a thunder spear. Bang! Yi Tianhui's chest exploded, creating a gaping wound, and his body was torn asunder. The corpse fell upon the battle platform, blood splattering across the ground. You little rascal, well done. If you fail to seize the top spot on the tiger ranking, I'll twist your ears when you return. The Dean of Dongfang could not help but exclaim, completely abandoning the demeanor of a mature lady, embodying the essence of a fierce matriarch. What formidable lightning technique, the spirit of the Thunder Bull. It appears that Dongfang Sanqing is destined to follow in his brother's footsteps and ascend the dragon and phoenix steel. The other deans marveled in unison. Indeed, how could the offspring of the Dongfang family be weak? The Dean of Dongfang boasted without modesty. With Yi Tianhui slain, Dongfang Sanqing's gaze shifted towards the imposing figure of the stoic man, Bai Mingbao. His calm demeanor in the face of Yi Tianhui's demise was striking. Meanwhile, on the various battle platforms along the mountainside, Su Ligay, having single-handedly fought his way into the top 100 of the tiger ranking, stood at one platform, observing quietly with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bai Mingbao, you rank merely 5th and yet aspire to contend for the top spot with me? Dongfang Sanqing sneered. Bai Mingbao remained silent, yet an aura of terrifying killing intent radiated from him, transforming the surrounding space into a pale crimson hue. As this killing intent enveloped him, Dongfang Sanqing's smile abruptly faded, replaced by gravity. What potent killing intent this fellow possesses. Suddenly, a blood-red glow ignited in Bai Mingbao's eyes, and with a swift step, his towering form lunged forward with astonishing speed, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. This ferocious punch rushed forth, its power exceeding even the great celestial realm of Yuanyang. Thunder Tiger, Dongfang Sanqing bellowed, retaliating with a punch of his own, channeling his thunderous essence to meet the oncoming strike. Boom! The two fists collided, yet Dongfang Sanqing's Thunder Tiger was overwhelmed by the sheer might of Bai Mingbao's blow, which shattered it with brute force. The explosion of the Thunder Tiger mitigated much of the incoming force, but some still struck Dongfang Sanqing, sending him careening backward for several dozen meters, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Bai Mingbao. Bai Mingbao surged forward, his claw tearing through the air. Dongfang Sanqing witnessed the emergence of blood-red claws. The slashing claws tore toward him. In a desperate retreat, Dongfang Sanqing transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring into the air. The 5 claws left deep gashes in the battle platform, a testament to their power. How could a mere human possess such formidable claw strength? Dongfang Sanqing pondered mid-flight. Then, gathering his resolve, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged at Bai Mingbao with a kick infused with violent thunder. Bai Mingbao raised his arms in defense. The kick struck his arm, unleashing a surge of thunder, yet he countered with his own essence, staggering back 2 steps. This child has significantly improved. The Dean of Baiming exclaimed in delight, realizing they hailed from the same lineage. The northern underworld leopard roared fiercely, unleashing a surge of true essence that repelled the thunderous kick of Dongfang Sanqing. In an instant, Dongfang Sanqing transformed mid-air into a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing speed to circle behind the northern underworld leopard. He aimed a palm, condensed into a blade of thunder, directly at the leopard's head. However, an eerie phenomenon occurred. From the leopard's back, a pair of blood-red wings emerged, enveloping his form. With a resounding boom, the sharp thunder blade detonated, releasing a powerful shockwave. Yet, a blood-red silhouette surged upwards with even greater velocity, lunging towards Dongfang Sanqing. The speed was breathtaking. Dongfang Sanqing was struck with shock and dismay. In the next moment, a crimson flash sliced through his body, and he found himself unable to evade the blow. Staring in disbelief at his own form, blood erupted as his lower half was severed from his torso, causing him to fall apart and plummet from the sky. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Dongfang Sanqing as he writhed in agony, his upper body still clinging to life. The northern underworld leopard smirked coldly, the blood wings vanishing in an instant, having surpassed the speed of the thunder cultivator, Dongfang Sanqing. Sanqing, the headmaster of the Dongfang family, also changed countenance, his expression darkening. Ha ha ha, splendid. Who would have thought that this time, a disciple from my northern academy, the Northern Underworld family, would claim the top of the Tiger ranking. The headmaster of the Northern Academy laughed heartily. Chapter 593. The power of flame and cold. Dongfang Sanqing's face twisted in pain. The vitality of his formidable realm kept him from succumbing to death just yet. The Northern Underworld leopard approached him indifferently, his towering 3-meter frame looming over him as he lifted his foot, bringing it down upon Dongfang Sanqing's head. With a resounding thud, Dongfang Sanqing's skull was crushed, resulting in his demise. The Northern Underworld leopard stood atop the mountain combat stage, surveying the challengers below, who hesitated to approach. The onlookers gazed at him, ultimately retreating, daunted by the power that had felled even someone as formidable as Dongfang Sanqing. Who could possibly rival him? Su Ligay observed the scene with a smirk, a hint of wicked delight gracing his features. From this day forth, the status of the Northern Underworld leopard within the Northern Underworld family shall soar. And this pawn of the Northern family is now firmly positioned. Su Ligay had effortlessly defeated an opponent ranked 98. A formidable presence at the 8th level of the Yuanyang realm, yet he chose not to pursue further challenges. He could easily ascend, but it was unnecessary to reveal his true strength. Being at the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm and already breaking into the Tiger ranking in his first year at the academy was commendable and formidable enough. Meanwhile, on the 99th combat stage, another individual drew considerable attention. This person was a woman, adorned with half a crystal mask. The beauty revealed beneath was likely breathtaking. Dressed in a gown as white as snow, she wielded a 3-foot-long sword, her long, dark hair cascading down her back as she regarded her opponent with a cold demeanor. Could it be that the enchanting Xiang Chen, possessing only the 4th level of the Yuanyang realm, was also aspiring to challenge the Tiger ranking? Many gazed in astonishment at this ethereal beauty. Is Xiang Chen aiming for the Tiger ranking as well? It was noteworthy that she had only entered the Inner Palace a year ago, whereas those typically vying for the Tiger ranking had cultivated for 8 or 9 years within the Inner Palace. Why must you, my dear junior sister Qingqing, engage in this? A young man clad in a yellow robe remarked with a smile. Senior Wu, do not hold back, Xia Qingqing replied calmly. Alas, then I must offend you. Please. Take the first move, the young man sighed. With a swift step, Xia Qingqing unleashed the Ice Phoenix true essence within her, transforming into a streak of light. A pair of icy wings materialized, propelling her speed to near supersonic levels. So fast, the young man's expression shifted as he retreated hastily. Xia Qingqing struck with her sword, releasing dozens of shimmering ice sword shadows, a dazzling yet perilous assault. Frenzied Yuan hand, the young man bellowed, his palms surging with true energy, channeling a massive blue handprint towards her strike. Boom, boom, boom. The force of her sword was met with explosive impacts as the handprint surged forth. With grace, Xia Qingqing soared upward, evading the oncoming strike. Meanwhile, the young man initiated his own attack, tracing circles with his hands to summon magical runes. Buzz, buzz. 2 beams of blue light surged towards Xia Qingqing at remarkable speed. Ice Phoenix sword technique, Ice Lotus Mystic Guardian. She thrust her sword, unleashing her true essence to form a colossal ice lotus blooming before her. Boom. The 2 blue beams struck the ice lotus, causing cracks to appear, yet it stood firm. Attack. The young man charged forth, wielding a battle spear, striking the ice lotus with a thrust as swift as a dragon. The ice lotus shattered with a resounding explosion, and the spear's force propelled Xia Qingqing backward. Crushing mountain staff? The young man cried, transforming his spear into a staff and bringing it down with tremendous force. The power nearing 1,000,000, capable of shattering mountains. Xia Qingqing raised her sword in defense. The impact sent her reeling, her grip breaking, blood seeping from her hand as the overwhelming force struck her, and she coughed up blood. You see, Qingqing, I warned you that you would not be my match, the young man stated. Xia Qingqing staggered back nearly 100 meters, yet her eyes revealed a resolute spirit. Although she appeared delicate and gentle before Xiang Chen, she possessed great strength and an indomitable will, occasionally revealing a fierce demeanor. Flame Phoenix Technique. Ice Phoenix Technique. Xia Qingqing internally chanted as a different kind of true essence surged violently within her. A blazing, golden-red silhouette of the flame phoenix coalesced behind her, only to vanish in an instant. Remarkably, the contrasting energies of fire and ice coexisted within her, achieving a balance of heat and cold. A wave of flames erupted forth. Attack. Xia Qingqing's aura surged dramatically, enveloped in a golden-white radiance as she lunged forward once more, her sword poised to strike. Swish! This strike emanated a terrifying blade of fire and ice combined, hurtling toward her opponent. The young man's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his spear like a dragon. The clash of spear and sword created a tumultuous collision of energies. However, his spear's brilliance shattered under the overwhelming force of her sword, exploding in a dazzling display. The sword pierced through the opponent's martial prowess, striking deep into his body. The man widened his eyes, gazing at the blade's radiance embedded within him. As the forces of fire and ice erupted, bang! In an instant, he exploded into fragments. With the power of the 8th level of Yuan Yang, a single sword stroke annihilated him. Under the astonished gaze of countless onlookers, Xia Qingqing sheathed her sword. However, she immediately absorbed 2 kinds of energy, unleashing the backlash from the combined forces of fire and ice. Xia Qingqing coughed up blood, feeling a tumultuous clash of cold and heat within her, rendering her extremely uncomfortable and leaving her visage pale. It was inconceivable. Xia, the junior sister, had actually ascended to the tiger rankings. Was her strength truly this formidable? Many who had been observing Xia Qingqing were filled with trepidation. Her fame was attributed to her divine soul, reputed to be of extraordinary quality. Furthermore, she was a disciple of the headmaster of the Western Academy, and even half her masked face was enough to captivate the world. Few were aware that Xia Qingqing's strength was equally terrifying. Director Liu, that must be your disciple, Xia Qingqing, remarked the Moonwalk Palace master. Indeed, this child possesses 2 extraordinary divine souls, yet they are mutually exclusive. If this issue could be resolved, she would undoubtedly become renowned throughout the realm, sighed Director Liu. Recalling Xiang Chen's claim of being able to address the problem, though he was uncertain how Xiang Chen intended to do so. The conflict between fire and water was a dilemma that perhaps that individual could resolve, the Moonwalk Palace master mused, narrowing her eyes. Xia Qingqing had made her mark on the tiger rankings. Meanwhile, a crisis arose within the Yinhuang society. A flash of a blade suddenly cleaved towards one of their core members. The Yinhuang brother was caught off guard and had his head severed in an instant, his eyes wide as it flew far away. Lu Qian. The expressions of the other Yinhuang brothers and sisters turned to shock and fury as they turned to face their assailant. Chapter 594. The Brutality of Yinhuang, the Tianye Society. The crowd turned to the assailants, realizing they were none other than members of the Tianye Society. Surrounding them were over 200 members, including the formidable Tsang Er, ranked among the top 10 on the Tiger rankings, with many possessing the cultivation of the 7th and 8th levels of Yuan Yang. Aduoya, Yangbin, and others wore grim expressions as everyone gathered together, facing the encroaching members of the Tianye Society. Though we may not be able to kill you, we shall ensure you experience the sensation of death, Tsang Er said coldly. Men shall be slain, and women, humph, will entertain my brothers. Good. Haha. They say the feeling here is just like outside. Brothers, let us slaughter them. The members of the Tianye Society sneered, then charged towards the Yinhuang crowd. Fight! Aduoya roared. Over 50 core members of Yinhuang howled, transforming into werewolves as they clashed with the Tianye Society. However, ultimately, their lack of cultivation proved detrimental. Although they could contend with enemies of the 5th or even 6th level, many among the Tianye members were formidable 7th and 8th level warriors, including Tsang Er, a renowned figure on the Tiger rankings. Tsang Er moved like lightning, wielding a long sword as he struck. With a single stroke, the sharp blade severed the arm of a Yinhuang brother. Amidst the chaos, the brother of Yinhuang let out a ghastly wail, unable to evade the shimmering blade. His arm severed by a single strike. The Tsang Er sword danced effortlessly, emitting beams of sword light that cleaved the hapless Yinhuang warrior, whose limbs were reduced to mere stumps, rendering him a pitiful figure writhing on the ground. The torment inflicted upon him was not swift. It was a deliberate act of cruelty, revealing the depths of Tsang Er's hatred towards the Yinhuang clan. Following the dismemberment, Tsang Er delivered a final blow, severing the warrior's head, before hastening towards the next target. Li Huan. Yang Bin roared in anguish, witnessing Li Huan besieged by 2 formidable foes of the 6th realm, ultimately meeting the same grim fate of decapitation. It is now your turn. Prepare to meet your demise, taunted a 7th realm adversary, thrusting his spear with lightning speed. Although Yang Bin discerned the movements clearly, He could not withstand the overwhelming force. His claws lashed out, but were obliterated by the spear's piercing strike, which plunged into his chest, causing him to spit blood as he staggered backward, clutching the embedded weapon. "Kill!" cried another assailant, leaping forth to slash at Yang Bin's shoulder. With a horrified scream, Yang Bin felt his left shoulder cleaved away, and then another strike severed his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. A resounding crash heralded a fiery palm strike aimed at Aduoya, a devastating blow from an 8th realm powerhouse. The explosion sent Aduoya hurtling through the air, blood spilling from her mouth, her white wolf fur singed and charred. Rising with a roar, she grasped her blade, only to be met by 2 razor-edged strikes that shattered her legs, blood spraying forth as her tendons were severed, sending her crashing to the ground once more. Yi Bang approached, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Such a beautiful maiden, now transformed into this grotesque being. It truly lacks any allure. However, I shall take great pleasure in humiliating you. Aduoya's expression hardened. You shall not disgrace me. With that, she raised her curved blade towards her neck in a desperate attempt at self-termination. Yet, Yi Bang was swifter. A blade flashed through the air, severing her wrist. Aduoya emitted a pained shriek, her curved knife clattering to the ground. As Yi Bang approached, gazing down at the crumpled figure of Aduoya, he sneered. Still wishing to end your life? I won't grant you that mercy. You shall experience my wrath. With that, he began to loosen his belt. Just then, a chilling sword light surged forward. Startled, Yi Bang hastily retreated, his eyes drawn to a woman clad in white, half-masked as she approached with lethal intent. "Qingcheng, my junior sister," he muttered darkly. Summer Qingcheng, upon witnessing the plight of Yanhuang below, rushed down to lend her aid. "You shall pay for your crimes," she declared, her expression darkening, as she charged towards Yi Bang with her blade drawn. Yi Bang, hastily raising his sword to defend, retreated while protesting, "Qingcheng, this matter does not concern you. Why meddle?" Their blades clashed, ringing with the sound of steel. "I am also a part of Yanhuang. To insult my sisterhood, you must face your reckoning." Summer Qingcheng retorted coldly, striking relentlessly. Yi Bang's demeanor darkened. "Though our brother Tianzi favors you, the punishment of Yanhuang is also his will. Here, I can only express my regrets." As he spoke, he did not hold back. One sword strike followed another in rapid succession. Xiao Qingqing's arm was struck by a blade, leaving her drenched in blood, and her palm was subsequently entangled by another sword that struck her wrist. Xiao Qingqing's wrist was severed by the force of the blow. Her face contorted in agony. She clutched her severed arm with her remaining hand. At that moment, the fiery and icy powers within her erupted once more. However, having just unleashed them, her meridians could not withstand the strain and burst violently. Spitting blood, Xiao Qingqing found herself unable to continue the fight, stumbling to the ground. "Qingqing," Aduya cried out in despair. "Humph, you self-righteous woman. Just because Brother Tianzi favors you, does not mean I do." Yi Bang scoffed as he approached Aduya. As for Xiao Qingqing, he dared not insult her. After all, she was the woman favored by his superior. Yi Bang moved toward Aduya while the members of Yanhuang were also facing a brutal slaughter. "Binge, Aduya, you beasts. Fight back." Li Chongqing and the 300 brothers from Yanhuang rushed over, their eyes ablaze with fury as they charged at the Tianye Association members. "Brothers, don't come over. Little six in me," shouted a tortured core member of Yanhuang, having suffered severed limbs. "Huh, a bunch of delusional fools. Your seniors are no match for us. What do you think you are?" A powerful member of the Tianye Association at the 8th level of the Yuanyang realm sneered, raising his sword to strike at the approaching crowd. With a single swing, a sword light extended over 10 meters, tearing through the oncoming Yanhuang ranks. Blood sprayed as 5 or 6 individuals were slain by the single stroke. These brothers, though possessing innate strength, dared not transform into their wolf forms and lacked the power to resist. A dozen individuals from the Yuanyang realm descended upon them, slaughtering a large number of Yanhuang members. "Ha ha, where is your former glory? Where is that coward Xiang Chen? Is he too afraid to show his face?" Yi Qiong cackled, cleaving 2 Yanhuang brothers' heads from their bodies. The entire Yanhuang Association was undergoing a massacre within Lingtian Valley. That scoundrel Xiang Chen must have known this would happen and dared not show himself. Another Tianye Association member sneered, exploding the head of an approaching Yanhuang brother with a single palm strike. "Tianye Association, you are crossing my bottom line." Just then, a massive tortoise charged in from afar, its chilling roar echoing through the air. Chapter 595, The Three Main Forces. 5 changes. This colossal tortoise was as large as a small mountain, its body entirely black, adorned with patterns resembling a 6-star formation on its back. Its tail coiled like a serpent, its speed astonishing, rumbling forth like a small mountain in motion. Upon its back were several figures: Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Tianye, Murong Tianhua, and Wang Xiaoji. Upon witnessing the massacre of his Yanhuang comrades, Xiang Chen's eyes turned crimson, bloodshot, and he let out a roar toward the heavens. Transforming into a werewolf and leaping from the tortoise's back, charging forward with incredible speed. Dandan, brothers. Wang Xiaoji also roared in fury, seeing his beloved struck down. Xiahou Wu was even more enraged, noticing that Li Bei'er had lost a leg to the enemy. Tianye Association, you scoundrels! Xiahou Wu roared mightily, his foot striking the tortoise's back as he surged forth, awakening the divine essence of Tiando. He transformed into a colossal figure towering 10 meters high, radiating a brilliant golden light that ignited into flames, an embodiment of the war god's wrath. The Tiando true essence within Xiahou Wu burned fiercely, amplifying his energy exponentially, propelling him from the peak of the 4th layer of the Yuanyang realm to the terrifying 8th layer. Murong Tianhua, though relatively restrained, also metamorphosed into a celestial wolfman, leaping down from the tortoise's back to join the fray. Chen Ge Hoge. The members of Yanhuang, including Xiao Ji, Da Ho, and Li Bei'er, felt their eyes welling with tears upon seeing their comrades rush forward. Yi Bang, who had been poised to humiliated duo Ya, was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze to the frenzied approach of the others. Upon witnessing Xia Qingcheng's wrist being severed, a fierce fury ignited within Xiang Chen. You scoundrels! I shall see you all perish. Xiang Chen bellowed, accelerating towards them. Xiang Chen, you finally made an appearance. Song Er's eyes turned cold at this sight. That little brat has finally shown up. Brothers, let us butcher them. Yi Bang shouted in rage. Kill! As the members of the Tianye Society beheld Xiang Chen, the very youth who had repeatedly humiliated them and slain many of their kin, they surged forward with renewed vigor, their true essence surging like a torrent. You little wretch! Your time has come. I shall make you experience true suffering in Lingtiangu, sneered a resentful member of the Tianye Society at the 6th layer of the Yuanyang realm, as he charged towards Xiang Chen, the closest to him. Die! Xiang Chen roared, his claw tearing through the air, unleashing 5 celestial moon blades that radiated with lethal brilliance, slicing towards the oncoming strike. With a thunderous impact, the blade shattered, and Xiang Chen's claw cleaved through the man's body, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief before he was reduced to mere fragments. How could this be? How has Xiang Chen grown so powerful? Panic and astonishment filled the remnants of his disintegrating soul. Kill! Another assailant, wielding a spear, lunged at Xiang Chen, unleashing the true essence of the 7th layer of the Yuanyang realm. The spear struck with unrelenting ferocity. Die! Yet a massive figure eclipsed Xiang Chen, a fist the size of a boulder unleashing terrifying power as it crashed against the spear. Xiahou Wu, standing 10 meters tall, led the charge. With a resounding boom, the spear exploded, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. No! The assailant screamed, his form obliterated by a single punch from Xiahou Wu, whose power exceeded 1,000,000. An inferno surged around Tianye, flames swirling around him as a colossal firebird, over 10 meters in size, took shape and soared towards a young man at the 6th layer of the Yuanyang realm. The youth swung his long blade in defense, but the ferocious flames consumed his energy, the firebird colliding with him in a cataclysmic explosion. Ah! He shrieked, his body torn asunder, reduced to ashes. As the group plunged into the battlefield, the members of the Tianye Society converged, encircling and attacking them with ferocity. Kill! A throng of 7 or 8 assailants surrounded him, unleashing a cacophony of martial arts, their formidable energies crashing towards Xiang Chen. With a furious roar, he invoked the first formula of the Yellow Spring Forbidden Classic, the 9 Nether Cold Abyss. The frigid aura of the Yellow Spring surged within him, mingling with the Tianye true essence. Within his divine reservoir, Xiang Chen had already cultivated 5 Yellow Spring black holes, mastering this technique at the Yuanyang realm, approaching its ultimate perfection. To attain completeness, 6 yellow springs were required. Boom! The 5 yellow springs erupted, releasing a torrent of icy air that enveloped the 8 adversaries. In an instant, their attacks were frozen, their energies immobilized. A chilling wave of yellow spring energy swept across the ground, ensnaring the 8 figures, whose cultivation levels range from the 3rd to the 6th tier of the Yuanyang realm, rendering them rigid and motionless. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen unleashed 10 claw strikes, shattering the frozen forms of 6 of them into fragments. Kill! A multitude of foes surged forward, this time more than 10 leaping down to attack from all directions. Their onslaught relentless and unguarded. The toxic potency of the blood of Acheron erupted. Xiang Chen's gaze turned frigid as he bellowed, releasing another wave of crimson, fearsome toxin that engulfed the attackers. Within a radius of several dozen meters around him transformed into a deadly toxin field. The blood of Acheron infiltrated their unprotected bodies, their lifeblood instantly turning to venom, corroding them from within. No, what is happening? My hands, my face. A powerful adversary at the 7th tier of the Yuanyang realm howled in agony, witnessing his own hands decay into toxic blood as he succumbed to rapid disintegration. In mere moments, the screams of over 10 individuals echoed as they transformed into gory skeletons. Those rushing in were similarly met with demise, their cries morphing into the chilling sound of bones shattering, save for a few who managed to defend themselves with true essence. This blood toxin was overwhelmingly tyrannical, instantly corroding the flesh of those it touched, converting their blood into lethal poison. Truly, it was a treasure recognized by the holy canon of the returning heavens, capable of evolving into a divine-grade toxin. There is poison. This fellow harbors toxic gas. Only with true essence can one safeguard against it, a perceptive individual exclaimed in alarm. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen, shrouded in his toxic field, plunged into the fray, having already claimed the lives of 50 to 60 unsuspecting victims, leaving behind a gruesome array of bloody skeletons and pools of venom. As others realized the peril, they instinctively retreated, fortifying their bodies with true essence. Boom! The martial prowess of 8 or 9 assailants struck against Xiahou Wu, yet it felt as if they were battering the hardest of black iron, producing a resounding clash. Xiahou Wu remained unscathed. Sweep through the masses. With a colossal spear in hand, Xiahou Wu struck like lightning, cleaving through the 9 adversaries. Those without true essence defenses were effortlessly severed in two, while those with defenses fared no better, their barriers shattered as they were brutally cleaved apart. Tianye unleashed flames akin to a raging inferno of true essence, incinerating all beneath the 8th tier of the Yuanyang realm, their anguished cries transforming them into living torches, obliterating the ranks of foes. Chapter 596. The Great Battle of the 9 Layers, Part 6. 3 individuals confronted over 200 disciples of the Tianye Academy, their combat prowess surpassing all expectations, having already claimed the lives of 60 to 70 foes. This astonishing spectacle left the 8 deans within the Grand Hall, including the master of the Nightwalking Moon Palace, utterly astounded. Who is that youth? That energy resembles the one brought by Elder Yang from the Yellow Springs Forbidden Classic, the master exclaimed, gazing at the Wolfman youth as he wreaked havoc. Master, that is Xiang Chen, Dean Lu interjected. He is a remarkable talent in cultivation, possessing an extreme Yin physique. An extreme Yin physique, the master exclaimed, recognizing it as one of the finest cultivation foundations. No wonder he dares not reveal his gifts, lest he be seized as a cultivation furnace. Dean Bei smirked. Indeed, while the extreme Yin physique is a formidable talent, it often attracts covetous eyes in the cultivation world, compelling one to capture him as an auxiliary cultivation furnace. Is he the president of this association? The master scrutinized Xiang Chen closely. The youth, clearly at the 4th level of the Yuanyang realm, unleashed such tremendous combat energy. There must be some secret at play. Is it due to that peculiar method? Yet, others clearly do not compare to his strength. Dean Bei gasped in astonishment. And that student, his sole ability has allowed him to grow to such a colossal size. His power amplified. Could he be the genius with extraordinary innate roots and soul, Xiahou Wu? The young man practicing fire techniques was equally impressive, his flames burning with an intensity rivaling that of 7th or 8th level fire cultivators. The trios might left the prominent deans within the hall in a state of shock and debate. Xiang Chen, perish! Yi Bang charged forth, his true essence forming a protective barrier as he unleashed a sword infused with the terrifying energy of the 8th level of the Yuanyang realm towards Xiang Chen. The power of this strike approached 1,000,000 in explosive force. Xiang Chen drew the Lonke demon blade, which hummed as it transformed into a massive sword over 7 or 8 meters long. Thunder cut, slash. Xiang Chen roared, swinging the blade to meet the attack. With a thunderous clash, the long K erupted with a radiant blade of thunder, colliding with Yi Bang's sword in a cataclysmic explosion, the energies of blade and sword clashing violently. Yi Bang was forced back, gazing incredulously at Xiang Chen. How is this possible? The youth I once pursued in desperation now possesses strength that matches my own. Such a growth rate is truly terrifying. Yi Bang, I will end you. Xiang Chen's eyes glowed crimson, and then his form shrank to that of a normal wolfman. Brandishing the long K demon blade, he unleashed a stroke imbued with astonishing speed. Yi Bang, taken aback, hurriedly raised his treasured sword to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. Xiang Chen unleashed a barrage of over 10 strikes per second with terrifying speed, leaving Yi Bang with no opportunity to counter, only able to defend against the relentless onslaught. The second form of the Thunderblade severing heaven technique, stunning thunder. Xiang Chen had mastered this move at his current realm, nearing perfection. It was said that a fully realized 8th level of the Yuan Yang realm could unleash 24 strikes in a second. What kind of speed is that? Ah! Yi Bang screamed in agony, unable to defend against a single strike. He was cleaved through, his sternum shattered. With a successful blow, the subsequent attacks immediately descended upon him. Amidst the clash of blades and the splatter of blood, Yi Bang's arms and thighs were mercilessly struck, culminating in a catastrophic explosion that shattered him into fragments. But at that moment, a terrifying force surged forward, an attack imbued with an overwhelming and pure energy, akin to the explosive power of millions. It manifested as a colossal golden palm imprint. With a thunderous impact, this imprint collided with Xiang Chen's blade, unleashing a force that sent him hurtling through the air, causing him to cough up blood. Song Air, radiating with potent true essence, advanced step by step towards Xiang Chen, flung several meters away. Xiang Chen crashed into the massive leg of Xiahou Wu, spitting out another mouthful of blood, his gaze icy as he regarded the newcomer. It was Song Air, currently ranked 12th on the Tiger list, a loyal follower of Yin Tianye. Kill! Roared the immense Xiahou Wu as he swung his spear down with great ferocity, aiming it directly at Song Air. With a mighty shout, Song Air unleashed his full true essence, transforming it into a golden shield to withstand the assault. The ground trembled violently as the spear struck the shield, continuously releasing its power, creating a deep pit beneath Song Air. Open! Song Air bellowed, as the shield erupted with formidable energy, repelling the spear. He felt a surge of astonishment. The sheer strength of this giant was remarkable. Monkey, I am coming for you, Xiang Chen declared coldly as he regained his footing. Xiahou Wu retreated several paces, preparing to confront the other attackers. Xiang Chen's voice was icy as he remarked, Yin Tianye Association truly refuses to disappear. We will not rest until you are slain. Song Air sneered. Let me allow you to experience the pain of death here first. I fear you lack the capacity for it. Jinghong's 7 steps explode. Xiang Chen smirked, and then unleashed the full force of his 7-layered true essence, propelling himself forward at a speed that rivaled that of sound. With a sudden crack of thunder, he delivered a lightning-fast strike. Too fast. Song Air's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively raised his sword to block, positioning it before his neck. The clash produced a shower of sparks, the immense force of their blades colliding, sending Song Air staggering back. Kill! Xiang Chen followed up with a second attack, though this time, devoid of the Jinghong step. His speed diminished. Fire Rain Meteor Sword. Song Air shouted, unleashing a barrage of fiery sword beams that struck towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen wielded his long K demon blade to parry while activating his moon-watching eye to its fullest, discerning the trajectory of the incoming attacks and adeptly evading them. 9 Hell's Cold Abyss. He roared, executing a strike imbued with the chilling aura of the Yellow Springs, accompanied by the essence of the Tianye. Song Air dared not allow his body to come into contact with the icy breath of the Yellow Springs. He countered with a powerful fiery palm strike that collided with Xiang Chen's blade. The explosion of their powers sent shockwaves that forced both combatants to retreat. Facing a formidable adversary, the 9th level Yuan Yang realm was indeed a challenge. Remarkably, Xiang Chen was holding his ground against senior Song Air. Could this individual truly be a monster? Incredible. Song Air is ranked 11th on the Tiger ranking. A formidable presence with all his cultivation transformed into true essence at the 9th level of the Celestial Sun. This fellow, Xiang Chen, is truly an anomaly. The members of the Yinhuang society are all exceptional beings, with Xiang Chen being the most extraordinary among them. The students observing this battle were utterly astonished. Even those on Tiger Peak cast bewildered glances in disbelief. Spirit Soul, Scarlet Flame Sword. At that moment, within Song Ear, the Spirit Soul suddenly emerged, an ethereal sword spirit ablaze with crimson flames, a sixth-tier spiritual entity. Once infused with true essence, it instantly transformed into a colossal energy sword measuring 10 meters, cleaving through the air. Xiang Chen drew his blade to defend, and with a resounding crash, the sword's spirit erupted, unleashing Song Ear's utmost power. Xiang Chen was sent flying, his body marred by deep gashes from the sword's onslaught. "You little beast, feel the embrace of death," Song Ear proclaimed as he wielded his treasured sword to strike. "Do you think you are the only one with a spirit soul?" Xiang Chen sneered, and suddenly let out a howl that reverberated through the heavens. Behind him, an immense white celestial wolf materialized, roaring with a ferocity that shook the very earth, a manifestation of the celestial wolf spirit. As this spirit soul emerged, Song Ear's expression shifted to one of horror. A terrifying pressure emanated from the spirit soul, overpowering the might of the Scarlet Flame Sword spirit, which was now being forcefully suppressed from its 6th-tier status to a mere 5th-tier level. The very essence of Song Ear's sword spirit trembled, as if gripped by fear. This pressure from the spirit soul, not only Song Ear, but everyone around was struck with awe. Those possessing spirit souls felt their own spirits quaking in trepidation. The entire assembly on Tiger Peak gazed in terror at the colossal celestial wolf, which howled towards the sky as if seeking to devour the moon itself. This pressure was beyond the celestial realm. The 8 heads of the academies observing from Lingtian Valley were equally astounded. How is this possible? A mere celestial sun realm spirit soul possesses such power that even I feel fear, exclaimed the director of Biming Academy, his eyes fixated on the looming celestial wolf. Another celestial spirit soul? When did they become as common as cabbages? How many have emerged from our academy? The Yi siblings, Xia Qingcheng, Xia Hou, the Xiang Chen, and Dongfang Sanqing, Su Ligay. The Southern Academy director also voiced his astonishment. "No, this is not merely a celestial spirit soul," said the moonlit Night Palace Master. Rising to her feet, her gaze fixed upon the celestial wolf, her face a mask of shock. "My own spirit soul is trembling in fear, suppressed by his spirit soul. This individual possesses a spirit soul that may surpass even the celestial level." "What? A spirit soul that instills fear even in you, Master Palace Lord?" gasped the other directors in disbelief. To suppress another's spirit soul, one must be of equal tier and level. Otherwise, only the higher cultivation can exert dominance. If a lower-tier spirit soul possesses exceptional talent, it can exert some influence over a higher-tier spirit soul, albeit weakly. Yet the Palace Master's prowess far exceeds Xiang Chen's by countless folds. What kind of tier must a spirit soul be to instill such fear? They were unaware that the dynamics of the continent had skewed their understanding. If a spirit even more formidable than the transcendent grade were to emerge, then this individual could indeed be heralded as an unparalleled genius, rivaling the bloodline prodigies of the imperial dynasty. Dean Biming expressed his envy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Dean Liu was equally astonished, soon transforming that shock into exhilaration. Such a talent had manifested within their Western Academy. It was possible that a peerless powerhouse would emerge from their ranks. Should the Palace Master still go to any lengths to acquire the secret technique of enhancing the Yinhuang from Xiang Chen? Dean Liu inquired, casting a gaze towards the visibly astonished Palace Master Xingyue. The Palace Master's expression was conflicted. They had witnessed the immense power of that secret method, which greatly augmented one's strength. However, a genius with talents surpassing even the transcendent grade was equally enticing. If such a formidable individual were nurtured by the Academy, the benefits to the institution would be monumental, for individuals are inevitably influenced by their origins and emotions. "Let us discuss this after the competition concludes," Palace Master Xingyue finally replied. One could not deny that Xiang Chen's talent stirred her heart. Xiaozhan was also taken aback. No wonder Xiang Chen was reluctant to take him as a mentor, claiming he had another master. With a physique of extreme yin and a talent surpassing the transcendent grade, both his constitution and spiritual essence were top tier. Such a genius would entice even nobles to desire him as a disciple. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the colossal celestial wolf that materialized, turning their eyes towards Xiang Chen. This man, adorned with myriad enhancements, was truly formidable. Embodying the essence of a gaming cheat, what was even more infuriating was that he was not alone in his advantage. He led a cohort of allies in this shared boon. Demonic spirit, lend me your strength. Xiang Chen roared, as the power of the ghostly servant, you may, surged perfectly into his being, amplifying his prowess exponentially. In an instant, he reached a level comparable to the 8th layer of Yuan Yang. You little beast, perish! Song Air bellowed, recovering from his shock and seizing the opportunity to attack. A fiery palm of destruction surged forth, followed by a barrage of meteoric fire swords. With the spirit of the sword god suppressed to such an extent, he would undoubtedly refrain from utilizing spiritual attacks, thereby losing one of his most powerful trump cards. Kill! Xiang Chen howled in fury. It was his first time fully unleashing the might of his spiritual essence before others, and this time he was utterly enraged. Within the divine sanctuary, a foolish fish spirit that could suppress the sacred spirit and the celestial wolf swam about, chuckling silently. Is the celestial wolf spirit truly that formidable? It chases and bites daily. Before me, it is but a mere puppy. When the foolish fish spirit, Banyu, emerged, all spirits were rendered as mere dust. Xiang Chen slashed forth with the 9 nether yellow springs blade. The power of this strike was unfathomably greater than the previous one. Boom. The flame-breaking palm descended with overwhelming force. Yet, a blade of icy light tore through, clashing against the flame-breaking palm. Bang! The flame-breaking palm was shattered by the blade, its raging flames encased in ice, reduced to shards. Bang! 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 The subsequent fiery sword light was similarly obliterated by a single strike. The residual force sent Song Air staggering back, his true essence defense cracking under the pressure. How is this possible? Song Air gasped in horror. All eyes were fixated in disbelief. Only one individual, licking his lips in anticipation, was consumed by an increasingly intense desire to devour Xiang Chen. Su Li Go, meld the essence of the blade. Xiang Chen roared with fury, wielding his blade with lethal precision, merging the essence of the great completion of the sword intent into the strike. A resonant hum echoed as the sword chi of Long K surged, instantly doubling in strength. The mastery of the sword intent had reached its zenith. The 8 esteemed directors were once again awestruck, their hearts racing. Those who could comprehend the realm of intent without the soul moon were truly prodigies, possessing remarkable perception and an extraordinary ability to grasp the forces of nature. Yet, astonishingly, Xiang Chen, without the gathering of the soul moon, had already attained great completion in his sword intent. Did he possess not only divine spirit aptitude and physical endowment, but also an alarming talent for comprehension? Director Liu was taken aback. Casting a glance at Lord Yi and the Moon Lord of Night Walk, the Moon Lord displayed palpable excitement. Though he might not participate in this year's 9 Palaces battle, his age still permits him to compete in the next. The prospects for our Huangzhou Academy have never been brighter. The Moon Lord murmured, his emotions visibly stirred. Song Air, you have underestimated me like an ant, and now you shall realize that even an ant can possess the strength to devour an elephant. Moreover, you are but a grasshopper. Meet your demise. With a second, more potent strike, Xiang Chen unleashed his blade, instilling dread in Yuan Yang. How could I, Song Air, possibly succumb to you? Die? Song Air bellowed, countering with his sword. Yet, that very sword was effortlessly cleaved apart by Long K's demonic blade. The terrifying blade light rent through his primordial defense, slicing through his very form. Song Air's eyes widened in fury, disbelief etched across his face. Subsequently, his body was cleaved in twain, falling lifelessly from the skies. This scene left all spectators of the battle in utter shock. The 4th level of Yuan Yang had slain the 9th level of Yuan Yang. What does it mean to possess unparalleled combat prowess? The disparity in strength here constitutes an explosive energy difference of tens of thousands of units. As the 2 halves of Song Air's corpse struck the ground, silence enveloped the arena. The tumultuous energy ceased, the wind stilled, and the crowd fell into a profound hush. Atop Tiger Peak, all eyes were wide, mouths agape, in stunned disbelief at the spectacle. Many inhaled sharply, chills running down their spines. It was overwhelming. The 4th level of Yuan Yang had vanquished the 9th. Xiang Chen's fierce visage transformed into that of a youth amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. As the essence of the moon swallowing celestial wolf retracted within him, dissipating the oppressive aura that had weighed upon everyone. At that moment, the atmosphere erupted like oil boiling over upon contact with water. Senior Tsang heir. How could this be? Senior Tsang heir has been defeated by this young man. Is this fellow a reincarnation of an ancient ferocious beast? Truly formidable. The clamor of astonishment erupted, and the members of Tianye society retreated in terror, each one fleeing for their lives, unwilling to remain any longer. Xiang Chen hurried towards Xiang Chen, channeling his primordial energy into her, aiding her recovery. Small reversal technique, activate. The primordial energy within Xiang Chen surged forth, coalescing beneath his feet into a circular light array that expanded outward, enveloping an area of several dozen meters. His reversal primordial energy was rapidly consumed, yet others were swiftly healing their wounds under his assistance. Although the corporeal forms here were not real, the sensation of agony remained a visceral experience. The lesser revival technique, a miraculous art capable of healing wounds within a certain range, stands alongside the greater revival technique, which defies the heavens. However, at present, Xiang Chen's cultivation level does not allow him to wield the latter. The injuries of the group have stabilized, and one by one, they converge. Xiang Chen has expended 70% of his revival essence using the lesser revival technique. Qing Cheng, I apologize for my tardiness, Xiang Chen expressed with remorse, taking her wrist gently. The one who should apologize is I. I failed to protect your siblings, Qing Cheng replied, shaking her head. Xiang Chen gazed at the assembled brothers with a frigid demeanor, stating, this grievance shall not go unaddressed. We will strike again and ensure that those wretches are slain once more, unable to resurrect. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes aflame with fury. Though they had been killed here, it mattered little as they were not in their true forms. However, the torment and humiliation at Tianye were entirely another matter. Brother Chun, you should ascend, they urged. Xiang Chen turned his gaze toward the pinnacle of Tiger Peak, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes as he looked up. To his surprise, it was the North Abyss Leopard. What is happening? How could it be the North Abyss Leopard? By all accounts, Sanqing's strength should have been sufficient to claim the top position. Xiang Chen squinted, questioning. He had significantly enhanced Dongfang Sanqing's spirit power within this academy. In the 9th layer of Yuanyang, no one should be his match. Even those who had condensed their true cores and possessed profound abilities at the peak of Yuanyang. We believed it was all Sanqing's. Yet this fellow was unexpectedly overtaken and defeated by the North Abyss Leopard. Its power is astonishing, and its speed is remarkable, a duo remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen instinctively used the power of the moon-gazing eyes to scrutinize the North Abyss Leopard. To his astonishment, he beheld the true form of the North Abyss Leopard. A bloodline phantom, invisible to others, materialized behind it. A grotesque, winged crimson demon. How is this possible? Xiang Chen's pupils constricted. The bloodline manifestation of this individual bore a striking resemblance to Su Li Go. What is happening? This person's bloodline is remarkably akin to Su Li Ji's. It is no ordinary bloodline, Xiang Chen murmured in shock. Brother Chen, what troubles you? The others queried in confusion. You will understand if you observe the North Abyss Leopard with the moon-gazing eyes, Xiang Chen replied. Although the others' moon-gazing eye powers were not as potent as his, they possessed similar abilities. One by one, their eyes radiated moonlight as they gazed, revealing their astonishment. This fellow possesses the same bloodline as the one who hunted me in the ancient wilderness spirit realm, Wang Xiaoji exclaimed angrily. The elder brother mentioned that this bloodline belongs to Su Li Go. How could the North Abyss Leopard possess it? Could it be that he, too, can bestow his bloodline upon others? A duo exclaimed in shock. This revelation struck Xiang Chen like a bolt of lightning, prompting him to look at Su Li Gu on the battle platform, who was casting an enigmatic smile in his direction. Is there something amiss with this person? Mu Rong Tianhua inquired. Xiang Chen responded, I will explain in detail later. From now on, remain vigilant against those possessing such bloodlines. He cautioned his brothers and sisters, who nodded in unison. With a firm stance upon the ground, an overwhelming surge of terrifying power erupted from Xiang Chen. The figure soared like a cannonball into the sky, charging towards Tiger Peak, effortlessly ascending nearly 10,000 meters to land atop the 11th battle platform of Tsangye, just above the 10th platform. He had secured the 10th position on the Tiger ranking, having previously ranked 11th. By defeating Tsangye, he advanced one place. Currently, the Tiger ranking displayed the first position held by Beiming Leopard, the second by Dongfang Sanxing, and the third by Yin Tianye. Xiang Chen perhaps possessed the strength to ascend further, yet he deemed it unnecessary to reveal any more of his hidden capabilities. After all, he was merely at the 4th level of the Yuan-Yang realm, within the mid-heaven tier, and had already penetrated the top 10 of the Tiger ranking, a remarkable achievement indeed. He recognized the virtue of moderation, having only been in the academy for a year. Subsequently, Xiahou Wu directly challenged a formidable opponent ranked 12th. In a fit of rage akin to that of a battle god, he overwhelmed his adversary, a 9th-level heavenly expert. Ultimately, he unleashed the heavenly dew spirit, suppressing his opponent's spirit and seizing the opportunity for a decisive strike. Xiahou Wu swiftly followed Xiang Chen into the 11th position, his terrifying combat prowess astonishing many. Tianye showed little interest in the rankings and refrained from further ascension. Meanwhile, others also sought to disrupt the Tiger ranking, leading to considerable fluctuations in positions. Many former ranks were usurped. Su Ligu, maintaining a low profile, lingered around the 90th position. However, Xiang Chen was aware that this individual, when fully unleashed, could ascend to the top. He had once sparred with Su Ligu, where neither had emerged victorious, yet he had been under considerable pressure for an extended period. Just as he was on the verge of revealing his true form in combat, an interruption had occurred. The rankings of others followed a conventional pattern, lacking the extraordinary prowess displayed by Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Even those who transcended realms to defeat foes had merely crossed one tier, unlike Xiang Chen and his companions, who astonishingly overcame 4 or 5 minor realms to vanquish their opponents. The brothers of the Yan Huang Society had also ceased their upward pursuits. The district battles had concluded, and they had no desire to continue fighting, having been coerced into battle by the Tianye Society. This time, the Northern Courtyard claimed the top position. However, the Northern Courtyard sustained grievous losses during the district battles, whereas the Western Courtyard, beset by severe internal conflict between Tianye and Yan Huang, emerged as the strongest in the district battles. Currently, the Western Courtyard ranked 2nd, while the Eastern Courtyard held the 1st position, nearly annihilating the Southern Courtyard, which had fallen to disrepute. The Southern Courtyard languished at the bottom of the rankings, with the Director's expression grim, among the 4 courtyards. The Northern Courtyard housed Beiming Leopard, the Eastern Courtyard boasted Dongfang Sanxing and Su Ligu, while the Western Courtyard featured the remarkable talents of Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and Xiaqingqing. In stark contrast, the Southern Courtyard possessed nothing of note, leaving the director in deep distress, as nearly all students had faced dire consequences, languishing at the bottom without a single prodigious talent to boast of. Chapter 599. The Tale of the 9th Session. 2 days later, the annual grand competition finally reached its conclusion. Those who managed to enter the Tiger ranking during the annual competition were granted a year's exemption from tuition fees, with the first-place winner receiving a generous reward of 20,000 spirit coins, the second place 15,000 spirit coins, and the third place 10,000 spirit coins. In addition to the spirit coin rewards, they could also select a martial art from within the 6th grade spiritual level for free. The remaining 7 places were awarded 5,000 spirit coins each, allowing them to choose a martial art from within the 4th grade spiritual level at the library. Xiang Chen managed to secure a position within the top 10, a remarkable feat considering he had only been in the academy for a year. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Yuan-Yang realm, which was truly astonishing. The annual competition in Lingtian Valley had concluded, and all disciples departed, their spiritual energy returning to their bodies. The entire academy, comprising over 100,000 students, was summoned to gather in the Grand Square. Many were engaged in animated discussions, with figures like Xiang Chen, Su Ligu, Xiaqingqing, Xiahou Wu, and Beiming Bao emerging as the focal points of conversation. If there were a trending topic within the academy, these individuals would undoubtedly rank among the top 10. At that moment, a procession appeared atop the elevated platform within the academy. The headmaster had arrived, accompanied by the palace master. A hush fell over the students as they recognized the presence of the 4 esteemed headmasters and turned their attention to the 9 individuals on the lectern. Among them stood the young man at the center, the palace master, Yi Xingyu. Is that truly our palace master? He appears so youthful. Indeed, the palace master looks remarkably young and handsome. Many first-year female students cast discreet glances at the young man in the center. Youthful? What a jest! It is said that the palace master is over 200 years old. The 4 headmasters were seldom seen, and the palace master even more so. The eyes of many were drawn to Master Yi. Xiang Chen, too, gazed at him, feeling a wave of astonishment. Through his moon-watching pupil, he perceived the man as an immense reservoir of energy, capable of obliterating mountains and draining rivers if unleashed. He seemed like a mobile human nuclear warhead. Master Yi addressed the assembly with a calm demeanor. Greetings to all students from across the Wilderness Province. I am the master of the Wilderness Academy, Yi Xingyu. Greetings, Master, echoed the over 100,000 students in unison, bowing respectfully. Master Yi continued, I witnessed the entirety of this year's grand competition, and it was truly spectacular. This year has seen the emergence of many outstanding students. Dongfang Sanqing from the East Courtyard, Su Ligu, Xiang Chen, and Xia Hou from the West Courtyard, Xiaqing Cheng, Beiming Bao, Beiming Xiong from the North Courtyard, and Cough. Well, let us just say there were many exceptional talents that caught my eye. The elder from the South Courtyard darkened at this, thinking, Master, it would have been better not to mention the South Courtyard at all. They are a bunch of unfortunate souls, utterly disappointing. Master Yi continued, this year's annual competition differs from those of the past. The top 10 geniuses selected for the Academy's Tiger rankings will receive not only the aforementioned rewards, but also access to Yulong Peak, the finest cultivation site, and Yulong Spring. Furthermore, each of you will have the opportunity for a spiritual essence refinement of your physical body, along with 2 chances to enhance your tendons and bones. The Academy will also select a martial art style best suited to your talents and abilities. What? Yulong Spring is to be opened for the top 10 of the Tiger rankings? This reward is monumental. Indeed, Yulong Spring is renowned for its supreme spiritual liquid and the spiritual essence. It's a celestial treasure capable of greatly enhancing one's physique, and the yearly quota is exceedingly scarce. What has happened this year? Such generous rewards are typically reserved for prodigies of the Dragon and Phoenix Tablet. The excitement among the students erupted, but some veterans, who had spent a decade or more at the Academy, suddenly seemed to recall something, an epiphany dawning upon them as they grasped the situation. Could it be due to the 9 Palaces War? Many of the elder scholars were taken aback. What is the Jade Dragon Spring? I am familiar with the spirits of heaven and earth. Summerho Wu inquired of those around him. Ah, Summerho, the Jade Dragon Spring is extraordinary. It is the source of spiritual veins in our academy, imbued with dense spiritual energy accumulated over millennia. 1 day of cultivation there equals more than 10 days in the outside world, an elder student elucidated. Such a marvel. If only I had known. I would have strived to rank in the top 10, Summerho Wu lamented, realizing he stood at 11th position. The elder student fell silent, unwilling to engage further, thinking to himself that after 8 years in the academy, he had only reached the 92nd position on the Tiger ranking. Those who challenge the top 10 of the Tiger ranking may take their place, he sighed, acknowledging the disparity with prodigies, as we are but ordinary individuals. The Night Palace Master continued, this year's substantial rewards stem from a singular reason, the 9 Palaces War. The disciples were taken aback, their hearts racing at the mention of the 9 Palaces War, with Xiang Chen equally puzzled. The human race is distributed across the 9 provinces. Are you all aware of these provinces? Indeed. Many disciples shouted in response. Qingzhou, Yuzhou, Jiangzhou, Jinzhou, Yinzhou, Beihai Province, Nanhai Province, and Huangzhou. Correct. Qingzhou, Yuzhou, Jiangzhou, Jinzhou, Yinzhou, Beihai Province, Nanhai Province, and finally, we have Huangzhou. These 9 provinces are the largest habitat for humanity, governed by our greatest dynasty, the Great Xia Dynasty. Our Huangzhou Academy is an institution established under the auspices of the Great Xia Dynasty, dedicated to nurturing the mightiest of our kind. Each of the 9 provinces boasts an academy: Zhongzhou Academy, Qingzhou Academy, Yuzhou Academy, and our Huangzhou Academy, collectively known as the 9 Palaces. These 9 palaces are celebrated as the cradle of human prowess, having cultivated countless strong individuals for our dynasty and race. Every decade, a 9 Palaces War is held to establish the rankings among the 9 palaces and to allocate resources from the dynasty. This year's war will take place in November, following the new year, when the prodigies of all provinces will converge in Zhongzhou to vie for the highest honor of the 9 provinces. The positions of the Sleeping Dragon and the Young Phoenix. The Sleeping Dragon and the Young Phoenix. Such titles would echo throughout the 9 provinces, drawing invitations and support from various royal houses, making one a guest of honor among nobility, Many began to whisper in astonishment. Master, how did we rank in Huangzhou previously? Were we first? Did we make it into the top 3? A new disciple eagerly inquired. The heads of the academies exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, as many new disciples awaited the response with bated breath. The Night Palace Master maintained a serene countenance and replied, Huangzhou has consistently ranked last for 9 consecutive sessions. Last for 9 consecutive sessions. Everyone was left speechless. Huangzhou is so weak. Xiang Chen felt no turbulence within. It was as his brother had said. Huangzhou was the weakest among the provinces, a fact most residents were blissfully unaware of or unwilling to acknowledge. Chapter 600, The Palace Master's Trial. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense and awkward. Several deans directed murderous glares towards a first-year student who had posed a question. Sure, you truly have a knack for provoking the inevitable. The questioned student felt quite awkward, shrinking back, lowering their head, and daring not to meet the dean's gazes. How could the other 8 schools be so formidable? The 9th cohort had consistently ranked last for 90 years. How could they be so pitiful? Many students began to whisper among themselves. However, the Night Master remained calm and stated, being ranked last in the 9th cohort is nothing to be ashamed of. As individuals, we must learn from our failures and strive for greatness. Who knows, perhaps this cohort will break into the top 3. If you can elevate our school's standing, you will indeed be the architects of history. If anyone among you can reach the top 3, or even first place, we will erect a statue in your honor at the Arid State Academy for future generations to admire. Upon returning to the Arid State, you shall be hailed as heroes of the Academy, and indeed, of the entire region. His words ignited the fervor in many, particularly those ranked in the top 10 on the Tiger list. Indeed, if one could shatter the Academy's current embarrassing position, would they not be hailed as heroes? The prospect of such glory drove their spirits even higher. The grand competition of the 9 schools would be held in November of the following year, thus granting you all a year to hone your skills. Strive diligently, and a year from now, let us venture to the Central Plains, to that most prosperous land, and proclaim the name of Arid State with pride. The Night Master proclaimed. The students vowed to give their all, shouting in unison, we shall. Excellent. I have faith in you. You shall break records and dispel the awkwardness of our current standing. On that day, I will personally bestow upon you the glory you deserve. The Night Master chuckled. Now, I ask that those beyond the top 10 remain, while the rest may disperse, he instructed. Upon hearing this, over 100,000 students bowed in respect and began to disperse. Many grouped together, continuing to discuss the upcoming competition. Chingu, we shall return first. Yang Bin and others said. Yes, you go ahead and wait for me. I have another meeting, Xiang Chen nodded in response. Once the brothers departed, only the 10 of them remained in the square. Dongfang Sanxing approached, draping an arm over Xiang Chen's shoulder, and sighed. This time, I fear I may have disappointed you. Xiang Chen shook his head, smiling gently. There is no need for concern. Where in life is there no room for failure? As the master said, we must learn from our shame and strive for courage. Dongfang Sanxing nodded, his gaze drifting to Baiming Bao, exclaiming, that scoundrel Baiming Bao. He was not this strong before. How has he become so formidable? Even my transcendent spirit cannot surpass him. At this, Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, also regarding Baiming Bao, suspecting that this matter was closely tied to Su Li Gu. Su Li Gu, what manner of person are you? He pondered while observing Baiming Bao, who happened to meet his gaze with a sinister smirk. The 10 remained in the square, and upon the dean's signal, they gathered together and ascended the podium. Xiang Chen, you rascal, how did you manage to break into the top 10? Xiao Zhan approached, playfully punching Xiang Chen on the shoulder with a grin. Xiang Chen is his student and has brought him honor. The teacher has overpraised. It was merely a small display, just a sprinkle of water. Xiang Chen responded with a playful grin. You rascal, a few compliments and your tail is already up. Xiao Zhan playfully scolded him with a pat on the back of his head. Xiang Chen, quite impressive, Director Lu acknowledged with a hint of approval in his gaze. Director, has your ailment improved? Xiang Chen inquired. Director Lu nodded, smiling. I owe it all to you. Do not forget to visit the Lu residence when you have the time. Xiang Chen chuckled and nodded in agreement. As other directors encouraged their students, their glances inevitably drifted towards Xiang Chen. Even the palace master approached him. Xiang Chen, the palace master addressed him, to which Xiang Chen promptly returned a respectful gesture. You are quite remarkable, the Night Palace Master said, a smile gracing her lips. It is unprecedented for a newcomer to break into the top 10 of the Tiger rankings within a year at the academy. The palace master's personal commendation stirred jealousy among Yin Tianye and others. I was fortunate. Thanks to the upperclassman's leniency, Xiang Chen humbly replied. That was a life and death struggle. It was no mere luck. Can you tell me the talent level of your divine soul? The palace master queried. At this question, all eyes turned towards him. When the moon-eating heavenly wolf's divine soul emerged, everyone felt the terrifying pressure emanating from it. Xiang Chen's gaze flickered as he said, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure, but it should be an extraordinary divine soul. The Night Palace Master nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from pressing further on the topic. Instead, he proposed, would you be interested in fully joining the academy as a core disciple? I could take you as my apprentice and personally guide you. This statement incited further envy among the other Tiger ranking talents. Even Bei Mingbao felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, he was the top of the Tiger rankings and the pinnacle among inner palace students. Why was so much attention being placed on Xiang Chen? Xiang Chen, surprised, looked at the palace master with a conflicted expression, saying, respected palace master, I already have a master, and seeking another requires my teacher's consent. Despite their playful banter, Xiang Chen genuinely considers Ba Ge as his master, a mentor, friend, and elder brother. It has been nearly a year since he last saw that lecherous fellow, and he wonders where he is currently causing trouble. At times, he suspects that while he is playfully engaging with Yin Tianye, Ba Ge is secretly watching. During their first encounter in the cave, Xiang Chen thought Ba Ge was observing him, which emboldened him to provoke Yin Tianye a bit. However, Ba Ge's presence was notably absent. The Night Palace Master, upon hearing this, did not press the matter further, saying, you may have the opportunity to consult your master. He then addressed the directors, take these young ones to the spirit-slaying pit to refine their bodies, then to the Jade Dragon Spring to acclimate them to the environment. Understood. Palace Master, the directors promptly responded. With a single step, the Night Palace Master transformed into a nearly invisible streak of light, shooting into the sky and vanishing from sight. Such speed. Even if I could perceive it, I would not be able to evade, Xiang Chen marveled inwardly. To perceive movement is one thing. To have one's physical prowess keep pace with it is quite another. Let us proceed to the Lingsha pit. The esteemed directors conveyed to the 10 prodigies on the Tiger ranking. The Lingsha pit, a rare sight of celestial and earthly essence, is something that even Xiang Chen has yet to experience firsthand, having only encountered Yin Sha before. Chapter 601. A millennium of Ling Sha. The 10 individuals followed the directors, enveloped in their formidable energies, hurtling towards the majestic Yulong Mountain at an astonishing speed, several times that of sound. The Yulong Mountain spans a vast expanse, with the Yulong Peaks being its most renowned feature. Each director, along with the Academy's internal members, possessed exclusive sanctuaries for their cultivation within the mountain. In mere moments, they descended upon the foothills of a grand mountain, where a cavernous entrance stood guarded by formidable protectors from the Academy. The 4 disciples stationed at the entrance were all adept at the Soul Moon realm. Upon recognizing the 8 esteemed directors, they promptly bowed in respect. Greeting them, we pay our respects to the esteemed directors. Director Dongfang addressed them. We are under the command of the Academy's leader to bring the students inside for physical refinement. Ensure the mountain gate remains secure, allowing no outsiders to intrude. Understood. The 4 responded with utmost reverence. As the group entered the cavern, they found themselves in a spacious tunnel adorned with numerous luminous night pearls, casting a gentle and radiant light, rich in spiritual energy. They traversed the winding passage for several hundred meters, delving deeper into the mountainous core. Soon, they arrived at an expansive subterranean chamber. Xiang Chen gazed around, noting the intricate spiritual formations enveloping the space. With several wells of Ling Sha at the center emanating colorful essences, the Ling Sha manifested in fiery hues, intensifying as one ventured further in. Comprised of the quintessence of the 5 elemental energies, the Ling Sha is imbued with a richness that earns its title as celestial and earthly essence. This remarkable substance possesses the extraordinary ability to refine the body, enhance the internal organs, and strengthen one's corporeal form, making it exceedingly precious and rare. However, being classified as Sha implies that it can be aggressive to the body, should one attempt to endure Ling Sha beyond their capacity. It could inflict harm and disrupt their foundational essence. Director Dongfang elaborated, this is one of the Academy's most treasured cultivation sites, the Ling Sha Cavern. which has accumulated millennia of essence. Such locations are few and far between in the entire wilderness, and typically only those of the dragon and phoenix tablets have the opportunity to cultivate here. You are fortunate to coincide with the auspicious timing of the Nine Palaces battle. You shall enter the Ling Sha Cavern based on your respective cultivation and endurance. The maximum duration for this refinement is 10 days. If at any point you find yourselves unable to continue, you may withdraw early. Director Liu added, such opportunities are rare. Many cultivators may never encounter one in their lifetime. Cherish this moment, as the Ling Sha can significantly enhance your internal organs and innate talents. However, be mindful not to overexert yourselves beyond your limits, lest you jeopardize your foundational integrity. Do you understand? Understood, the 10 responded in unison. Very well, you may proceed, the directors signaled, stepping aside to grant them passage. 10 individuals turned their gazes towards the cavern engulfed in the ethereal white flames of spiritual essence, each of them distancing themselves before stepping into its depths, immersing themselves within the essence. Upon entering, the quintessence of the 5 elements surged into their pores, following their breaths into their bodies. Xiang Chen felt a soothing warmth as the essence flowed through him. His heart absorbed the fire essence, his liver the wood essence, his kidneys the water essence, his lungs the metal essence, and his stomach the earth essence, all his internal organs and dantian partaking in this absorption. However, despite the influx, he did not experience any significant enhancement at that moment. The human body inherently embodies the cosmos, encompassing all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the meridians resemble the laws governing this universe, and the divine abode within is akin to an expansive inner cosmos. Among the 10, all but Xiang Chen were at the 9th level of the Yuan-Yang realm, with some even having condensed true elixirs. As they ventured deeper, the essence obscured their sight, rendering the visibility to a mere hand's breadth, which also corroded their spiritual awareness, making soul perception futile. Fortunately, Xiang Chen's moon-gazing eyes allowed him to discern his surroundings. The 10 maintained a distance from one another, cautiously advancing as they sought their limits in an effort to refine themselves. Director Dong observed as the figures of the 10 vanished, stating, I wonder how long these children can endure. The Academy's highest recorded depth was 3,000 meters, with a duration of 9 days. Ah, your information is outdated, Director Liu chuckled. Yin Tianye, that young lad, previously ventured onto the Dragon and Phoenix Steel and reached 3,600 meters, enduring for 10 days. 3,600 meters. The others gasped in astonishment. As Yin Tianye was from the West Courtyard, and they were unaware of this feat indeed, this marks the finest record in nearly a century at the Academy. Director Liu affirmed. However, this group is still merely at the Yuan-Yang realm. It is unlikely that they will match this record, Director Nan remarked. Yes, that seems to be the case, the others concurred. As they debated, the 10 delved deeper, becoming invisible to one another, relying solely on their instincts to progress. Suddenly, after traversing over 1,000 meters, the 9th-ranked Yu halted abruptly, a look of distress crossing his face. A searing agony surged within his 5 organs, an unbearable discomfort. He could advance no further. This was the limit of his endurance. Yu immediately sat down, adopting a meditative posture to refine his internal organs. Others continued to press forward. Yin Tianye managed to advance around 1,500 meters before he too could no longer sustain himself. Meanwhile, Dong Songxing and Lei Xiao, possessing formidable physiques, persevered for over 2,000 meters before halting to cultivate. Among this group, only Xiang Chen and Bei Mingbao continued onward. However, Bei Mingbao stopped after reaching 3,400 meters, nearing Yin Tianye's record, demonstrating immense strength, being thrice as powerful as Yu at the same level. Yet, Xiang Chen maintained a steady pace, feeling a heat within him, but not to the point of being overwhelmed. 3,600 meters. Yin Tianye's record was surpassed. For 1,000 meters, Xiang Ergo felt relatively at ease, still capable of enduring. At an altitude of 4,600 meters, an unbearable heat surged within, causing great discomfort. Upon reaching 5,000 meters, Xiang Ergo found the internal heat to be excruciating, as if his insides were being roasted over an open flame. With a gentle growl, Xiang Chen transformed from the form of a celestial wolf into that of a moon-swallowing celestial wolf. He understood that in this environment, he remained unseen and imperceptible to others. In his true form, the torment of the internal heat dissipated. for his original essence was far more formidable than that of his human or half-wolf forms. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf pressed onward, traversing an indeterminate distance until he reached the end of his path. Before him lay several ominous pits, each several meters wide, brimming with liquid spirit energy, rich and potent. This was indeed the culmination of millennia of accumulated spirit energy, a true treasure. With a gleeful exclamation, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf leaped into the pit, immersing himself as if indulging in a hot spring. The liquid spirit energy, capable of incinerating the innards of even the mightiest foes, was treated by this creature as a mere bath. In the 6th chapter, titled A Bit Overwhelmed, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf joyfully dove into the pit, sprawled out with limbs akimbo, while a wave of intense warmth enveloped him completely. As more of the liquid spirit energy surged within, the internal heat intensified, morphing into a fiery agony that seemed to consume him from within. The organs, including the intestines, were inundated with various forms of liquid spirit energy, transforming them into glowing embers, akin to oil burning within his corporeal vessel, refining his very flesh. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf gritted his teeth against the pain, growling lowly as he endured. The cycle of his power began anew, paired with his cultivation techniques, as impurities and blackened blood were expelled from his insides, reduced to ash by the spirit energy. Gradually, his organs were being refined, growing stronger in the process. The fortitude of one's organs directly influences the strength of the body. The heart and lungs, when fortified, enhance endurance, while robust kidneys directly correlate with overall physical prowess. The stomach, too, grows more potent, amplifying its ability to refine. This was a direct elevation of his inherent physical gifts. For cultivators, mastering the 5 elemental arts leads to the enhancement of their internal organs, which in turn accelerates the cultivation of true essence and enhances their innate powers. Every aspect of the body is interconnected. Days passed. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 4th day, some could no longer bear the torment and withdrew. This was also a test of willpower. In suffering, a person's perception of time becomes acutely heightened. Enduring an hour of agony may feel longer than a day of comfort. Pain sharpens one's awareness of time, rendering it painfully clear. The suffering of having one's organs subjected to such torment would likely be unbearable even for an ordinary person for more than a minute. By the 6th day, 2 more had exited the ordeal. On the 7th day, 3 others withdrew, leaving only 4 remaining. The top 3 of the tiger ranking and Xiang Erga himself. On the 8th day, apart from Xiang Chen, the North Sea leopard, who had ventured the deepest, also succumbed. It was on this day that Yin Tianye, too, exited the trial. Yet, Dongfang Sanqing perseveres. This individual has faced defeat at the hands of Yin Tianye and then again by Baiming Bao, which severely undermined his self-esteem. However, this adversity has also ignited his competitive spirit and fortitude, compelling him to endure. Indeed, failure can often serve as a powerful catalyst for personal growth. Those who have never tasted defeat may lack a profound yearning for success and possess a less formidable inner conviction. On the 10th day, astonishingly, 2 young souls remained steadfast. Director Nen exclaimed in disbelief. It was Sanqing and Xiang Chen. Indeed, these 2 had managed to hold on until the 10th day, demonstrating remarkable tenacity. Director Dongfang praised them with a smile. As the 10th day drew to a close, Director Bei inquired, "Should we bring them out once the time is up?" "I believe it is unnecessary. Although the designated time is 10 days, it would be even better if they could endure longer." The original 10-day limit was merely a target for their willpower, Director Liu remarked. When one has a goal, they can often endure longer. For instance, when doing push-ups. Without a set objective, one might stop after 20. Yet, if one aims for 100, the ambition propels them to sustain their effort. In any endeavor, establishing a plan and timeline is crucial. Without a clear intention, success becomes more elusive. As the afternoon of the 10th day approached, Dongfang Sanqing emerged, visibly fatigued, clearly on the verge of collapse. Sanqing, Director Dongfang rushed over, and upon seeing her, he called her aunt before his vision darkened, and he fainted. Director Dongfang quickly caught him, expressing her relief. "Good child, you have done exceptionally well." Sanqing had fallen asleep, snoring softly. Now, only Xiang Chen remained within. How far had he progressed, still holding on? Director Nan voiced his astonishment. They had not doubted Xiang Chen's commitment to challenge his limits, for such opportunities are rare, and no one would dare to squander them. Could it be that something unforeseen has occurred with him inside? Director Liu expressed her concerns. Let us wait a while longer. His physical constitution and spiritual talent are exceedingly strong. Perhaps his willpower is equally formidable. If there is still no sign after a few more days, we shall investigate. Director Dongfang concluded. Within the liquid death pit, the swallowing moon heavenly wolf lay sleeping soundly, its snout adorned with a bubble of mucus that fluctuated in size. Drool cascading down as it occasionally extended its tongue to sip the liquid spirit essence, then resumed its slumber. This creature had previously gulped down several mouthfuls of the liquid essence, unaware that it could intoxicate like alcohol. Inside the swallowing moon heavenly wolf, its already formidable organs now emanated a radiant light, glimmering like crystal. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys had all significantly strengthened. As the wolf turned over, its snout pointed downward. It inhaled a large breath of the liquid essence, choking and jolting itself awake. With bleary eyes, the swallowing moon heavenly wolf murmured, "How long has it been?" It sat up, yawned, and then transformed back into human form. At this moment, he was astonished to witness the remarkable development. The liquid spiritual essence within the spirit vein had diminished significantly, previously on the verge of overflowing, now lowered by several meters. Xiang Chen promptly assessed his internal condition, noting the vigorous beating of his heart, radiating with vibrant life. His other organs were also enveloped in a luminous aura, exhibiting a strength far surpassing previous levels. The vitality within him had doubled. Although his cultivation had not increased, the power of his physical body and internal organs had more than doubled. Remarkably, his returning heaven true essence had ascended to the 6th level. Xiang Chen was taken aback. His returning heaven true essence was fundamentally reliant on his physical form, and with the enhancement of his organs, the true essence had likewise grown stronger. His dragon elephant inner power had additionally expanded, now featuring 10 additional elephant shadows, reaching a terrifying strength of 700,000 pounds. An increase of 200,000 pounds in inner strength. Each elephant shadow possessed an explosive force of 20,000 pounds. 1,000,000 pounds of might constituted one dragon. Now, within Xiang Chen, there were a staggering 35 elephant shadows. Coming back to his senses, he observed the significant reduction in liquid spiritual essence and felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he had consumed what might have taken centuries to accumulate. How long had he been asleep? Surely not more than 10 days, he mused. However, since no one had come to rouse him, he decided to continue his cultivation. This fellow remained in human form, meditating and absorbing the liquid spiritual essence. On the 15th day, the several deans could no longer contain their impatience. They rushed in search of him, finding no trace until they arrived at the spirit vein, where they discovered Xiang Chen engaged in his practice. The deans exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. In chapter 603, having been tidied up, they witnessed Xiang Chen sprawled in a spirit vein well, sound asleep. Were it not for the snoring emanating from him, the deans might have remained unaware of his presence. Am I seeing things? This young man is actually sleeping in the spirit vein. Dean Bei rubbed his spectacles, incredulous. How is it possible for him to endure the liquid spiritual essence within the well, beneath the heavenly realm of the soul moon stage? It should be utterly impossible to withstand such essence. Dean Nan was equally speechless. Hey, you little rascal, wake up. Dean Lu barked with a scowl. With a pop, the bubble of mucus on Xiang Chen's nose burst, and he groggily opened his eyes. This fellow had certainly overindulged. Upon seeing several heads peering at him, Xiang Chen grinned and said, "Deans, what brings you here? Why do you all have two heads?" The deans exchanged glances, their hearts twitching at the sight of the diminished liquid spiritual essence. This fellow must have depleted a century's worth of accumulation. You little scoundrel, how did you end up here? Dean Lu asked in shock. What? I was wandering about and ended up here, so I decided to cultivate, old Lu. Why do you look like a donkey? Xiang Chen exclaimed, leaping up and wobbling as he pointed at Dean Lu. Hearing this, Dean Lu's face darkened, nearly unable to refrain from delivering a slap to the boy. The Eastern Dean found the situation somewhat amusing and chuckled. This young man must have directly consumed liquid spiritual malice. This treasure can indeed brew fine spiritual wine, but his internal organs and body are remarkably abnormal to withstand such a degree of spiritual malice. He continued with a smirk. Hey, miss, you are truly stunning. Acknowledge me as your master, for I shall bestow upon you the essence of the dark. Xiang Chen laughed foolishly as he staggered towards the Eastern Dean. The Eastern Dean appeared to be in her 30s, mature and beautiful, possessing a charm that radiated feminine grace. She was indeed a beauty. This lad is drunk and behaving indecently. What poor etiquette! A few onlookers were left speechless, and the Eastern Dean's complexion darkened as she saw Xiang Chen wobbling towards her. She raised her jade hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! Ah! Xiang Ergo let out a cry of despair as he was sent crashing against the wall, which caved in upon impact. You little rascal! I could be your grandmother. Yet here you are making advances. The Eastern Dean scolded fiercely. If Dongfang Sanqing were present, he would surely deliver a slap to Xiang Ergo as well. I treated you like a brother, and you wish to become my son-in-law? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Our esteemed Eastern Dean has been teased by a mere child. Lu Dean laughed heartily. Get lost. You and your old lecherous self have drunk enough to forget who you are. The Eastern Dean retorted. Tu Jin, Eastern, you underestimate me. I am renowned for my ability to drink 1,000 cups without inebriation. While the academy stands, I shall not fall. Lu Dean felt insulted by the mention of Tu Jin. Enough. Given the depletion of the spiritual malice well, let us see how this young man is faring. The Northern Dean interjected. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen remained embedded in the stone wall, a large red imprint visible on his face. However, the slap had roused Xiang Ergo from his stupor. He began to circulate his energy to refine the spiritual malice, gradually regaining clarity as he realized he was stuck in the wall. Several deans approached him, and he felt a bit dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I cultivating in the spiritual malice well? He touched his stinging face, exclaiming, ouch. Xiang Chen exerted his true essence, extricating himself from the wall and staggering to his feet. He saluted the deans, saying, Students greet the esteemed deans. Young man, how did you end up here? Did you deplete the liquid spiritual malice? Lu Dean inquired. Xiang Ergo glanced at the partially drained spiritual malice well nearby, scratching his head sheepishly. It seems I drank some while cultivating. To be honest, I still feel a bit tipsy. By the way, Eastern Dean, why is your face so dark? Upon hearing this, the Eastern Dean almost delivered another slap, but restrained herself. Ahem, he was merely intoxicated and likely lost consciousness. Lu Dean quickly interjected, placing himself in front of the Eastern Dean. Young man, let me examine you, the Northern Dean said, taking Xiang Chen's hand firmly as a surge of spiritual energy flowed into him. Xiang Chen focused his mind and promptly activated the turtle breathing technique to contain his dark essence and bloodline aura. After Dean Bei's investigation, he gazed in astonishment at Xiang Chen, noting the robustness of his internal organs and the richness of his elemental essence, comparable to that of a soul moon realm expert. This lad is indeed a prodigy, a remarkable talent, Dean Bei mused. Dean Lu approached, extending his hand to examine Xiang Chen as well. Then came Dean Nan, and Xiang Chen found himself subjected to the scrutiny of these elderly gentlemen, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. He then turned to Dean Dong, who, taking the initiative, reached out and playfully twisted Xiang Chen's wolf-like ear, eliciting a pained cry from him. You little rascal, why do you not learn properly? At such a young age, you're already misled by that scoundrel from the West Courtyard, Dean Dong reprimanded. Ah, Dean, I haven't offended you, have I? It hurts, let go. My ear is going to come off. Xiang Chen lamented, truly feeling the wrath of an authoritative figure. The three deans, witnessing his cries, were astonished by the findings of their earlier examination. This young man, if nurtured for another decade, might be able to compete in the next decade's 9 Palaces battle, perhaps even earn the title of a hidden dragon, avenging the Academy's past disgrace, Dean Lu expressed with delight. Alas, whether we can participate in the next session is uncertain. If we remain at the bottom this time, the Academy may face dissolution and need to be re-established, Dean Nan sighed. Enough. Take him to the Jade Dragon Spring and provide him with a portion of the spiritual liquid. We shall discuss his matters further with the Palace Master. Dean Bei stated solemnly. Xiang Chen, now bruised and battered, was ushered out of the spirit cave by Dean Dong. The Jade Dragon Spring, located within Jade Dragon Peak, featured a grand stone hall with a spring at its center, bubbling with rich spiritual liquid. Each drop of the spring water contained overwhelming spiritual energy that vaporized and melded into the surrounding atmosphere, enveloping the Academy. This place was also the most concentrated in spiritual energy, with individual cultivation rooms reserved solely for prodigies of dragon and phoenix lineage, as well as the Academy's core disciples. Here, Xiang Chen encountered a few familiar faces, Yi Tianjiao and Yi Tianxi. With a glance at Yi Tianjiao, who maintained her aloof demeanor in a form-fitting azure dress. Exuding cold elegance, Xiang Chen noticed that her soul transmission was not particularly cordial. "Little man, where have you been hiding these days? You haven't been causing trouble for that girl again, have you? Or are you deliberately avoiding me?" Yin Tianye communicated. "Sister, what are you thinking?" "I went home to handle some matters," Xiang Chen replied, somewhat speechless. "Well, that's more like it. I thought you were intentionally avoiding me. I might just have to pay you a visit tonight," she retorted with a light huff. The two exchanged flirtatious banter and whispers. While Yin Tianye shot a cold glare toward Xiang Chen, his murderous intent unmistakable. "What are you staring at? You might need to call me brother-in-law in the future." "You ungrateful nephew," Xiang Chen shot back, silently cursing. "Xiang Chen, choose a place for your cultivation here. For the coming year, you may practice in this space, provided you maintain your position among the top 10 on the Tiger rankings," Director Lu stated. "Understood," Xiang Chen replied, casually selecting a cultivation room. "Additionally, here is a precious spirit liquid as a reward for you. Given your current level of cultivation, it is likely to enhance your strength by 2 levels. The efficacy is greatest upon first use. Subsequent applications will yield diminishing returns." Director Lu presented a jade vial containing a viscous, multicolored spirit liquid, a highly valuable resource distilled from a spirit spring. Unlike medicinal pills, this liquid poses no risk of destabilizing your foundation and carries no side effects, being a product of the natural world. "Thank you, Director," Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude as he accepted the vial. "That concludes what I have for you. As for the martial arts rewards, you may select from the library. Elder Yang will assist you in your choices," Director Lu continued. "Yes, thank you for the Academy's guidance." Xiang Chen responded with another bow. "Xiang Chen, please accompany me. I have matters to discuss with you," Director Lu instructed. Xiang Chen felt a twinge of curiosity but obediently followed Director Lu, discreetly exchanging a glance with Yin Tianye. She suggested meeting him later that evening, which startled Xiang Chen, prompting him to decline hastily, as he wished to spend time with Qingcheng and feared an awkward encounter. Director Lu led Xiang Chen back to the western courtyard, arriving at the residence of the director. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Director Lu gestured for Xiang Chen to sit in the guest position. In the presence of Director Lu, Xiang Chen felt at ease, reclining comfortably and munching on a low-grade spirit fruit from the platter, enjoying its sweet and juicy flesh. Rich in spiritual energy. "Director, what is it that you wish to discuss privately?" Xiang Chen inquired, his mouth full. "I see you have become rather brazen and unabashed," Director Lu remarked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "My elder brother always says one must be thick-skinned to seize opportunities. Besides, we are quite familiar now. I saved your life, and you begrudge me a spirit fruit?" Xiang Chen retorted playfully. Director Lu snorted. "You little rascal, had it not been for your exceptional talent, you would have nearly been subjected to dissection and interrogation regarding your Yan Huang's secret techniques by the Academy." Xiang Chen felt a shiver run down his spine at the mention, narrowing his eyes momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. "Secret techniques? What secret techniques do you speak of?" Director Lu leisurely raised his cup of spirit tea, taking a sip before continuing. "Your Yan Huang society is so conspicuously powerful, capable of defeating opponents across 2 or 3 minor realms, and even matching beast transformations. Do not claim you possess no secret techniques." Xiang Chen was taken aback, realizing the rapid rise of Yan Huang had indeed attracted attention. "There are no secret techniques. I can transform as well, can I? We merely received treasures from the predecessors during our time in the spirit realm, and my siblings and I consumed them, resulting in the manifestation of similar divine souls." "You obtained treasures from the spirit realm, leading to the emergence of similar divine souls?" Director Lu inquired, astonished. "Indeed. If you don't believe me, I can find a fellow student from our society to demonstrate," Xiang Chen replied. Xiang Chen promptly took out a piece of communication jade and transmitted a message to the person inside. Dean Lu remarked, "I have seen it all. Your people can transform into the same beastly form. If you possess any secret techniques that can enhance the strength of the students, the Academy hopes you will share them. The Academy is willing to offer substantial rewards for all of you. Did you not notice that the Palace Master is willing to take you as a direct disciple? The Palace Master's cultivation is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of powerhouses in the entire wild state. With his true teachings and protection, you could traverse the wild state with ease." Xiang Chen inquired, "How does the Palace Master compare to the Wild Marquis?" Dean Lu was taken aback, exclaiming, "You even know of the Wild Marquis?" "Naturally, the Wild Marquis is more formidable. He is one of the 72 marquises of the Great Xia. Although he is merely a hereditary marquis and not of the first generation, his cultivation remains unfathomable, having control over the finest resources and the highest power in the wild state. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen said little, a cold glimmer hidden in his eyes. The wild marquis, the man seated in the golden chariot, was the one who had defeated his elder brother, leading to his capture. Xiang Chen harbored no affection for him, only animosity. Why did you suddenly mention the wild marquis? Dean Lu asked, puzzled. Nothing much, just a casual inquiry. Isn't the wild marquis the lord of the wild state? I was merely curious about his strength, Xiang Chen replied. Such a figure is far beyond your reach. You should not aim too high. Cultivation requires a grounded approach. However, considering you have a year ahead, with your formidable spirit and astonishing combat prowess, if you can elevate your realm by 2 or 3 levels within this year, you may very well gain fame in the Nine Palaces battle. If you achieve renown in the Nine Palaces battle, many forces will undoubtedly seek to recruit you, and it is not impossible for you to catch the eye of a king or marquis and be taken as a direct disciple. Dean Lu continued. If that were to happen, your future would be exceptionally bright. Is the Nine Palaces battle that daunting? Does our wild state always rank last? Xiang Chen asked. Dean Lu sighed and replied, the wild state is far too impoverished. Geographically speaking, there are only 8 premium spirit veins discovered in the entire wild state, while other major states boast more than 12. The central state, even more so, is said to possess legendary dragon veins, which can give rise to celestial energy. This geographical disadvantage has a significant impact. Moreover, the wild state was previously the territory of the demon race. When humans arrived, they slaughtered many demons, resulting in heavy casualties among the powerful of the wild state during the two-race war, leaving behind far fewer legacies compared to other states. The heritage from our ancestors is thus less rich than that of others. Additionally, the dynasty has not placed great emphasis on the development of this region, leading to the wild state's inferiority in comparison to other major states. However, there is one crucial reason that has led to the wild state's backwardness. Chapter 605, Beyond the Heavens. Oh, what is that? Xiang Chen's interest was piqued further. The elders, having lived for perhaps several hundred years with such cultivation, have surely traveled to many places, their perspectives on the continent naturally broader than yours, Dean Lu explained. The earth is square, the heavens are round, and the ocean surrounds us on all sides. The continent is not the entirety of this world. Beyond it lies the vast sea, and beyond that, there exists a realm known as the Beyond the Heavens. Xiang Chen felt a sense of bewilderment, having never heard of such a place. What is this heaven beyond heaven? He inquired. Someone explained that heaven beyond heaven is the true realm of cultivation in this world. The continent is merely a domain overshadowed by imperial authority. Heaven beyond heaven is a vast expanse of land suspended in the sky, soaring 30,000 zhang high, which translates to an astonishing 900 kilometers. Xiang Chen was taken aback. Could it possibly extend into outer space? He instinctively gazed upward, aware that his moon-gazing eye could clearly perceive over 100 kilometers. Yet it could not reach that extraordinary altitude of 900 kilometers. In his previous life, he had understood heaven in a rather narrow sense, merely as the cloud layers above the planetary surface. From the Earth's sea level to outer space, there exist layers such as the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, ionosphere, and finally, outer space, which spans approximately 300 kilometers. However, in this world, the heavens are evidently much higher. The so-called heaven beyond heaven extends to a distance of over 900 kilometers. No wonder he could not see it. Heaven beyond heaven is the essence of the earth and the heavens, where the true center of the world lies, representing the genuine realm of cultivation. The continent we inhabit is referred to as the mundane realm, Dean Lu elaborated. Xiang Chen listened intently and asked, is there a connection between the two realms? Indeed, there is, Dean Lu replied. In the 9 provinces of the continent where the human race resides, only the other 8 provinces possess a path to ascend to heaven beyond heaven. Transitioning from the mundane realm to heaven beyond heaven requires traversing the ascension path, which only those who have attained the Lingxiao realm can cross to reach heaven beyond heaven. The other 8 provinces engage in economic trade with heaven beyond heaven, where many treasures and elixirs absent from the continent circulate. Moreover, formidable cultivators of the Lingxiao realm from the other 8 provinces can freely travel between heaven beyond heaven and the mundane realm. stimulating the development of authentic martial cultivation in their regions. Furthermore, heaven beyond heaven is home to true immortal beings who impart teachings and establish sections. Have you ever heard of the Zhenghua sect of the Daxia dynasty, the Batian sect? Dean Liu asked again. I have, Xiang Chen nodded, recalling that you may seem to have been a disciple of the Batian sect in her previous life. However, she met with treachery, and many memories from that life remained unclear. After all, before reaching the soul moon realm, most memories are stored within the mind, whereas beyond that, memories can be fully recorded within the soul. The Batian sect is a formidable sect in heaven beyond heaven, safeguarding it against external forces. Within heaven beyond heaven, there are numerous human sects as well as genuinely powerful demons and monsters. It is not as tranquil as the mundane realm, where violence and resource plundering are commonplace. While the other 8 provinces possess ascension paths, the Wild Province originally had one as well. However, due to the catastrophic war between humans and demons, the ascension path was shattered, rendering the Wild Province unable to draw upon the essence of the heavens or connect with heaven beyond heaven. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen finally comprehended the reasons behind the Wild Province's backwardness. If explained through the lens of economics from his previous life, the Wild Province, lacking in economic specialties and spiritual veins, was inherently impoverished and had also endured the ravages of war. Compounded by the absence of foreign trade channels, how could it not be lagging behind? Dean, what exactly is the ascension path? Xiang Chen resembled a sponge, fervently absorbing knowledge about the world. The path to ascend, Director Liu remarked thoughtfully, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. The path to ascend is a unique barrier passage. At an altitude of 200,000 zhang, there exists a realm of formidable thunder, so powerful that it can even strike down formidable beings of the Lingxiao realm. Adjacent to this path is a barrier that can traverse the thunderous clouds. Unfortunately, this path was shattered during a great battle, causing all the formidable beings of the demon clan to retreat to the outer heavens, signifying that their last territory on the continent has been claimed by humanity. I see, Xiang Chen responded, then inquired if the powerful of the soul moon realm can also escape the constraints of gravitational pull. Why are they unable to ascend the path to ascend? Gravitational pull? Director Liu looked at Xiang Chen with a hint of confusion. Oh, it's the force of the Earth's primordial magnetism, Xiang Chen quickly clarified, as the denizens of the continent refer to it differently. While the soul moon realm can indeed transcend this primordial magnetism, they cannot withstand the immense atmospheric pressure present on the path to ascend. To traverse the 10,000 zhang of the path, one must possess the cultivation of the Lingxiao realm to endure the terrifying pressure of the thunderclouds. However, there have been exceptionally powerful beings of the soul moon realm who have ascended before. I understand now. It is indeed due to the atmospheric pressure of the thundercloud region, Xiang Chen remarked, then asked, Director, have you ever been to the outer heavens? How vast is it? Director Liu squinted, stating, naturally, I have visited the outer heavens and traveled there for many years. It is comparable in size to the 9 provinces, though it lacks regions like the 9 provinces seas. Overall, it does not encompass the entire area of the mundane realm, yet it is still exceedingly vast, where survival is far more perilous. Due to geographical reasons, individuals below the innate realm cannot exist there. Only those above the innate realm, capable of breaking free from the constraints of air and directly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, can thrive in that realm. Thus, infants born there are inherently powerful, imbued with innate energy. However, only those of the Yuan-Yang realm and above among humanity can reproduce there, with gestation lasting over 3 years, unlike the mundane realm's customary 10 months. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's imagination conjured a world of immense scale. This world was not only inhabited on the ground, but also in the skies, a truly wondrous and bizarre realm. However, overall, the mundane realm serves as the foundation of the outer heavens. Without the abundant births of humanity in the mundane realm and the continuous circulation of population, the outer heavens would not be so prosperous. It would be like a great tree devoid of its roots, with the outer heavens representing its lush canopy. Director Liu elaborated. Our human race can completely dominate the demon clan in this world because the foundation of the demons on the continent has been nearly eradicated, having been largely exterminated by humanity. Apart from some powerful demon clans overseas, only weak remnants of the demon race survive on the continent. Xiang Ergo felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this, as he himself belonged to the demon race. Yet such is the nature of interspecies rivalry. Defeat leads to annihilation and loss of territory. Humanity, too, is a race driven by ambition and insatiable desires. Chapter 606. Concealed Brilliance Young Man. It is imperative to cultivate diligently. This vast world is replete with countless wonders. If one cannot traverse the 9 provinces, witness the myriad landscapes, or explore the realms beyond to experience the heavens that brush against the stars, life becomes exceedingly mundane. Alas, sighed Dean Lu, I lament that I have surpassed my youth, unable to partake in the exuberance of your generation. Otherwise, I would yearn to engage in the battlefield beyond, to contend with formidable beings from other realms. Reliving the fervor of my youth. As one ages, thoughts often turn to comfort in the enjoyment of life's twilight. It is a time to mentor the younger generation, to reminisce about their growth, which evokes memories of one's own youthful vigor and boundless aspirations for the future and the uncharted territories that lie ahead. Dean Lu's words were steeped in nostalgia and longing for his younger days. In truth, he still possessed over a century of life. Yet in comparison to the 4-century lifespan of those at the pinnacle of cultivation, he considered himself in his middle to later years. Xiang Chen remarked with a smile, though the tortoise may live long, it ultimately meets its end. The soaring serpent in the mist eventually becomes dust. An old steed may rest in the stable, yet its ambition remains boundless. Dean, you are but a seasoned warrior in the twilight of your years. You have once reveled in the splendor of the world, your aspirations undiminished, earning the admiration of the younger generation. Enough with the flattery, let us address serious matters, Dean Lu interjected, somewhat exasperated. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, methods, companions, and land are all fiercely sought after. Exceptional techniques and skills evoke envy and competition among countless individuals. Your ostentatious display, without the protection of an academy, would spell disaster in the realms beyond. Why does a sword remain sheathed? In life, one must exhibit brilliance when necessary, but also learn to conceal it. Upon receiving Dean Lu's solemn admonition, Xiang Chen straightened his expression, rose, and bowed respectfully. The younger generation shall heed your wisdom. Your words are pearls of insight for navigating life, all for our benefit. Soon, 2 figures arrived at Dean Lu's residence to pay their respects. Greetings, Dean. Wang Ziyage Chicken and Yang Bin both bowed deeply. Brother Chen, why have you summoned us? Wang Ziyage Chicken inquired. Ahem. I would like you to present your celestial wolf spirits to the esteemed Dean, Xiang Chen replied with a slight cough. The 2 exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They simultaneously summoned their celestial wolf spirits, 2 imposing spectral wolves materializing, exuding a formidable aura. Although not as powerful as Xiang Chen's moon-eating celestial wolf, they were nonetheless superior-grade spirits. What an impressive spirit aura. Indeed, they are of the same lineage, Dean Lu exclaimed. Dean, we obtained the inheritance of a venerable being in the spirit realm, which bestowed upon us these powerful spirits. This is the secret of Yanwan. We kindly request your assistance in publicly announcing this secret on behalf of Xiang Chen, lest others mistakenly believe we have acquired some unparalleled technique, Xiang Chen articulated. Xiang Chen pondered that since his secret had already been exposed, he might as well fabricate a lie that the world could accept. The spirit realm truly lived up to its reputation as a blessing left by the ancient immortals, and the existence of such a miraculous elixir was astonishing. By the way, do you still have that particular elixir? The Academy is willing to pay handsomely for it. Dean Lu, having witnessed the same celestial wolf spirit, no longer harbored doubts about the truth. We have none left. All that we obtained was used by members of our Academy, Xiang Chen replied, shaking his head. What a pity, sighed Dean Lu. He was curious to know what kind of elixir could be so extraordinary. Perhaps it was the legendary divine pill. Rest assured, the Academy will officially announce this matter to prevent any trouble from arising. Dean Lu nodded in agreement with Xiang Chen's request. After all, there remained a bond of goodwill between them. Thank you, Dean, Xiang Chen bowed respectfully. All right, you may leave now. Strive diligently in your cultivation. It is in showcasing your talents on this continent that true glory in life lies. Dean Lu waved his hand. The students took their leave. The 3 departed from Dean Lu's residence. On their way back, Yang Bin remarked, Chen Gu, has the Academy noticed our anomalies? Xiang Chen replied solemnly. The disparity in strength among our Yan Huang members is significant. It is fine within the Academy, but we must remain low-key in the outside world. A tree that stands out is bound to be uprooted. Understood, the two nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his residence, Xiang Chen now possessed a set of living quarters within the inner palace, which was twice the size of his outer courtyard dwelling. Yin Tianye was already waiting for him there. Seeing her graceful silhouette waiting in the courtyard, Xiang Chen chuckled and rushed over. "My beautiful lady, have you been waiting long?" he exclaimed, embracing Yin Tianye and spinning her around before planting a kiss on her forehead. "Where have you been for so many days?" Yin Tianye asked, adjusting Xiang Chen's attire. "I wasn't aware it would take so long. I went to the spirit-killing cavern and ended up sleeping for many days there," Xiang Chen replied with a smile. "I've heard about the matters concerning the Great Chu. It is remarkable. You are now the young martial king of Great Chu, the current prince of Chu. Your Highness." This humble woman pays her respects to His Highness, the young prince of Chu, Yin Tianye said with a playful curtsy, recognizing Xiang Chen as the future ruler of Chu, hence addressing him as the young prince. "Ahem, no need for such formalities. I am merely Xiang Chen, and you should hurry and attend to my bathing and changing," he said, feigning seriousness. "Go away. You really have gotten too arrogant," Yin Tianye laughed, revealing her small tiger teeth as she playfully tugged at Xiang Chen's wolf ears. "How about I attend to the future princess consort's bathing and changing?" Xiang Chen grinned mischievously and, with a sudden move, swept Yin Tianye into a princess carry, dashing toward his residence. "Stinky brother Chen, put me down," she protested. Surprisingly, despite not having bathed for over 10 days, Yin Tianye actually helped him wash and scrub his back. If the men in the academy who coveted her found out that his goddess was attending to someone else, their hearts would surely shatter. However, before mastering the power of the sun, Xiang Chen dared not engage in any intimate contact with Qing Cheng, otherwise, the fiery spirit of the phoenix would reduce him to mere ashes. That night, Qing Cheng stayed over, and Xiang Chen, unable to contain himself, spent 2 days indulging in her company before finally escorting her back to her residence. Just as Qing Cheng departed, Xiang Ergo returned to his room, only to discover a beautiful silhouette within. Draped in sheer azure fabric, her alluring complexion radiated a mature charm, exuding both an air of elegance and youthful vitality as she reclined languidly behind the curtain, resting her chin on her delicate hand and gazing at Xiang Chen with a seductive look. "Little man, do you miss me?" The enchanting figure behind the curtain smiled, her delicate eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Xiang Chen's throat tightened, his eyes widened, and with a resounding thud, he shut the door. "Senior sister, I missed you dearly." Chapter 607. Worthy of the world. After admiring the scenic beauty of Wushan, both Xiang Chen and Yin Tianye simultaneously activated their cultivation techniques, significantly accelerating their progress compared to the usual pace. This is the nature of companionship in the realm of cultivation. Companionship refers to mentors, friends, benefactors, and even partners. In the realm of cultivation, countless men have fought fiercely over a single enchanting beauty. Historically, King Yu of Zhou lost his kingdom for a smile from his beloved, while King Zhou rebelled against celestial beings for the sake of his cherished consort. Men conquer the world, while women conquer men. Yin Tianye's cultivation was far superior to Xiang Chen's, and training alongside her greatly benefited him. Moreover, when Xiang Chen's lunar energy flowed within her, the assistance it provided to Yin Tianye was unimaginable. After consuming the elixir bestowed by the academy, the exquisite liquid transformed into a torrent of energy, which Xiang Chen fervently refined and absorbed. Aware of Xiang Chen's desire to break through his realm, Yin Tianye devoted herself to assisting him in this endeavor, simultaneously absorbing a portion of the energy during the refinement process. Days turned into weeks, and after a month and a half, Xiang Chen's eyes gleamed with brilliance. The fifth lunar vortex coalesced, and the fifth circle of true lunar essence erupted in radiant splendor. The fourth level of the Yuanyang realm had been shattered. The power of the fifth level of the Yuanyang realm coursed through Xiang Chen's body, with half of the energy transforming into true essence. As he opened his eyes and met the gaze of the enchanting figure before him, he smiled and said, "Senior sister, thank you." Yin Tianye leaned slightly forward and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead, smiling as she replied, "No need for thanks. My cultivation has also reached the pinnacle of the second layer of Soul Moon during this training. It won't be long before I break through to the third layer. Do you need my assistance?" Xiang Chen inquired. Yin Tianye shook her head, saying, "No, I shall head to the Jade Dragon Spring for my training." "Very well. Xiang Chen acquiesced without further insistence. After adjusting their attire, Yin Tianye vanished through the window. Xiang Chen watched her depart, feeling a twinge of melancholy. How should he navigate his relationship with this woman in the future? Enough of these ponderings, let fate unfold. Once I am strong enough, I shall go directly to the Yi family and claim her for myself. How delightful it would be to embrace her sister in the presence of that scoundrel Yin Tianye. I can only imagine the expression on that rascal's face. It would surely be entertaining. Xiang Chen mused to himself, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. Yet, poor Xiang Chen. To be entangled with such a rogue as I. His thoughts turned to Xiang Chen, and a pang of guilt washed over him. She was his spiritual anchor, the one he cherished most deeply. In his dreams, a life with her was already a splendid affair. Two souls bound for eternity could be considered a beautiful tale in this world. Little did he know, he encountered a transformative force that altered the course of his life. Awakening desires he had never known, ambitions for dominion, the pursuit of power, and the martial path. To wield the world as authority and revel in the embrace of beauty, such desires are shared by many a man. He no longer concealed his ambitions, for he was never one to masquerade as a saint. What need was there for pretense? Without desire, what purpose did his cultivation serve? To merely prolong existence? What was the value in that? He aspired to elevate the masses and seize control of the world, a dream inherent to manhood. He yearned to lose himself in the company of flowers, a pursuit of the spirit. He also longed to challenge the unjust rules of the world. Much like the chivalrous heroes of yore, striving to establish peace for the people he loved and to safeguard what he held dear, these were his noble aspirations. Yet, unlike others, he genuinely possessed a heart inclined towards benevolence and justice. Xiang Chen embodied the essence of humanity with its myriad facets: compassion, righteousness, kindness, cunning, and desire. Alongside both light and shadow, those who appear flawless, exuding an air of virtue, often warrant caution, for perfection can be a facade, concealing treachery that might strike when least expected, accompanied by grandiloquent justifications. Light and darkness coexist, as do kindness and malevolence. The choice of one's way of life ultimately rests upon individual discernment. When corruption becomes the norm, purity transforms into the only discordant sin. However, clarity is always more desirable than murkiness, light more worthy of celebration than darkness. As December unfolds, the new year approaches, marking the passage of yet another year. The academy is particularly desolate at this time, as many students return to various countries and families to celebrate. The chill in the air is palpable. The youth, clad in white robes, stands beside a maiden draped in a fox fur coat atop the Qinfeng Yaodiao. Morong Tianhua, Xiaohou Wu, Wang Xiaoji, Tianyu, and Zhang Dan, who is visiting her in-laws with Xiaoji, all gather atop the Qinfeng Yaodiao, preparing to return to the Grand Chu for the festivities. Upon arrival in the Grand Chu, each person disperses to their respective homes. Meanwhile, Qingqing accompanies Xiang Chen to the royal palace to pay their respects to King Xiang and Su Qing. Su Qing is exceedingly fond of Qingqing, showering her with gifts, including a generous red envelope filled with 1,000 spirit coins. On the eve of the new year, the Grand Chu is alive with the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers, filling the air with festivity throughout the human realm, including the Jiuzhou. Xiang Chen stands upon the palace tower, with Qingqing beside him, her head gently resting on his shoulder as they both gaze at the resplendent fireworks illuminating the night sky. On the bustling streets, pedestrians traverse with cheerful expressions. The common folk visit relatives, and thanks to Xiang Chen's reforms, the lives of the lower classes have improved significantly. Every household has ample provisions, and the Great Chu experiences no famine. Families, young and old, gather together, feasting and joyfully discussing this year's harvest and plans for next year's land cultivation, occasionally reflecting on the current state of the nation, the reforms of Prince Chu, and the enlightened governance, all with expressions of contentment and happiness. For ordinary people, a century of life is often about ensuring the continuity of their lineage, living in peace and health, and enjoying plentiful food while cherishing family reunions. From his lofty perch, Xiang Chen gazes upon the countless lights of homes, feeling an immense sense of relief. Such a peaceful and prosperous era, such well-being among the populace is precisely the world he yearns for. As snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, Qingqing extends her hand, catching a flake and watching it melt in her palm, leaning against him with a sweet smile upon her face. During the new year, Xiang Chen also celebrates in the royal palace. This year, the festivities are particularly lively, as the families of the Xiahou clan, including Xiahou Wu, Xiaqing Cheng, and Xiang Chen himself, all come together. Little Tuan Tuan, nestled in Su Qing's arms, samples various dishes while eagerly planning to set off fireworks with Shui Er. Though Shui Er has grown older, now 9, Tuan Tuan remains small, appearing to be only 7 or 8. Her mind as innocent and kind as ever. Don't delay, Xia Yunlong signals to his wife, Zhao Chunhui, with a glance. Zhao Chunhui, feeling somewhat awkward, gazes at Xiang Chen, who is seated across from Xiahou Wu, Murong Tianhua, and Tianyu, engaged in boisterous conversation and drinking, feeling conflicted. However, she ultimately rises, instructs a maid to serve a cup of wine, and approaches Xiang Chen, slightly bowing in respect. I humbly beg for your forgiveness, Your Highness, Prince Chu. Chapter 608. The Chief of 10,000 Medicines. The fifth watch in the central square of the great Chu capital stands a magnificent celestial wolf. Its brow adorned with a crescent moon, poised to take flight with wings outstretched. Crafted from white jade, white copper, and silver, it towers 7 to 8 meters high, with a body length exceeding 10 meters, exuding an extraordinary grace. This statue serves as the current totem of the Great Chu, attracting many visitors during the new year who come to light incense, pay homage, and make various wishes. The collective thoughts of the populace merge into an invisible spiritual energy that infuses the celestial wolf statue, causing it to emanate a soft glow, enveloped in a radiance akin to a full moon, enhancing its mystique. Within the palace, Murong Tianhua observes the celebrations with an inexplicable sigh. Previously, during the New Year feasts at the Yin family palace, he was never invited due to his background being deemed a disgrace to the royal family. Now, as an outsider, he finds himself invited to the family gathering by the head of the household, a situation that starkly contrasts with the past. I humbly beg for your forgiveness, Your Highness, Prince Chu. At that moment, a beautiful woman approaches Xiang Chen, holding a cup of wine served by a maid, and bows gracefully. Xiang Chen, who had been drinking with his brothers, is taken aback, staring in surprise at Zhao Chunhui, the mother of Qing Cheng. He quickly rises, saying, Aunt Xia, what is this? Zhao Chunhui, with an expression of deep regret, replies, I have previously been quite harsh towards Your Highness, Prince Chu. Please do not hold it against me. I offer this wine as an apology and wish to express my sincerest remorse. Saying this, she retrieved a cup of wine from the tray held by the maid beside her, offering a toast to Xiang Chen before drinking it herself as a form of self-punishment. Xiang Chen's expression turned serious as he quickly reached out to take the cup, stating, Aunt, you are being too harsh. The past is behind us. Zhao Chunhui, with reddened eyes, expressed her gratitude, adding, I feel ashamed of my past actions. Indeed, Zhao Chunhui was once quite detestable, yet she remained the mother of Qingcheng, and by extension, worthy of compassion. Even if Xiang Chen had previously harbored dislike for her, they were now family, and it was essential to choose forgiveness and understanding. From this day forth, let bygones be bygones. We are family now. There is no need to bring up the past. You may call me Xiang Chen or Xiao Chen, as you wish. I shall raise a glass in your honor as well. He lifted his cup in salute and drank deeply. A true gentleman possesses a heart as vast as the ocean. If he cannot embrace even a mother-in-law who has erred yet wishes to amend her ways, what else can his heart accommodate? However, Zhao Chunhui's acknowledgement of her faults was indeed influenced by Xiang Chen's current achievements and status. As the ancients said, to establish a family and a career, one must have a virtuous wife and a good mother. Witnessing such a union, one could indeed see the realization of both family and career, with a virtuous wife and a good mother. Thank you, Zhao Chunhui said with a slight bow before returning to her seat. Brother Chen, thank you, Qingqing expressed, embracing Xiang Chen's arm. He playfully pinched her nose, chuckling softly. For you, I would gladly cherish every individual. With her eyes glistening, Xia Qingcheng grasped his hand, and an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Haha, splendid. Let us not dwell on past matters any longer. From this moment forth, we are all family. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses together, wishing for the peace and prosperity of the common folk in our great land, and may the great Chu thrive and flourish. Prince Wang declared, lifting his cup. The dozens present raised their glasses in unison, echoing, May the common folk of this land live in peace and prosperity, and may our great Chu grow ever more prosperous and powerful. Cheers resounded. As the celebratory sounds of the new year echoed throughout the Great Chu and across the vast lands, countless fireworks erupted into the sky, drowning the air in a cacophony of firecrackers, marking the passage of the old year. In the midst of the firecracker symphony, the year turned anew, ushering in the warmth of spring and the promise of renewal. Every door and household welcomed the dawn with new decorations, exchanging old symbols for new. This year, the youth also approached the threshold of 18, marking it as the first new year for the Great Chu. Meanwhile, in the heart of the wasteland, stood a grand 9-story building, towering over its surroundings. This structure occupied a prime location, a veritable jewel in the bustling district, and bore a sign that read, Wanyao Pavilion. Here lay the overt headquarters of Wanyao Pavilion in the region of Huangzhou. In the lobby of the 9th floor, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the fireworks illuminating the city. Clad in a robe adorned with golden silk and embroidered with landscapes, the man possessed a chiseled visage and sharp, expressive eyes, truly a sight to behold. He surveyed the cityscape, contemplating the passage of another year. Lin Kai, the overseer of Wanyao Pavilion's various branches, was lost in thought. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in black approached, bowing slightly behind Lin Kai. Is there any news from the pavilion master? Lin Kai inquired with a detached demeanor. No, logically speaking, at this juncture. The Lord should have returned personally to distribute dividends and convene a management meeting. However, his absence is conspicuous, Steward Songda remarked, as Lin Kai furrowed his brows and turned to inquire. Have we dispatched someone to inquire about the situation in the Xiang Kingdom? Is he not in seclusion there for an extended period? Songda replied, We have sent someone to investigate. What is perplexing is that perhaps the chief steward remains unaware that the Xiang Kingdom has been vanquished and has since been renamed Dechu. The Xiang Kingdom has been destroyed, Lin Kai exclaimed, a hint of astonishment gracing his features, for there are numerous states in the wasteland, and he had not kept a vigilant eye on the smaller nations. Indeed, it was obliterated by a rebellious clan within the Xiang, known as the Xiang family, which led various insurgent factions to overthrow the Yin family's rule and establish Dechu. Steward Songdo elucidated. What relevance does this hold for our Wanyao Pavilion? Lin Kai queried. It does bear significance. I wonder if you recall that the Lord mentioned he would be absent for a time. After his departure, he entrusted the management of Wanyao Pavilion to the chief steward Qingfeng and his brother Xiang Chen, Songda stated. I remember this matter well. Though I have yet to meet this Xiang Chen, Lin Kai nodded. According to our intelligence, we have gleaned information about Xiang Chen, Songda continued. He is the son of the Xiang family patriarch and one of the principal architects of their successful coup, merely 17 or 18 years of age, yet remarkably astute, possessing a commendable reputation among the populace. He is currently studying at the Academy of the Wasteland. Moreover, after seizing power, the Xiang family abruptly sealed off several districts surrounding the Wanyao Pavilion branch in the Xiang Kingdom, prohibiting outsiders from entering. Thus our people cannot gain access. Songdo elaborated. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai narrowed his eyes and inquired, what transpired? Why has he chosen to blockade the areas surrounding the Dexiang branch? Could it possibly be concerning the Xiang branch? The precise reasons remain unclear. However, our operatives have learned from the common folk that 2 months ago, the Wanyao branch was engulfed in flames, with wails audible from over 10 miles away, indicating that a battle had ensued. Since that day, the vicinity of the Wanyao Pavilion branch has been under lockdown, Songda recounted. Lin Kai's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered the implications, suddenly declaring with gravity, immediately dispatch individuals to infiltrate that branch and simultaneously arrange for our people to deliver a consignment of supplies under the guise of providing aid, enabling contact with those within the branch. I must ascertain the specifics of what transpired. Understood. Chapter 609. Fate's Irony. 6th Update, 27. During this period, Xiang Chen had not engaged in rigorous training, but occasionally paused to immerse himself in life's experiences, balancing work and leisure, which in turn elevated his state of mind. A strong bow, when not in use, is best kept with its string relaxed to prevent excessive tension that could compromise its longevity. The same principle applies to the path of cultivation. An obsession with the pursuit of power may lead one to lose sight of their true nature. Occasionally seeking moments of respite allows for a more tranquil state of mind, embodying the wisdom of balance, knowing when to exert force and when to yield, thus maneuvering with ease. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, families gathered to enjoy dumplings, and on the second day, Xiang Chen accompanied Xiang Chen on an excursion through the royal capital. During the third year of junior high, Xiang Chen, accompanied by his mother, Xiang Chen, ventured to Su City to pay a visit to his grandfather. The Su family, esteemed within the realm of Dechu, enjoyed a status elevated by Su Qing's position as queen. However, the venerable patriarch of the Su family had once been a martial general under the command of Xiang Wang's father. Disinterested in the affairs of the court, he chose to retreat to a small town for a life of tranquility after his retirement. Throughout the tumult of the power struggle, Xiang Chen had never troubled his maternal grandfather. Nevertheless, the old gentleman held great affection for his grandson. As the grandson approached to pay his respects, the elderly man, clad in a long black robe and with hair streaked with gray, sat regally in the high hall, his visage kind and benevolent, surrounded by numerous onlookers. Xiang Chen, with a graceful flourish of his robe, knelt respectfully and bowed his head. Xiang Chen followed suit, kneeling beside him. "Ah, my little Chen has grown so much. Come, rise and let your grandfather have a look. And you too, Xiang Chen, stand up." The old gentleman chuckled warmly. Xiang Chen and Xiang Chen stood and stepped forward a few paces. "Grandfather, I have missed you dearly. Happy New Year." Xiang Chen exclaimed with a smile. "Indeed, you have grown tall and handsome. Here, this is a New Year's red envelope from your grandfather," the elderly man replied, handing over a thick envelope filled with gold notes. "Thank you, grandfather," Xiang Chen said as he accepted it graciously. "And for you, Xiang Chen, this is yours as well," the old gentleman added, presenting her with a red envelope. "Thank you, grandfather," Xiang Chen replied, receiving it with respect. "Yes, it has been more than 2 years since I last saw you. Little Chen, I hardly recognized how much you have matured," Xiang Chen's aunt remarked with a smile from the side. "Good lad. I hear you have reached the Yuanyang realm now. How about a friendly spar?" Xiang Chen's uncle, Su Yang, proposed with a grin. Xiang Chen laughed. "Uncle, you are a formidable warrior at the 8th level of Yuanyang. I could hardly be your opponent. However, I did bring some fine spirit wine from the wild capital for you to enjoy. Would you truly strike me?" Upon hearing this, Su Yang's eyes glinted coldly before he chuckled. "Indeed, you possess a filial heart, far surpassing your cousin. Father, must you involve me in every little matter?" A young man in his 20s interjected with a pout from the side. "Ah, little Chen, shortly I shall introduce you to another cousin you have yet to meet." Su Yang's uncle smiled. "Another cousin?" Xiang Chen inquired, surprised as he turned to his uncle. "I have no other cousins." His aunt snorted. "Your uncle has quite the history of romantic escapades. During his time serving at the Northern Pass, he fell in love with a woman from the Northern Wilds, resulting in a child. However, since she was from the enemy nation, he refrained from bringing her home to avoid complications." Xiang Chun's realization dawned, and he observed his uncle's evident embarrassment. After all, having spent many years stationed at the harsh Northern Pass, men sometimes found it difficult to restrain themselves. At that moment, a stunning woman adorned in a simple white dress, accompanied by a young boy, entered the grand hall. "Yuan heir," Su Yang called out eagerly, rushing to welcome the newcomers. As Xiang Chen gazed ahead, he beheld a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. The passage of time had etched subtle traces upon her visage, yet her beauty remained evident, draped in delicate white garments, exuding an air of fragility. However, when Xiang Chen turned his gaze towards the young man beside her, he was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Su Ligay." His expression swiftly transformed into one of coldness. Xiang Chen, the youth, upon seeing Xiang Chen, was equally astonished. It was none other than Su Ligay. "What is this, Chen? Do you know each other?" Uncle Su Yang inquired in surprise. "Is this truly my nephew? Come, let me have a look at you," Su Qing chuckled. Yet, the two youths merely fixed their stares upon one another. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from Xiang Chen, a manifestation of the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm, sweeping through the room. Simultaneously, Su Ligay released an aura of the 6th level of the Yuanyang realm. The collision of their astonishing energy fields produced a thunderous resonance throughout the space, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence as they beheld the two. "Get out," Xiang Chen declared icily. "This isn't your home. Who do you think you can order out?" Su Ligay retorted with a sinister smile. "Then let us take this outside." Xiang Chen replied coldly. "That was precisely my intention." In an instant, both youths leaped forward, their figures soaring into the sky, producing a resounding crash as they broke through the ceiling. The crowd in the hall stared in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Su Ligay and Xiang Chen, with their true wings manifested, hovered several dozen meters above the ground, their true essence swirling around them. I never expected to find you here. Xiang Chen's expression was frigid. This individual was clearly an adversary. I, too, was surprised to encounter you here. Your flesh has been on my mind incessantly. Su Ligay smirked coldly. Then let us settle this today, Xiang Chen shouted, unleashing a mighty roar that transformed him into a half-wolf, his power surging dramatically. Moonlight wave. A resonant hum echoed as a wave of moonlit energy erupted from his maw, piercing through the void with lethal intent. Blood spirit, blood sun. From Su Ligay's back sprouted a pair of crimson wings, thrumming with a dark red energy that roared and coalesced, morphing into a blood-red solar orb that hurtled forward. The collision of sun and moon unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that swept across the ground, creating a tempest of force. The magnitude of this energy was astonishing, rendering Su Laozi, Su Yang, and the others in utter astonishment at the clash of these two titans. This explosive power rivals even that of the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm, Su Laozi remarked gravely. What has led them to fight? The members of the Su family were equally bewildered. Kill. With a fierce clash, neither party could overpower the other, and they simultaneously charged at one another, weapons drawn. Ligay, cease this at once. Chen stop. He is your cousin. Su Ligay, Li Guan and Xiang Chen's mother, Su Qing, urgently implored. What? Xiang Chen could hardly believe his ears, halting in disbelief as he gazed incredulously at Su Ligay. Su Ligay also furrowed his brow. These two are cousins? Chapter 610, Seeking Ancestry in the City. Come down, both of you. As two mothers admonished them, Su Ligu and Xiang Chen exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Nevertheless, they both restrained their powers. One retracted her wings while the other transformed into human form, descending from the air. The Su family gathered around, their expressions filled with shock as they contemplated the overwhelming energy that had erupted from their brief encounter. Mother, what is happening? How could this person be my cousin? Xiang Chen inquired. Did you not hear your uncle? That is your aunt-in-law, and he is naturally your cousin. Born in the same year, just a month older than you, Su Qing retorted. Why did you engage in confrontation upon meeting? Do you know each other or harbor a grudge? Li Gu, what is going on? Do you know your cousin? Li Guan also questioned. Su Li Gu remained silent, her dark eyes, devoid of any white, fixated on Xiang Chen. Their gazes met, both steely and resolute. By the way, Li Gu is also studying at the academy. Could it be that you two are acquainted? Is there some conflict? Uncle Su suddenly recalled that Su Li Gu was also enrolled there. We are family. If there are any disagreements, let them be resolved. It is a festive occasion, and we should not mar it with discord. You too. Come here, commanded old Master Su, striking his cane on the ground. With simultaneous disdainful snorts, the two approached. Shake hands and make amends, old Master Su ordered sternly. The two exchanged a reluctant glance before extending their hands. However, upon their hands meeting, an overwhelming force erupted from both, aimed at subduing the other. Xiang Chen, I had no idea we shared such a connection. How amusing. I shall not be bound by this absurd familial tie. I will nurture you first, fatten you up, and then I shall consume you. Su Li Gu whispered with a low chuckle in Xiang Chen's ear. Mutually assured destruction. Dare to harm a hair on my grandfather's side, and I will ensure your demise is without a trace. Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smirk. Their powers matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. Ultimately, they released their grip and returned to their respective mothers, ignoring one another. The Su family, bewildered by the exchange, was left in the dark about what had transpired, as neither party offered any explanation. Oh dear, we are all family, must it come to this? Su Yang remarked awkwardly. Enough, the reunion dinner is ready, let us eat. Old Master Su announced. At the mention of food, the group proceeded to the dining hall for their family meal. Throughout the meal, Li Guan consistently advised Su Li Gu not to bully her cousin. Su Li Gu, in turn, displayed great affection towards her mother. Devoid of the cruelty and bloodshed she often exhibited towards outsiders. Su Qing also encouraged Xiang Chen to let go of any grievances, insisting they should coexist amicably as cousins. They both outwardly agreed, yet their inner thoughts remained known only to themselves. Seeing Su Li Gu, Xiang Chen felt a twinge of concern. This individual was undoubtedly no benevolent soul. Her extraordinary lineage and combat prowess hinted at untold opportunities she must have seized. As for her mother, Li Guan she was merely an ordinary cultivator, possessing only the innate level of great celestial realm. Brother Chen, What exactly transpired between you two? Xiang Chen discreetly inquired. Xiang Chen, there is no need for you to know too much. Just be exceedingly cautious of this person in the future, Xiang Chen replied, withholding information about Su Ligu. Very well, Xiang Chen conceded, refraining from further questioning. To my cousin Xiang Chen, I raise a glass. Su Ligu suddenly laughed, her gaze mischievous. And to my cousin Su Li, Xiang Chen replied calmly, toasting from a distance. Indeed, now it feels appropriate. The Su family members smiled at the sight, believing the two had set aside their differences. However, the situation between them was far more intricate than mere discord. It was not so much a feud as it was a complex entanglement devoid of hatred. Su Ligu harbored desires towards Xiang Chen, who, naturally, could not regard him as a friend. You are the demon of darkness. I am the spirit of the mortal realm. Though we are both beings of the supernatural, our paths diverge. After spending a day at the Su residence, the following day, Xiang Chen, Su Qing, and Ting Cheng returned to the royal city. In the vast expanse of the Dechu, amidst the misty demon mountains, a long wolf's howl echoed through the forest. A gigantic white-furred wolf howled, releasing a torrent of demonic energy. Gradually, the energy receded, and the massive white demon wolf transformed into a robust man clad in a white wolf fur coat, his elongated ears reminiscent of a wolf's. At last, I can seek you out, he murmured to himself, stepping forth from the dense woods towards the city inhabited by humans. Perhaps the young man had forgotten the promise made with a cerulean wolf demon long ago. When you can take your true form, remember to find me in the royal capital. All beings possess a spirit, and demons too can feel. The young man had left a trace of the moon-devouring celestial wolf's primal energy within the creature, aiding it in transcending its innate limitations to ultimately evolve into a true demon. The creature, however, had not forgotten the promise made to the young man. As the man exited the misty demon mountains, accompanied by his pack of wolves, he avoided the main roads, communicating with the creatures of the wild to ascertain the route to the royal capital. After traversing hundreds of kilometers, he finally beheld the city, home to millions. Yet, his demonic aura made it impossible for him to blend in among humans. With a fierce howl, he summoned thousands of cerulean wolves from the forest. Transforming into a colossal white wolf, he led his pack towards the royal city, an imposing sight that startled the sentinels atop the city watchtower. Oh no! A pack of wolf demons. The alarm bells resonated throughout the castle, rousing the guards who quickly peered into the distance, witnessing the oncoming tide of cerulean, black, and brown demon wolves. Prepare for battle, commanded General Wang Tian. With a clatter, many arrows were readied on the city walls as the wolf pack continued their advance. Fire! Wang Tian ordered, and a volley of arrows was released. The piercing sound of arrows met flesh as a demon wolf collapsed, and in an instant, countless others fell, struck by arrows. Amidst the chaos, the White Wolf King roared fiercely, charging towards the city gates under the protection of his pack. He could sense it. The scent of the king was near. Though thousands of demon wolves fell to the ground, many already lying in pools of blood, the White Wolf had sustained several wounds from arrows. Yet, propelled by an extraordinary speed, he surged through the barely closed gates of the royal city, blood gushing from his body as he raced inside. Closer, closer, the presence of the king drew ever nearer. He must see the king. Amidst the bustling streets, chaos reigned as a colossal white wolf, measuring 10 meters in length, dashed through, instilling terror in numerous passers-by. You foul beast, you seek your demise. With a thunderous roar, Wang Tian transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the air in pursuit. A carriage, having only just entered the city, traversed the thoroughfare. Wang! The roar echoed, startling countless onlookers who beheld the gigantic, white demonic wolf charging forth. Kill! Wang Tian soared through the air, a fierce blade of light descending with unrelenting force, severing the spine of the white wolf from hundreds of meters away. The beast collapsed with a resounding thud. You wretched creature, daring to commit atrocities within the city. Meet your end. Wang Tian unleashed a second strike, a blade of light spanning over 10 meters aimed to pierce the wolf's skull. Stop! A commanding voice reverberated through the air. An arrow of tremendous power swiftly approached, colliding with the descending blade. With a thunderous explosion, the blade was obliterated by the arrow. A figure then appeared, positioning itself above the fallen white wolf. Young master. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Tian immediately sheathed his blade and knelt in respect. Xiang Chen, however, had no time to acknowledge him. His gaze was fixated on the great wolf sprawled on the ground, emanating a familiar aura. Wang, I have come to find you. The white wolf recognized Xiang Chen instantly, crawling towards him with tears streaming down its face. You are Qingfeng? Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The great wolf nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you are truly Qingfeng. Xiang Chen's face lit up with joy, and he hastily summoned his regenerative essence to heal it, gently caressing its head. Good wolf, I never expected you would come searching for me. Xiang Chen felt a surge of emotion. This unwavering loyalty was rare among any creature. Meanwhile, Su Qing and Xia Qingqing from the carriage approached, gazing at the great wolf in astonishment. Young master, do you know this wolf demon? Wang Tian inquired, astounded. Of course, this is my former steed. How could you have injured it so grievously? Xiang Chen retorted, exasperated. Wang Tian let out a bitter laugh, awkwardly replying, I didn't recognize it. This is not good. There are still many wolf demons outside. I must go and halt their assault. Without hesitation, Wang Tian turned and soared back. Qingfeng, you foolish wolf. Why did you not transform into human form to call my name for entry? Xiang Chen lamented, his heart aching upon seeing Qingfeng in such a state. Channeling his regenerative essence and medicinal pills, the wolf's injuries healed swiftly. The human and demon races are at odds. I had no choice but to fight my way in. I sensed your presence and knew you were not far. The white wolf spoke with human-like clarity. You have suffered greatly. I nearly forgot this matter. Come, let us hurry and rescue your kin. Xiang Chen slapped his forehead, guilt washing over him as he raced towards the outskirts of the city to aid other wolf demons who had been injured by arrows. Soon, he summoned the apothecaries from the Tianchen pharmacy to tend to the wounded wolves. Fortunately, the resilience of the demon race was formidable. Most of the injured wolves were saved, though a dozen had perished. Xiang Chen could not place blame on Wang Tian and his companions. Their duty was to protect the populace. He could only lament his own negligence in not recalling this critical matter. Initially, he had merely spoken in jest, never anticipating that Qingfeng would take it so seriously and truly come searching for him. After a busy day, I finally managed to rescue this pack of wolves. Xiang Chen gazed at the wolves surrounding him, lying down with their heads touching the ground, signifying their submission. It seemed necessary to find a way to address the issues between humans and the demon race. Xiang Chen contemplated that he aspired to create an environment where humans could coexist harmoniously with demons, at least within his realm. Wang Qian, take these demon wolves away. You can communicate with them and train them to become companions and warriors of the city's defense, Xiang Chen instructed. Train these demon wolves? Wang Qian's expression revealed her reluctance. Why the hesitation? You possess demon blood. With your bloodline's pressure, they will heed your commands. Naturally, you must take responsibility for any injuries you inflict upon them, Xiang Chen replied curtly. All right, I shall obey the young master's command, Wang Qian conceded, transforming into a tiger human and releasing her demonic energy to communicate with the wolf demons. Chen, what is happening here? Su Qing inquired with curiosity. Mother, imagine if humans could live in peace with demons on this land. It would be so harmonious. The demon race possesses many abilities. Some can farm, others can summon rain, and some can excavate mountains and carve stones, all of which can significantly aid human development, Xiang Chen articulated. Alas, humans and demons cannot coexist. Your idea, though noble, faces the harsh reality that demons feast on humans, and humans also consume demons. How do you propose to resolve this? It seems impractical, Su Qing remarked. Xiang Chen smiled. Humans consume demons for cultivation and resources, and vice versa. If we can provide ample resources for both without resorting to mutual slaughter, this issue can be resolved. After all, are we not promoting Chuling rice? It can both satiate hunger and facilitate cultivation. Give it a try then. If you can achieve peace between humans and demons, it would greatly enhance the strength of our Chu state. Su Qing supported her son's vision. Indeed, the demon race possesses extraordinary talents and strength. If they can integrate into our great Chu, the advancement of our nation will undoubtedly be propelled further, Xiang Chen affirmed. Within the borders of the Great Chu, the largest habitat for demon beasts is the Misty Mountain Range, teeming with myriad demon creatures, albeit of lower cultivation levels, with few reaching the Yuanyang realm, thus lacking the strength to rival the Great Chu. Xiang Chen first escorted the white wolf back to his residence before discussing in detail with his companions how to facilitate the coexistence of the demon and human races. This day marked the 5th day of the first lunar month. In the center of the hall, a blazing fire pit burned brightly, filling the room with warmth. Murong Tianhua, Xiao Wu, Wang Qian, Xiao Bai, and others were seated in the hall, facilitating coexistence between the demon and human races. Young master, could this not be overly ambitious? Xiao Bai expressed his concerns after hearing Xiang Chen's thoughts. If we were to release a large number of demon beasts into the city and an incident were to occur, it would not be a trivial matter and could incite panic among the populace. Xiang Chen responded, thus, alleviating the fears on both sides is the foremost issue to address. And I wish to assign this task to the White Tiger Guard. 2 individuals listened attentively, as the White Tiger Guard was also led by 2 commanders. Xiang Chen said, firstly, we must allow the populace to witness that the demon race is not solely malevolent. I will personally lead a multitude of demons to your side, and we shall perform this grand spectacle before all our citizens. Xiang Chen elaborated on his thoughts, and Murong Tianhua found them plausible. After all, Xiang Chen had become the totemic divine beast of the Great Shu, earning a measure of respect among the people. In the future, if the human and demon races can coexist harmoniously and assist one another in survival, our subjects in Great Shu could become friends, even comrades, with the demon beasts. Wang Tian, upon hearing this, remarked, since the young master has made up his mind, our city defense forces and the White Tiger Guard will wholeheartedly support your endeavors. Indeed, I shall report this matter to my father. If he consents, we shall proceed as planned. With that, Xiang Chen rose, and the meeting came to an end. The journey of the White Wolf from afar touched Xiang Chen, revealing the deep loyalty of the demons. The relationship between humans and beasts should not be solely one of slaughter. Coexistence is a possibility. While he lacked the power to alter the broader dynamics between humans and demons across the world, he could attempt to address this issue within the borders of Great Shu. Xiang Chen's proposal was sanctioned by King Xiang. As long as Xiang Chen had confidence in resolving this matter, the king would fully support his son. On the 7th day of the month, Xiang Chen set forth with Wang Ziajiji, Murong Tianhua, Long Yu, Xiao Wang Bagui, Si Hai, Qing Ming, Hong Hua Xianxi, and Shi Shinshu, embarking on a journey to the Demon Mist Mountains to capture demons within the realm of Great Shu. Chapter 6:12, Conquering the Demon Mist. The Demon Mist Mountains stretch across thousands of kilometers, perfectly situated between the Scorpion Kingdom and Great Shu, forming a natural barrier between the 2 nations. This region is rife with venomous creatures and demon beasts, and the air is laden with miasma that could prove fatal to the unwary, making it a refuge for lower-tier demon races. Xiang Chen and his companions ventured boldly into the forest, where Xiang Chen transformed into the moon-eating celestial wolf and soared into the sky, while the others dispersed to search for formidable demons within the Demon Mist Mountains. The silvery moon-eating celestial wolf soared high above, its moonlight divine eye radiating lunar beams that enveloped an area of nearly 100 kilometers below. Within this expansive vision, every detail vividly materialized in his mind, akin to a 3-dimensional radar system, allowing him to penetrate thick layers of earth and perceive depths of hundreds of meters. A roar echoed through the forest. A magnificent black demon tiger, measuring nearly 10 meters in length and standing 5 to 6 meters tall, was cloaked in a faint black flame. It prowled through the woods, surveying its territory and inspecting the mountain herbs and ancient medicines that had grown within its domain, ensuring none had been harvested. Amidst a thicket, 2 herbalists were excavating a precious ginseng, which was 200 to 300 years old and notably a 9th-grade treasure, highly valuable in Great Shu. One of them was tying a red thread around the ginseng, hanging a copper coin to prevent its escape, while the other carefully dug with a jade spade, ensuring not to damage the precious root. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon them this time, as they stumbled upon a precious 9-tiered treasure ginseng, sufficient for their leisurely existence for years to come. The man tied with a red string chuckled. Indeed, we could even purchase an advanced martial arts manual. His companion replied cautiously while digging. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed through the air, accompanied by a malevolent gust that rustled the nearby thicket. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they looked up to behold a colossal black tiger, its icy gaze fixed upon them. The Black Flame Tiger King, they gasped, paralyzed by the terrifying aura emanating from the beast. The Black Flame Tiger King, renowned as one of the most fearsome beasts in the Misty Mountain Range, possessed a formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the Yuanyang realm, having honed its skills for over 2 centuries. Humans, dare to pilfer my precious herb? You seek death, roared the black flame tiger king, its voice reverberating like thunder as it swiped a massive paw toward the two men. Run, they exclaimed in panic, desperately fleeing in opposite directions. Yet, as mere practitioners of the divine concealment realm, escape was futile. Boom. The immense paw descended, unleashing a force exceeding 1,000,000 pounds, shattering the tranquility of the forest. One man was crushed without uttering a sound, reduced to a mere smear. The other was sent hurtling through the air, terror rendering him speechless. In that moment, the tiger's enormous jaws lunged forward, clamping onto the upper half of the unfortunate man. Crunch, crackle, crunch. The man was mercilessly devoured, reduced to nothing but bone fragments. With a cold snort, the black flame tiger regarded the precious ginseng, marking its territory with a stream of urine, leaving behind a scent to claim it. At that instant, a gigantic silver sky wolf descended from above, landing before the tiger, exuding an overwhelming pressure of a holy beast's bloodline. The black flame tiger, taken aback by this sudden appearance, felt an unfamiliar fear creep into its heart as it sensed the oppressive aura. Surrender, or face your demise, the moon-eating sky wolf declared coldly. In response, the black flame tiger summoned its courage and roared defiantly, unleashing a torrent of black flames from its maw. Boom. The flames erupted into a towering inferno, incinerating nearby trees into ashes, as it surged toward the moon-eating sky wolf. With an enraged howl, the sky wolf retaliated, unleashing a beam of lunar light. The two forces collided with a resounding explosion that shook the very earth, obliterating everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. Raising clouds of dust, the lunar light wave effortlessly overpowered the black flame's fiery onslaught, crashing into the tiger with devastating force. With a pained cry, the black flame tiger was hurled away. Seizing the moment, the moon-eating sky wolf lunged forward, delivering a crushing blow to the tiger's head. Thud! The tiger's skull was struck with such force that blood erupted from its mouth, its vision darkening as its head was driven into the ground, a display of overwhelming dominance. Approaching the fallen beast, the moon-eating sky wolf clawed at the tiger's eyelids, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as it channeled intricate spells into the beast's gaze. The black flame tiger instinctively roared, its limbs twitching, before regaining consciousness and gazing at the moon-devouring wolf. The black flame tiger knelt, its eyes reflecting a sense of reverence and submission. I pay homage to my king. The little demon submits, it articulated respectfully. Summon all your subordinates. Gather at the easternmost point of the Demon Mist Mountains in 3 days, commanded the moon-devouring wolf. Yes, replied the black flame tiger, lowering itself to the ground before soaring into the sky, heading towards the next great demon of the Yuanyang realm. Above a vast swamp, a colossal flying python, over 30 meters in length with fiery red wings, spiraled in the air. The crimson phoenix python, known as Dahe, gazed down upon the swamp, its enormous serpent eyes emanating a chilling glow. Suddenly, the massive wings behind it surged with demonic energy, igniting a blaze of demon fire. The inferno erupted forth, coalescing into fireballs the size of a meter, bombarding the ground below. Boom, boom, boom. The swamp erupted, mud and water churning violently. Each fireball possessed the destructive power akin to heavy explosives. A roar resounded from within the swamp. With a tremendous crash, a 20-meter-long, pitch-black ancient crocodile emerged. This was none other than an emperor crocodile, boasting a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the Yuanyang realm. How dare a mere 7th-stage demon beast provoke my authority? It is seeking death. The emperor crocodile bellowed, a gust of demonic wind swirling around it, as it unleashed its massive jaws, carrying a terrifying biting force of over 1,000,000 pounds towards the crimson phoenix python. The crimson phoenix python let out an enraged roar, diving from the heavens with lightning speed, evading the emperor crocodile's attack. Instead, it sank its fangs into the crocodile's neck, coiling its 30-meter-long body around the creature. As it tightened its grip, the constriction unleashed a killing force surpassing 2 to 3 million pounds, truly fearsome. This deadly embrace could even crush a spirit realm opponent. The emperor crocodile let out a pained scream, its bones cracking under the immense pressure as it thrashed in the swamp. Submit to me, my king, or face death. The chilling warning echoed from Dahe's mouth. Chapter 613. Elemental Demon Clan. In a certain location within the Demon Mist Mountains, deep beneath several hundred meters of soil, lay a vast underground cavern. Numerous arrow rodents scurried about, their size comparable to wild boars, each adorned with needle-like steel spines. Within the cave, two massive demon mice confronted one another. One was entirely black, as large as a fierce tiger, its body covered in arrow-like spines, sharp claws gleaming with demonic energy. Possessing a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the Yuan-Yang realm. The other, wolf-sized, was draped in golden fur that shimmered beautifully, though its cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the Yuan-Yang realm. The devouring god mouse unleashed its bloodline pressure, effectively suppressing its opponent by 2 minor realms. The arrow rodent stared at the devouring god mouse, its eyes filled with greedy desire, convinced that devouring this foe would lead to the evolution of its own bloodline. With a simultaneous roar, the two mice charged at each other. However, the divine devouring mouse moved with astonishing speed, rivaling that of sound, transforming into a golden flash that instantly reached its opponent, striking with a claw that tore through the air. Swish! Several golden claw lights shredded the arrows, severing them in multiple places, yet failing to inflict harm upon the flesh. The arrow demon mouse unleashed a barrage of black light from its arrows, shooting furiously towards the divine devouring mouse. The mouse evaded repeatedly, narrowly avoiding critical strikes to its eyes, but the sheer area covered by the arrows was overwhelming. Thunderous booms echoed as deep pits were carved into the cavern walls. A few of these arrow strikes, possessing the might of divine arrows, struck the divine devouring mouse. Yet its fur erupted in golden radiance, deflecting them with ease. With a prodigious innate ability, it executed the divine annihilation. The divine devouring mouse, with a fierce roar, expelled a wave of golden light that intertwined into intricate sigils, forming a massive golden vortex that manifested before it. An astonishing force of absorption erupted, drawing in all incoming arrow light, which was then ground to powder within the vortex. What? The arrow mouse king was struck with horror as its body was drawn towards the golden vortex, facing imminent annihilation. This divine ability was indeed formidable. I yield, great king. I submit. The arrow mouse king pleaded in terror as it neared the vortex's grasp. The divine devouring mouse chuckled coldly, advancing and pinning the arrow mouse king beneath a claw. Above a towering mountain peak, the cry of an eagle resonated through the skies. As a magnificent azure wind god rock clashed with a 9-fold Yuan-Yang realm white jade eagle, adorned in pristine white feathers with an impressive wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Although the wind god rock was only at the 5-fold Yuan-Yang realm, it stood its ground remarkably against the 9-fold white jade eagle. The two avian titans engaged in a battle at supersonic speed, with the lower-tiered wind god rock surprisingly displaying a slight edge in swiftness. Blue and white lights collided continuously, reminiscent of two supersonic fighter jets emitting thunderous roars. The white jade eagle unleashed sharp white beams aimed at the wind god rock, exhibiting tremendous penetrating power. In response, the wind god rock let out a furious roar, summoning a tempest that surged with swirling energy, its aura pulsating as it conjured a formidable blue storm. The extreme storm. Boom. A colossal azure tornado, several dozen meters in length, spiraled forth, uprooting trees on the mountaintop. The overwhelming pull of the wind enveloped the white jade eagle, causing its speed to falter while the tornado approached, infused with an intense chill. Frost began to coat the white jade eagle, its movements slowing dramatically. At that moment, the wind god rock cried out, flapping its wings with vigor, unleashing a barrage of azure blades that struck fiercely against the white jade eagle. However, the white jade eagle's defenses were formidable, resulting in only shallow cuts. The wind god rock transformed into a streak of blue light, striking down with wings sharpened like blades. With a series of piercing sounds, the wing blades struck the white jade eagle's wings, shattering its wing bones. The white jade eagle let out a mournful cry. Caught in the tempest, it was mercilessly torn apart, plummeting from the skies. The impact of the white jade eagle hitting the ground shattered numerous trees. Do you yield? The wind god rock inquired, its voice icy. Sister's divine powers are unparalleled. I submit, was the reply. The white jade eagle emitted a feminine voice and obediently lowered its head. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's team was energetically capturing demonic beasts throughout the misty fog mountains. After subduing 3 demonic beasts of the Yuan-Yang realm, Xiang Chen stumbled upon a particularly unique creature. A rugged mountain path, fraught with obstacles and teeming with demonic beasts, lay ahead. An 8-member team was swiftly traversing this path, their vigilance attuned to every direction. Brother Hu, they say this mountain path is rife with demonic beasts. Are we truly safe? One man, swift-footed and anxious, queried as he scanned the surroundings with caution. What are you afraid of? We've traversed this route several times. If we wish to prosper through smuggling salt, we must take risks. One smuggling venture of this spirit well salt could suffice to purchase an advanced martial arts manual. A lean man shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Salt is a resource tightly controlled by various national courts, with exorbitant prices in the civilian market, particularly the spirit well salt extracted from the depths. These individuals were salt smugglers. Hey, this isn't my first time. If you're feeling a bit anxious, Brother Hu, you've already assured us there's no issue. However, speaking of which, I heard that the mighty Yin family was annihilated by the Xiang family, and they were designated as the Chu. If we were to sell this intel to the Scorpion Nation, it would surely fetch a handsome price." As the 8 conversed while walking, they remained oblivious to the approaching mass of dark, turbulent mist overhead. As the dark mist swept in, a palpable aura of demonic energy surged, stirring the forest. "Look, what is that?" someone exclaimed, having spotted the billowing dark mist. This ominous vapor enveloped them, revealing 2 glowing orbs that resembled eyes within its depths. Suddenly, the mist descended, ensnaring the 8 individuals. Swish, swish, swish. Blades of light flickered within, and one man, with eyes wide in anger, felt a sudden incision on his neck, blood gushing forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What on earth? The air resonated with anguished cries as each smuggler found their throats mercilessly slit. The dark mist surged into their bodies, siphoning their vitality and blood essence. In an instant, they transformed into mere husks. The dark mist continued to swirl, lifting the bodies and reducing them to ashes that scattered across the earth, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, a massive silver celestial wolf emerged, standing defiantly before the swirling dark mist. The mist hesitated, rolling in midair as 2 red glimmers, akin to eyes, seemed to appraise the silver wolf. How intriguing. I did not anticipate that the misty fog mountains would harbor such rare, elemental demonic beasts, the mist demons. The moon-eating celestial wolf spoke with human articulation, gazing at the roiling dark mist, which was evidently a pristine elemental demon species.